I lit a match and destroyed a city of towering skyscrapers. Just after reaching level 1, I dared to chase after max-level ferocious beasts, making others think I was courting death. But what they didn't know was that I had awakened the SSS tier talent gift of the gods, granting me 1 skill point every second. While others had to grind dungeons to level up for a single skill point, I could just lie around and earn 400 points for free every day. This meant that even the lowest tier spells in my hands could be upgraded into powerful forbidden incantations. The joke who had always been overshadowed by me actually awakened as a rare class Psychic Mind Master during the awakening ceremony, gaining the S tier skill Psychic Manipulation. Meanwhile, I only awakened as a basic class mage with the D tier skill Fireball. Everyone present laughed at me, but at the same time, another voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations on awakening the SSS tier talent gift of the gods, which grants you 1 skill point per second. You have also gained the passive skills Efficient Casting and Rapid Chanting. At that moment, I fell into deep thought and did some quick math in my head. No need to grind dungeons, no need to complete quests, just lying around idly for a day would net me 400 skill points. This meant that every new skill I acquired could be maxed out in just 1 day. As I was still reeling from this realization, the crowd around me erupted in laughter again. The top student in the school awakened into the most basic class, with the most ordinary skill. Must be feeling a huge letdown. Slowly sinking into depression? Even the school beauty, Lin Ruoyan, looked at me with pity. Listening to their mockery, I quickly left the scene, afraid they'd see the grin on my face that was harder to suppress than an AK-47. For the next week, I simply stayed home and did nothing, staring at the 600,000 skill points on my skill panel. I couldn't help but show another look of astonishment. Then, I opened the Fireball skill panel and started dumping points into it like crazy. The constant ding-ding-ding of level-up notifications rang in my ears, and the feeling of rapid upgrades was as exhilarating as riding a rocket. After about 10 minutes, I received a system notification. By spending 100,000 skill points, Fireball had evolved into a new spell, Celestial Dragon's Breath. What was once an unremarkable fireball had now advanced to the 7th tier. The entire room grew scorching hot as an unprecedented wave of searing heat engulfed my body, making every inch of my flesh feel bathed in the most terrifying, most intense golden flames the world had ever seen. I checked the next advanced spell, an 8th tier Fire Spirit Incarnation, which required 500,000 skill points to advance. Seeing the astronomical numbers of skill points needed for further upgrades, I finally understood why only superpowered individuals at the 7th or 8th transformation and above in the world could cast spells approaching the level of forbidden magic without such an immense span of time. It would be nearly impossible to accumulate such a vast amount of skill points. Yet, in just a week, I had almost traversed the path that supreme mages spend their entire lives walking. After some thought, I turned my attention to the other 2 skills, Efficient Casting and Rapid Chanting. These 2 skills were awakened alongside my acquisition of the basic Fireball skill, with simple effects reducing casting costs and chanting time. At this point, I noticed a common trait among high-tier spells. While their power was terrifyingly immense, their skill consumption was enormous, and their chanting times were lengthy. Take the 7th tier spell Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath, which I had just acquired. As an example, it required 30,000 mana points to cast and a lengthy 20-second chant. With my current mana cap of only 100 points, there was no way I could use such a high-tier skill. Thus, I focused on these 2 passive skills. I switched the skill panel to Efficient Casting and began pouring points into it frantically. After a little over 10 minutes, I received another skill advancement prompt. Spending 100,000 skill points, I obtained the new passive skill Mana Storm, 7th tier passive skill, with the following effects. 1. Mana cost for all spells cast is reduced by 70%. 2. Maximum mana capacity from all sources increased by 7 times, with 7% of max mana regenerated per second. 3. Every 8 hours. Gain 1 free cast of any spell below tier 9. Current available uses, 1. Maximum stackable uses, 3. I gasped sharply. A 70% reduction in mana cost for all skills meant a massive boost to sustainability. The cost of Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath dropped from 30,000 to 9,000, still high, but no longer unattainable. More crucially, having 3 free spellcasts per day ensured I wouldn't be unable to use critical skills due to mana depletion. I then turned my attention to the remaining passive skill, Rapid Chanting, and embarked on another frenzied 10-minute skill point spree. While I relished the thrill of rapidly enhancing skills, the monotony was undeniable. The process amounted to mindless clicking, leaving my fingers sore. If other class practitioners knew about my dilemma, they'd probably be furious. After all, they had to grind dungeons all day just to earn a few dozen or 100 skill points, carefully deliberating how to maximize efficiency, while I could thoughtlessly dump points without a care. Soon, another 7th tier skill was freshly crafted, consuming 100,000 000 skill points to obtain the new passive skill Divine Glyph Fluency, 7th tier passive skill, with the following effects. 1. When casting spells below the 5th tier, the spell becomes instant cast, while spells of the 5th tier and above have their casting time reduced by 70%. 2. Casting cannot be interrupted by any skill below the 7th tier. 3. Every 8 hours. There is one opportunity to instantly cast any spell below the 9th tier. Current available uses. 1. Maximum stackable uses. 3. Instant cast spells are here. These two passive skills, after being upgraded, far exceeded expectations in their effects and synergize perfectly. Costless casting combined with instant casting makes for an unbeatable combo. At this point, I even feel like instantly casting a 7th tier Skyflame Dragon's Breath on the spot, though I haven't tested the power of this skill yet. I have a hunch that unleashing this 7th tier Fire-type ultimate might devastate half of Jiang City, since I can't openly cast high-tier spells in the city. Heading to a remote high-level grinding zone to test them out should be fine, right? I toss all the sorted alchemical potions, health and mana potions, along with a few experience scrolls and town portal scrolls, into the 50-slot personal inventory that came with my awakened class. After that, I step out of my house and head to the outskirts. Looking around, I see many people around my age swinging various weapons on the grassland, hunting harmless little creatures like wild rabbits and groundhogs. This is the lowest level grinding zone outside Jiang City, known as Azure Main Grassland. The monsters here are generally between levels 1 to 4, and none of them are aggressive. Creatures like rabbits and groundhogs will only flee when attacked, never fighting back. It's practically a paradise for newbies, which is why so many freshly awakened players choose to grind here. However, the efficiency is quite low because there are more players than monsters. Most creatures probably die the moment they spawn, bombarded by countless attacks. As a result, those with higher ambitions or better equipped, stronger classes often venture deeper into the grassland to challenge more dangerous and powerful monsters for better grinding efficiency. I bypass the crowded grinding areas of Azure Main Grassland and head deeper into the plains, walking for half a day. After that time, I finally spot a dense forest at the edge of the grassland and let out a sigh of relief. That's the higher level grinding zone, Wailing Forest. The monsters there are generally level 9 or above, all bloodthirsty and aggressive. After a brief rest, I continue my journey, staying vigilant as I pull out an alchemical potion from my inventory. The vial glows faintly blue, looking quite beautiful. I drink it, gaining a 30-point boost to my spirit attribute and a 300-point increase to my maximum mana, lasting for an hour. With the bonus from my Mana Storm passive skill, those 30 spirit points effectively raise my mana cap by 100 points, and the base mana increase also grants an additional 100 points. My mana pool skyrockets from 100 to 300. With this buff, I can now cast hundreds of 3rd tier spells non-stop. And even 4th or 5th tier spells can be spammed at a high frequency if I manage my resources carefully. This was the reason Linny dared to challenge a level 10 leveling area like the Wailing Forest with his fragile little body of level 1. Walking into the forest, an instantly chilly aura surrounded Linny. The forest was extremely lush, and even now, when the sun was at its peak, the sunlight that was able to fall on the forest was only a few specks left. At the moment there were hardly any practicers around him anymore. All the schools in Jiangcheng organize the transfer ceremony at irregular times, and there may be a delay of 2 or 3 days. Linny had been hanging out at home for 7 days, so it wasn't like he was too far behind the army. As he continued to go deeper, a sound like the wailing and screaming of a fierce beast came to Linny's ears. It wasn't actually some kind of creature wailing, but rather, I heard that deep in the forest, there was a cave that constantly blew out violent gusts of wind throughout the year. The gusty wind through the forest creates this eerie, wailing sound. That's how the forest got its name. Hissing. A rustling sound suddenly came from above Linny's head, and he was alerted. Looking back, he saw a huge python that was as thick as a water bucket, opening 2 snake pupils that were the size of a goose egg, gazing at himself in death. The next moment, the python hissed and opened its bloody mouth, then bit towards Linny. Linny's mind moved as he prepared a skill to kill him in seconds. Just in the nick of time. The shadowy forest was instantly illuminated by orange-red fire. Linny only felt an incomparably familiar burning wave coming from behind him, and in the next moment, a fireball suddenly smashed into the python's head. The python ate the pain, its hatred instantly shifted, its huge snake body sprang out from the tree trunk, bounced violently, and lunged fiercely in the direction of the attack. However, halfway there, he saw another round of giant fireball, which was a circle bigger than the previous one and was the size of a faceplate, slamming in. Boom! This large fireball slammed into the python's body, instantly bursting into a large amount of sparks. After receiving this heavy blow, the python's body was scorched black, and its huge body twisted for a moment before it died completely. It was only at this time that Linny saw the source of the 2 fireballs just now. It was a student-like young man about Ling Yi's age, accompanied by a middle-aged mage in grey robes. At the moment, that young man was looking at Lin Yi with a playful expression. "Uncle Su, how did I do just now?" The teenager seemed to be satisfied with the fireball he had just fired, and hastily begged for compliments. The grey-robed middle-aged mage standing beside him nodded. "Young master, your fireball spell just now was very precise. Following up with diligent practice, you'll soon be able to easily level in this wailing forest all by yourself." For some reason, Lin Yi realized that although both of these two people in front of him were much higher in rank than him, but he was partial to being able to see the essence of the strength of both. It was probably because of the faint magic power fluctuation and fire elemental aura that emanated from all of them. That teenager's was many times weaker than his own. And that middle-aged grey-robed mage was only one order stronger. Both were flame mages. The second-ranked Inferno explosion spell just now was used by that middle-aged mage. In Lin Yi's opinion, without the help of this grey-robed middle-aged mage, that young man would have to suffer a bit under the python's mouth before he could win miserably. It definitely wouldn't be like what the middle-aged mage had said, that he would walk sideways in this wailing forest with just a fireball spell that added up to around level 3. Get compliments from the elders in your family. The young man was even more amused. He looked at Lin Yi and spoke, "I just saved your life, why don't you thank me?" Lin Yi frowned slightly and said something that caused both the young man and the middle-aged mage to be a bit startled. "Why did you rob my monster?" That teenager obviously didn't expect Lin Yi to say something like that. Instead of thanking him, he said he stole his monster? Meaning, by himself, he could take care of that level 9 python? Because of the rank suppression. Already level 7, he could tell with a glance that Lin Yi was only level 1. Such munchkins die in this forest. How dare you be so arrogant? But he hadn't spoken yet. The grey-robed mage beside him, however, spoke up, "Little brother, I see that your level isn't high, and this leveling area is very dangerous, so you'd better leave as soon as possible." With that said, he walked away with the teenager at his side. Lin Yi shook his head as he looked at the two who had walked away. "It's annoying to be robbed of your monsters though. But seeing as how these two might have been looking at their low rank before they struck out, let's just forget about it. But the next one won't be." This little episode was quickly put behind Lin Yi. Because as he continued deeper into the wailing forest, he never encountered another professional. And the monsters are getting denser. Hissing. This time, 7 or 8 pythons with scales glittering with golden yellow light climbed down from the top of the canopy. However, no sooner had they gotten close to Lin Yi. Lin Yi raised his hand, and in an instant, a dozen or so terrifying fireballs the size of a facepalm made a searing trajectory and blasted at these giant pythons. Inferno blast. If the grey-robed middle-aged mage from earlier had seen this scene, he would have stared in disbelief. Shocked beyond words. It was also a second-order skill, and Lin Yi used it to highlight a flowing stream. He doesn't need to chant, he doesn't need to prepare. And it was extremely precise, the mind moved at will, and the fire element that permeated this heaven and earth only required a single thought from Lin Yi. It would become a ready-made spell that would kill all these high-level monsters in seconds. Lin Yi was now a humanoid self-propelled spell machine gun. When he got tired of playing with the second-order Inferno explosion spell, Lin Yi started using third-order spells. Roar! The two grizzly bears burst out of the dense forest behind Lin Yi and charged with a roar. An animal like a bear, don't look at it in a meat suit, but actually running, it's not slow. However, the surprise attack of these two forest brown bears was cut off by 3 inflammatory spears forged from fiery flames that suddenly smashed down from the sky. Boom! Boom! 3 inferno lances plunged into the skulls of the 2 brown bears, killing them instantly. Bear Big and Bear 2 are both returning to the west, the family is going to be neat and tidy. Chapter 6, Super Bodyguard, Molten Fire Inferno, Wild Leveling. You have killed LV.9 Tree Scale Python 8, gaining 1065 experience points 360 bonus points for leveling up. You have killed LV.10 Forest Brown Bear 2 and gained 280 experience points 80 bonus points for leveling up. Due to the effect of your primary experience bonus scroll, you have gained an additional 10% experience value 135 points. You get Python Scale 8. You have gained Python Fangs 8. You get Bear Paw 2. You rise to LV.2 level. Gain 10 points of free attributes. After another wave of system prompts, a burst of white light emerged from Lin Yi's body. He had upgraded. There was a large amount of experience bonus for killing these high-level monsters over the level, plus the additional 10% of experience given by the experience bonus scroll that Jianya, the little rich girl, had given him earlier. This wave of killing monsters had directly brought him up to level 2. Linny added all 10 free attribute points to the spiritual attribute. His mana cap, once again, skyrocketed by 700 points. Only Linny still didn't feel much security as he looked at his mere 20 points of blood. Yes, he has his output pulled full and has his alertness pulled full though. But alone, brushing monsters in this kind of high-level practicing area, there was still the possibility of guttering. Especially in case there were certain monsters with sneaking skills that swooped in to give themselves a bite. That's 20 points of blood, it's too crunchy, too brittle. Although the underlying mechanism of this world is game-like, reality is not a game after all, and there is no chance of resurrection to start over. However, Linny had already had a countermeasure for this situation. The extra 700 mana points were just enough to allow Linny's previous plan to be able to be implemented out. Linny began to chant. With the 70% acceleration effect of Divine Grace chanting, this casting of his spell lasted just under 2 seconds before it was over. As Lin Yi's spell was completed, on the ground in front of him, a huge hexagram spell formation suddenly appeared. The magical runes in the spell formation kept changing, and the entire earth began to shake. Fiery magma erupted from the cracks in the earth. Then, an elemental creature with a body size of 5 or 6 meters tall and covered in scorching hot lava appeared. Fire 6th order spell, Molten Fire Inferno. This spell, a summoning spell. The effect is to summon a Molten Fire Inferno to descend from the realm of the fire element. Moreover, this Inferno demon was also a super summon with several skills, high defense, and thick blood, and was completely at Lin Yi's beck and call. Lin Yi let it go when it was told to go, and hit it when it was told to hit, and it was obedient as hell. Watching his mana value drop directly from over 5,000 to 0, Lin Yi was also a bit overwhelmed. That feeling of having his mana directly drained was not very pleasant. But when Lin Yi saw the attributes and skills of the Molten Fireflame demon, it's all worth it. Molten Flame. Rank, LV.100. Type, Elemental Organism. Life value, 500,000. Mana, 250,000. Power, 800. Agility, 500. Spirit, 800. Body mass, 1000. Skills, Lava Jet, Earthshaker, Scorched Earth, Lava Shield, Self-Destruct. Level 100 Summoner. And with a full 500,000 blood volume, there was no doubt that it was an extremely terrifying descending blow to the other monsters throughout the Wailing Forest. It's not a problem to beat a few thousand apiece. And what Lin Yi was most interested in was the Lava Shield skill that the Molten Flame Demon came with. This skill is something you can add to yourself. Lin Yi maneuvered the Molten Fire Inferno to put a lava shield on himself. As the Molten Fireflame Demon's gigantic elementalized arms swung, a fiery and incomparable magma shield wrapped around Lin Yi's body. Perhaps it was because Lin Yi had an extremely high affinity for the fire element. The high temperature of the magma, which was unbearable to normal people, would only give him a warm and fuzzy feeling. Lava Shield, a searing shield covering your body that absorbs 15,000 points of damage for you, and when you are attacked, deals 500 points of fire damage to the source of the attack. 15,000 shield value. There's also the backlash. Lin Yi was completely at ease. With this shield that could last for an hour, and the extremely terrifyingly sized Molten Flame Inferno by his side, it was full of security. Under the influence of the 7% per second mana recovery effect, Lin Yi's blue level, which had just bottomed out, quickly filled back up again. Lin Yi chanted again and summoned the second Molten Flame Inferno, followed by a third. Looking at the three mighty, domineering, oppressive Molten Flame Inferno devils in front of him, Lin Yi was very satisfied. Summoning 3 of them at the same time would already be Lin Yi's limit at the moment, and as he subsequently leveled up, and as his affinity for the fire element increased, the number he could summon would also be greater. But right now, summoning 3 Inferno demons at the same time was already a very terrifying battle power. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and finally made his decision. Gave commands to 2 of the Molten Fire Inferno. Let these 2 Infernals roam and patrol the entire Wailing Forest, slaying every monster in sight. The experience value and rewards for the monsters they killed would naturally be counted against Lin Yi. This was equivalent to 2 fully automated leveling plugins that were constantly finding and killing monsters for themselves. Far more efficient than Lin Yi practicing alone on his own. As for the remaining Inferno, it would be fine to bring it along as a bodyguard. The two Molten Flame Inferno devils that had received Lin Yi's orders flew towards the other location areas of the Wailing Forest at an extremely fast speed. This elemental creature has no legs or feet, or even just an upper body. The way they move, it's more like they float in the air and move in a pan. Don't look at the two big guys, they looked bulky, but they actually didn't move slowly, at least a few times faster than Lin Yi himself running. What was even more terrifying was that the Yi Scorched Earth field skill of these two Inferno demons was a ranged type field skill that constantly spread lava and high temperatures with itself as the center. Lin Yi was able to clearly see that wherever the two Inferno demons passed through, there was scorched earth everywhere, and the trees in the Wailing Forest began to burn, leaving not an inch of grass to grow. All the monsters that entered the middle of the Inferno Scorched Earth field were burnt to a crisp almost without even having a chance to fight back. Lin Yi took the remaining Molten Flame Inferno demon with him and continued to walk deeper into the Wailing Forest. Along the way, Lin Yi was able to keep receiving prompts in his head. It's all about how many monsters you've killed and how much experience value you've gotten. Just a few steps. A white light emerged from Lin Yi's body once again. You rise to LV.3 level. Gain 10 points of free attributes. It didn't even wait for Lin Yi to finish adding these 10 free attribute points he had just gained. Another 5 or 6 white lights popped up all of a sudden on Lin Yi's body. You rise to LV.4 level. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You rise to LV.5 level. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have risen to level LV.6. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have risen to level LV.7. Gain 10 points of free attributes. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. What the hell did those two Infernos do? How did such a huge wave of massive experience suddenly arrive? He went straight to level 7 in seconds. Seems like it's not that hard to upgrade in this world. Chapter 7, Terrifying Inferno. Jiang Cheng issued a level 2 alert notice. If Lin Yi's idea was known by his classmates, he'd probably break into a fit of rage on the spot. Because even if it's Jiang Ye. At this moment, there was also still at least half a day left before he could ascend to level 7. This was still the 7 days since she had awakened her profession, and she hadn't rested a moment and had been practicing all the time. At this moment, she had also entered the Wailing Forest. With her spiritual Numinator's sensing power, as well as her wide-range killing ability, her practicing efficiency was, in fact, far beyond that of her peers. But even so, her efforts of these 7 days of struggle, were still not as good as the Molten Fire Inferno slipping around in the Wailing Forest. Jiang Ye utilized her Nimbus Shock to completely knock out a forest grizzly bear in front of her. Then she cut with her thoughts again, and after completing the mending, her mana was completely bottomed out. At the moment, it would be dark, and there was even less light throughout the Wailing Forest. It took courage for Jiang Ye to practice here just by herself. She sat down and drank a bottle of blue potion to slowly restore her mana. At the same time, she also took out dry food and water to replenish her consumption for the day. Sitting on a rock in the forest, Jiang Ye's face slowly floated in front of her eyes, the face of the teenager who had pressed her for 3 years, making her remember and hate, and unforgettable at the same time. Now, what is that guy doing? Did he get what he sent him? Already asked people at home to pay attention to whether there is any figure of him in the grassland practicing area, still no summons received. He's not really going to just completely sulk, is he? Should we go see him in person tomorrow? Jiang Ye thought and fell back into a state of self-entanglement. I don't know how many times these thoughts had bothered her over the past 7 days. She stomped her foot. What's the point of thinking so much? What does it matter to me what happens to him? But the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't help but wonder. Women are such amazing creatures. However, the strange changes in the forest soon made Jiang Ye alert once again. Ow! It was the mournful sound of wolves howling. At the same time, there were countless other strange beastly roars. At the same time, the entire land, it seemed, was trembling. Jiang Ye heard the sound of countless animals' hooves and feet running and stamping. Her face changed, and she hastily drank 2 bottles of potions that had a long CD but were able to quickly restore her blue again. Then he hid behind a giant tree and carefully observed the changing environment around him. Soon, Jiang Ye saw a large group of galloping beasts, from a great distance, rushing towards his side. Tigers, leopards, brown bears, moose, and even a myriad of smaller animals. These animals, which are supposed to be in a predator-prey relationship, are all surprisingly harmonious at the moment. There was no attacking each other, just a hair-raising stampede, as if there was something very scary behind them. Janya was dumbfounded. Beast Tide. A small leveling area in River City, the Wailing Forest, had unexpectedly seen a beast tide. What kind of shock did these monsters have to be in to panic so much? Janya was shocked beyond words in his heart, and then he saw two other figures fleeing in panic before the wave of beasts. It was two people, an old man and a young man. The older ones wore grave vestments. The younger ones, on the other hand, looked as if they were also students who had just recently awakened their professions. Hair. What happened? Janya's pretty face, which usually didn't show much expression, was filled with astonishment, and as she watched the two rapidly approaching, she hurriedly asked. Who knew that the two were simply ignoring her? Just keep running forward. And wait for the tide of beasts to cross. It was only then that Janya realized with dismay what exactly it was that had been chasing them. Boom! A ferocious wave of heat came slamming down. It instantly made Janya feel her mouth dry. She saw a scene that looked like purgatory. Blazing fire, trees burned to black ash, and a terrifying monster that was 5 or 6 meters in size, dripping with scorching lava and with a hideous face. Run! Run fast! This was the last remaining survival instinct in Janya's mind. It's horrible. She felt like she might not forget a scene like this in her dreams for the rest of her life. Luckily, Janya's profession as a spiritual nemesis was able to utilize the power of her thoughts to propel herself to move at high speeds. Even she was able to fly after advancing her Nianli. The ability to escape is very strong. Soon Janya caught up with the grey-robed middle-aged mage, and at that moment, Janya also realized that the young man who was following the mage was on the verge of crying. Uncle Sue, it's horrible, what is that thing? The grey-robed middle-aged mage was also in a state of shock. I don't know. How could this level 10 leveling area refresh such a terrifying boss? Something is definitely wrong here. This middle-aged venerable master's name is Su Guangliang. It was the second head of a small family of mages in Zhangcheng. Today he just brought his great-nephew to practice. Thought it was easy and enjoyable. Who knew that one would run into such a terrifying Inferno monster? The same profession that manipulated flames to fight the enemy, Su Guangliang only felt that his once proud inflammatory explosion technique. In front of that Inferno monster, it's only a small flame at best. This old man and young man, as well as Janya, who was constantly fleeing for his life, would never expect it. The terrifying Inferno that gave them a great shock, as well as a sense of oppression. Surprisingly, it was a servant that Linny had casually summoned. And that Inferno's target wasn't actually them. Instead, it was a herd of beasts that kept running for their lives. They just happened to be in the path of a wave of beasts passing through, and then they got wrapped up like an avalanche, that's all. Janya gritted his teeth. It seemed like there was no information to be gained from that middle-aged mage. At that moment, he manipulated his nimbus to the limit, and his speed soared once again by a hair. Successfully escaping the encirclement of the beasts, and then not stopping for a moment, intending to rush out of the boundary range of the Wailing Forest. However, right at this moment, the entire Wailing Forest, surprisingly, resounded with a regional alarm alert. Alarm! Alarm! Gangxiang Base City Area Alert! A few minutes ago, the Monster Disaster Warning Center of Jiangqing City detected 2 waves of small-scale beast tides, moving from the center area of the Wailing Forest, towards the southeast and southwest. At the same time, horrible monsters of unknown level and strength appeared at the back of the beast tide. All professionals located in the Wailing Forest area and close to the Wailing Forest are requested to take refuge in time. Repeat. Repeat. This alert is level 2. All related professionals, please take refuge immediately. Janya lost her color. Secondary alert. She had only seen this level of alert in books. This means that there will be a horrible monster disaster that will threaten the entire River City is about to happen, and the type of destruction, most likely, will be half the size of the city. All the professionals who received this warning message were shocked. At this moment, on the clear-wind grassland, the relevant departments of Jiangqing City Defense had mobilized a large number of professionals' armies, and the weaving professionals of the Professionals Union were all on standby as well. They stared in the direction of the Wailing Forest with incomparable nervousness. From the surveillance footage coming back from the front, neither wave of beasts was much of a problem. The biggest problem was those 2 hideous and incomparable giant molten fire inferno demons. Chapter 8 Shock. The Molten Fire Inferno Devils were actually the summons of a 6th turn powerhouse? The intersection area between the Clear Wind Grassland and the Wailing Forest. The rear of the countless armies of professionals. There stood two of the most powerful and prestigious people in the entire River City. One of them was clad in battle armor, with a square face and white beard, clearly the image of a general who had been in battle for a long time. His name was Wei Xing, the chief commander of the Jiangcheng Professional City Defense Army, and his strength had also reached the 3rd turn level. Standing beside him was likewise another slightly chubby, hairy middle-aged man whose strength had reached the 3rd turn. "Old Wei, how are the casualties?" Slightly chubby middle-aged man panting. His name was Wang Dahai, his profession was a priest, which was commonly known as a nurse. Naturally his physical strength was inferior in all aspects to a warrior professional like Wei Xing. And as the director of education and city lord of Jiangcheng Base City, who had been in a high position for a long time, when he saw this battle, it was obvious that the first thing he was concerned about was the casualties. After all, this is about his period in office, the so-called positive performance appraisal. Although Wei Xing's face was grave, he was relaxed when he talked about the casualties. Almost none of this year's newly minted professionals have been able to enter the Wailing Forest to practice in such a short period of time. Most of them are in the Clear Wind Grassland. The few that entered the forest to practice were at most rubbed by panicked monsters, not attacked at all, and suffered minor injuries, and the ones that died were even fewer. Wang Dahai let out a long breath. "It's okay, no big mess. How's the intelligence gathering on that monster going?" Wei Xing's face was once again gloomy as he continued, "It's terrifying. Initial estimation, the strength of those two monsters have both reached at least overlord level and are leveled at around 100. Those scouts I sent out, the appraisal spells all failed, none of them were able to bring back complete information. Fortunately for those two monsters, they didn't show any very obvious intent to attack. It seems like they were only targeting those low-level monsters in the forest. If the situation deteriorates to the point where we have to kill those two monsters, it's going to be very troublesome. They're both elemental creatures with extremely high flame resistance not to mention, and their elementalized bodies are almost capable of doing most of the damage against physical attacks." A drop of cold sweat slid down Wang Dahai's forehead. Overlord-level monsters with a rank of over 100, and still this most tricky elemental type of creature, how could he, Jiangcheng, as the most ordinary but 5th-level base city be able to do so? The surrounding area is a practicing area of no more than 20 levels. How could a monster of this level be refreshed? Just during the two people's conversation, the wave of beasts that had been driven away and fled by the two molten flame inferno demons completely rushed out of the border of the Wailing Forest and rushed into the boundaries of the Clear Wind Forest. The professionals who had already been standing by, ready to attack, all took out their weapons, intending to first deal with these monsters who had panicked and lost the logic of their normal behavior. And just as they had just killed a couple of elk, a terrible mutation has occurred. The two molten flame inferno demons that had also rushed out of the Wailing Forest instantly let out low and horrible roars when they saw that these professionals had actually taken the lead in killing the target they were hunting. All the boiling lava churned up. The order Lin Yi issued to them was to try to kill these monsters and help him level up. And now those monsters are being robbed by someone else. Undoubtedly, it was something that went against Lin Yi's orders, so of course they would fall into a state of rage. The Molten Fire Inferno, which originally did not intend to display aggressiveness towards these humans, at this moment, its two huge elementalized arms shook, and the hot lava on its body splashed towards the countless monstrous robbing professionals like rain. This is their long-range attack skill, Lava Jet. Although Wang Dahai seemed to be an unimpressive fat man. But after all, it was a priest of 3 turns or more. At this time, he also had an additional staff in his hand that shone with a holy white light. The staff was waved, and a golden shield suddenly emerged, enveloping the professionals standing in the front row. Pust! Countless scorching lava came into contact with the golden shield. The terrifying temperature was about to melt through the shield almost instantly, and Wang Dahai hurriedly chanted another rapid chant, replenishing a layer of holy light shield. It was only then that we managed to save the little lives of those professionals. Wang Dahai was no longer oozing cold sweat on his forehead now. Instead, it's a little sweaty. What a high attack! Moreover, this kind of diffusion attack also had continuous damage like burning, and if it really hit the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Xing on one side even clenched his teeth. The situation had really deteriorated to the point where he least expected it. He didn't even dare to think in detail about what kind of price he would have to pay if he wanted to kill 2 such terrifying monsters. Right at this moment, an incomparably old voice rang out from above the sky. All stop, everyone don't take the initiative to attack any of the monsters in the beast tide, let alone those 2 molten fire flame demons. Spread out the encirclement, drive the beast tide control to a certain range, and let those two molten flame inferno demons come to kill the beast tide. Hearing this pale voice, Wang Dahai and Wei Xing both had happy faces. Here we go. The true strongest man in their river city. The figure who was like a pin in the sea, the president of the professionals union, the fourth-turn grand magician Jiang Qin. Everyone listened to the order. Do as Elder Jiang commands. Wei Xing hurriedly ordered his men. Soon, no one dared to take a shot at those monsters running out of the Wailing Forest anymore. Instead, they surrounded them and sent them to the flaming fields of those two lava monsters. Sure enough, those two monsters never fell into a rage again, but rather, they went about their business of harvesting the lives of those monsters. Almost 10 minutes later, hundreds and thousands of monsters were all killed by the two molten fire inferno demons. The two infernals were satisfied. Without even taking a second look at the hundreds of professionals present, he turned around and went back into the Wailing Forest. They would faithfully fulfill the orders Lin Yi gave them. A terrible crisis was lifted. All the professionals let out a long breath and had the feeling of having survived a robbery. It's horrible. I'm almost going to die here today. Zhang Shang rode a celestial horse with a pair of wings on the side of its ribs and descended from the sky. After a melodious flute sound, the warhorse was taken back into his riding space. Zhang Xian looked at the two inferno demons that were gradually moving away, his eyes filled with envy and awe. Elder Jiang, you know exactly what they are, right? Wei Xing asked. Previously, as soon as Zhang Xian made his appearance, he had named the two monsters. Also know the logic of their behavior. Zhang Xian nodded his head and slowly said, you all thought wrong, those two molten flame inferno demons, they're not monsters at all. Instead, it's the summoning of an archmagician. Wang Dahai and Wei Xing all froze. They all couldn't believe their ears. It was the summoning of an archmagician. How could they, themselves and others, have just tried to provoke a great magical instructor whose strength had reached at least 6 turns? Chapter 9, Burning Skyline. The terrifying visage of a 7th rank spell. The ranks of all the professionals in Blue Star were very strict. Take the profession of mage for example. Turn 1, which was the level of transfer that Lin Yi was currently at. It can only be regarded as a budding newcomer who is tentatively embarking on the path of magic. This type of professional is generally called a junior mage or a mage apprentice. For the second and third transfers, they correspond to intermediate and senior titles. Starting from the 4th turn, that is to say, the corresponding job title of a strong person of Jiang Qin's rank would have to be called a Grand Magician. The 5th turn would be a Magical Instructor, and the 6th turn a Grand Magical Instructor. Above the 7th turn, one is a Holy Magician, which can also be called a Dharma Saint. In short, all professions could be called a saint after entering the 7th turn of this rank. Higher ranks, I'm sorry, even Jiang Qin didn't understand, didn't know, and had never heard of them. That was no longer a level he could access. Wang Dahai asked warily, then, Jiang Lao. You are saying that at this moment, our Jiangqing territory, there is a 6th turn great magic guide driving? One of the requirements for a professional's transfer is to have at least one skill at the corresponding rank. So in general, strong people who could use skills of the corresponding rank, the transfer situations also basically matched each other. There are instances where low transfers have high-level skills, but they are extremely rare. So basically, when you see the 6th order spell Molten Fire Inferno, you can basically reason this out. Zhang Cheng nodded. Decades ago, I guess, I once had the honor of going to the Pantheon, the highest mage professional guild of our blue planet, once to further my studies. At that time, my mentor was a 6th turn archmagic instructor. That was also the time I saw Sensei he had summoned such an inferno demon from the elemental plane of fire and descended to this plane. This kind of bit of magic requires extremely terrifying magical affinity skills, and is a skill I've longed to be able to learn all my life, but unfortunately I shouldn't have the chance. A hint of regret appeared on Zhang Xian's face. The heart also secretly decided whether or not to find a way to meet this great senior later. It would be a great honor to be fortunate enough to receive some guidance from this senior. Well, I'd better lead my troops back to the camp first. Everything is a misunderstanding. I hope that senior can be an adult. While Wei Xing prepared to leave, Wang Dahai stole a glance at Jiang Qin. He actually wanted to meet the legendary Grand Magus. However, just as several people had their own plans, an incomparably vast and terrifying fluctuation of magic power came from the depths of the Wailing Forest. As a mage, Zhang Xian was naturally the most sensitive to magic fluctuations. Almost in the next instant of feeling this wave of magic power, He then changed his face dramatically and sweated like a pig. Because, he sensed a fire elemental aura that was even more terrifying than that of the molten flame Inferno demon, which was converging swiftly over their area. Jiang Xian snapped his head up to the sky. At the moment the time was approaching night. The setting sun had even sunk below the western mountains just now. It was getting dark. However, at this moment, above the skyline was as dead as ashes, once again gilded with a brilliant golden edge. The entire sky, then, began to gradually glow red. The occupiers who hadn't yet had time to retreat also discovered the unusual celestial phenomenon, and one by one, they cried out in alarm. "Look at the sky, you guys. Didn't the sun set? Why is the sky red again? It's hot. Do you guys feel that the temperature is a few degrees hotter than before? You guys, look over there, what's that? That's a dragon right there." At this moment, the blazing burning skyline, countless orange-red rays of light converged together, surprisingly gradually coalescing into a terrifying dragon with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. The dragon was made up of the purest element of fire and looked huge and holy. It also exuded an extremely terrifying pressure. Just for the professionals below to take a look at it, they all felt a two-stranded war. The giant dragon was completely formed, and the temperature of the entire clear-wind grassland and Wailing forest area was once again raised by 7 or 8 degrees. Everyone was hot and thirsty. Run! Notify everyone to evacuate quickly. Or we all die. This is a 7th order spell. Jiang Xian forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, and the last vestige of sanity made him hasten to inform the two people beside him. Wang Dahai sniffed. One could only feel a roar in his head, which instantly turned into a blank. Ha! 7th order spells? In other words, the senior who is in the Wailing forest at the moment. It's not actually a demon guide. Instead, it was a 7-turned Dharma saint. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Wei Xing reacted quickly and hurriedly shouted for his men to retreat. In the meantime, all of the professionals who were practicing within the hundreds of kilometers around the Qingfeng grassland also received a warning alert once again. Alarm! Alarm! Gangxiang Base City Area Alert! 7th order spell fluctuations have been detected on the outskirts of Jiangchang Base City. All professionals in the area are requested to immediately take refuge in the nearest underground air defense bunker. Repeat. Repeat. This alert is level 1. Please evacuate immediately. All the professionals in Jiangchang were all dumbfounded. In one day, even just less than half an hour apart. Back-to-back level 2 and level 1 alerts were issued. What? The world is ending? For a while, everyone was on edge and began evacuating for shelter. Zhang Ye looked at the burning skyline in the sky, as well as the terrifying fire elemental dragon whose wings were spread out enough to cover the sky. The young mind was shocked. Rewind time slightly. A minute ago. The heart of the Wailing forest. Lin Yi is surrounded. And it was surrounded by hundreds of stocky tigers. Lin Yi had arrived at the deepest part of this leveling area. He also saw the entrance of the huge cave that was rumored to be constantly spewing out violent storm winds. Only he didn't expect that this was the territory of a group of forest tigers that had reached level 11. Roar! An extremely terrifying roar came violently from the cave. The next moment, Lin Yi saw a tiger king with a body size of 4 or 5 meters long, covered in markings flashing with turquoise light, incomparably majestic and divine, pacing out from the cave. Knock! Knock! Every step it took was unusually dull. Estimates of its weight, at least, must be by the ton. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It seemed like this would be the strongest monster in the entire Wailing forest. And it's definitely a boss. Unfortunately, he had not mastered the appraisal technique and did not know what the name of this boss was for the time being. Whoosh! Lin Yi only felt a blur before his eyes, and in the next moment, he only saw that Tiger King's right paw swinging violently. In an instant, more than a dozen sharp and incomparable wind blades hit themselves at an extremely fast speed. The lava shield on Lin Yi's body instantly fell by over 1,000 points. Nice guy, so aggressive. And this boss even has a wind blade spell. Judging from those turquoise tiger stripes on its body, it was estimated that it should have been more or less transformed physically after living in this kind of wind element dense cave for years. A trace of an extremely humanized look of shock appeared in the Tiger King's eyes. It was terrified of the huge monster beside the human. But it didn't take this human to heart. In its thoughts, a few wind blades and this human should have been split right into pieces by it. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile. Not bad, finally found one with some power. Then I'll use you to try out my new spell. Chapter 10, Giving the Forest a Center Parting. Under the dragon's breath, everything burned. The passive skills of Mana Storm and Divine Grace Chant, which had one free spell casting and one chance to instantly cast a high-level spell, were both useless to Lin Yi. It's like your big move, it won't be easy to turn on. When you see a bunch of pawns, it's unlikely that anyone would actually want to just hand over a big clearing, right? That's why Lin Yi had always intended to take his chances and see if there would be any boss-level targets in this Wailing Forest that could put him over the edge. Now this Tiger King was, without a doubt, the perfect target. Only without waiting for Lin Yi to cast the spell, suddenly, 5 or 6 white lights emerged from his body, one after another, once again. You have risen to level LV.8. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have risen to level LV.9. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You rise to LV.10 level. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have risen to level LV.11. Gain 10 points of free attributes. You have risen to level LV.12. Gain 10 points of free attributes. The sight couldn't help but surprise Lin Yi a little. Even that Tiger King not far away was confused. What's wrong with this human? How did you suddenly go up so many levels? Of course Lin Yi didn't know that this was a huge wave of experience he got from the 2 Molten Flame Inferno devils he summoned and killed all the beast waves after those professionals drove them away. But this little hiccup, Jean just slightly delayed this Tiger King's death by half a minute backward. The next moment, Lin Yi stretched out a finger. Point towards that Tiger King. In the next moment, heaven and earth changed color. The terrifying fluctuation of magic power stirred up the fire elements between heaven and earth, all of which went berserk. In the next moment, the upper part of the dense forest, which had already been almost completely darkened, once again lit up with a deep red color. It was as if the evening sun was coming back. Howl. Whoa whoa. The entire group of tigers began to panic. The beasts roared and whimpered. Animals have never had a much sharper sense of disaster than humans. They all sensed the air of impending catastrophe. Even that Tiger King's constant roar of rage couldn't suppress the hearts of its pack and dependents as they fled for their lives. There were some adult tigers that had already begun to run wildly on all 4 feet, trying their best to escape from here. The end that awaits them, however, remains desperate. Because the 7th rank spell, Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath, had a range of coverage that was far, far too large. And because Lin Yi was instantaneous. Completely eliminates the need for lengthy chants. So the blow came down faster than anyone could have imagined. Jin. The elemental dragon in the sky let out a long dragon roar, followed by its huge wings flashing continuously. The high head, the next moment violently spewed out large swaths of scorching dragon breath. The width of the dragon's breath could no longer be calculated in meters. And it's going to be in kilometers. The dragon flames were like a rain curtain, pulling away tens of kilometers, and wherever they passed, the dense forests instantly withered and turned into charcoal. Countless poor creatures that didn't even react. The Great Tribulation is at hand. Half a minute later. The elemental dragon in the sky, waving down the dragon's breath, directly split the entire Wailing Forest into 2, and the 2 sides of the forest were still dense vegetation trees. The central area, on the other hand, within a range of more than 10 kilometers, was already a scorched earth burning like an inferno. The magic fluctuations then slowly subsided. That giant dragon figure, which had been gathered by the element of pure fire, also slowly dissipated at the end of the skyline. The professionals who had previously been on the outskirts of the forest and quickly evacuated were spared. After all, the target of the Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath's strike this time was not them. But just now, on the way to run, the monstrous heat wave coming from behind them, and the terrifying storm wind, were telling them. If the spell's strike is aimed at them. There was no time for them to escape. It's a puddle of ashes now. Jiang Cheng's #1 powerhouse, who witnessed the entire process, Jiang Cord, who was also a mage, was even more trembling. He rode on his mount, the Heavenly Horse. A view of the entire Wailing Forest from the sky. This forest that covered thousands of kilometers, the section of doomsday scorch marks in the middle at the moment, was silently illustrating the terrifying power of the 7th rank spells. It was amazingly powerful enough to change the landscape. The one who truly sailed to Jiangchang was not a 6th-turned great magical guide. Instead, it was a 7th-order Dharma saint. How did such a character end up in such a small 5th-level base city, and why would he use such a high-level spell in such a low-level practice area? Tonight, I'm guessing a lot of people, including myself, are going to have trouble sleeping. In the meantime, center area of the Wailing Forest. Or maybe it can't be called a forest anymore. As far as Lin Yi's eyes could see, there were images of burning flames, as well as trees being calcined in the flames until they crackled and sparked. Even the huge cave in front of Lin Yi had become bare at the moment. The howling wind, too, ceased completely. The Wailing Forest, after this, will never look the same again, and the name will have to be completely changed. As for the entire group of tigers that had previously gawked and surrounded Lin Yi, they had long since been turned into flying ash, and the mighty, Tooth, and Claw Tiger King had now been turned into a few pieces of equipment, as well as a white skill book, which fell silently to the ground. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. That Tiger King was really a boss and dropped treasure. Lin Yi picked up the 2 pieces of equipment. After looking at them, they were all warrior plate armor equipment, and the grade was only black iron, so if they were taken to the auction house, they could only be exchanged for a few thousand dasha coins. What's really valuable is that skill book. In this world, the most valuable thing is skill. Most professionals, because of the lack of skill points, have to make trade-offs between skills though. But the truth that more is better is understood by everyone. There are some skills that can sometimes work wonders just by possessing them, even if they are not of high rank. Lin Yi picked up the skill book and checked the attributes. Beginner's skill book, Wind Blade. Type, skill book tome. Profession, mage. Learning level, LV.5. Effect, when used, it gives you a new spell, Wind Blade. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Good stuff. I didn't expect to have such good luck. Not only did they pop extremely rare drop skill books, they were ones you could use yourself. Originally, I was thinking of just selling this skill book for some dasha coins to see if I could buy another skill book that the mage profession could learn. Now it seems like a straightforward step. There is also a huge difference in the price of skill books between professions. Anyway, for some reason, skill books are much cheaper for naive-looking professions like warrior knights, mages, archers, and such long-range professions, especially mages. Skill books are sky-high. Moreover, in a small base city like Jiangchang, the goods that can be bought in the trading house are basically all beginner-level skill books, and there is no such kind of skill book that is directly 2nd or 3rd level as soon as it is learned. Lin Yi directly put this skill book to use. The next moment, he received a prompt. Congratulations, the skill book was used successfully and you have gained a new skill, Wind Blade. Chapter 11, Surprise Good Luck. Heavenly Material, Wine Spirit Rock Marrow. Wind Blade. Type, Active Skill. Level, Elementary. Department, Wind. Consumption, 30 mana. Chanting time, 1 second. Cooldown time, none. Effect, summons a blade of wind to attack a distant enemy. This skill is mediocre. It is the foundation of all mage wind skills. Same as Fireball. Only the advantage of wind blades over Fireball spells was that they were invisible and flew extremely fast. Targets are hard to dodge. And the chanting time is extremely short, taking only 1 second. But comparatively, the wind blade only does about half the damage of a Fireball spell. Each of the mage's skill lines is still very distinctive. Winds clearly go for the agile, fast and dry school. Fire, on the other hand, is the ultimate in output violence. Of course, in Lin Yi's hands, only a few days, this wind blade skill, after ascending to a high level, will certainly also become the ultimate output violence up. A 7th-ranked Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath would be able to cause destruction on this scale. Then how terrifying an 8th order spell, or even a 9th order forbidden spell, would be. Lin Yi felt energized just thinking about it. He was now even more motivated about upgrading his Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath to a 9th rank forbidden spell as soon as possible. Lin Yi looked around and realized that there were no more traces of monster activity around him at all. The sky was already dark, and the dragon's breath flames were gradually extinguished after burning up all the trees. A hooked moon hung high in the sky. Lacking the shelter of the trees, the night wind was crisp and cold, blowing some of Lin Yi's body cold. Lin Yi had inadvertently discovered another situation that caused him to be incredibly shocked. That is, his level, without realizing it, had risen to level 30. In just 1 day's time, his level had soared all the way to the limit of 1 turn. At level 30, he could even already go to the Transfer Sanctuary in River City and receive the second turn Profession quest. That shot of Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath just now was estimated to have caused far more kills than one would have predicted. Linny flipped through the experience acquisition records. At the back, after ascending to level 30, all the experience values he got turned into 0 points, and these were all overflow experience now. Because there was no way for him to continue upgrading if he didn't complete the transfer quest and liberate the second turn. Then there's no reason to keep sticking around. This was because the level of the monsters in the Wailing Forest could no longer provide Linny with much experience value. Linny pulled out a scroll that shone with a faint purple light from his carry-on space. This was the city return scroll that Jiangya had given himself earlier. The coordinate point marked on the scroll was the teleportation hall of Jiangchang. It was getting late, and I guess Mom and Dad were at home waiting for them to come home for dinner. In order to keep them from worrying, Linny planned to go straight home. But just as Linny was planning to crush the scroll and teleport away, suddenly a little bit of emerald green light like fluorescence in the darkness beside him attracted his attention. Linny raised his hand. The molten fire Inferno demon, which he had just dispatched back to the fire elemental plane, reappeared. This type of summoning spell was actually a time-length contract spell, and when used once, it was enough to last for a whole day. During this period, Linny, the summoner, could choose to have these two Inferno demons return to the elemental plane at any time, so that they could recuperate and then be mobilized again. No need to summon another one. With this large man covered in burning flames, Linny reached out and pointed, and the molten flame Inferno very obediently traveled towards the location that had previously been flickering with a bit of emerald green light. It's like a big light bulb. With the lighting effect of the molten fire Inferno, Linny quickly discovered the source of that emerald green light. It was clearly the inside of the cave that the wind-striped Tiger King had walked out of before. With the molten flame Inferno in front of him to clear the way, and with a 7th order spell washing the ground right before, Linny wasn't too worried about what else was hiding in this cave that would sneak up on his old 6. But it's prudent to do so. Linny still had Molten Flame Demon put a lava shield on himself. Then following behind, he slowly stepped into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Linny felt a strong wind that blew in his face. Even if it was mostly obscured by the Molten Flame Demon's enormous body, Linny felt that the speed of the wind was a bit outrageous. What the hell is in this cave? The wind element is so dense. To Linny's surprise, the cave was much deeper than he had thought. After walking for a while, the direction of the cave began to extend even further into the ground. Luckily, the slope wasn't too steep, and Linny was still able to descend slowly with a cat's back. A few minutes later, Linny finally saw the source of the emerald green glow he had seen earlier, and was deeply shocked by it. After walking through the previously tougher and narrower cave passage, I didn't expect it to open up. The whole cave seemed to have turned into a temple with a very high dome, and a violent storm wind of about 10 degrees was blowing in the cave. The source of these storms was the countless emerald green crystals growing outward on the 4 walls of the cave. Linny could feel that these crystals contained extremely pure wind elemental power. This should be the reason why this cave blew violent gusts of wind all year round, because deep in the cave, there were a large number of these types of minerals that Linny had never heard of. Linny had never seen this mineral before though. But he instinctively realized that this kind of thing seemed to be very similar to the heavenly treasures he had described in his textbooks. To put it simply, after the blue planet's mutation, many minerals, plants, and even animals changed their nature after being contaminated with certain auras that contain spirituality. And the change is good for humanity. Over time, all of these things have been classified into the category of heavenly materials, or spiritual objects. Linny was delighted in his heart. What a lucky day! I didn't realize there were surprises beyond that skill book. These things can probably fetch a good price if you take them to a trading house, right? Well, it looks like it's time to find a way to get an appraisal as well. Otherwise, although he only knew that these crystals were treasures, he did not know exactly what they were and how much they were worth. It's going to be troubling, too. Linny took a closer look. The distribution of emerald green crystals throughout the cave was not very regular. And there are a small number of crystals that grow on the roof of the cave and very high up on the walls, which are certainly out of one's reach. And fortunately, there were 7 or 8 clusters of crystals growing in the same place, not too high up, though out of one's reach. But this stupid big guy beside himself can reach it. Linny commanded the Molten Flame Inferno to advance towards those huge clusters of crystal veins. Soon Linny was able to see more details with the help of the firelight. only to see that underneath that large piece of emerald green crystal, countless skeletons of beasts, as well as starry beast hairs, had suddenly fallen. These beast hairs could be judged from their thickness and length, and they should have fallen off that Tiger King from before. That Tiger King had been resting underneath this crystal vein for years, so it was no wonder that it had also gained some special abilities of the wind attribute. Is this considered a weird companion relationship between treasures and monsters now? Chapter 12: A Wave of Riches. The new function of the talent opened. The molten flame Inferno demon's gigantic arm began to dig and chisel the emerald green crystals on the cave wall. Maybe it was too warm on it. Linny noticed that a portion of the emerald green crystals close to its torso had actually begun to vaporize. Linny was a little heartbroken. Hastily called a halt. The two pupils of that molten fire Inferno demon that were burning with flames exuded an extremely humanized expression. It's like a child who's made a mistake. On the other hand, it looks so lanky and scary, the contrast takes it hard. Linny was also helpless. He knew Molten Flame Demon didn't mean it. But subsequent to his commanding the Inferno to start excavating from the side of the rock formation around the crystals of the cave wall, there was no problem. It didn't take long, and soon the large cluster of emerald green crystals, along with some rocks, were mined. Linny cleaned out some of the water and food from his carry-on space and loaded it all into his carry-on space. Afterwards, Linny sent the Molten Flame Inferno back to the elemental plane before crushing the city return scroll. After a moment of heavenly spinning. When Linny opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already back in the teleportation hall of Jung City. Walking out of the teleportation hall, Linny headed straight for home. With the spirit items in his backpack and the items dropped by that Tiger King, Linny planned to go back to the trading house tomorrow. Back home, Linny and his parents simply had a meal with his parents. Return to your room after the meal. Linny opened the panel. The skill point balance that had been nearly squandered by him this morning had unexpectedly increased by 40,000 to 50,000 points at this moment. This feeling that all the time, someone is resourcing themselves is just steady bliss. I got myself a new wind skill today. Should I add up the skills in this lineage to see the effect? Reason told him that with an additional line of skills, his options would definitely be wider, and his real-world combat power would definitely be enhanced even more. Especially after seeing the terrifying destructive power of the 7th rank spell Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath. Linny had fallen in love with the feeling of destroying everything with the flip of a hand. 7th ranked flame spells were already this strong. So what would a 7th order wind spell look like? Linny secretly made up his mind that adding to the 7th rank would only require more than 100,000 skill points anyway. One more day of hanging out is enough. Day 2. Linny likewise got up early. As the night passed, the skill point balance approached 100,000 points. It was estimated that by noon, he would be able to give a wave of super additions to his new wind system skills and directly swiftly ascend. Before that, Linny planned to go shopping in the Living Profession Street first, and sell the large cluster of emerald green crystal ore that he had dug up yesterday to see how much money he could sell first. Then go to the trading house to see if you can pick up a few mage-based skill books. One last trip to the Transfer Sanctuary. Claimed the second turn quest. After the second turn, one should also unlock more new skills. With this planned out, Linny headed out the door and quickly arrived at the Jiangchang Living Professional Store Street. Linny looked for one of the best appraisers on this street. He planned to first appraise what the emerald green crystal he got in that cave yesterday was, and then roughly know how much it was worth, so that when he made his bid, he wouldn't be pitted by a treacherous merchant. Young man, are you trying to appraise something? An old man with a white beard and hair, wearing glasses and being a gentleman, looked at Linny with a smile. This is the most respected appraiser in the entire Jiangcheng Living Profession Street. Linny nodded and took a small piece of emerald green crystal out of his carry space. As soon as this crystal appeared, Linny felt that a cool breeze began to blow out of the hall of this appraisal store. The smile on the old man's face froze for a moment. Seriousness ensued. Boy, what you're holding in your hand is something remarkable. Can I see it? Linny nodded and handed the crystal to the old man. The old man held the glasses on the bridge of his nose and began to scrutinize them carefully, while the light of the appraisal technique lit up one after another. Soon, the old man looked at Linny in awe. Amazing, such pure wind spirit rock marrow is really rare. Linny's heart fluttered. This thing turned out to be named wind spirit rock marrow. This kind of element-rich vein-type spirit should not only depend on the purity, but also on the volume of the one-time shot. Lad, what you've shown me is only a small sample, I think. You should have the entire crystal mine on hand, if the body is large and the purity is all at a level like this sample. Didn't wait for the old man to finish his sentence. Linny then pulled out an entire emerald green crystal mine that weighed 20 to 30 pounds. The old man who had just been valuing Linny instantly sucked in a breath of cold air and was dumbstruck. Almost took a breath and gave the old man away. After a long time, the old man slowed down before speaking. Young man, such a large piece of wind spirit rock marrow as yours can no longer be quite estimated by the market price, and it is already considered to be collector grade. You'd better ask in a store that specializes in recycling spirits. Don't sell it to a trading house, the trading house will just be able to recover it by weighing it at the market price, and you'll sell it for a lot less money. Linny thanked the old man. And after paying the appraisal fee, he took the wind spirit rock marrow back into his backpack and continued to stroll through the living profession street. More than half an hour later, Linny walked out of the door of a store called Jumbo Pavilion. It was a store that specialized in recycling heavenly treasures and spiritual objects, similar to the curio stores Linny was familiar with in his previous life. At this moment, in his pocket, there was an extra VIP black card of this national chain of Jumbo Pavilion. The card also had an extra 120,000 dasha dollars. After offering that collector-grade wind spirit rock marrow for sale, that enthusiastic boss even gave Linny an extra 10,000 dasha coins. According to that boss, this 10,000 is all as a friend. Let Linny follow up by making sure to come to him if he ever had such a good thing again. He will absolutely buy it at a price much higher than the market price. Until you walk out of the store. Linny himself was a bit confused. How did you get rich all of a sudden? Dasha is one of the strongest few countries in the current Blue Star. The value and circulation of its currency is frighteningly high. 120,000 dasha coins is really a lot of money. Linny's old man, Ling Guodong, has been working hard down the mine for 3 or 4 years, so he might only be able to earn this amount. Ding! It has been detected that your currency holdings have exceeded 100,000 for the first time, and your SSS rank talent, Gift of the Gods, has unlocked a new function. A prompt rang out in Lin Yi's mind. Huh? New feature? Lin Yi hurriedly opened his talent interface. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to realize what the so-called new feature actually was. Gift of the Gods. Effect, you gain 1 skill point per second. New feature, you can now spend real-world currency in circulation to buy a 24-hour bonus of Hangman skill points. Note that each time you purchase a Hangman skill point reward, the amount of currency required for the next purchase will be raised. Current currency required for one purchase, 10,000 dasha coins. Chapter 13 Kryptonite, cool. Wind system advancement. Flight skill. Previously, when Lin Yi had acquired the talent Gift of the Gods, he had noticed that it had a note. That is, as one's experience increases, or one's strength increases, more features are unlocked. It seems that getting richer on your own is a form of increased strength? In any case, this new feature caught Lin Yi's eye. After trying out the exhilarating feeling of directly practicing second kills with high-level skills, every second that Lin Yi waited for his skill points to be issued was actually a bit hard. Now this is a feature that's just a blessing in disguise. Spending money on skill points is now the equivalent of spending money on time. As we all know, your time is very valuable. Kryptonite, cool. It looks like you'll have to put making money on your agenda from now on as well. Lin Yi didn't hesitate, and directly intended to spend all of this money, leaving a fraction at most. The money, anyway, was earned by chance, as one's subsequent strength increased. It should only get easier to make another 100,000 or so. Lin Yi opened the talent interface and chose Kryptonite to purchase the hanging reward. Whether to consume 10,000 dasha coins to purchase 24 hours of skill point gains? Lin Yi chose yes without hesitation. Ding! You've gained a 24-hour hangout bonus from talent, the God's Gift, 86,400 skill points. At the same time, the cell phone in Lin Yi's pocket vibrated. It prompted his card to deduct 10,000 dasha coins. Continue. Ding! You've gained a 24-hour hangout bonus from talent, the God's Gift, 86,400 skill points. Ding! You've gained a 24-hour hangout bonus from talent, the God's Gift, 86,400 skill points. Ding! You've gained a 24-hour hangout bonus from talent, the God's Gift, 86,400 skill points. Lin Yi didn't know how many times he had clicked. It didn't stop until it prompted a low balance. Like a lot of spammy hangout games, this option of spending resources to buy hangout rewards is constantly increasing in price. The first time it was 10,000 dacha dollars. It's going to be 15,000 the second time. The follow-up went up even more. Linny flipped through the records for the last purchase. He even spent more than 40,000 dacha coins directly. Hiss. Linny felt no heartache before. Being able to speed up the process of upgrading his skills, he felt no loss. But after actually seeing your six-figure bank balance turn into 3 digits at the speed of light, he still had an aching feeling. It's back. It's all back. That familiar life of poverty. Linny could only turn to open his personal panel. It was good that the column of skill point balance gave him great comfort. Currently allocatable skill points, 425,821. There's a balance of over 400,000 again. Linny opened his skill page again. 7th ranked Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath needed 500,000 skill points to ascend to 8th rank, which was clearly not enough right now. And Linny currently felt that the 7th ranked Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath was also sufficient, and that these skill points should now be added to the blade. Linny opened the wind skill he had just learned yesterday, Wind Blade. At the addition screen, the all too familiar maneuvering begins again. ... Then a ding 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 in his head. Consuming 500 skill points, your Wind Blade technique has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Cracking Wind Slash. Consuming 2000 skill points, your Rift Wind Slash has been upgraded, and you've gained a new spell, Blast Wine 9 consecutive blades. Consuming 5000 skill points, your Blast 9 blades have been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Storm Cyclone. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Stormwind Cyclone has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Blasted Wings. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Blizzard Wings have been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Swift Wind 1 Flash. 100,000 skill points consumed, your Swift Wind 1 Flash has been upgraded, and you've gained a new spell, Shocking Wave 1000 Lanes Break. Just under half a day. Linny's wind skill set then expanded from 1 to 7. And Linny looked these skills down in a slip. It was a feeling that all the magic of the wind system was still very distinct in its characteristics. If anything, fire is simply high damage. Then wind combines speed, multiple attacks, a small amount of control and some support abilities. The most obvious is still speed and multiple attacks. The third order fire spell was called Triple Inferno Lance. It was to summon 3 lances from the sky that were condensed from flames to pierce and scorch the enemy. The number of damage segments was already considered high among the fire magic that Linny currently had at his disposal, with 3 segments. As for the 7th ranked spell Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath, there was really only the section of high damage from the dragon's breath spewing down and the subsequent long-lasting burning damage. But the 3rd ranked wind spell, Blast 9 consecutive slashes, was to fire 9 extremely fast wind blades in 0.5 seconds. In the end, the 7th ranked surprising Wave 1000 Arisher Breaks was even able to inflict thousands of attacks per second on targets within its area of influence. But what surprised Linny the most were the 2 new skills of the 5th and 6th ranks. Blasted Wings. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 5th. Department, Wind. Consumption, 500 mana SEC. Chanting time, 1.5 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Effect, converge the power of the wind element to wrap your entire body, making it impossible for others to see through your true image. The wind element will also form a pair of wind feathers, giving you the ability to fly at high speeds. At the same time, the wind cluster that surrounds you will block 3 long-range attacks for you. Note that the strength of the attack that the wind cluster can block cannot exceed 4th rank, and the ability to fly disappears after 3 blocking effects have been used. Remarks, the winds are gathering to lift me to the clouds. Flight skills. The flying skill that Linny had his heart set on. As a human being, who hasn't had a dream of flying into the sky? I didn't realize that wind magic, there was really this kind of spell that could allow mages to fly in the sky without the help of a flying mounted pet. The threshold of the 5th order, however, was still quite high. But it has been cool. For other professions, it was heard that they had to reach at least 6 turns in their own profession skills before they would provide the ability to fly accordingly. As for the other effect that comes with this skill, Linny also felt familiar. Blocks long-range attacks. Isn't this the ING wind wall of Brother Soko? Let's face the gale. As for the 6th rank skill, Swift Wind Flash, it had even more of a swordsman flavor. Swift Wind Blinks. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 6th. Department, Wind. Consumption, 15,000 mana. Chanting time, instantaneous. Cooling time, 1 hour. Melee weapons required. Effect, strengthen your own speed as well as the attack speed of your melee weapon to the extreme with the Raging Wind element, and violently perform an extremely fast one-time sprint attack in one direction. During the sprint, your chance of dodging is increased by 100%. At the end of the sprint, you deal 99 melee weapon attack damage to all targets in the path of the sprint, with an additional 1 wind attribute slashing damage per damage. Maximum sprint distance, 10 meters. Maximum sprint speed, 10 times the speed of sound. Remarks, watch out, this slash, it's going to be awesome. Chapter 14, Divine Appraisal Technique. Eye of Omniscience. The moment Linny saw this skill, he felt that it was, by all means, a cool and racy type of skill. Just like in the countless anime he had seen in his previous life. A swordsman who has made speed his lifelong pursuit. Drawing his sword and charging, he had already slashed a dozen times before the enemy could react. Then sheathe your sword. The enemy behind him slowly fell. Indeed, thieves are handsome. It's this kind of skill. Why is it in a mage's skill set? I'm a mage and I have to wear a melee weapon to use this skill. Staffs are considered melee weapons though. But you're asking me to bash the opposite side of the room with my staff nearly 100 times, it's going to be anticlimactic alright. Linny was walking and looking at his new skills at the same time, and at the moment, he also happened to be in the center of Jiangcheng. Here lies the entire city of Jiangcheng, the most crucial few functional departments. Linny saw the most imposing and crowded building with 5 big words written on it, Dasha Trading House. Like the Dasha Bank, the Dasha Trading House, too, was a state-owned function supported by the Dasha officials behind the scenes. The chain of transactions extends throughout Dasha. It was only that Jiangcheng was only a 5th-level base city, and a branch in such a small place could not be said to be completely out of contact with the headquarters. Let's just say almost none. The goods and prices in circulation were also largely regulated by Jiangcheng itself. Walk through the doors of the trading house and through the bustling crowd. Linny arrived at a self-service trading window. So far in the cataclysmic era, the development of spirit crystal technology in all the countries of the Blue Planet had become very mature. A self-service trading window in a trading house is the setup. At each self-service window, there was no one, only the same blue spirit crystals suspended in mid-air as Linny had attended the transfer ceremony at the time. It was Linny's first time here. He looked at how other people operated, and quickly realized what he was going to do with the thing in front of him. This spirit crystal, when touched, brings up the full system screen. Then just do it on the screen. Whether you're selling or buying, a small teleportation spell on the trading counter will deliver your goods in an instant. Linny only felt new. Ordering online, shipping at the speed of light and arriving on the spot is indeed awesome. Linny placed all of the trash black iron equipment that the Wailing Forest Tiger King and its tiger sons and grandsons had dropped out earlier underneath the spirit crystal and scanned them. Soon Spirit Crystal gave an estimate. Linny previously calculated well, these equipment in the trading house, but also a national benchmark recovery price, cannot sell a few dollars. But the good thing was that there were still a dozen or so pieces of equipment down from a heavenly flame dragon's breath. After the dozen or so black iron suits were sold, Linny's card had another 10,000 or so Dasha coins on it. Linny then sold all the materials dropped by those monsters he had practiced with earlier in his carry-on space. The most valuable ones were the 1 or 2 special materials dropped by the Tiger King. Spirit crystals gave an estimate of 2 or 3,000. Everything else is basically zilch. In the end, Linny emptied his backpack, and the balance on his card once again rose from a few dozen dollars to over 20,000. That's not enough money to buy another 24-hour hangout skill point bonus. Linny was just going to see if he could pick up anything good at the trading house. He searched for the mage department's skill books. Sure enough, there wasn't a single copy. Linny thought for a moment and quickly realized. On the one hand, the drop rate of skill books in low-level areas was just too low, and Jiangcheng was a super small border town with a small total amount of goods. This also proved just how much of a dog's luck Linny had when he killed the Tiger King yesterday and dropped a skill book. The other side of the coin is that even if they were shipped, a lot of people wouldn't want to come to a trading house to sell something like that. Just like the Wind Spirit Rock Marrow that Linny had obtained, he ended up selling it to the relevant stores that specialized in recycling and selling this trade. Other professionals, even if they swiped a skill book they couldn't use, they would definitely want to sell it for a good price. I really want to buy the vocational skills book. Still have to make a run for the skill book specialty store under the Professionals Guild. The lawgiver's skills are not available. So generic skill books, are there any? Linny tapped his finger on the spirit crystal screen and opened the screening mode. Remove the filtering option for mage professions. Press the search button again. Soon rows of skill books appeared in front of him. Elementary Appraisal. Price, 18,992 dasha coins book. Linny scrolled down. Discovered that the generic skill book, surprisingly, is the only one of its kind. And on the back of these skill books, there is information about the maker. It seems that these types of generalized skills are not dropped by monsters. Instead, they are made by other life professions of the enchantment and scrolls departments. However, a most common elementary appraisal skill book was close to $20,000, which was also expensive to no end. So how expensive would a skill book for your own lawgiver be? Linny had some toothache. Originally, after selling the Wind Spirit Rock Marrow today, I felt like I was a rich buddy anyways. I didn't realize that I was overthinking it. But even if it's expensive, buy it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wind Spirit Rock Marrow would emit an emerald green luminescence in the darkness before, one might have missed such a treasure. With the appraisal technique, he would at least not be unaware of the treasures he saw. Especially this kind of elementary appraisal technique, in his hands, it wasn't elementary anymore. There are still hundreds of thousands of skill points that can be filled up with it now, ensuring that it will have no childhood whatsoever. Immediately advanced to high level. Linny gritted his teeth and bought this appraisal skill book. The next moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated, and Linny didn't even have to look at it. Knew it was the Deutsche Bank informing him that he was poor again. At the same time, the teleportation spell formation below the spirit crystal in front of Linny's eyes lit up with light, and after more than 10 seconds, a gray and plain scroll appeared in the center of the spell formation. Linny picked up the scroll. Checked the properties. Yes, it's the appraisal skill book. There was no hesitation in the moment and the choice to study was straightforward. Ding! Skill book, elementary appraisal technique used successfully, you have gained a new skill, appraisal technique elementary. Next, Linny naturally didn't think much about it. Over 100,000 skill points slammed down. A ding 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 passed. Linny received an unprecedented alert. Ding! You have consumed 120,000 skill points, your appraisal technique grandmaster level has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, appraisal technique ascendancy. Ding! Congratulations! You're the first in the entire blue planet to upgrade your appraisal technique to the rank of Ascent to the Top, and you've earned the uniqueness reward. Your appraisal technique Denjiki has morphed into a new skill, the Eye of Omniscience. Linny was dumbfounded. There's such a thing? Was he actually the first person in the entire Blue Star to upgrade his appraisal technique to this level? No one has been the first to grab this unique reward in the millennia since the Age of Calamity? The so-called uniqueness reward, Linny had read about it in his textbook. Simply put, it's similar to the achievement system in games. Once someone accomplished an unprecedented achievement, the Heaven's Way uniqueness reward would be triggered. Chapter 15, S-Rank Second Turn Quest. The Necromancer Must Die. Linny was somewhat happy. Tens of billions of people on Blue Star. He's 1 in 10 billion. No, in terms of spanning 1,000 years of history, he could be the 1 in a trillion. Linny quickly understood why no previous person had chosen to add the appraisal technique to the full level, which was the Dengfeng peak rank. Because there's no value for money in that. Most professionals learn an appraisal to see the attributes and strength of monsters of the same level as themselves. There's also a look at the properties of the heavenly materials. There was absolutely no need to rise to a high rank and go across ranks to learn about monsters you couldn't even defeat. And although the skill points consumed to upgrade a general skill like appraisal was only about a quarter of the skill points of a vocational skill. But who would be willing to take out that quarter of precious skill points and add an appraisal instead of a vocational skill? Thinking about this, Linny hastily opened his skill bar. Check out this new skill morphed from appraisal. Omniscient Eye. Unique. Skill level, 9th order. Type, passive generic skill. Consumption, none. Chanting, none. Cooling, none. Effect, when you stare at a target for more than 3 seconds, ignore the level difference between you and the target, ignore all of the target's hypocrisy, invisibility, and concealment effects, and get all of the target's information. When the target of your gaze is a spirit item or an equipment item that has not yet been successfully appraised, after successful appraisal, you have a 10% chance to raise the quality of that spirit item or that equipment by 1 rank. Remarks, insight into all things, physical observation of the world. Lin Yi was a bit shocked. The power of this skill was beyond his imagination. And it should be considered his first 9th rank skill. It could be said that after having this skill, everything in the world must be the truest aspect in Lin Yi's eyes. Not to mention, this passive skill also has the ability to break illusions and counter stealth. It's so anticlimactic. Lin Yi coalesced his gaze on a passing professional. After 3 seconds had passed, all of the man's information was completely exposed to Lin Yi. Occupation, level, what skills he has, what equipment he is only wearing, what his blood level is, and what status he has right now. Even what his weaknesses are clear. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yi calmed his somewhat agitated mood. Walking away from the deal. The trip was so rewarding. All that's left to do is to pick up the transfer quest. The Daxia Trading House and the Transmutation Sanctuary were very close to each other, almost just a block away. Lin Yi headed straight for the Transmutation Sanctuary not far away. As soon as he entered, a girl came up and greeted Lin Yi warmly. "Hello, professional, how may I help you?" The one who received Lin Yi was a dark-haired spectacled lady, who gave a warm smile and put her hands behind her back in a very well-behaved manner. In fact, she had noticed this big handsome guy from the moment Lin Yi had just walked through the doors of the sanctuary. There are many professionals traveling to and from the area. But dudes are a rare species. It's so hard to see one, or such a handsome one, of course I have to come up and talk to him. "Lin Yi, I'm going to take on the Turn 2 transformation quest." The spectacled lady continued to keep her smile, flicking a few strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear as she continued, "Then please show me your professional ID card." I've only just switched jobs and I haven't applied for a formal professional certificate yet, will a student ID do?" The glasses lady was a bit surprised. You mean, are you a newly minted professional who just succeeded in switching jobs a week ago?" Lin Yi nodded. The shock in the spectacled lady's heart was even greater. She had never seen anyone who was able to fulfill the second turn requirement in just a week of transferring. The expressions are a little out of control. "Your level, have you risen to level 30? Lin Yi nodded again. The spectacled lady took a deep breath and was secretly surprised. It seemed that the handsome man in front of him had an extremely terrifying family background. Although she hadn't seen any local professionals who were able to turn 2 so quickly in the small city of Jiangcheng, she had seen them in other larger base cities, especially certain families with extremely deep roots. It was still possible to try to rely on resources and pile up the clan science to level 30 in a very short period of time. I didn't realize that the handsome man in front of me was not only handsome, but his family background was also so terrifying. Unconsciously, the glasses lady was standing a little closer to Lin Yi. Of course Lin Yi didn't know that the girl in front of him had already brainstormed so many things, he just wanted to quickly take on the mission and go through with it. Lin Yi pulled out his student ID. That would prove that he is indeed a professional. Okay, I'll get you checked in right away." Soon enough, the glasses lady completed the formalities and then guided Lin Yi to one of the rooms in the Transmutation Sanctuary. Walking into the room, Lin Yi once again saw a blue spirit crystal stone suspended in mid-air. It was the same as what he had seen when he had first awakened his profession in school. Touch the spirit crystal again. Lin Yi received a system alert. Ding! Detecting professional levels. Current level of the professional, 30, has reached the conditions of the professional 2 transfer pickup. Begin extraction of transfer quests. Ding! You've received the S-rank transfer quest, the Necromancer must die. Quest requirement, please kill LV.60 world boss, Necromancer Rivendell with a squad size of less than 3 people to obtain the quest item, Heart of the Dead. After seeing the details of the mission requirements, Lin Yi froze for a moment. It wasn't so much that he felt the difficulty of the task was counterintuitive, but that it was a bit too easy. That's it for S-rank difficulty? A level 60 boss, this level wasn't even as high as the Molten Flame Inferno demon he had summoned. Even if it was a boss, it should still die when a heavenly flame dragon breath blasted it down, right? If you're not dead, make up a few more. This quest requirement even allowed him to form a team of 3. That's too forgiving. I'm crying my eyes out. If Lin Yi's idea was known by anyone else, he'd probably have a mouthful of grooves he didn't know where to spit. Because they would probably lose their voice if they were given a mission of this difficulty. It may not even be possible to turn 2 in this life. World bosses are notorious for their high defense and thick blood. This is because this kind of boss is directly refreshed in the leveling area, not in a copy. The boss in the copy is going to strictly limit the number of people. Naturally, the corresponding value will not be so sick. But the boss of the wild world, the blood volume is almost 10 times more than that of a copy boss of the same level. Because basically this kind of boss, after it is refreshed, is to be surrounded by hundreds and thousands of people. So apart from Linny, if any unlucky person really receives this kind of S-class mission, his path as a professional may really end here. Because the transfer quests were all randomly issued, there was no chance to do it again. After taking the quest, Linny walked out of the room. The spectacled lady who had received Linny earlier asked with a smile, "Student Lin, was the mission you received difficult?" Linny shook his head, generally. The spectacled lady clapped her hands. "Yeah, then I have to congratulate you first. If it's a simple quest, you should be able to turn 2 without any problems." "What's the mission objective? Don't look at me like this. I'm the most senior employee in the entire transfer sanctuary. Many of the quest requirements for third turn professionals, I know how to complete them." Chapter 16, Traveling to the Deadly Lands. Woohoo, take off. To be honest, Linny had also noticed that this girl was a bit beyond the pale in her enthusiasm. In his 2 lives, Linny was still very cautious and didn't directly and easily reveal the details of his mission. Just blandly said, "No need." Linny left the transfer hall. Cobbler sighed a little. Ugh, such a handsome guy, how come he seems to be someone with such a cold personality? Linny walked out of the Transmutation Sanctuary. Straight to the River City Professionals Union Guild's information collection. With the help of the spirit crystals in the library, Linny quickly looked up information about this boss. The southern outskirts of Pale Blue City experienced a terrible plague hundreds of years ago, when thousands of people died, and subsequently, that area became a forbidden zone where viruses and plagues raged. A large number of infected and undead creatures that roamed that area without the scent of the living, hence the name Land of the Dead. Necromancer Rivendell, rumor has it, was once a knight commander sent over by a certain empire at the time to rescue the victims of the disaster, and subsequently degenerated into a necromancer for some unknown reason. After every plague acid rain, Rivendell awakens from his grave and rides his skeletal warhorse, forever roaming the heart of the Deadlands. As Linny read on, he also knew some basic information about this boss. The boss level is the same as described in the quest objective. Level 60. And the refresh point was in a leveling area called Deadly Silence in the southern outskirts of Pale Blue City. Linny typed in the words Deadly Land on the spirit crystal light screen. Soon the results appeared. The location was indeed in the southern outskirts of Kanglan City, and the monster levels were between 40 and 50. Suitable for second-turn professionals to practice. What about refresh time? All wild bosses have a fixed refreshment pattern. Luckily, Pale Blue wasn't far from River City, and this side was able to pull up the Necromancer's last kill record. World boss, Rivendell the Necromancer. Refresh time, 30 days. Last kill recorded, 0900 hours on March 15, 3024. Linny looked at the current time and his face changed. Grass. The last time it was struck was exactly 1 month ago at this point in time. Doesn't that mean that it's refreshed now? This kind of world boss was one that would be surrounded by countless professionals, and it was even more in the pocket of many large guilds. Many times, those guilds and organizations would squat on the boss. As soon as it refreshes, just kill it. If you miss it yourself, you'll have to wait another month. Cam. Linny didn't want to be stuck with this simple quest for a month without being able to upgrade. In the next moment, Linny hurriedly ran out of the data archives and headed straight for the teleportation hall in Zhangchang. In this era, there are only 2 types of transportation that civilians can take. One type of high-speed underground rail transportation that digs through underground tunnels and navigates between the various base cities of Daxia. There basically wouldn't be too many monsters and ferocious beasts underground. And navigating underground allows you to bypass many monster-heavy areas. Security is guaranteed. It was also for this reason that most air transportation was extremely rare in Daxia, and even if it appeared, it was mostly military motherships or warships. In the end, the most convenient, the quickest, would be the teleportation array. Thanks to the double boost of spirit crystal technology and magic. Short-distance space teleportation has long been popularized for civilian use. even if Jiangchang was geographically thousands of kilometers away from Kanglan City next door. Using the teleportation array, it would only take a few minutes. Linny pulled out his cell phone, bought a teleportation ticket to Kanglan City online, went through security, and went straight to the teleportation hall. Just like Linny catching a train in his previous life, there was a limit to the number of people who could enter the teleportation array in each wave. And it's all a flurry of checking tickets to get in. Linny followed a group of people and stood in the teleportation formation, then the magic runes lit up. A suction force was emitted from the center of the teleportation array. In the next moment, Linny only felt a heavenly rotation, as if he had been sucked into some sort of space-time tunnel. The scenery around them was pulled into light and color, whizzing past their eyes. This experience is still very much a novelty. And Linny has a good sense of balance. Even then, it only felt exciting, nothing else physically uncomfortable. But not the other passengers. By the time the teleportation was successful and Linny arrived at the Kanglan City teleportation hall, everyone with him was basically puking their guts out. For a moment, the whole hall smelled bad enough to describe. Linny left at a quick pace. Next time you must not buy a general admission ticket. At least buy a higher ticket, not to mention that the teleportation experience would be better, at least the number of people was smaller and he didn't have to be crammed in with all these people. Out of the teleportation hall of Pale Blue City, Linny clearly felt that Kanglan City, as a fourth-level base city, was a bit more prosperous than Jiangchang in all aspects. But Linny had no time to focus on that. He kept in mind the directions to the deadly silence land that the glasses girl had told him earlier. The southern outskirts of Pale Blue City. Wings of Blizzard was a fifth-order spell of the wind system, and all wind-type spells had a short chanting time. But under the enchantment of Divine Grace Chant, fifth-order spells were all instantaneous for Linny. So Linny didn't hesitate, and the instantaneous blast wings were used. In the next moment, a strong wind violently blew up at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Countless pedestrians exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, a pale green mass of wind surrounded Linny's body, causing his entire body to blur into a shadow of wind. Others can't really see it, only an outline. The countless vigilantes stationed in the teleportation hall and the Kanglan City Transformation Sanctuary all took up their weapons when they saw this scene. Some even shouted at the top of their lungs. It was then that Linny remembered. He seems to have made a mistake. The use of skills and magic was not allowed in the non-leveling zones of all base cities in Dasha, and fighting and whatnot would even lead to being arrested and taken to the police station. Luckily, he was able to hide his identity with this skill. But in order to complete the mission before the necromancer hiccuped, Linny couldn't care less. In the next moment, a pair of wind wings appeared behind Linny. Linny's mind moved, and he only felt his weight, wrapped in the wind element, completely cancelled out to near nothing. He broke free of gravity. The wind rose up and went straight to the clouds. Flying on your own is a completely different experience than flying through the sky with the help of transportation. Cool is really cool. Especially with that feeling of having no obstacles and being able to soar between heaven and earth at breakneck speeds, Linny got high in a second. He kept accelerating, trying to race his speed to the limit. In an instant, the entire person was transformed into a stream of emerald green light, heading straight for the southern outskirts of Kanglan. Mom! Look, someone's flying. In the bustling crowd below, countless young children pointed at the figure in the sky that was as swift as the wind, clapping their hands and exclaiming. Wherever Linny passed, he drew countless gasps of surprise and envy from pedestrians. The group of Kanglan City's security and maintenance professionals who had just planned to arrest Linny were all dumbstruck. 6 turns of the big man. They had just tried to find trouble with a 6th revolution bigot. The Dasha law of public order states that professionals are not allowed to fly or use their skills within the base city limits. However, to the real bigwigs, even if they did so, the little shrimps in charge of law and order, wouldn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 17, Seeing the Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath Again. Linny, like a god. Linny, of course, didn't know that this wave of his woohoo takeoff operation. Exactly how many people in Pale Blue City were shocked. Soon he was flying high above Pale Blue City with a wide view above him. The entire city of Pale Blue was in full view. And the surrounding sample of the practicing area was clearly visible. At a glance, Linny could see hundreds of kilometers away from the southern outskirts of Kanglan City. The territory that was bare and reeked of gloom. That would be the land of the dead. Linny maneuvered his wind wings and began to fly at full speed towards the land of the dead. In the meantime, in the land of the dead. The entire land of the dead was not dead at the moment. A large number of professionals, who all seemed to be like sharks that had smelled blood, were approaching the center area. There was the refresh point for the Necromancer, the world boss. However, they still encountered a lot of resistance. The Thunder Guild has chartered the venue, please avoid the idlers. Star Ocean Guild restricted area ahead, please leave immediately. The countless professionals wearing the uniforms of the various guilds were drinking on the spot to all idle professionals who dared to approach the center area, and would not let them get even halfway close at all. Damn, world boss, your family runs it. Yeah, why don't you let us in? A sardonic smile appeared on the face of the guild member in charge of blocking the way. That's right, it's our Thunder Guild that runs it, you guys dare to barge in and try? In the face of such brutal and unreasonable behavior, countless professionals who dared to be angry. Thunder and Star Ocean, the two major professional guilds in Pale Blue City. These two guilds, on weekdays, often demarcated areas in popular practicing zones, only supplying their own guild members to practice, completely disregarding whether or not other professionals could continue to upgrade. There have been attempts to resist. However, the leaders of the two guilds were all powerful professionals at turn 4 close to turn 5, and the people under their hands were even more elite and powerful. So this is a situation that continues to this day. Right now was the critical time for the refreshment of the necromancers, and the two guilds naturally intended to take all of the experience and drops and split them equally. Boom! Boom! Suddenly the center area of the encirclement line emitted the roar of countless skill collisions. Everyone knows that. This is Necromancer Rivendell refreshed. The elites from Thunder and Star Ocean guilds had already started killing the boss. This time, though, something seemed different. Because, the sound of those skills colliding soon stopped. Subsequently, a black plague that emitted a strong aura of death began to spread throughout the entire land of death. For a moment, those professionals from the two guilds who were responsible for guarding the periphery and restricting the entry of other professionals changed color. They were in the guild channel and received a message from their own guild members asking for help. Something's not right, the boss is calling for help, let's hurry over. In an instant, all of the people from the two guilds went straight to the central area of the deadly silence land. Those occupiers they had driven to the periphery were beaming with joy. A brain followed. There is one big difference between world boss and copy boss. That is, the experience value and skill point rewards after a kill are distributed depending on the kill contribution. The more output you contribute to a world boss kill, the more skill points and experience value you will receive in equal shares. That is, dropping items would depend on who was giving the last hit only. The crowd rushed to the center of the land of the dead with great vigor. The sight that entered their eyes made everyone feel that their throats were firmly clutched by a big hand called death, not daring to make any sound. Countless professionals wearing the uniforms of the Star Ocean and Thunder Guilds maintained their positions of running outward, lying sprawled on the ground that flowed with the black water of the plague. Their weapons were broken, their faces agonized, and they died in peace. Obviously suffered unimaginable torture before death. President. Boss. The members of the two guilds responsible for guarding the periphery even saw their own presidents in the pile of corpses. This is even more unbelievable to them. It was only a level 60 world boss. They've killed dozens of times. How? The group was destroyed? Didn't wait for them to think about it. The next moment, the sound of heavy horse hooves stomping down the ground came. They saw the culprits responsible for this sight. The heavily armored knight wearing a pitch-black battle armor, holding a huge sword with a length of 4 or 5 meters, rode on a skeleton warhorse that could not see half of its skin and flesh. Ghostly flames of ghostly blue flickered in the empty sockets of the warhorses and riders' heads. Rivendell, the necromancer, became more than 10 times larger than usual. Everywhere it passed, the ground was haloed with the blackened waters of the plague. Run! He seems to be alienated. Everyone felt a war cry from their souls. Rumor had it that world bosses and copy bosses all had a very low probability of being affected by the power of the abyss and opening an alienated state. In this state, the level and skills of the corresponding boss would receive an extremely terrifying increase. Many bosses that turned out to be even only level 30 or 40 might end up leveling up past 200. This ultimately leads to the demise of the team or even the group. Escape. Run fast. That was all anyone could think. At this moment the identity of the hunter and the prey, complete conversion. That necromancer who had originally died countless times under their swords and magic. Return of the dead from the grave. Necromancer Rivendell gave a tug on the reins of his warhorse. The next moment, the skeleton warhorse hissed and stomped its 4 hooves, and the next moment, waves of necromantic magic spread out. The originally dry soil under the feet of countless people was instantly flooded by the endless dark waters of the plague. In that black water, it was as if there were countless undead stretching out their bony claws and grabbing the ankles of all the professionals who wanted to escape. They were mired in the mire of death and could no longer move halfway. And as the black water swirled away, a scene that made their scalps even more numb appeared. Only the bodies that were originally lying on the ground in a heap. At the moment, the torso was infused with necromantic power. They stood up again. Picking up the broken sword, he mouthed a familiar magic spell. Only this time, they fought for the necromancers. Black fog obscures the sky. The sky rained down a dark plague of acid, and the smell of death was unmistakable. Everyone is in despair. They wailed and they cried. But no sound could be made. A curtain of rain obscured everything, leaving the land of the dead, about to return to dead silence. Jinn. Just as everyone was about to be dragged into the black water and drowned completely. In their ears, they suddenly heard an incomparably loud and clear sound of a dragon's roar. In the next moment, the incomparable burning heat completely dispelled the chill of death. The black mist in the sky, as well as the curtain of rain, stopped. In the next moment, the bright orange-colored firelight completely tore apart the black fog. Dragon! A terrifying dragon that blazed and emitted endless heat appeared in the sky. The dragon's breath spewed from its mouth, spilling down like a waterfall. Necromancer Rivendell tilted his head. In that pupil that was like a ghostly fire, it reflected the silhouette above the dome of the sky, behind the giant dragon of heavenly fire, that was obscured in the endless gusts of wind. Chapter 18 Altered Necromancer, Wind Magic's Advantage Zone. Snort! The plague of black water that wraps around the ankles of all professionals. Under the scorching heat of the dragon's breath, the speed of light dissolved into bits of black gas. It drifted into the air and disappeared. Everyone is free again. They similarly saw, flying high above the sky, the silhouette that was like a god. That's right, in their eyes, someone who could use such a terrifying magic to instantly dispel all the plagues and gloom would already be their savior god. High above. Linny let out a long breath. It's an accelerated flight all the way to a tight deadline. Luckily, I caught up. This necromancer, thankfully, is not dead. Linny didn't even think twice the moment he saw Necromancer Rivendell. A direct instantaneous heavenly flame dragon breath slammed down. He was terrified that the professionals who were surrounding the boss at the bottom would snatch this head. If we were to talk about what skill he currently had the highest damage, it would undoubtedly be heavenly flame dragon breath. And the skill is very dry, with little dragged out attack pre-shake. It's just plain old dragon's breath smashing down. Devastating blow. Besides, Linny wasn't some kind of murderous maniac. With his current mastery over the fire element, he was even able to do so, as the heavenly flame dragon's breath slammed down, destroying all monsters. But not to the point of harming those professionals in the slightest. This was also the reason why that group of thousands of professionals who were in despair didn't even have half an injury under such a terrifying 7th-rank dragon's breath. After the dragon's breath, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Not dead? Didn't even lose much blood? There's something about this boss. Lin Yi was a bit surprised. It had occurred to him before that a heavenly flame dragon breath might not be able to blast the spirit knight to death. But at least it's half the blood, right? Now it seems like it might not work to put in a few more celestial flame dragon breaths. Lin Yi stared at Necromancer Rivendell. Under the influence of the Eye of Omniscience. Soon his information appeared in front of Lin Yi. Necromancer Rivendell alienated. Rank, LV.200. Rank, King. Race, Undead. Life value, 9.97 million 10 million. Mana, 100,000. Power, 15,800. Spirit, 8,000. Agility, 8,000. Endurance, 15,800. Active skills, Undead Army, Plague Wave, Necrotic Breaking / Death Grip, Charge, Corpse Burst. Passive skills, Undead Will, Indestructible Body Alienation. Weakness, Holy Light Damage. Lin Yi froze. Level 200? I thought it was level 60. How did the level suddenly go up so much? Linny had certainly noticed the word alienation on the information panel. But he had not previously heard, in his textbooks, at all, what the mechanism was. Is that what the enhanced version of the boss means? But a heavenly flame dragon's breath only dealt him 30,000 points of damage, so Linny was a bit puzzled. Luckily, with the Eye of Omniscience, Linny quickly picked up on the clues from the Necromancer's skills. The problem was the passive skill, Undying Body Altered. Immortal Body Alienation. Type, Passive Skill. Rank, 7. Effect, the power of the abyss strengthens your body, giving you a transcendent ability to withstand damage. All damage you take outside of the Holy Light system is reduced by 50% and the maximum amount of damage you can take in a single instance is 9,999 points. You recover 5,000 life points per second. This passive skill is a bit counterintuitive. The most horrifying thing is still the single bearing wound, which is less than 10,000 points at most. No wonder a heavenly flame dragon's breath slammed down and only dropped this much blood. Even that high single damage from the dragon's breath only dealt 9,999 points of damage, and any subsequent blood dropped was just burn damage. Watch this explosive passive skill of Death Knight Rivendell. Linny was suddenly glad. Luckily, he had upgraded his wind magic yesterday. Otherwise he really couldn't do much with this one today. As expected, compared to strengthening a single lineage to the extreme, it was better to take this route of balanced development of multiple lineages for a greater increase in battle power. Linny had previously disliked wind magic somewhat. Mainly, some scraping. Take the most basic third-order spells and compare them. The triple damage of the triple Inferno Lance, with Linny's current lack of attributes and equipment, the base damage had broken 10,000. But 9 damage from the blast 9 consecutive blades is not even 5,000 points. Hit fast and hit a lot though. But it's really too scratchy. But things are different now. When you run into a boss like Necromancer Rivendell, who can harden against a single high damage, the multiple attacks of the wind system are too valuable. A few minutes ago. Pale Blue City. Professionals Union Building. The halls are still organized though, with a constant stream of people from all types of professions coming in to inquire about their business. But in the conference room, countless top executives of Pale Blue City's Professionals Union. It's sweating profusely at the moment. Can't handle it. Absolutely can't handle it. From the comparison of the data of all the field world boss alienations in the last 100 years of our great summer, the level is usually raised by at least 3 times. In other words, this world boss in the Deadly Silence Land right now is at least level 180. I've long said that once the sole world boss around our Pale Blue City is alienated, it's a ticking time bomb. I didn't expect it to come so fast. All the participants were ashen-faced. What was playing on the big screen of the conference room at the moment happened to be the Necromancer who had been completely alienated. No one has come up with a crisis response plan. In the end, the president of the Pale Blue City Professionals Union, who was sitting on the main seat, made the final decision. I've already sent a request for help to the headquarters of the Tianhai City Professionals Union, which is directly under us, and they've dispatched a 6th-turn professional who's already on his way. But it would take even him 2 hours to get from the Sky Sea to our Pale Blue. We have 2 hours in which to complete the evacuation of the masses, as well as fending off the undead hordes summoned by the alienated Necromancer. Handle it poorly, and this is a great calamity for our Pale Blue. The vice president, a Sherpa man, was instantly dumbfounded when he heard that the president had made the decision to evacuate the people of Pale Blue. But, President, sending out alerts now could terrify the population if anything else happens. The thankful man didn't even finish his sentence. And it was rudely interrupted? If the plague and corruption of the Deadlands spreads to us here in Pale Blue, it won't be a matter of your head in the sand, it'll be a matter of whether or not you and I are going to be stepping on sewing machines for the rest of our lives. Are you really stupid, or are you just trying too hard to get ahead? The old president on the main seat had cold eyes. The reprimand was not merciful in the least. Directly, the Xieding vice president lost his face in front of the crowd. Issue a level 1 alert, then notify the city's defense forces and prepare to evacuate the population. Now, do it at once. With Pale Blue City's top brass making the decision to evacuate. Throughout Pale Blue City, a mournful siren sounded. Countless professionals, moreover, received regional broadcasts. It was the same as the Molten Flame Inferno that Jiang Chang had summoned because of Linny earlier. These types of high-level and high-ranked monsters, they simply didn't have the ability to deal with them. One could only wait for the entire Dongjiang province, the true powerhouses, to arrive. Chapter 19, Skyfall. 7th Order Triple Boom. Cries, screams, and the sound of countless waves of people running around in panic. Everyone in the originally peaceful and tranquil Kanglan city was tense. Most of them had never seen such a big scene before. Countless loaded, fierce military professionals began to guide the evacuation of the masses in an organized manner, and when they encountered panicked or even disruptive professionals, they would even suppress them with thunderous means. No one knows exactly what happened. All they know is that the big one is coming. Look, you guys, at the sky to the south. My God! What's that? In the hasty evacuation of the evacuees, some noticed that the southern sky, for some reason, was so red that it was oozing blood. Even in the very distance of the area, which was like a burning, they saw the outline of some legendary creature. Dragon! A flaming dragon! The dragon spewed hot breath, and the impact of that image pulled straight through. It wasn't just the crowd that looked dumbfounded. Even those military professionals who were maintaining order all looked dumbfounded. They didn't really know what was going on, but now, they could probably guess. Something shocking must have happened in the southern suburbs of Pale Blue City. Maybe it was because of that fire dragon that they had to evacuate the crowd. It's a good thing that the mutations in the southern skies come and go so quickly. Just as everyone was worried about whether their homes were being invaded by some dragon race, the fire dragon disappeared and the sky in the southern suburbs returned to normal. It was as if everything they had just seen was an illusion. However, the next moment, the entire city of Pale Blue. The wind is picking up. Without the slightest sign. The city, which had been calm before, suddenly blew a violent gale. The wandering wind elements in the sky and earth all went berserk. Some of the several professionals in Kanglan City whose strength had reached the 4th turn mounted their battle pets and flew into the sky. They are able to see more than the general public. It was as if a huge vacuum or a terrifying storm cyclone had appeared on the southern outskirts of Pale Blue City. All the air currents, they all converged over there in a frenzy. Woohoo! The flying riding pets on many people's hips were shivering in the increasingly terrifying wind currents. The sky also dimmed. It was as if there was a storm that had been building up for a long time and was about to descend completely. Over the Deadlands. Lin Yi was suspended in the very center of this storm that he was leading. Lin Yi mouthed the words. He was performing the chant for the 7th ranked wind spell, Surprise Thousand Lanes Break. Actually, Lin Yi still had 2 more instantaneous chances now. But since he was now in a state where he was protected by the wind mass generated by the blizzard wings, casting spells wouldn't be interrupted and he wouldn't be attacked. Naturally, he wanted to see just how long it would take him if he chanted a 7th rank spell in its entirety. Even if the chant is not completed. But the sky had already seen a horrible vision. The sky was completely overcast. The clouds and mist hung lower and lower, and a large amount of cloud energy kept swirling around, vaguely forming a terrifying wall of clouds as spectacular as a tsunami. Like water, air is actually a fluid. And under the influence of such a dense wind element, the nature of the atmosphere at the moment was already like a liquid. When this terrifying wall of clouds fell completely, that was when Lin Yi's chant ended. The winds howl and disturb the peaceful sleep of the dead. This behavior also seemed to have completely angered the necromancer Rivendell. He violently raised the Black Knight sword in his hand, pointing it straight at Lin Yi high in the air. In his throat, an unmistakably oozing low growl. In the next moment, the plague black water that had just been roasted dry by the heavenly flame dragon's breath rolled back like a wave. Once again, most of the entire Deadland was covered, as much as it could be. Beneath the black water, countless limbs, bones, and rotten flesh were twisting and reorganizing. Thousands of undead creatures, summoned by the necromancer, returned to Earth. This scene made the thousands of professionals in Kanglan City who had previously planned to come and kill the world boss tremble. It's too netherworldly. Lin Yi's eyes flickered. Under the gaze of the Eye of Omniscience, Lin Yi knew that this was his skill, Army of the Dead. If we let him continue to summon like this, all of the dead who had once buried their bones and died horizontally in this land of the dead would be pulled up by him and continue to fight for him as the undead. The more people who died, the more undead soldiers he could transform. Not to mention, these undead soldiers were even able to inherit some of their strength and skills from their lives. At that time, it was not impossible for the entire Kanglan City to turn into a human purgatory. Whoosh! The huge sword in Necromancer Rivendel's hand swung violently, and black light broke through the air. A terrifying death spirit sword chi-chop flew straight towards Linny in the sky. This is another one of his signature skills. Necrotic breaking chop. The power of the chop should be terrifying. Linny even heard the low humming sound of the chopping strikes tearing through the air. The wind mass defense effect attached to the 5th ranked blade wind wings would not be able to withstand an attack of this intensity. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Yi's life value was only a few hundred points. Coming in a hurry, there was no minion like Molten Fire Inferno to put a shield on him. However, Lin Yi wasn't the least bit flustered. For, out of his mouth, he spat the last magic spell. Chanting, done. Even though it was 7th rank magic, the qualities of wind magic were still strong. That was the chanting time, which was at least about 1/3 less compared to Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath. Again, under the passive influence of the 70% shortened chanting time of Divine Grace Chant. The 7th rank spell took Linny less than 10 seconds to read. The sound of whistling wind. Raging currents of air. There was a momentary pause in all of them. It's the final calm before the horrific storm arrives. In the next moment, above the 9 heavens, the wall of clouds collapsed. Like a shocking wave, wrapped in terrifying might, it fell from the heights. That one terrifying death spirit breaking sword chi was instantly drowned in the raging wind flow in front of the collapsing cloud wall. In the blink of an eye, the power of the chop was completely worn out and annihilated. Gone. Ignoring the professional standing on the ground, he tilted his head. The heart was even more shocked and chilled at the sight of the sky as if it were falling, an incomparably frightening scene. Necromancers are awesome. Their lives and deaths were actually just at the whim of this boss. But now compare. Or is that mysterious big guy in the sky even more powerful? He then waved his hand, and the sky all but crashed to the earth. However, what shocked them even more was more than that. In the sky, the blurred figure beneath that wall of clouds. It seemed to point a finger down again. Next moment. The already incomparably terrifying storm, the wind force hardened and once again pulled up more than twice as high. Countless people had even been unable to open their eyes and had trouble breathing. And, above the sky, the immensely spectacular wall of clouds showed signs of overlapping. The first wall of clouds, which had yet to fall, detonated the terrifying power of the spell, Thousand Lanes Break. There were already 2 more cloud walls instantly forming and smashing down one after another. Chapter 20, Instantaneous Alienated Boss. Rich reward. Such a high-level spell. That big guy, he's able to wave his hand and triple trigger it? How strong he really is. The brains of countless professionals went completely down. High in the air. Linny had used up all 3 instantaneous opportunities that he had saved up for a day. Actually, Linny was still a very cautious person. He was worried that a 7th ranked surprise Thousand Lanes Breaker wouldn't be able to kill this level 200 boss. Then add 2 more. 3 consecutive 7th order spells slammed down. There's no way you're still alive, is there? What if it doesn't die? Linny had certainly thought of a way to retreat. Still not dead, just run. Anyway, if this boss was really that unbelievable, it would definitely live until he saved up a few more days of skill points to deal with it with higher level spells. He could afford to wait. And while others had to wait 10 years for revenge, he waited 10 days for the forbidden spell to be added. As it turned out, Linny was overly concerned. The wall of clouds smashed down. Berserk Windblade Chop, magically bound within a wall of clouds, leaves to begin an indiscriminate attack on all targets within the skill's range. It was almost an extremely brief moment. Those undead minions that had just been pulled up by Necromancer Rivendell took hundreds of attacks. What little bones and rotten flesh were left on his body were completely churned into slag by the wind blades, with not a single bit left. Snort! Alienated Necromancer Rivendell also has high defense. The wind blades cut into his thick battle armor, making an incomparably dense friction sound. Bad news, even at the 7th rank, the wind magic, thrilling Thousand Lanes Breaking, still didn't go against the law of the ancestors, and the damage was still very scratchy. Good news, but the shaving is fast and plentiful. Linny saw layers and layers of densely packed damage numbers begin to emerge from the top of the Necromancer's head. These damage numbers are small. It's basically a couple thousand, and it's like 2,000 or 3,000 when it's blown up. But the frequency about injuries is horrendous. Linny only needed a slight estimation to surmise that from the time the wall of clouds smashed down to the time the entire power of the magic completely exploded, it was actually less than 15 seconds. But in total, no less than 4,000 attacks were inflicted. Just as the first 1,000 Erasure breaks finished completely exploding, the Necrotic Knight, an alienated world boss with a blood volume of 10 million levels, was directly crippled. Less than a third of the bloodstain was left. However, the second third surprising 1,000 arrows break didn't give him any time to recover at all. Successive outbreaks. This time, Linny directly saw Necromancer Rivendel's blood level being cleared at the speed of light. Seconds. Even if you really counted, this bastard owed Linny a life. Roar. Hiss. Rivendel's low roar before he died was full of resignation. The warhorse under his crotch also wailed, its bones completely falling apart, and was sliced into flying dust by countless wind blades. Ended up like those undead minions. Ding. Congratulations, you have killed the alienated world boss, Necromancer Rivendell, gaining 2,200,000 experience points, and an additional 1,500,000 experience points for overstepping your level to kill. Ding. Congratulations, your output contribution reached 100% in the kill battle of the alienated world boss, Necromancer Rivendell. You have earned 2,000 bound skill points and 20 tradable skill point scrolls 5. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the special quest prop, Heart of the Dead. Your transfer quest, Necromancer Must Die, has been completed. Please return to the transfer sanctuary to submit your quest and complete your transfer. 3 consecutive prompts rang out in Lin Yi's mind. It proved that this boss, who had been so furious and alive just a moment ago, was really directly seconded by him. Tisk. Lin Yi sked. Obviously felt that the skill points given by this boss, why is it so petty? Just a little over 2,000 points? If anyone else knew about this thought of Lin Yi's, they would probably burst into tears. Dude, 2,000 bound skill points and 100 tradable skill point scrolls, or one person alone, it's really cool and a lot more okay. A lot of people have to brush more than half a year's worth of copies to earn that number of skill points. Lin Yi slowly landed from the sky. This level of boss, after killing, how about dropping a lot of good stuff, right? Sure enough, after Lin Yi landed on the ground, he found a large amount of golden equipment where the Necrotic Knights had stood one by one before, and there was even one of them that shone with a platinum gold light. Aside from that, Lin Yi also saw 2 skill books that fell to the ground. Dropping skill books again. Lin Yi had learned before that even if it was a world boss, the probability of dropping a skill book was very low. It was also the fact that he had killed an alienated necromancer that should have made the drop rate much higher. But he didn't expect to drop 2 books at once. In addition to equipment and skill books, Lin Yi also realized that this one dropped a lot of materials that were rare by the looks of their names. These materials should fetch quite a bit of money as well. Lin Yi picked up all the treasures on the ground with a brain. Then observed the surroundings. The group of professionals that Lin Yi had previously noticed from high up in the sky, under his intentional control, hadn't been injured under the effects of the surprising wave 1,000 lawn breaks. But even if there are no injuries, the successive smashes of 7th order wind magic still made most people unable to withstand that kind of rough power, and with the difficulty in breathing, they fainted. Well, that's a relief. Otherwise, now if these people are still awake. Seeing that he alone had all the necromancer's drop rewards all to himself, it was inevitable that an eye roll would appear. It's going to involve a series of murder for hire dogfights when the time comes. It's a lot less work now. With the mission done and the treasure picked up, there was little reason to continue to linger here. Blast Wings was used again. Lin Yi flew into the sky, his figure quickly disappearing. Just minutes after Lin Yi flew away, 2 streams of light flew from the sky. One of them wore a full set of red armor, his body was stout and strong, and his body's fighting aura was stirring, so he seemed to have an extraordinary aura. The other person was wearing a light green vestment, his beard and hair were white, and he looked quite a bit immortal. What's going on? The red-armored strongman blocked his arms in front of his eyes. The violent gusts of wind made it a little difficult for him to adjust to his immediate surroundings. The sky and the earth were a blur, and there was absolutely no trace of that alienated world boss. Chen Feng was completely confused. He was none other than the 6th turn warrior powerhouse who had come to assist Kanglan City in dealing with this alienated boss. The old man beside him was even one of the strongest 3 people in Tianhai City, with a strength of 7 revolutions. It was a breeze for the 2 of them to come and deal with a boss that was close to level 200 or so after alienation. However, how could Chen Feng not expect that they were flying at full power? After arriving at the southern outskirts of Pale Blue, instead of seeing a boss, you see a horrible storm still raging. That's right. Even if Lin Yi had left. And the main power of the spell, surprising wave 1000 Lan breaks, had already finished exploding. But it's the same as if the Skyflame Dragon's breath had permanently traumatized the Wailing Forest. 3 rounds of shocking wave 1000 Erasure break, also from now on let this Deadland, not in the dead silence. Predictably, if there are no external influences. In the future, this area would be racked with gale force winds of over 10 levels all year round. Chapter 21, Shock of the Holy Magician. A heaven-defying magic mastery. Elder Qi, what do you think is going on? Chen Feng, the red-armored strong man, turned his head to look at the green-robed old man beside him. The old man's eyes were deep at the moment. 7th Order. Wind magic, surprise 1000 lanes break. Well, no, according to the current wind elemental thickness, the caster should have unleashed more than just one 7th Order magic. Qi Guoguang, Vice President of the Tianhai City Professionals Union. A true 7th turn powerhouse. And like Lin Yi, he was also a mage. As the old saying goes, outsiders look at the world, but insiders look at the door. As soon as he entered the boundaries of the deadly Silence Land, Qi Guoguang noticed the strong residual aura of magic here. It was even straightforward to surmise that someone had cast 3 7th Order wind spells in a row here. No. There are still remnants of fire elemental magic fluctuations. It's Skyflame Dragon Breath. In the next moment, Qi Guoguang's eyes widened slightly. He felt the fluctuation of another element. And the level of volatility. It's also the 7th Order. That is to say, before those 3 times of 7th Order wind magic. There's also a trace of a 7th Order fire magic blast. Qi Guoguang's eyes glowed with a surfeit of green light. A staff with an emerald green precious magical metacrystal embedded at the top was taken out of his carry space. The next moment, he waved his staff. Scatter. One word escaped his lips. Next moment. The fierce wind that enveloped the entire deadly Silence Land instantly stopped. The heavy clouds in the sky, too, gradually dispersed. The light of heaven pours down. Chen Feng, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. This waving of the hand to dispel the storm is pretty showy. Damn it! The lawgiver is just so cool. Even if Chen Feng was much younger than Qi Guoguang, he still envied this means of calling out the wind and rain like a divine skill. Compared to the skills of his warrior profession, it's much simpler and rougher. That's why most people would call a warrior professional a war crane. And the reason why mage professionals are mages. Because mages are really cool. The matter of dispersing the storm was not really a difficult task for Qi Guoguang. Because it's a coincidence. He was the mage who majored in the wind system. His current skill point specialization was wind magic. Moreover, his systematic study of magic's magical fluctuations and magical composition didn't know how much deeper it was than Lin Yi, a brat who only knew how to instantly fire high-level magic but didn't know why it worked. The clouds cleared and the storm stopped. However, the scene on the surface of the deadly Silence Land still caused Chen Feng to suck in a breath of cold air. One could only see that the entire surface of the deadly Silence Land had been cut off a meter or two of its strata by the violent gusts of wind. On the exposed ground, there were even countless dense, disorganized and deep gullies. The gullies looked as if they had been slashed by some incredibly sharp sword. However, this kind of traces that were distributed over a great range and did not have any regularity in the transportation of swords could never really be traces that were cut out by a warrior-turned-swordsman professional. It was a trail left behind by a furious wind blade that plowed deeply into the ground. Other than that, Chen Feng also saw a scorched black strip that was about 10 kilometers wide and hundreds of kilometers long. He couldn't quite imagine what had happened here before. Elder Qi, there seems to be someone else down there. 6th turn professionals had excellent eyesight. Even in the sky. Chen Feng also keenly saw that on the ground, there were patches and patches of occupiers lying all over the place. A light blue magical glow flickered, and in the next moment, Qi Guoguang's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng froze. He was seen appearing beside the group of professionals on the ground. Generic mage skill, flash spell. Chen Feng was once again speechless. There are so damn many good invisible loading skills like the lawgiver. Envious. He could only catalyze the do chi in his body and flew down in a hurry. Chen Feng landed at the side of one of the occupiers, stretched out a finger, and probed his nose. Facing surprise, he said, "This man is still alive. How to survive?" Chen Feng was somewhat marveled at the tenacity of this professional's life force. According to Qi Guoguang's previous analysis, 3 7th order wind spells, a 7th order fire magic. Even the whole practicing area has turned into this. The fact that this man can still live is truly outrageous. Shock appeared on Qi Guoguang's face as he slowly spoke. Not only is this one alive, everyone lying here is alive, just passed out. Chen Feng was shocked. Ha? All alive? Ha? Elder Qi, 4 7th ranked magic down, how did they survive? Qi Guoguang's eyes were also filled with an extra dash of intense curiosity and amazement. Extremely terrifying magic control. Chen Feng sniffed. Somewhat puzzled. Qi Guoguang continued to explain, if I release an equally 7th ranked wind magic right now, I can also guarantee that these professionals won't die or even get injured. But the person who came here before and disposed of that necromancer, he is also on par with me in his attainment of fire magic, and his mastery of it is no less than that of the wind system. He is, at the very least, a dual cultivated 7th turn Saint Magus. Qi Guoguang finished his speech. Lapse into contemplation. Obviously searching in his brain, in the entire Great Xia, there was anyone who was a fire-wind dual cultivator and had both points above the 7th rank. Such a character was undoubtedly one of only a handful when looking at the entire Grand Xia. However, he didn't match any of the candidates that fit the profile. Is one's network not wide enough? It might be time to go back to the Pantheon and ask a few deacons about it. Maybe this person is a certain deacon in the Pantheon. Qi Guoguang was actually a bit envious of them all. He was a wind saint magician though. The kind that millions of people admire. But he could only pursue the ultimate in wind magic in this life. He had both admiration and envy for those who were able to dual cultivate. There was no doubt that dual cultivation would take a lot more effort than if he had specialized in one lineage. Qi Guoguang closed his eyes. Silently, he felt the magic fluctuations left over from these 4 spells Lin had cast. Soon, he extracted the magical branding with a draw. The so-called magical branding is something like an autograph for each person. Each person casts magic with their own unique characteristics and details. All of these details and traits combined are a person's magical imprint. By comparing the magical branding, it would be easier to locate the mage himself. Qi Guoguang memorized this special brand of magic in his heart, then opened his eyes and spoke. Let's go to Pale Blue first and tell them what's going on here. And you're good to deliver. Chen Feng nodded. In fact, he was the one who was at risk today. And since Qi Guoguang was very close to his old man, his father wasn't too worried about him coming alone before requesting the assistance of the 7th Revolution Saint Magician. The two didn't care about these professionals anymore, since these people weren't dead, they should all wake up after a while as well. If there's going to be an aftermath, it's surely going to be the Pale Blue City itself. They're just here to deal with the crisis. Now that the crisis had somehow been solved by the others, they would just need to go through the motions to show that they had indeed come. Chapter 22, 2nd turn successful. New skill of the Ice Department. Kanglan City, outside the city gates. Lin found a hidden spot and landed. All base cities in Daxia, unless special permission is granted. Otherwise it's all forbidden air. He had indeed been in too much of a hurry before, which was why he had taken off directly from Wuhu in front of so many people. Now he was going to enter the city and return to River City through the teleportation array. Naturally, I don't want to get into more trouble. Lin just landed. It was seen that in the sky, 2 streams of light, one red and one green, appeared. Flying into Kanglan City at an extremely fast speed. Lin Cam. Why do they just have the nerve to fly like that? Sky. Qi Guoguang seemed to sense something. An unintentional flick toward the bottom. Magic flowed in his eyes, and he quickly saw Lin hidden beneath the city gates. How is it that this person gives him an overwhelmingly familiar feeling? But for a moment, it just didn't come to mind. Soon, Qi Guoguang was slightly alarmed. He remembered. The ordinary, just somewhat handsome-looking teenager below had a faint wave of magic power emanating from his body. Surprisingly, it was 7 or 8% similar to the magical branding he had sensed previously at the scene of the incident in the Deadly Land. Qi Guoguang temporarily slowed down his flight. With curiosity, he used an appraisal spell on the teenager below. Soon Lin Yi's occupation and level was displayed in front of him. Qi Guoguang shook his head. It seems that I was overthinking it. Level 30, not even a second turn yet for a pro, albeit a mage. But there was no way a 7th order spell could be used. At that moment, Chi Guoguang didn't look at Lin Yi one more time and accelerated once more to fly away. The difference in strength between Lin Yi and Chi Guoguang was still too great. It was a complete suppression in terms of rank and attributes. So even though Chi Guoguang had already used his appraisal technique on him, Lin Yi hadn't noticed. Pale Blue City Professionals Union Meeting Hall. Poof. Poof. It was the sound of knees touching the floor. Seeing the large group of Kanglan City executives in front of them who had given their knees and were still continuously voicing their gratitude, Chen Feng and Chi Guoguang were somewhat at a loss as to what to say. President Hu, what are you doing? Chen Feng was, after all, the one who had actually been dispatched over for crisis management in this incident, and hurriedly assisted Hu Weijian, the president of the Kanglan City Professionals Association. Hu Weijian was the one who had previously cursed his deputy after the appearance of the alienated necromancer and had immediately notified the evacuation of the masses and the alert of the entire city. I don't know how else to thank you too. I can only kowtow and thank you on behalf of our millions of people in Kanglan. With that, Hu Weijian really wanted to continue kowtowing. To be honest, the gratitude in his heart at the moment was genuine. The ecstasy of the aftermath is even more real. Because the incident, in such a short time, was resolved quickly, with no casualties and no financial losses. And his handling of the response was textbook. Unsurprisingly, when the two bigwigs in front of him returned to Tianhai, he would probably be praised for his performance. President Hu, you should all have misunderstood. Alas, originally, Qi Lao and I were not stopping for a moment to come here with the fastest support. But by the time we arrived on the scene, it was over. That alienated necromancer world boss was killed by an unknown expert. Chi Guoguang never spoke. But the fact that his status was higher than Chen Feng's was a fact that these Kanglan City executives present could see at a glance. The fact that Chi Guoguang didn't open his mouth at this moment made it even more clear that he also tacitly agreed that what Chen Feng said was the truth. The main reason why Chen Feng had been truthful about the situation was that, at his level, he no longer looked too favorably on such so-called chicken scratch merits. Not to mention the fact that there was Chi Guoguang, a real big shot, standing beside him. If he were to force the credit on his own head, although he was in the way of his old man's face, it was expected that Chi Guoguang would not expose him. But invariably, it's a favor owed. When it comes to their class, it's the favors that are the hardest debt to pay. After Hu Weijian and a group of Kanglan City's top management thought about it a little bit, the CPU was completely dry burned. Ha? So you didn't kill the boss? Then who the hell killed him? How could they pale blue have such an awesome bigot? The other side. Lin Yi showed his student ID and entered Kanglan City once again. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Yi heard the announcement that the alarm had been lifted playing over the loudspeaker. At the same time, countless military professionals clad in battle armor were smiling with joy. As for the pedestrians on the street, they were in tears and embraced each other. No one had expected that the Kanglan City, which had been reigning and in great trouble just a moment ago, would somehow have the alarm lifted instantly, and they wouldn't have to be evacuated out of the city. Many of the professionals who were in too much of a hurry to see their wives, their sons and daughters, saw their families again, and that feeling of having been robbed of their lives. It is the greatest happiness of this life. Lin Yi looked a little puzzled. What happened? It's only been less than half an hour, how come the whole atmosphere of pale blue has changed from peaceful and tranquil to this? But that didn't stop him from heading straight for the teleportation hall in Pale Blue City. Lin Yi pulled out his cell phone, and this time he learned the hard way and bought a ticket for a first-class transmission hall. With the mission done, it was time to go back to River City to turn in the mission. Actually, Lin Yi wanted to complete the transfer directly in Kanglan City, but when he passed by the transfer sanctuary, he realized that it seemed like the transfer sanctuary had just been used as some sort of air defense shelter facility. It's full of regular people and tons of professionals. It's a lot of noise, and surely it will take some time for normal functions to be restored. Lin Yi walked into the honorable first-class teleportation hall, and the teleportation array lit up with light. Then his figure disappeared. This teleportation experience was silky smooth. The surrounding scenery, still light and strange. But that violent and exciting spinning sensation was much lessened, and it was for this very reason that the others who had teleported away with Lin Yi didn't react as strongly. It won't always be like before, when the air smelled like vomit. Less than half a minute. Lin Yi then felt his feet on solid ground once again. The scenery around them changed. He was once again back in the familiar River City teleportation hall. Walking out of the teleportation hall, Lin Yi headed straight for the transformation sanctuary. Ha! Yi yawned. Removing the glasses from the bridge of his nose, he rubbed his eyes, which were a little sore. Glanced at the wall clock on the hall wall. It's already 11:30 in the morning. There's still half an hour to go before the end of the shift. Not only did I get to meet and talk to a cute guy today, but I got to touch fish all morning, and the class was worth it. Thinking so, Li Yi put on her eyes, but once again she saw that handsome face appear in front of her. I'll turn in the quest. Lin Yi simply said. Li was dumbfounded. Handsome, I think we just met an hour and a half ago, right? How do you do it so fast? Yes. Please follow me. Soon, Li led Lin Yi into a room where the transfer spirit crystals were placed. Lin Yi came to the spirit crystal and touched it with both hands. Then a prompt came from the mind. Ding! Detected that you have a completed transfer quest, do you submit it? Lin Yi chose to submit. The next moment, a circle of spells lit up beneath Lin Yi's feet, and at the same time, a white light flashed. Congratulations, the transfer is successful. You have advanced to Intermediate Mage second turn. You have gained new skills, Cold Arrow, Mana Shield. Your spiritual attribute value and attribute point addition gain have increased. Chapter 23, Taking Stock of the Loot, Platinum Necrotic Greatsword. Lin Yi's transfer stood out as a plain and featureless one. It's the increase in fixed attribute points gained per upgrade, from 1 to 2. As well as increasing the effect of mental attribute points on magic damage and mana regeneration by yourself, it's even stronger than it was in turn 1. Though it has been known for a while that the second turn would get a new active skill and a new passive skill. But both of the skills that he had unlocked were clearly average. The one he got for his first turn was Fireball, and the one he got for his second turn was Cold Ice Arrow. Fire and Ice are the worst specializations in the entire blue planet, in the profession of Master of Laws. Because most people got the appropriate skills at turn 1 and 2. In a climate where skills are so difficult to acquire. Naturally most people have no choice but to enter the pit of fire or ice. Then with all the skill points invested in it, it's even harder to switch to another faculty later on. However, Lin Yi didn't mind the two skills, Cold Ice Arrow and Mana Shield. Because any skill, as long as it's a skill. In his hands, it all becomes exceptionally valuable. After a successful transfer, Lin Yi opened his personal panel and allocated all the attribute points he had gotten from the upgrade to the spiritual attribute. 7th order magic are big blue burners. Not to mention the subsequent 8th order, and even forbidden magic. It was foreseeable that subsequently, after one's Divine Grace chant, a passive skill that accelerated the readings, was also upgraded to the 9th rank, one would definitely be able to instantly send out forbidden spells. At that time, Lin Yi didn't want to become a crappy mage with no blue to cast spells once the free spell casting effect given by Mana Storm wore off. After the additions were completed, Lin Yi's panel had an almost qualitative change compared to 2 days ago. Lin Yi. Profession, Intermediate Mage 2 turns. Specialization, Flame Primary, Storm Primary, Ice Secondary. Rank, LV.39 4.30%. Life Value, 410. Mana, 39,620 39,620. Power, 41. Agility, 41. Spirit, 566. Body Mass, 41. Endurance, 41. Talent, Gift of the Gods SSS. Assignable Attribute Points, 0. Assignable Skill Points, 312,685. Generic Skill, Omniscient Eye. Occupational Passive Skills, Mana Storm Passive, Divine Grace Chant Passive, Mana Shield Passive. Occupational Active Skills, Flame 1 to 7 th Order Spells, Storm 1 to 7 th Order Spells, Ice First Order Spells. Lin Yi had risen another 9 levels in a row after the transfer was completed, which included the huge amount of experience given by the altered Necronites, as well as the experience he had gotten from killing a large number of undead soldiers in seconds. There is no loss of this experience after the level restriction is lifted. Lin Yi's total blue quantity was barely 3,000 to 4,000 points from the 3,000 to 4,000 points he had barely reached by knocking out the alchemy combine earlier. It skyrocketed to nearly 40,000 points. Now even if he didn't rely on the free casting of Mana Storm, Lin Yi would be able to cast 3 or 4 7th ranked spells with the amount of blue he had. With the 2 newly acquired vocational skills, Linny looked at his skill point balance. It was a close call to get both skills to 7th rank. But Linny was in no hurry. His harvest this time was much more bountiful than in the Wailing Forest. After all, the alienated necromancer, the level was there, and the things that were dropped could definitely be sold for a good price. With this in mind, Linny walked out of the transmutation sanctuary. Then a trip back home. It was high noon at the moment. On the table at home were 3 or 4 of Linny's favorite dishes and a note left by his mother. When the food gets cold, you heat it up in the microwave yourself. Your homeroom teacher came to see you in the morning and said it's urgent, it's about your future, so remember to ask what's up. Linny's father, Lin Guodong, worked in the mines, not to say that he got up early in the morning and worked late in the evening, but when he went down the shaft once, he basically had to work for 7 or 8 hours. Because going up and down the mine is too much of a hassle, frequenting in and out instead would take a lot of time. Her mother, Su Qingfang, on the other hand, was a teacher by profession, but of course, she wasn't a professional, and the courses she taught were just ordinary cultural courses. Linny had long since gotten used to the life where his parents didn't come home at noon and could only get together in the evening. After eating his fill, Linny returned to his room. Taking out everything in the carry-on space, which was dropped by the necromancer Rivendell, he took it all out. First up is a dozen pieces of equipment. Unfortunately for all this gear, no mage can use it. Linny looked at the grades, of which there were 8 or 9 silver grade and 3 gold grade. As well as the last platinum piece. It happened to be the same big black sword that Rivendell was holding earlier. Necromantic Rune Sword. Type, weapon 2-handed. Grade, platinum. Equipment level, LV.60. Equipable professions, warrior, knight transfer. Weight, 29.3 kilograms. Physical attack power plus 845. Strength plus 97. Endurance plus 88. Durability, 100-100. Effect, Plague Corruption. When hitting a target, there is a 10% chance that the target will be infected by the plague, taking 200 points of dark attribute damage per second for 30 seconds. This effect can stack up to 5 layers. Linny hadn't seen any other level 60 equipment or weapons, so naturally he didn't know if the attributes of this 2-handed greatsword were considered good. But he knew that any weapon with special effects would not be worth less. However, this happened to be the point that caused Linny the most pain in the ass. This was because there was no way for him to strike now, including the other 3 gold-ranked equipment. Crossing over to this blue star world. Desia's control over the equipment of all professionals could be said to be strict to the extreme. Equipment above the silver level was strictly forbidden by the official Desia to flow into the market of civilian professionals. Once discovered, it will be traced back to the end. This is actually the same logic as in the previous life on Earth, when Dacia banned guns. Equipment is the external means by which ordinary people, or people with ulterior motives, can most easily enhance their strength. Someone with a very low level and a low skill set. If he is given a fine outfit to scrounge up, he can also wreak havoc. Therefore, other than the official high level, the military professionals stationed in the base city, and these special organizations, other professionals had already violated the regulations by merely holding equipment above the silver level. Once discovered, severe penalties will be imposed. Of course, this didn't mean that there were professionals who had gotten these high-grade equipment and were going to rot in their hands. Officials have opened a special recycling channel. The good equipment you hit will be recovered at a high price by the official Dacia. It's a really high price, the kind that covers you. So, most professionals have no complaints. However, the reason Linny couldn't bid on these equipments was that with his current level and paper strength, he couldn't explain to the officials how they came to be. If he said he swiped it on his own, then it comes with more stuff to explain. Linny was afraid of trouble. So Linny planned to keep the equipment right in his carry-on space for now, when his subsequent exposure on paper was strong enough. At that point, when these things are offered again, the officials will not even scrutinize them anymore. Linny took the 3 gold equipment and the platinum necromantic greatsword back into space, then took out 2 skill scrolls. That's the most valuable treasure. Chapter 24, Selling Goods Adding Points. Ultra Rare Necromancy Skill Book. The attributes of the 2 skill books quickly appeared in front of Linny. The first was a skill book that shimmered with a bit of blue light. Skill book, Blasting Arrows. Type, Skill Book Tome. Occupation, Archer. Learnable level, LV.30. Rank, 2. Effect: after using it, there is a 70% chance that you will learn the skill, Burst Arrow. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Skill books for the archer faculty, they're not cheap either. And it was still a second-order skill book. The value was estimated to be several times higher than the Wind Blade skill book that he had dropped from killing the Tiger King before. But Lin Yi also just realized. It turns out that apart from beginner-level skill books that can directly learn higher-level skills are acquired with probability. Not 100% acquired. It was as if he could finally appreciate the hardships of those ordinary professionals. Maybe someone who has worked hard and saved for years to buy a high-level skill book. And finally learning to fail. That's something that would really explode your mind. It was good that Lin Yi wouldn't be bothered at all. And he also only needed to find and buy the beginner skill books. Lin Yi cast his gaze on another skill book with a black, deadly cover. Soon detailed information surfaced, causing Lin Yi to instantly get excited. Skill book: Summoning, Skeleton Soldiers. Type: Skill book tome. Occupation: Necromancer, Summoner, Dark Priest need to break through the magic crystal, Mage need to break through the magic crystal. Learning level: LV.5. Rank: 1. Effect: when used, causes you to learn the skill, Summon, Skeleton Soldier. Really exploded with luck this time. A necromantic skill book, huh? And the learnable professions include mages. Necromancy skills were considered to be the extremely rare category of all mage specializations. It should be second only to the gravity department. Necromantic spells take into account the highly advantageous qualities of summons, soul attacks. Spells that could directly attack the enemy's soul could sometimes produce extremely exaggerated effects, and it was not a matter of weakness over strength. Lin Yi chose to use it. However, an icy prompt came. Failed to learn. Your profession is not the proper profession lineage that this skill belongs to. If you want to learn it, you need to consume additional material, breakthrough magic crystal. Can't learn. What the hell is this breakthrough magic crystal? Lin Yi searched his mind and didn't find any relevant information in his memory. But Lin Yi had still learned about the concepts of orthodox and collateral occupational lineages. Simply put, it is that after the blue star mutation, the various professions are not completely never intersecting parallel lines between each other. Occasionally there will be a connection. Take the mage profession skill for example. 6th ranked Molten Flame Inferno was a skill that flame specialization mages and summoners were able to learn. But for pyromancy, this skill is acquired upon ascension, and pyromancy is the proper career line for this skill. Summoner, on the other hand, requires a corresponding skill book to learn. Summoner is the side career line of this skill. In addition to this, the Wind System's 6th rank Swift Wind Flash was also able to be learned by other swordsmen, samurai, and ninja professions. Only now, it seemed that in order to unlock the skills of the side profession lineage, not only did one need to consume the skill books, but also this material called breakthrough magic crystals. Forget it, there's no need to rush. Even if he learned the necromancy skill now, if he wanted to add it to a high level, the skill points weren't quite enough yet. Keep in mind that there are still chill skills in Mana Shield, a key passive skill that provides survivability, waiting in the wings. To also add these two skills to high level first. Lin Yi pulled out a black card from his pocket. And a business card. Manager of Jumbo Pavilion Jiangcheng Base City General Store, Zhengdafu, contact, XXX. Well, it's time to sell the goods and sell the stolen kryptonite and add the points in one line. More than half an hour later. In the VIP reception room of the Jiangcheng Treasure Pavilion. Please sit down, please sit down. Heh, little brother Lin's great presence makes the store look splendid. I wonder what wondrous encounters little brother has had recently, and if he has anything he wants to sell? Lin Yi sat on the sofa. Zhang Dafu served Lin Yi a cup of good hot tea, his smile piling up into a chrysanthemum. Big belly and greasy head was Lin Yi's first impression of Zhang Dafu. He's one of those businessmen of the highest standard. Everything looks to the money. How's that for purity? Lin Yi didn't resent Zhang Dafu. And show sincerity on the spot. From his carry space, he took out 4 or 5 rare materials dropped by the boss necromancer Rivendell. All of these materials had been carefully selected by Lin Yi. It is a completely wild random drop, and cannot be traced back to the exact monster that dropped the material. This way, you won't arouse suspicion or be able to follow the clues to find out about your past. As Lin Yi placed one of these rare materials after another on the table, Lin Yi could see Zhang Dafu's plump cheeks trembling slightly. Obviously these things, they are rare. And Linny had also done his homework in advance, basically understanding these materials and what they were priced at in the trading houses. Elder brother Lin, allow me to call you elder brother. These. All for sale? Lin E nodded. In the next moment, Zhang Dafu pulled out a handful of silver abacus from somewhere, and his obese fingers crackled as they continuously rattled the beads on the abacus in an extremely fast and delicate posture. Lin E had thought it would take a while. I didn't realize it wouldn't take 5 seconds. And there's the result. Old brother, I can offer 440,000 dasha coins on my side for all of these materials. And without hiding anything from you, I can give you a list of every material in here, labeled with the unit price, so you definitely won't lose out. 440,000 isn't a very auspicious number, I'll raise it to 450,000 for you. Linny was already nodding in his mind when he heard this offer. All the unit prices multiplied by the quantities of these materials he had previously checked at the trading house gave him a final number of $390,000. Come to Zhang Dafu's place and get an extra 60,000 out of thin air. It's okay. Could be. And, boss, do you take equipment here? Zhang Dafu's face shook once again. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Linny with some surprise. Old man, what are you doing? Of course Linny knew what he meant. And looking at this expression on his face, he was probably testing himself as well. Maybe he would actually take the order when he actually said that he had silver level or higher equipment for sale. However, Linny wouldn't be stupid enough to take such a risk. Don't worry, they're all silver level equipment, I'm too lazy to go to the trading house again, let's just see if you'll take it here or not, I'll find someone else if not. When Zhang Dafu heard this, he quickly and dryly replied, collect. We accept everything. That is, old brother, if you out of the silver level equipment level is not high, my side of the offer to you will not be too much higher than the market price, some even to parity, after all, this thing we official control is also strict, open the recovery price is also high. Linny nodded, no harm done. Afterwards, Linny took out the 6 silver outfits dropped by the previous boss that he had also selected. These equipments were only silver grade, but their levels were generally between level 40 and 60, so Linny once again banked 10W. Just when Zhang Dafu thought that today's deal was going to end here. Linny, however, once again threw out a heavy bomb. Boss, do you sell breakthrough magic crystals here? Chapter 25, Ice Ascension, Bone-Piercing Deep Cold, Extreme Control. Zhang Dafu froze. He then glanced at Linny somewhat suspiciously. That look was like saying, no way, man. Why are you still testing me? Am I going to say sell or not? But Linny didn't continue to say anything more. Zhang Dafu said after a long time, older brother, don't make fun of me, if I sell this thing, I will really have to go to jail. This one really doesn't. Linny was a bit uncertain. But he pursed a little something out of Zhang Dafu's words. That is, breakthrough magic crystals seem to be strictly controlled by the state just like gold level or higher equipment. Linny had nothing to be embarrassed about, he was originally here to pry for information on breakthrough magic crystals, and bluntly stated that he had absolutely no understanding of what breakthrough magic crystals actually were, and what channels he had to go through in order to obtain them. Zhang Dafu sniffed and pondered for a moment. Obviously, he was wondering if this kind of intelligence was considered a type of paid commodity. However, considering that Linny could make quite a bit of money after reselling these things to him today, he spilled out, older brother, this isn't really a secret, so I'll tell you for free. There's only one way to obtain this thing called breakthrough magic crystal, and that's from the magic crystal pits that are mined in the country of our great Xia. And the purification, processing and a host of other technologies are all officially controlled by the state. Private individuals or organizations are strictly prohibited from harvesting, processing, and selling. It's also very versatile, and plays a key role in the enhancement of all professional skills, and the unlocking of side skill trees. If you want to obtain it through the proper channels, it's by joining the Professionals League, or a big guild with an official background, and utilizing merit points, or guild contributions to redeem it. Of course, old brother, I see that you are so young, you should also have just been transferred not long ago, there is another more convenient way for you to obtain the breakthrough magic crystals. Certain of our Xia's well-known professionals institutes also have the appropriate resources for breakthrough magic crystals, so if you get in, you should have a way to obtain them. By the way, I've heard that our province also gives rewards to those candidates who excel in the National College Entrance Examination, and it seems that there are breakthrough magic crystals among them. Linny sort of completely understood. All resources that have a particularly large impact on a professional's combat effectiveness. In Dacia, basically all the distribution has been completed long ago. The only way to get it is to go through the officially designated channels. Lin thanked Zhang Dafu and left the treasure pavilion. At the moment, in his carry-on space, there was actually an archer's burst arrow skill book as well as 100 tradable skill points worth of skill points that were available for sale. But Lin wasn't going to offer so many things at once. Instead, you have to strike in batches. The logic also remains the same, which is to try not to draw too much attention to yourself. Now that he had earned another huge wave of money, Lin of course planned to Kryptonite for the hanging skill point rewards. This time, however, Lin didn't go home, instead he was going to make a trip to the school. There have been no classes at school since awakening careers. The note Lin's mother had left him earlier said that the homeroom teacher had something for him, and Lin planned to go see what it was. In addition, Zhang Dafu had previously said that if he achieved an excellent ranking in the National College Entrance Examination, he would be able to receive an official reward of breakthrough magic crystals. Lin was clearly moved. Since this resource is vital to continuing to get stronger on your own. Then the Occupier's Higher Education Examination and the search for a strong Occupier's Higher Education institution, which Lin hadn't paid too much attention to originally, would have to be put on the agenda as well. Lin walked towards Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School while opening the new function of the talent, Gift of the Gods. Whether to spend 50,000 Dacia coins to buy 24 hours of skill point rewards? Lin chose yes without hesitation. Only this time he wasn't as frantic as last time when he mindlessly clicked OK. Instead, they started counting how much money they had left. After 6 consecutive purchases of skill points, Lin stopped continuing to buy. At this point, if you want to get the 24-hour hangout skill point reward again, you already need to spend a whole 100,000 Dacia coins. So Lin saved more than 100,000 Dacia coins, which he kept for emergencies, so that he wouldn't be unable to get the money for anything he wanted to buy. It would even be nice to use it to subsidize the household. Anyway, if he wanted to get some more money, he could choose to sell his skill books and skill points. 6 purchases had given Lin over 500,000 skill points. Counting what was saved before. Now Lin had over 800,000 skill points again. Open the skill screen. Lin tapped on the ice skill he had just gotten and started adding points. The target is still the 7th order. Lin had found that 7th order spells were enough to deal with most of the situations he had encountered so far. Flatten the 7th rank directly, then if you have a surplus of skill points, choose another skill and add it to the 8th rank. Consuming 500 skill points, your Ice Arrow has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Ice Shock. Consuming 2000 skill points, your Cold Shock has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Frost Imprisonment. Consuming 5000 skill points, your Frost Imprisonment has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Blizzard. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Blizzard has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Extreme Cold Zone. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Extreme Cold Zone has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Bone Piercing Deep Cold. 100,000 skill points consumed, your Spine Deep Cold has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Soul Freeze. With the 7 spells of the ice system in hand, Lin began to check the 7 skills one by one. If the fire department is following the violent output route, and the wind department is following the style of rapid attacks and multiple consecutive slashes. Then the ice skills, which are likewise extremely well characterized. Control. Extreme Control. Ice Arrow will inflict a 30% slow effect on the target, which will also last forever. The 3rd order spell Frost Imprisonment followed, and it was more than capable of selecting a target and locking its feet with cold ice, imprisoning him in place for 5 seconds. 5th order Ice Cold Zone, this skill doesn't even do damage. However, it can lower the temperature of a large area to tens of degrees below zero, and all targets within the area of influence suffer a high slowing effect of 60%. And this effect would continue to stack, stacking up to 3 layers and immediately transforming into a confinement effect. See 6th and 7th order ice skills. Lin noticed a pattern. It seems like all the specializations of a mage, up to the 6th level, come out with a whole lot of different flowery work. Fire is a summon and wind is a supersonic chop. A 6th rank spell of the ice system, surprisingly a passive skill. Bone Chilling Cold. Type, passive skill. Rank, 6th. Department, ice. Consumption, none. Chanting time, none. Cooldown time, none. Effect, all targets on which you have applied a slowing, confining, or freezing effect become vulnerable, taking 20% more damage to all damage dealt to them, and depending on the restricting effect on the target that you have applied to them, further cuts down on their chance of evasion. Deceleration effect, slashes the target's chance of evasion by 30%. Imprisonment effect, cuts the target's chance of evasion by 60%. Frozen effect, cuts the target's evasion chance by 100%, and when you use a flame-based skill to break its frozen effect, it additionally inflicts 20% of its maximum life value and ice attribute damage. Attention, the effect of reducing the maximum life value will be reduced to a maximum of 1% for high-level and high-frame monsters. Remarks, deep cold, piercing into the marrow of the bones. Chapter 26, Soul Freezing, Indestructible Dharma Body. An unprecedented sense of security. Percentage vulnerability plus percentage damage. This mechanism is a bit special and a bit stronger. Although it needs to be triggered with a flame-based icebreaker, which isn't really that hard for other mages to trigger. This was because even ice mages only needed to learn a beginner-level fireball spell to be able to accomplish breaking the ice. Directly hitting max life damage makes the kill extremely fast if it's for monsters that have extremely high blood counts, but no freeze resistance. It would even be much faster than hard dunking damage with a flame spell. And then ice 7th order spells. It's also very different from fire and wind. The 7th rank spells of the fire and wind systems both had a large range and strong effects. But this spell of the 7th rank of the ice system was surprisingly a single spell. Soul Freeze. Type, active skill. Rank, 7th. Department, Ice. Consumption, 28,000 mana. Chanting time, 15 seconds. Cooling time, 30 minutes. Effects, channeling a terrifying cold air, sealing the target's soul into 10,000 years of solid ice, rendering it unable to move, unable to use skills, and removing all gain effects from the target for an unlimited time. Targets sealed in solid ice are immune to all damage except fire damage. When affected by a flame-based skill of rank 6 or higher, the solid ice will melt and shatter. Remarks, prisoner's soul locks up his body for all eternity. Another skill that does no damage. But it pulls the length of control, from finite to infinite. As long as it's not broken by flames, it's permanent control. Linny was satisfied. This was because he had now mastered 3 entire mana specializations. There is no shortage of damage at all. Instead, it lacks control skills. Now the ice system completely complements this. After adding the ice system, Linny looked to the other passive skill he had gotten after this successful second turn. Mana Shield. Type, passive skill. Level, elementary. Category, general. Effect, when you take damage, 10% of the damage value is changed to be taken by your mana. An okay survival-oriented skill. For mages with much more blue than blood, this skill can be considered a 10% full damage reduction. Linny started adding points. 10 minutes or so later. This survival skill, refreshed. The Immortalized Dharma Body. Type, passive skill. Rank, 7th. Category, general. Effect 1, when you take damage, 40% of the damage value is replaced by your mana. Effect 2, when you take elemental damage, the corresponding damage reduction is additionally boosted according to your affinity for that element, by a minimum of 10% and a maximum of 100%. Current elemental damage reduction. Flame, 80%. Ice, 80%. Storm, 80%. Effect 3, when you take 1 lethal damage that would cause your life value to go to 0, this damage will be taken entirely by mana. When this effect triggers, your mana is zeroed and your life is reduced to 1 point. This effect can only be triggered once within 30 days, current remaining times, 1. So strong. Not only did it have a high damage reduction effect, it even gave Linny a chance to avoid death. This skill gave Linny a sense of security that pulled straight through. To be honest, Linny had actually been able to feel a bit of pressure when facing a boss like the level 200 alienated Necromancer before. He wasn't really invincible after all. Though he had the ability to output countless times beyond the level of the transmutation he was in. His survivability, however, has always been weak. If only he hadn't finished his chant and used Chiran Break before Rivendell swung that necrotic break slash. With just the wind mass of his 5th order blizzard wings, he would not be able to block that blow at all. It might be about to roll over. Now that Linny had run into a similar situation, or a more high-pressure situation, he wasn't too panicked. Now not only is the survivability up, but the control is there as well. Even if there really was an enemy that he couldn't kill in seconds, it still shouldn't be hard to run away. The 2 new skills for the second turn are added. Linny still had over 500,000 skill points left. It was completely enough to take one of the 7th rank skills and raise it to the 8th rank. Indeed, it's about time to pick an ascension. However, Linny was still going to deliberate on which one to choose. In the midst of such thoughts, Linny had already walked through the gates of Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School. Walking up the school building, Linny gradually realized that something was wrong with the situation. Where are the people? How come there's no one? In the past, even if the entire senior class had gone through a career awakening, occasionally there would still be students who would return to school to ask their teachers some questions about practicing levels or skills. Even school officials organize events where teachers take students to practice. But it's not possible to lose all the students and teachers, is it? With questions in mind, Linny went to the staff building. Knocked on the door of the principal's office. "Come in." A pale voice came from inside. Linny pushed his way in. The old principal of the 2nd middle school was named Zhuo Qian, and the person who presided over the entire senior transfer ceremony before was also him. A flash of surprise appeared in the old principal's eyes when he saw Linny at this moment. "Student Linny, you've finally gotten over the blow. I'm so relieved. You've always been my favorite student, and I really don't want you to fall from grace." Zhuo Qian looked Linny up and down. He could feel that the teenager in front of him seemed to have gotten much stronger. He himself is a mage. There is some sort of invisible telepathic connection between mage and mage. He could sense that Linny definitely hadn't wasted any time during the majority of the month. That reassured him. Linny didn't explain anything, he just asked directly, "Principal Zhuo, I've heard that my homeroom teacher he's looking for me for something urgent, and that it has something to do with my future. What exactly is it?" Zhuo Qian took off his old glasses and stood up, then his face became serious. "It does concern your future. We'll talk as we walk." After speaking, Zhuo Qian pulled Linny out of the door of his office. Linny then heard an incomparably mellifluous flute sound, and in the next moment, an unknown hoofed beast with a somewhat disheveled coat that also looked a bit knocked about appeared. The hoofed beast had antlers, but a face more like a cow's, and 4 hooves instead like a horse's, highlighting a 4-pronged approach. And on either side of the ribs, there are miscellaneous feathered wings. The old principal of his own family only had 3 turns, and a 3rd turn professional, was able to learn riding skills and have space for riding pets. So it's obviously his ride. "Come on up here, what are you waiting for?" Linny rolled over and stepped on the stirrups at the back of the 4 unimaginable statue and sat up. In the next moment, under Zhuo Qian's control, the 4 unimaginable images flapped their wings and flew up panting. "Linny! This foursome is panting like it's going to pass away in the next second. Not to mention its flying speed, which is not much different from an electric motorcycle. Ahem, little flower, it's older, when it was younger, it flew fast. Never mind the details, let's get down to business." To make a long story short, this morning, in the leveling area in the eastern suburb of Arjiang City, there was an eruption of unknown abyssal breath, and a time-limited trial replica appeared, and with this replica, only mage professionals can enter. So I had the teachers of each class notify the entire school of those who had successfully switched to mage, which of course included you. Chapter 27, Abyssal Overture, Mage Profession Trial. Abyssal Breath Eruption, Mage Trial? Linny was a bit puzzled. What a thing! Zhuo Qian continued to explain, "This knowledge does not exist in your textbooks, so it is normal that you do not understand it. But you should know what was the root cause of our blue star's mutation 1,000 years ago, right?" Linny nodded. "It's an abyssal invasion, a dimensional overlap." Zhuo Qian, right. Abyssal abyss, that should be a term you hear a lot. The abyss you can understand as parallel worlds, interdimensional. That's where all the disasters and crises of the blue planet come from. There are endless terrifying monsters there, and even they have their own civilization, their own social system, just like us. But the places of danger are often also the places of greatest opportunity and reward. Some of our Disya's truly strong people have become strong because of the extremely rare rewards of key skills, talents, and exclusive equipment that they received after practicing in the abyss. The abyss is an all-encompassing and terrifying realm. It's like a universe, and between its constant operation and movement, there will inevitably be times when it's particularly close to our blue star realm. At times like this, when 2 realms clash with each other, it's easy to give birth to a rift that exists between the 2 realms. These cracks are actually copies of what you know. Linny listened to the old principal fill himself in. It made his eyes light up. Previously he had never wondered how those copies were actually born. So that's how it was born. This morning, a new time-limited copy has appeared in the eastern suburb of Arjun City. That copy was tainted with some slight aura of the abyss, causing the monsters in it to mutate. The spatial structure of this type of replica is very unstable and lasts for a period of time before disappearing. So enter while you can and take your reward. And this copy that appeared this time is very special. It's a trial-type copy. And it's a single profession trial replica, allowing only mage professionals to enter. Linny pondered for a moment and asked, then, Headmaster, what are the benefits of this trial if you pass it? Zhuoqian laughed lightly, you kid, you really don't see a rabbit without a hawk, but I'm the same, we go down to the copy, aren't we all doing it for the rewards? The reward for this trial is a title. The title is called, the Abyssal Challenger. Titles don't have any attributes, but you can interpret them as keys or as qualifications. Qualification to enter the true abyss. Linny understood. From the old principal's presentation. Really valuable equipment, rare skills, rare talents. All require access to the abyss to obtain. And a professional who couldn't pass this kind of career trial was not qualified to enter the abyss. Without a doubt, it would be the equivalent of never becoming truly strong in one's life. No wonder they say it will affect their future prospects. Judging from past patterns, every time this type of career trial copy appears in our Blue Star, it's different. The trial will inform the challenger of the clearance rules before entering, and after reaching the clearance rules, they will be able to obtain the qualification to enter the abyss. Our Jiangcheng is very lucky. The mage profession trial that appeared this time, the rules for clearing it are too simple. It's just a matter of sticking to the trial copy for 3 hours. It doesn't require you to kill as many monsters as you can, nor does it require you to kill the boss. So, Mr. Lin Yi, seize this opportunity. Because subsequently you won't know when you'll come across this kind of career trial again, and it might be harder too. In fact, the difficulty was fine for Lin Yi, at least with his current strength. He couldn't be said to be crushing professionals of the same level, he could only be described as a descending blow. This trial couldn't be more difficult. It was probably the real abyss that would be considered a challenge for Lin Yi. Lin Yi's greatest fear was still missing out, not knowing when the next time he would have the opportunity to participate in the trial. Between the two exchanges, even with the slow flight of the 4 unimaginables, the 2 of them were out of Jiangcheng. You're doing well. I've taken a few students on high-speed flights before when I was a teacher and they were all terrified. Lin Yi. He had a mouthful he didn't know how to spit. You call this high-speed flying? Can I just say that if I were to fly by myself with my skills, I could outrun your tortoise speed mount a dozen times over? The perimeter of the river city is almost always surrounded by rich and beautiful grasslands. Even the eastern suburbs. The 2 of them left the city and flew east for a while, and soon Lin Yi saw that somewhere in the grasslands, a large crowd had already gathered in the dark. The news spread very quickly. This time this mage profession trial copy just appeared. Several base city people around our Jiangcheng have all received the news and came over quickly. When I asked your homeroom teacher to look for you in the morning, there weren't many people yet, and a lot of our school's people who have switched to mages have teamed up to go in, so they should be inside by now. Nope, seems a little hard to do now. Zhuoqian looked at the densely packed crowd below and his face changed. Lin Yi also noticed the problem. That's so many people that you can't even see the entrance to the replica, and it's obvious that these people are in line. What's the deal? There's a queue to enter the replica. The 4 unimaginable statues landed on the ground, and Zhuoqian retrieved his own mount, and with the connections he had saved up over the years, he brought Lin Yi with him, and showed his identity to all the Jiangcheng military professionals who were maintaining order at the scene. Perhaps it was favoritism towards their own family members. These soldiers turned a blind eye as Zhuoqian and Lin Yi's moved to cut in line and keep moving forward, and didn't stop them. Soon, Zhuoqian and Lin Yi arrived at the center area surrounded by the crowd. Lin Yi also saw a spatial rift that emitted a gloomy, dark aura, flickering. Obviously this was the entrance to this limited time trial copy. On both sides of the entrance, there were also many professions and array masters wearing vestments, maintaining the stability of the entrance of the replica and trying to prolong the opening time of this replica as much as possible. President Jiang, I'm Xiao Zhua. Zhuoqian put on a humble and pleasing expression, and with a glance, he saw the Jiangcheng Professionals Union's Zhang Chun right in the middle of the crowd. Zhang Xian was full of smiles at the moment. The fact that so many schools, idol organizations and guild members from other base cities came to their river city made him look good. Right now there was a group of people wearing the uniforms of a certain professional college with powerful auras, basically all above the 4th turn, talking to Zhang Xian about something. Zhuoqian could only shout for Lin Yi's sake. Only the attitude was put in an unbelievably respectful manner. The chat with the important VIP was interrupted, and Jiang Qin was a bit displeased. But it was a public place after all, so he couldn't afford to have a fit. It can only look back. Zhuo Qian smiled sarcastically and said, President Jiang, it's like this, there is another student in my school who has successfully transferred to a mage and hasn't been able to take part in this trial yet, and now there's a sea of people, do you see it? Linny, come, this is the president of our Jiang City Professionals Union, Jiang Cord, a fourth-turn Grand Magician. Before Linny could say anything, he heard Jiang Qing say in surprise, You're Linny? Chapter 28, Shocking the Whole Place. Solo Challenge a Ranked Trial. Linny froze, You recognize me? Jiang Jin sized up Linny with interest. Never met you, but my ears are getting calloused hearing your name. My little granddaughter, she hasn't mentioned you much. Even this morning, she asked me to wait until you arrived to set you up for this trial. Zhuo Qian's eyes glowed as he listened. I didn't expect Elder Jiang to know Linny. That's a good thing to do. Linny was a bit embarrassed. The old man in front of me was also named Jiang. Together with what he said, it wasn't hard to guess that Jiang Jin should be Jiang's grandfather. President Jiang, it's not too good for you to open the back door for your acquaintance so blatantly, is it? A somewhat cold voice came from behind Jiang Qin. It was a young man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses with a somewhat grim air. The other person standing beside him also laughed lightly, and with all due respect, we are not looking down on your Jiang City's education level, but these new students of your term, there shouldn't be many of them who are able to pass this trial, rather than occupying a position and going forward to send them to their deaths. Why don't you make way for us freshmen of the Tianshui Academy? We came all the way here and don't want to wait too long. Jiang Xian sniffed. The color of his face also became ugly. He had been all polite and courteous, adhering to the notion that the visitor was a guest in receiving this group of freshman mage professionals who had come all the way from Tianshui just for their freshman year to participate in this trial replica. Linny frowned slightly. He disliked the way the group was condescending and looking through their noses. Indeed, almost all of these people from the Tianshui Academy were above the second turn, and a very few had even reached the third turn. But it wasn't much stronger. What's it loaded with? Just as a few people were talking, a sudden cry of alarm came from the entrance of the duplicate. Looking around, Linny saw Jiangya, somewhat pale, being assisted by one of the professionals on the side, walking in a state of disorientation. Jiang Xian's face changed, and he rushed forward. Even judging by past experience, the difficulty of this mage profession trial wasn't that high. But there is always a risk. Did the pass fail? Yeah, you guys. Jiangya was obviously suffering from a huge shock, her body was trembling slightly, and her face was even whiter. Seeing her grandfather, Jiangya's eyes turned red, and tears instantly slipped down. Grandpa, second uncle he. What? Jiang Xian's face was completely gloomy. He also realized that there were only 3 people who came back with his granddaughter this time. There's one more, missing. It was Jiangya's second uncle, Jiang Qin's second son. What's going on, Xiaoya? Don't cry first, calm down and tell Grandpa. Jiangya couldn't stop trembling. There are too many monsters in there. It's simply impossible to kill them all, and as long as we stay in one place, there will be a constant stream of monsters coming, and in the entire space, there's almost no place to hide. In the end, it was only when second uncle gave us the last 4 copies of the escape scrolls and then drew the firepower of those monsters that we escaped. Woo. When Jiang Xian and Zhuo Chen both heard this, they both just felt cold all over. It was important to know that this copy of the trial was one that only allowed mage professionals to enter. If it was really like what Jiangya said, the monsters inside would search for them and attack constantly. There's no monster-resistant tank profession, and no cleric healing profession. The 5 mages, even if all of them, except for Jiangya, were second or even third turn, could not withstand such a high-pressure environment. In this way, it seemed that their initial prediction that this was a trial copy with only about D-level difficulty was completely wrong. In hindsight, it's probably at least A-rated difficulty. Help! There are wounded here, is there a healing profession? Help! She's dying, help her! At this moment, at the entrance of the replica, people were constantly teleporting out. There were wails, cries, and pleas for help. Countless injured people were drenched in blood and flesh, some had their abdomens cut open raw by the pincer feet of unknown creatures in general, while others simply had their legs bitten off. The scene was beyond bloody. These should all be the first batch of people to enter the trial copies in the same way as Jiangya. In a blink of an eye, the onlooker professionals who had just been incomparably lively and had even attracted countless people to line up in front of the entrance to the replica were silenced. In the next moment, although there were still people in the queue, most of them retreated to the far side of the replica's entrance and watched from afar. Those who managed to escape at least have a chance of being salvaged. Then the teams that didn't make it out. The encounter was predictable. Both Zhuqian and Zhang Qin's faces were hard to see. How could they not have imagined that a situation that was originally thriving would steeply become so menacing? Ha ha ha. What did I just say? You're all just going to die if you go in there anyway, so why don't you make way for us? Wouldn't that have been nice, having to make us wait so long? The spectacled man from Tianshui Academy topped the glasses on the bridge of his nose, then clasped his hands to his chest with his face as usual. It seemed to have anticipated the situation at hand. Subsequently, the hundreds of new students from the Tianshui Academy who had come to participate in the trial all wore happy faces. Now, no one is jumping ahead of them in line. Attention all, the mission of this trial is to survive for 3 hours. The difficulty of the copy is at a plus level, so be sure to proceed with caution. Take the electronic maps that were issued to you and follow the rundown to the letter. Several of the teachers from the Skywater Academy began to explain the do's and don'ts for their own students. Instantly all the surrounding professionals were envious. The difficulty isn't even D grade, it's actually A+. It's horrible. Ha? An electronic map? I can't believe they still have raiders. Isn't this a limited time copy that just appeared? This you don't understand. I've heard that many veteran professional colleges and universities have mastered a lot of copy cheats that we don't know about. Similar to this time, this kind of copy that needs to be survived for 3 hours, they might have done a good job of cheating in advance. Zhuqian, who was standing beside Lin Yi, let out a bitter laugh. It's our incompetence. Not only did they misestimate the difficulty of the copy, but they didn't have what they called a cheat sheet. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiangya, Mr. Lin Yi. The old principal seemed to have aged a few dozen years in a flash. The whole thing was in a deep state of remorse and guilt. The biggest fear is comparison. The others were well prepared and completely reflected the difference between a professional careerist institution and a small base city high school like theirs. Principal left, you don't have to apologize for things that are beyond your power. Even if there are no cheats or electronic maps, this trial shouldn't be too hard. I want to go in and try. If this trial was really just a D level of difficulty, Lin Yi would have found it tasteless instead. Now see so many people folded in it. Instead, he raised a flicker of interest. But, in this situation, no one should be willing to team up with you. Zhuqian believed that Lin Yi should have the strength. But then he spoke of the awkwardness of the situation now. At this time when everyone was in danger, who would be willing to team up with him to enter this copy? But just in the moment when no one reacted. They then saw Lin Yi step into the entrance of the replica and his figure disappeared. Chapter 29 Fire 8th Order, Supreme Sublimation. I am the flame. The replica light screen rippled slightly. It seemed to convey the fact that someone had just entered this copy earlier. Lin Yi. Zhuqian only exclaimed at this time. He was shocked out of his skin. Jiang Ye, who had previously remained immersed in grief and fear, was also even more bewildered at this moment. Nonsense. Jiang Zhen, who had been slightly favorably disposed towards Lin Yi because Jiang Ye had been mentioning it, and had also taken up the idea of cultivating him, rebuked. How could he not have thought that this teenager who looked incredibly calm? It's amazing how reckless you can be. Knowing that it was an extremely difficult A-rank trial copy, he had the audacity to break through it solo. The spectacled male professional from Tianshui Academy saw Lin Yi's actions. A touch of shock unexpectedly appeared on the originally cold face that didn't carry a trace of emotion. He then spat 4 words out of his mouth. Foolishness. The group of Tianshui Academy's lead teachers even looked at each other in dismay. Someone snorted out a laugh instantly. Seek your own death. I don't suppose he even knows what it's really like in there, and how to find a real shelter should he. Not to mention a rookie like him who just completed his transfer. Even if it's us, it's dangerous to enter a copy of this difficulty solo. Leave him alone, no one can stop him if he wants to die. There's no time to lose, and we don't know how long this copy will last, so let's hurry up and let our own people pass the trial is the important thing. Passing through the copy light screen, Lin Yi received a system alert. You're entering a special copy of the trial, the City of the Deadlight, Thicane. Warning. It has been detected that you are the only one to enter this copy. It is recommended that you form a team before challenging. Do you still want to enter the copy? Lin Yi chose yes for a second. The next moment, he entered the copy. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yi realized that he was in total darkness. There was no half-starlight visible in the darkness of the night. Only a scarlet blood moon hung high in the sky. Although the light conditions are extremely poor. And Lin Yi didn't have any lighting equipment on him, nor did he use spells with light like the fireball spell. Lin Yi relied on the divine skill of Eye of Omniscience. Yet still able to see everything around them. The outline of the city was vaguely visible in the crumbling walls and tumbling rubble. Lin Yi felt as if he had arrived in a medieval castle. Only, a fallen castle. The night wind blew through all corners of the crumbling city with a harsh whine. Along with the night wind, there were countless unnameable friction sounds. It was as if there were countless monsters hiding in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity. Passing mission released. Please survive 3 hours in fracking cane. Current time remaining, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 49 seconds. Please note that all monsters in this replica are immune to physical damage, and the damage is boosted by 100% when they receive light attribute damage, and by 50% when they receive fire or lightning attribute damage. Lin Yi received a system alert. No wonder this copy is a mage profession trial. If other professions that relied on weapons for their livelihood, they would probably be completely out of commission here. Because all monsters are immune to physical damage. Following the tip came a heartwarming reminder. Warmly, 300 years ago, an ordinary night descended on the Fey Cracker Cayenne, and then the sun never rose again. If you can, stop your heartbeat and abandon your breath, they hate noise. From this tip. At one time the city, too, would have been prosperous and had its own civilization. But it should be experiencing something, shrouded in darkness. The entire city should be filled with countless dark monsters at this moment. And, these monsters are localized by sound hunting. It reminded Lin Yi of a movie he had once seen on Earth in his previous life. The Silent Land. In that movie, everyone would try not to make any noise. Because just making a sound will attract extremely scary monsters. And this copy that Lin Yi was in at the moment was even more perverted. Because let's not talk about the noise made by walking around. Even your heartbeat and breathing can be heard by the monster. Jia jia jia. Lin Yi heard a strange sound. When he looked back, he saw several clusters of even more intense pitch blackness in the midst of the pitch blackness, moving rapidly towards his side. Meanwhile, the faint moonlight of the blood moon shone. Lin Yi also saw several smiling faces floating in the air. The Smillies didn't look too different from human ones, but in this setting, floating in the air, they were a little creepy. Light and Shadow Demon. Rank, LV.25. Rank, General. Race, Shadow Spirit. Life value, 8,000. Mana, 500. Skill, Shadowing. Weakness, Magic Damage. The monster that was so dark that it was impossible to see what exactly it was turned out to be named the Deadlight Shadow Demon. And the smiling face floating in the air was named Passing Light Shadow Nightmare. Higher in blood, faster in action, and an elite level monster as well. These two types of monsters were obviously coming for Lin Yi. They heard Lin Yi's breathing and heartbeat. No wonder Jiang Ye said earlier that as long as he was in this copy, he would be chased by monsters all the time. Lin Yi found it hard just thinking about it. For being chased by a monster, either by breaking out into a fight or running away. It all makes a sound. This is a very deadly chain reaction because it will attract more monsters. The group of people from the Tianshui Academy earlier must have known that there should be shelters in this city called Fikai Kayan that could truly hide from the tracking of these monsters. Or maybe they have some way of shielding themselves from the probing of these monsters. In terms of normal careerist passes, avoiding a fight is without a doubt the best way to think about it. But for Lin Yi, he intends to find another way. You can't just hide against the darkness, my friend. To use fire. Once I kill you all, I won't have to hide or run. A brilliant firelight flashed within Lin Yi's hands. Searing heat appeared. The 4th ranked fire type ranged damage skill, Flamestorm, was used by him. And because it was an instantaneous shot, when Lin Yi struck, it was a triple shot. Rolling clouds of fire smashed down from the sky like a waterfall, erupting into a roar. The 5 or 6 shadow monsters that had just surrounded them were all killed by Lin Yi in seconds. Of course, the next moment Lin Yi heard more rustling voices approaching his side. Lin Yi raised his hand once more. After a short chant, the 6-meter-tall Inferno demon, dripping with lava, was summoned by Lin Yi. The incoming monster was given to this bodyguard of his. On the other hand, Lin Yi opened the skill interface, intending to add points. Lin Yi's goal was fire 8th order magic. The addition of 500,000 points is going to take quite a bit of time, as per usual. This time, however, Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that he seemed to have unlocked something new with this talent addition. One-click addition. This thing is very easy to understand, is just need to click, will be able to instantly put the skills you want to add points, directly strengthen to the next level. Ding! Consuming 500,000 skill points. Your skill Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath has advanced. You have gained a new spell, Supreme Ascension, Fire Spirit Incarnation. Chapter 30 Shatter the Darkness with Flames. Igniting the sun in the city of passing light. Lin Yi didn't bother looking at the effects of this new skill for the moment. Instead, he glanced at how many skill points were needed to raise the Fire Spirit Incarnation, an 8th rank skill, to the next rank. 9th ranked Forbidden Spell 8 Desolate Heavenly Falls. Skill points required for advancement, 1,000,000. Hiss. Double it again straight away. 1,000,000 skill points is horrible. Even he would need to hang around for close to 12 days to get it without taking into account Kryptonite acceleration. But 9th order is a forbidden spell. The small goal that I had set for myself just before was actually quite close. The big deal is that it's just a hard wait of 12 days, and you'll be able to come up with 1,000,000 skill points. Afterwards, Lin Yi opened the skill bar. Check up on the new skills you just got. Supreme Sublimity, Fire Spirit Incarnate. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 8th. Classification, Flame. Consumption, None. Chanting time, Instantaneous. Cooling time, 3 days. Active effect, your understanding of the element of fire has reached a state of realization, and you may choose to merge with the fire elements of heaven and earth to enter the state of Fire Spirit Sublimation. Fire Spirit Sublimation, you are immune to all physical damage, immune to all fire damage, and gain the ability to fly. While in this state, when you cast a flame-based skill, the chance of a bludgeon is increased by 100%, the damage of a bludgeon is increased by 100%, and the target's magic resistance is ignored by 50%. While in this state, when you cast flame-based skills, all spells that require chanting become instantaneous and no longer require mana to be spent. The sublimation state lasts for 3 minutes, during which time you can mobilize all the fire elements in a great range of space at any time, increasing the temperature to 1,000,000 degrees Celsius in a very short period of time, triggering a terrifyingly large explosion that causes huge amounts of flame damage. Remarks, I, the Flame. Originally, when Lin Yi saw the Fire Spirit Incarnation, just guess it could be a status-based skill. Similar to the same effect as the Masked Rider transformation. In fact, Lin Yi had guessed about 8 or 9 times. The description and effect of the Fire 8th rank skill was directly turned into a small essay. After Lin Yi read it, he even called out perverts in his heart. This skill, it's so buggy. This turned out to be a relatively rare composite skill. On the one hand, this skill does damage. In his sublimated state, he could trigger a super explosion. And it was estimated that the range and damage of the explosion was even more exaggerated than the Heavenly Flame Dragon's breath. At the same time, it will give itself a status. This state was directly capable of allowing Lin Yi himself to metamorphose and sublimate from human flesh and blood into a pure fire elemental being. In this state, all flame-based spells must explode, add damage, and fire instantly with no blue drain. Bad news, this skill is a stitch monster. Good news, it's time to sew it all up. Lin Yi immediately decided to try his hand at this copy. Fire Spirit Incarnate, Supreme Ascension requires no chanting and has no mana cost. Lin Yi just moved his mind. He then saw a dark blue flame ignite at his fingertips. Finger features belonging to humans, nails, bones, flesh and blood disappeared at a rapid pace. The blue fire then spread, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi realized that his hands were beginning to blaze. This experience of transforming from flesh and blood into the element of pure fire was very subtle. Not only was there no pain, but it gave Lin Yi a great sense of freshness. Lin Yi's ascension speed was beyond his imagination. Almost instantly, Lin Yi felt that he had completed the metamorphosis of his life type. He ceased to be a carbon-based being and became an elemental being. Even, he had become the flame itself. Lin Yi could still feel his hands and feet. But they can be infinitely extended and stretched at will. And all over his body, he could no longer feel the bondage of gravity. Lin Yi was as light as air. At the same time, the place where Linny had originally stood began to annihilate and disappear, leaving no trace behind. It turns out that when the temperature gets high, all real-world matter, probably even the melting step, has been skipped. Instead, they were directly vaporized and annihilated. The countless shadow demons that had previously been attracted by the molten flame Inferno were perhaps too close to Linny. They can't even wail. It was vaporized in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum of over 10 meters appeared around Linny. Linny's face and other features disappeared into the blue flames. If someone was in this place and witnessed this scene, they would probably tremble with fear and trembling. The size of Linny, who had ascended into the state of a fire spirit, was still the size of a normal human. But the sense of oppression, it had been terrifying. Just the moment Linny completed his supreme ascension. In the next moment, the entire city of Gone Light, Fey Kraken, all the shadow demons and shadow monsters, were all agitated. Because the temperature, steeply, is pulling up and rising. Afterwards, Linny flew high into the sky. The flight ability granted by the fire spirit state, the flight speed was not inferior to the blast wind wings in the slightest, and was even better than that. Linny flew high above the sky, overlooking the entirety of the Fijian. He didn't realize that the scale and map size of this copy was much larger than he had expected. The entire Fijian Kayan was almost 5 or 6 times the size of the base city of Jiangcheng. And with the help of the Eye of Omniscience, Linny had discovered a detail that no other professional might be able to know. At this moment, among the countless broken walls of Fijian Kayan, small light clusters of stars unexpectedly appeared. Above these clusters of light, the names and ranks of the professionals were written. Linny was able to get more information if he looked closely. The larger the light cluster, the stronger the corresponding professional. Linny then saw 2 or 3 larger clusters of light gathered together, and following them were dozens of smaller clusters of light. Finally, in the southern corner of the Fijian, there was another mass of light that was equally larger, except that it was no longer moving and seemed to be fading in breath, as if it had been seriously injured. Good lord, it turns out this copy is a public copy. That is to say, all the professionals who entered the copies were actually assigned to various corners of the entire city of Gone Light, and the chances of running into them were very small. But by no means no. Fisher Kane, Central City. There were 50 or 60 people here, fighting off the shadow demon monsters that were coming in like a tidal wave in groups. Our people are still 4 or 5 short of arriving. I just asked through the heavenly signal. They should have been teleported to a remote place. They won't be able to make it here for a while. They'll be looking for shelters on their own. Let's hurry to the Central Royal Court. Everyone, keep up, don't fall behind. A few professionals who wore the uniforms of Tianshui Academy's teachers and whose strength had also reached the 3rd turn, commanded the other students while killing the monsters. Phew. 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 Do you guys feel that getting warmer? I was going to say the same thing. Before this place was freezing cold and now I'm sweating after a few steps. I can't, it's too hot, I can't walk. Just a few seconds passed. Everyone just felt that the air they breathed into their lungs was piping hot. The skin all over his body was even more like being exposed to the scorching sun, being baked raw. Oh my god. Look at the sky, you guys. What's that? Chapter 31 Divine Flame Heavenly Conquest. Annihilating everything. Countless people let out cries of alarm. In the next moment, they only felt their surroundings gradually brighten up. And it went from bright to blinding, all in the blink of an eye. The city of passing light, a place that had been shrouded in darkness for 300 years, at this moment, rose a great sun of blue fire. The blazing sun hangs high in the sky. All corners of the whole of Fishicane were completely illuminated. The person who had just been looking at the blue sun in the sky hastily covered his eyes with his hands. It's too harsh. What's going on? Isn't this place forever engulfed in the shadow of the shadow demon Archon, never to see the light? Countless students of the Tianshui Academy were shocked beyond words. In fact, all of the 3rd turn teachers were shocked to see that great blue fire sun in the sky. No. Not right. That's not the sun, that looks like a person. A few of the stronger teachers forced their eyes to endure the stinging pain and gazed at the sky before coming to a conclusion that made them even more stunned themselves. It wasn't the sun, it was a person. A figure covered in burning blue flames. They even saw his eyes that looked out of the corner of their eye without a trace of emotion. Who's that? Is it the final boss of this copy? This isn't scientific. Shouldn't the final boss of such a copy be a shadow creature as well? How could it be such a flame elemental creature? Howl. Ow 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 ow. The whole of the Fitch King, perhaps because of the extremely elevated temperature, combined with the fact that the light shines on all things. The horrible creatures that truly hibernated beneath this city of departed light were completely enraged. The earth began to tremble. The countless students and teachers of Tianshui College could no longer stand still. It was as if something that was about to break through the ground. Boom! Another earth-shattering thud passed. The earth ruptured and a huge sharp claw, wrapped in a deep darkness as thick as liquid, broke through, stabbing straight at the blue fire-blazing sun in the sky. Pust! The tip of the huge black sharp claw even sprayed out a terrifying venom with strong corrosive properties. However, these venoms were directly vaporized the moment they were just sprayed out. At the same time, the sharp claw that was stabbing into the sky was incinerated into a black charcoal by the terrifying flames. Below them, they fell to the ground on all fours, and the professionals who had gathered to watch this level of battle were all dumbstruck. The great powers fighting each other were as terrifying as they were. The level of this kind of battle was completely beyond their imagination. The limbs and claws were roasted, which further enraged the giant creatures hidden beneath the ground of Fekane. This time, an even more violent earthquake appeared, and the whole of Fijian Kayan, with a horrifying rift in the center, lit up with 8 giant scarlet eyes. High up in the sky, Linny, with the help of his eyes of omniscience, thoroughly saw what this thing really was. Hidden in the darkness of the earth's abyss was a giant spider whose body was also condensed from dark shadows. This spider was also at least 500 or 600 meters huge in size. Shadow Spider. Rank, LV.220. Rank, King. Race, Shadow Spirit. Life value, 24,966,026 million. Mana, 2 million. Power, 26,200. Spirit, 23,500. Agility, 22,330. Endurance, 29,650. Active skills, Fierce Poison Sidearm, Bloodthirsty Fangs, Dangling Silk Shadow Binding, Ground Drilling. Passive skill, Shadowing. Weakness, Light Damage. The level of this boss was 20 levels higher than the alienated Necromancer Rivendell. And all the attributes, they were all completely overwhelming to the alienated Necromancer, a watered-down and inflated boss. Under normal circumstances, most professionals entering this trial replica wouldn't be able to encounter monsters of this level at all. The best shelters are labeled by a guide sent to students by Skyline College. It's actually the basement of the Royal Court of Fitchking. I don't know if the soundproofing is excellent here or something else. Those shadow demon monsters, all of them, will stay away and won't come here to hunt. Only what they didn't know was that it was precisely because such a horrendous giant shadow creature was sealed underneath the royal court that caused the other weak shadow demons to not dare to approach. Under normal circumstances, as long as one didn't die and hide in the basement of the royal court, one wouldn't wake up this shadow demon spider. But Lin Yi's arrival, with its high temperatures and blinding light, enraged it. That's what led to the current situation. Kill it and this copy should be cleared, right? Lin Yi thought so. He looked at the time left in the ascended state. There's about a minute and a half left. Almost there. Lin Yi stretched out a hand, aiming it lightly at the gigantic demonic spider lurking in the earth's abyss below. The next moment. Boom! All the fire elements in heaven and earth had been increased to the extreme by Lin Yi. Instantly the temperature of the entire city of Gone Light, Fei Krakane, soared to 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. Click. Collapse. An unmistakable sound came from higher up in the sky. The deep darkness that shrouded the entirety of Fei Krakane shattered and crumbled like an eggshell, revealing a glimpse of the pale blue sky of the outside world. 300 years of darkness. 300 years of closure. Let the fires of civilization in Fei Krakane be extinguished completely and turned into a paradise for demons. On this day 300 years later, there was a great sun of blue fire that rose high into the sky. It shatters darkness and brings light. The darkness completely shattered and dissipated. The whole world was a blur. Countless professionals, looking up at the sky, only felt their bodies tingling, unable to move half a bit at all. If Lin Yi hadn't intentionally controlled it, these people had probably vaporized and disappeared long ago, just like the other shadow demons. Ow ow ow. The terrifying temperature caused the underground shadow demon spider to wail. Lin Yi could see its blood level slipping at a rate visible to the naked eye. 10 million blood levels were going to zero in the blink of an eye. Its only 7 remaining claws dug frantically into the ground, fleeing towards the abyss further down. However, it was too late. Temperatures have arrived in the millions. That great explosion that moved the heavens and shook the earth brought about by the Supreme Ascension erupted violently. Boom! The piercing blue ball of light quickly spread as if a nuclear bomb had erupted, enveloping the entirety of Fijian Kayan. Linny was suspended high in the sky, watching the entire city below go into a sea of flames in an instant. Countless shadow demons went up in smoke in a terrifying flash. The entire replica space, with deep blue high-temperature flames burning everywhere, was like purgatory. In the end, the earth was burned by the heat to create a huge hollow, and in the hollow, there was nothing else but flames. Lin Yi's own heart was incomparably shocked. 8th rank fire magic, the power is too explosive. It wasn't even comparable to magic like Heavenly Flame Dragon Breath. Lin Yi now felt that the Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath was all a bit less than a card. Well, it's always weird that this move doesn't have a name. Lin Yi thought for a moment. Find a situation in your brain that is very similar to the current one. Rokudo Pain comes to Kiba. With one move, Kiba was razed to the ground and completely destroyed. The time is just like this moment. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile. From now on, let's call this move Divine Flame Heavenly Conquest. Chapter 32 said survival for 3 hours, you pass in 2 minutes at light speed? Lin Yi flew down from a high altitude. He didn't bother with the group of Tianshui Academy professionals who had already been shocked by the fierce heat and violent impact to the point that they had already lost their souls and even fainted. Instead, he flew to the southern corner of what was once Fikekayan. Carrying up a middle-aged man who had previously been surrounded by heavy shadow demons and was physically exhausted and severely injured. Linny didn't have a good feeling about the bunch of high-eyed, nostril-looking goods from the Tianshui Academy, and naturally, he wouldn't be so sanctimonious as to fish with them. He had already shown mercy himself, and whether or not they could get out of this copy subsequently was none of his business. As for this middle-aged man, Linny had rescued him because with the help of the Eye of Omniscience, he had seen his name. Gang Dust. Surnamed Jiang, coupled with what Jiangya had said earlier, Linny could easily guess that this should be the second uncle who had risked his own life to give Jiangya and a few others a chance to escape. There was Jiangya's fellowship of sending various props to himself before, and there was also Jiang Chuan's cultivation of himself by promising to open the back door for him. Anyway, it was in passing, so Linny came to the rescue. Ding! Congratulations, for completing your trial copy, The City of Departed Light, Phi Rakane. You've earned a new title, Abyssal Challenger. You have completed the hidden ending of this trial copy and killed the high difficulty boss Shadow Demon Spider. Your title is upgraded. You have earned a new title, Conqueror of the Abyss. Special trial copy, The Darkness of the City of Gone Light, Phi Rakane, was completely expelled, and the city was completely obliterated, with the structure within the copy completely disappearing. This special trial copy will be permanently delisted from the Blue Star and Abyss world with immediate effect. Linny froze. Is permanently delisted. This means that this copy completely disappeared into thin air. It will never be seen again. Young life, this wave of operation, directly play the copy cannot be okay. Perhaps it was because the copies were all gone, so Linny was directly teleported out of the copy. Linny only felt a flash before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the rich meadow outside the city of Jiangcheng. The sun was beautiful and the scenery was breathtaking, much more comfortable than the copy of the Netherworld map. Seeing the copy of the light screen appearing a strange change. In the next moment, the figure of Linny holding Jiang's second uncle appeared. All the people guarding the door of the replica were all shocked. Because at this moment, it was less than 3 minutes before Linny entered this trial copy. It should be over 2 minutes to be exact. How did you get out so fast? Wait, who is he holding in his hand? Why does it seem a little familiar? Perhaps Jiang Chen was too heavily injured, with his clothes torn and tattered, plus his face was a bloody mess, so for a moment, Jiang Zhen didn't even recognize his second son. But Jiangya exclaimed, second uncle. It was only at this time that Jiang Zhen realized that Lin Yi had actually rescued the person. Instantly several people gathered around. Zhuo Qian was more concerned about Lin Yi, whether he was injured or not. Lin Yi, you scared me to death. Why are you so impulsive? How dare you enter the copy alone? Are there any injuries? Lin Yi, I'm fine, but I can't say if he's okay. Lin Yi pointed at Jiang Chen, who had already been laid flat on the ground by him. Jiang Xian rushed forward to test his nostrils. Then he beamed with joy. Still breathing, still alive. Priest, nurse, come and save us. Jiang Shang was after all the nominal number one person in Jiangchang, and his orders were better than anyone's words. Immediately, many official first aid teams in white coats came over to quickly check Jiang Chen's injuries. Thank you. Jiang Ye cried pear-shaped tears on the side when she learned that her second uncle was only seriously injured, but not dead. While wiping his tears, he thanked Lin Yi. It's not easy to hear those two words from you, I haven't heard them in the last 3 years. Lin Yi couldn't help but spit at her when he saw her like this. For the past 3 years, Jiang Ye had been the image of a high and cold schoolgirl, and it was absolutely impossible for her to show a smile to Lin Yi, much less say thank you. Jiang Ye stomped his foot. It seemed to be somewhat complaining that at this time, Lin Yi had to molest her in front of her family. Jiang Zhen also came over to thank Lin Yi after settling his second son. I originally thought that you entered the copy as a reckless move, but I didn't realize that you went in for the sake of saving someone. I really don't know how our Jiang family is going to thank you for saving their lives like this. Lin Yi froze. No, ma'am. You may have misunderstood. I'm just going in to pass the copy, saving people is just a passing fancy. Stepping on luck, right? The copy map of the city of Gonlight is so big, really let him refresh next to this wounded man as soon as he enters, huh? From the time he went in to the time he came out, it was only 3 minutes, he should have teleported out with a copy of the Forced Escape Scroll, counting on his knowledge. A group of onlookers at the Tensui Academy. Seeing that Lin Yi had actually saved a wounded man. It was also a bit of a shock. But they still have a mean mouth. As for the fact that Lin Yi had actually come out after clearing the level, this situation had never even crossed their minds. Because it's impossible. The copy pass requirement is to survive for 3 hours off. Come out early. It means that the pass has failed. Isn't that the obvious truth? It's good that you're okay, there's still a chance to qualify for the abyss later. Zhuo Qian also comforted Lin Yi. Lin Yi was speechless. No, you guys have too much brain power. But there was no need for Lin Yi to explain anything. Because the next moment, the announcement that resounded throughout the area surrounding the replica left everyone present dumbstruck. Copy pass announcement. Congratulations to Professional Lin Yi for clearing the special trial copy, City of Gonlight Phi Rakane. Time to clear customs, 0 hours, 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Pass rating, S. This clearance record refreshes the best clearance record of this copy, and the record will be forever engraved on the Blue Star Global Copy Clearance Record list, which can be accessed at any time. Everyone is stupid. The entire replica doorway. No one in the bustling crowd made a sound. They all gazed at Lin Yi with eyes like they were looking at monsters. The white beard on Zhang Xian's chin, this fourth-turning Grand Magician, was trembling slightly. Ha! Did he pass? Lin Yi didn't go in to save people, he really went in to pass the copy? Zhuo Qian, the principal of the second middle school, is even more brain completely down. He could see that the lad should have something. But I didn't realize it was so stuffed. True pass? Not only did it pass, but it even refreshed the Blue Star Global Passing Record list for this special trial copy? Recorded announcements can't be faked. It could be said that the Blue Star's Heavenly Tao Will was helping Lin Yi testify. The man with glasses from Tianshui Academy who had been calmly and coolly watching everything. This time, he was completely nonplussed. He took a deep breath. The teenager in front of him who looked nothing but handsome and mediocre. Why is it suddenly scary? As one of the 10 faculty tutors of the Heavenly Water Academy whose strength had reached the 6th turn, he naturally knew the city of Passing Light, Fei Krakane, beyond measure. This copy is special. Because the pass condition then limits the time. So far. The record for the best pass on this copy was set over 130 years ago by the first person to first pass the copy. The last best record was 3 hours. Chapter 33, 18 years old, honored in the Global Copy Pass Record Hall of Fame. Being able to mention the clearance record time, which was limited to death by the duplicate clearance mechanism, from 3 hours to 2 minutes. Oh Jun held the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Wise and calm as he was, he could only think of one scenario. That is, this teenager in front of him killed all the monsters in the copy, all of them. The entire copy is completely safe. Naturally, there is no need to test a professional's ability to survive. The 3-hour restriction on survivals wouldn't make any sense. But just as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, it was instantly dismissed. Because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. according to the information he has. This A+ difficulty level copy must have a hidden boss that countless professionals had not discovered in over 100 years. The existence of that hidden boss was what caused the entire Fijian Kayan to constantly refresh all kinds of shadow monsters. As long as you don't get rid of this boss, it's never going to be possible to remove all the monsters in the Fey Crack Cane. And the method of activating that hidden boss is still unknown. But there are many big guys with high perception skills and identification skills who used to survey this copy. It was confirmed that the level of the hidden boss was at least 200 or higher, and that the rank was at least king rank. There's a fundamental difference between those bosses that are leveled at 200 and those that are forcibly leveled up after alienation. Obviously, the former is much stronger. Therefore, all the cheats for this copy are clearly labeled for those who pass the level and must be careful not to die, in case they trigger certain mechanisms in the copy and allow the hidden boss to awaken. Then the whole copy is not A+ difficulty. Instead, it's a real S-class. In the end, how did he pass? Wu Jun completely fell into deep suspicion. He couldn't even help but want to grab Linny and ask him about it. However, in the very next moment, the entire light curtain of the replica entrance began to tremble violently. A heat wave of high temperatures hit. Several clusters of blue tongues of fire were even seen slamming out of the entrance to the replica. Next moment, the entrance to the replica was like pouring out beans, and began to spit out the hundreds of people who still survived within the replica in a brainstorming manner. Wu Jun's face changed dramatically. What's going on? He just sent in 70 or 80 trainees. Plus 4 or 5 third and fourth turn teachers. How it all came out. All of these trainees went into a coma. Only a few of the stronger teachers remained somewhat conscious after being forcibly teleported out of their copies. Wu Jun took a few steps forward and grabbed one person's collar before questioning, "What's going on? It's not time to pass, why are you all out?" The teacher whose collar he grabbed. The pupils of his eyes were constantly contracting and dilating, and his body was trembling. Fire! Fire! There's fire everywhere! Don't! Don't! Don't burn me! Help! Help! I don't want to die. His spirit, obviously, had broken. Linny looked at this scene with some weakness. After all, he was the one who started it. How could he not expect a divine flame heavenly sign to come down? The whole copy was played by him. The hellish sight of fire everywhere would again cause so much emotional trauma to these adults. The man was yelling madly. It also seemed to wake up a group of semi-conscious students. For a while, the teachers of the Tianshui Academy's first department or the students. All of them wailed and screamed as if they had experienced something beyond horror. The scene was chaotic. It horrified the minds of the crowd that had been watching from the periphery. Inside, what's going on? The fire that has been constantly emphasized in these populations, and the sun. What exactly is the thing that is being referred to? Copy adjustment notice. Attention all Blue Star professionals, special trial copy, City of Gone Lightfire Rift card. Due to special reasons, the structure of the copy has been destroyed completely, with immediate effect. The copy is permanently delisted from the sequence of Blue Star trial copies. After this, all professionals will no longer be able to enter this copy for rating, and the list of records of passing this copy will be moved to the Historical Hall of Fame. This time, it was a copy adjustment announcement that resounded throughout the Blue Star. These types of announcements occur hundreds of times a year. Basically, it's all about the abyssal worlds undergoing certain changes that are unknowable to the Blue Star worlds. Caused certain copies to disappear permanently. But at such a special point in time today, the release of this notice can't help but draw everyone's reverie. Zhuo Qian and Jiang Xian both looked at Linny in surprise. This kid just made it into Blue Star's Global Replica Hall of Fame? One must know that so far, in the entire Blue Star, there were less than 1,000 people whose names could be engraved on top of the Hall of Fame's list. This is the supreme honor of all professionals. He's 18 years old and honored in the Global Replica Passing Records Hall of Fame. Being watched by so many pairs of eyes. Linny also knows that if he doesn't say something, he probably won't get through today. If I say so, I didn't do anything. After I teleported in, I saw him. Linny pointed at Zhang Chen before continuing, then I was going to see how he was doing. At this time, a sun suddenly rose in the dark copy, and then there was a big explosion, and I don't know why nothing happened to me, and then I came out. And tell me I passed my copy. Linny had done his best to lie. If he tells the truth, I don't think anyone in the room would have believed it. But it all seems to make sense when he takes himself out of the equation so completely and then blames it all on the bizarre events that happened in the copy. Wu Jun's frown deepened. Lin Yi's statement, coupled with the statements of the several teachers under his hand, made him suspicious in his mind. Ignoring the teacher, who was still yelling, he reached out and slashed the man in the back of the head. The next moment, the man fainted. Wu Jun leaned down and extended 2 fingers, pointing them on the man's forehead. His profession was somewhat unique, a special transfer of the priestly lineage, the priest of the heart. This profession has a vast array of skills capable of influencing and manipulating the minds of others. Reading a person's memory for a short period of time is even less of a problem. Oh Jun closed his eyes. A blackout passed. He re-experienced the light in the copy from the first viewpoint of this fainted teacher. Dozens of seconds later, Wu Jun opened his eyes. On his forehead and behind his back, cold sweat oozed out. He finally realized why all these 3rd and 4th turn teachers couldn't carry the mental pressure. Even he was sweating now. Wu Jun looked at Lin Yi once more. The light in the copy was almost exactly as this kid had described. Instantly, the credibility of what Lin Yi had just said went up several notches. Perhaps, he really was extremely lucky and ran into the extremely low probability of monsters fighting with each other in an abyssal copy, which eventually caused the copy to disappear. He was the only one awake at the end, so the clearance record counts on his head? Chapter 34 Codename, Abyssal Realm Inferno Emperor, SS Level Threat Rating. Wu Jun swept another glance at the group of people who were lying on the ground on their backs, disgracing their Tianshui Academy. The heart was even more huffy. They were the Tianshui Academy, the top 50 renowned higher professionist institutes in Daxia. How did you raise such a bunch of booze hounds? If that humanoid creature wrapped in searing blue flames was really some super powerful existence native to the abyss. The same is true of someone who looks straight into the eyes of such a being. Why were all these 2nd turn students under his hand, 3rd turn and 4th turn teachers, all of them would simply be stunned? And this teenager in front of me, he topped it. This was enough to show that this teenager's heart should be far beyond the age he was at. Extremely resilient. Look at it this way, it's still a rare find. Come to our Tianshui Academy. We can give you special recruiting opportunities. Wu Jun walked up a few steps to Lin Yi. In a tone that brooked no question, the invitation was extended. For a moment, everyone froze. Including those teachers who had previously been following Wu Jun and hadn't entered the copy, so they were still in normal spirits at the moment. Holy! Special recruiting! No, Professor Wu, does he have the qualifications? Yes, after all, it is the head tutor of a branch, and there are 2 or 3 special enrollment slots on hand every year. Grass, sour me to death, I was 76th in the province to get into Tianshui that year. For a while, all the teachers of Tianshui Academy and those students who had yet to enter the replica were all envious. How they didn't think about it. Professor Wu, who was usually so strict, would actually be interested in a newbie professional coming out of a 5th level base city. Maybe it's because the kid is in the Copy Record Hall of Fame at such a young age? Grass, what kind of luck is this? If I had entered the copy just now, maybe the record of the last pass would be counted on me. Pretty much what these students guessed. On the one hand, Wu Jun did look at this aura on Lin Yi of being in the Replica Hall of Fame at the tender age of 18. On the other hand, it was only because of Lin Yi's heart. Zhuo Qian's eyes lit up as he quietly approached Lin Yi and whispered, "Promise him." Tianshui College is the 2nd most prestigious school in our province and the top 100 in the country. Jiang Chang also nodded. This kind of special enrollment quota is very rare, only a handful of 281 institutions are qualified. Tianshui Academy is really good, we can consider agreeing to it. The so-called 281 institutions. Similar to Lin Yi's 985 and 211 universities in his previous life. Just a different worldview. Just when everyone thought that Lin Yi would surely agree in one go. Lin Yi, however, frowned. No need, not interested. This time, even Wu Jun was a bit surprised. In his mind, it had been a groundbreaking handout. Why is this kid in front of me, completely ungrateful? He narrowed his eyes slightly as he continued, think about it. This may be your only chance in this life. Lin Yi smiled. He really felt that the group of Tianshui academies in front of him highlighted a confidence. You guys could have made a better impression on me as well, maybe I would have considered joining your Tianshui academy. This is the only chance you will ever have in this life. Zhuo Qian and Zhang Stan were both shocked in their hearts. Good lord, those are some crazy words to say. But inexplicably relieved. Jun Woo, still foolish. Let's go. Wu Jun looked deeply at Lin Yi. Then led the way. In the end, this special mage profession trial came to a close. Time is running out. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Something that Lin Yi hadn't expected at all shocked the entire circle of high-ranking professionals in Dongjiang Province. The capital of Dongjiang Province, Tianhai City. In the conference room of the League of Professionals. Shi Guoguang sat on the first seat. Although he is only a vice president, but usually the president is busy and often have to travel, so the large and small meeting matters, or by him. The conference room was silent at the moment. All eyes were on the big screen. The image playing on the big screen. It was a record of everything that happened in the special copy of the City of Gone Light, Phi Rakane, from the perspective of an ordinary professional. Shadow Demon Spider, a hidden boss from a high level, came out. Subsequently, the great blue fire sun appears. The humanoid creature, whose body was ablaze with flames, clenched in the void. Terrible nuclear explosion and flame, instantaneous second magic spider at the same time, also annihilated the entire fiction, so that this copy completely disappeared from the blue star. Video playback is complete. Chi Guoguang's face was grave as he spoke. This video was uploaded from the TS City's Tianshui College High School. It should have utilized some sort of memory extraction method with post-imaging processing. Tell us your insights. One person spoke, Vice President Shi, the means by which this unknown flaming creature annihilated an entire city, the great I think is at least in the 8th order. Shi Guoguang nodded, it must be above the 8th rank, although it may not be up to the 9th rank forbidden spell level, it is very close. Vice President Shi, do you think that this flaming creature could be one of our Blue Stars professionals, and that this skill is also some kind of high-level skill? Chi Guoguang shook his head, it's a very typical flame spell, but it's very different from a mage professional's 8th rank spell. The Fire 8th order spell named Unquenchable Inflammation spell is very powerful though. But it's more than a third weaker than this spell used by this mysterious being in the video. And there's no way that level 220 Abyssal Arachnid could have killed that level 220 Abyssal Arachnid in seconds at such a fast speed. This is a power we know nothing about, and the true stance of flame-based magic in the hands of the true powerhouses of the Abyssal world. Chi Guoguang's words had a hint more of awe in them. He had already turned 7 though. But the deeper one delves into magic, the more one realizes how little one knows about it. For example, the same 8th order of equivalence. The difference between the unquenchable flame spell and the spell used by this mysterious existence was still too great. After Chi Guoguang made his conclusion, instantly everyone else stopped talking. All pondered if such a being, from the abyss, descended upon the blue planet. Just how much horrific destruction will be triggered? He didn't even need to chant. With a flip of his hand, he annihilated a giant city. Since none of you have any other opinions or insights, I'll make mine. The first thing that can be identified is this creature that burns with blue flames. From the abyss. And the strength is extremely terrifying. In the abyss, there has once again appeared a powerful enemy that our human race must face. All we have to do at this point is take everything we can about him and keep reporting it. His rank is at least Imperial, so for the time being I've formulated a codename for him. Codename, Abyssal Realm Yen Huang. Threat level, I've initially set it at SS level. If there are more subsequent sighting records and information about him, maybe this threat level will have to be raised even higher. Chapter 35, the night before the high school exam, 1 million skill points, adding a forbidden spell. Agreed. No objections. Agreed. For a while, throughout the conference room, there were voices of approval. Chi Guoguang saw that the majority voted for it. With that, he stood up and said, then that's the end of the meeting, I'm going to submit the information to the top. Dismissed. Chi Guoguang walked out of the conference room. There was more than a hint of concern between his eyebrows. What an eventful year. More than 10 days ago. Kanglan City's Wild World boss alteration, he had seen a mage bigwig who was a dual cultivator of fire and wind, and whose 7th rank skills were capable of 4 consecutive shots. Now another Abyssal Realm Inferno Emperor who could use 8th order spells he couldn't comprehend with a flip of his hand had emerged from the abyss. The commonalities between the two are very obvious. That would be analyzing it from the magic branding. They're all young. Far younger than myself. Chi Guoguang felt a sense of powerlessness. It was the kind of thing that had clearly been immersed in it all my life. But it was nothing like the powerlessness of being a true genius in a magical endeavor. The heavens are so long, why are they so thin on me? In the meantime. River City. Linny walked out of the treasure pavilion. Toward the other end of the street of living professionals. He hadn't gone out to practice much in the past 10 days. The main reason was that the leveling areas and copies around the entire River City were already far below Linny's level. Even if he went to practice, he got very little experience. Linny didn't want to do this kind of thing where he got half the result with twice the effort. The big test is coming up, and all the other students are bursting at the seams practicing. Only Linny has been swinging at home for 10 days. It was worth mentioning that the Jiang family really seemed to be very grateful to Linny for saving Jiang Chen. The next day Jiang Qin, the old man, directly led Jiang Chen, who had already awakened, to the door to thank him. Gave Lin Yi's parents a fright. Flattered. Linny had gotten a whole 200 freely tradable skill point scrolls, as well as a silver level mage set. That's a very expensive thank you gift. Linny estimated that changing hands would be another couple dozen W of Dasha coins. This time, Linny had come to the treasure pavilion to find Zhang Dahai to sell the set of equipment that the Jiang family had given him, plus the 2 gold level equipment that he had stored on hand before. After seeing the platinum level equipment. When Linny looked at that mage set, he didn't find it interesting. And most of all, it's ugly to wear. For the sake of that little attribute, Linny doesn't want to give up his image. So reselling. Linny walked to a store that specialized in recycling skill books and skill point scrolls. This little store was introduced by Zhang Dafu. With his face, all the skill point scrolls Linny had on hand were all offered at a price that exceeded the market price by about 10%. After clearing this wave of supplies, Linny also received a text message from Dasha Bank. Your bank card with tail number 4396 has received a transfer amount of 749,680 yuan, with a balance of 1,293,346.21 yuan. Lin Yi's savings now officially exceeded the million level. It's true that if you want to get rich, you still have to sell your goods. Especially the tradable skill point scrolls. This stuff seems to have been super hard currency throughout Blue Star. It was even comparable to the gold on Earth in Lin Yi's previous life. The entire Blue Star was locked in on the price of skill point scrolls, and it was basically impossible for it to go down, it would only go up. Perhaps that was why Lin Yi's good buddy Zhang Shan had said earlier that his father had a few skill point scrolls stored in his hands. The value of this stuff saved up can go up faster than the interest on a time deposit. Ding! Your deposit balance has been detected to have exceeded the million level, and your talent god's gift has unlocked a new function. Linny was shocked in his heart. Nice guy, $1 million deposit, unlocked a new feature. It was only when Linny opened the talent interface that he realized the details of the new function. Skill evolution, you can consume 1 million Blue Star currency as well as the corresponding skill points to evolve one of your 8th rank or higher skills, becoming an alienated version of an equivalent rank skill with greater power and stronger effects. For the convenience of comparative experience, your Fire 8th Order skill has evolved into an alienated version for free upon awakening, and subsequent use of this function will consume the corresponding currency, and each time you use it, the currency consumed will be further increased. Linny froze. Good lord, this talent of his own is really turning into a Kryptonian talent. Not only does Kryptonite speed up skill point acquisition, but you can now evolve skills. True Kryptonite gets stronger. Are there alienated versions of skills as well? One's own Fire-type 8th rank skill, Supreme Ascension, Fire Spirit Incarnation was surprisingly different from the 8th rank skills of other Flame Specialization mages? Well, this skill on its own, being a Stitch monster and a Transform status type skill, and having a wide range of high damage. Indeed, it should be quite a bit stronger than a normal Fire-type 8th rank. It looks like this money-making thing is really going to be on the agenda from now on. Linny opened his personal panel again. Then look at the column of his skill points. Assignable skill points, 974,639. The cumulative amount of skill points that had been given away for nothing every day for the past 10 days was close to 1 million. Linny still hadn't forgotten the small goal he had set on that awakening day almost a month ago. Add Fireball to Forbidden Spell. That small goal, now, is close at hand. Want a wave of Kryptonite to speed things up a bit? However, Linny opened the Kryptonite interface. After seeing that it would cost 100,000 Dasha coins to exchange for more than 80,000 skill points. Some of the teeth are sore. It's already more than a ING dollar for a little skill point. Though for others, if they could actually buy a bit of skill points for $1 or so, they'd probably wake up smiling in their dreams. But Linny was the one with the privilege of whoring out skill points without spending a dime. This creates a psychological fallout. No more Kryptonite. No more Kryptonite. Otherwise this million dasha coins in one's card wouldn't be enough to build it. It's a little over 30,000 points short anyway. Hanging out late into the night is enough. In the afternoon, Linny went back to school. The main reason was that tomorrow was the Blue Star Great Summer, the annual entrance exam for newly promoted professionals. This is the first real big turning point in life for all the students who have just recently transferred and are still young. Either the fish jumps through the door and soars to the heavens. Either that or a life of mediocrity. Going back to school is mostly about getting chicken soup and vaccinations from teachers and principals. Anyway, the idea is to tell everyone not to be nervous and just play normally. And Linny had actually had little interest in attending this kind of chicken soup party. But it couldn't help that Zhang Shan kept saying he wanted to meet himself. Haven't seen you in a month. This is because the results of the National Higher Education Examination come out on the same day. No need to wait. The exams are taken on the spot and the results are released on the spot. At most, it will take some time to fill out volunteers and college admissions. So for the most part it's just a case of the high school exams being over and everyone going their separate ways, never going back to high school again. Linny then agreed. This pre-exam cocktail party didn't last long. It was over in less than half a day. Linny exchanged good wishes with Jiangya and Zhang Shan, as well as a few other classmates who had played well together, and went their separate ways. Returning home, Linny also realized that his father had rarely worked overtime today. Instead, he took a vacation and came back to have dinner with himself. Mother Su Qingfang even made a big table of good food. The parents are happy. But Linny could tell. They're actually more nervous than they are. Tomorrow is the most important day in a child's life, and being a parent is a feeling that no one can understand. Eat and drink. It was already close to 9 o'clock in the evening. Linny took a shower. Lied down on the bed. I have to get up early tomorrow and go to bed a little earlier today. Before going to bed, however, Linny once again opened his personal panel. This time, the skill point balance, like his deposit balance, finally broke through 7 digits. Chapter 36, Above the Forbidden Spell, Burning the Sky and Boiling the Sea. Assignable skill points, 101-6334. Linny opened the skill panel. Choose the Flame system. Stopping at the interface of the 8th rank, Supreme Ascension, Fire Spirit Incarnation, skill. Extra points. Must add points. Open the additions screen. The one-click add button, which Linny had seen before, also changed from gray to bright. Linny took a deep breath. Forbidden spells, close at hand. Do you spend 1 million skill points to upgrade your skill level to 9th rank? Is. One click to add points and start. The next moment, a pleasant prompt came to Linny's ears. Ding! Consuming 1 million skill points, your Supreme Ascension, Fire Spirit Incarnation advances to 9th Order Forbidden Spell 8 Desolate Heavily Falls. The moment this prompt rang out, Linny suddenly had a flash of light before his eyes. The surrounding scenery disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in the middle of a vision. It was a vision like the end times. Linny was suspended high in the air. It's like having God's perspective on. Below, there was an endless ocean and an equally vast landmass. Everything looks normal. Until the sky was colored red with flames. It's like it's completely lit up too. Countless terrifying and gigantic meteorite fire showers smashed down from the cosmic space. In the next moment, the hard land, split and shattered by the meteorite fire rain, turned into a pool of molten crimson magma in the blink of an eye. Dissolved into the ocean. And the otherwise calm sea. It was also heated to boiling at the moment, bubbling up with boiling hot air, evaporating large quantities of water vapor and spewing it into outer space at a speed visible to the naked eye. Next moment. The oceans are drying up. Terrestrial melting. Everything seems to have gone back more than 4 billion years. The moment Blue Star was just born. All things returned to their original beginnings. A molten, rolling, indistinguishable mess of matter. The visions disappeared. Linny returned to reality. He realized that he was already drenched in sweat. He couldn't imagine what he had actually witnessed. It was creation and destruction level greatness. That's Super God Forbidden Spells. The term floated through his mind. Open the skill screen again. It was only then that Linny realized that it was just as he had guessed. Ninth Order Forbidden Spells, not the end. Even, far from the end. Linny was already able to preview the skills that he would gain after the next level up. Ancient Spell Pure Inferno. Skill points required for upgrading, 10 million. Subsequent evolutionary path, Ancient Forbidden Spell Great Sun Golden Crow. Currency required for evolution, 100 million. Skill points required for evolution, 20 million. Hint, the alienated version of the Ancient Forbidden Spell Great Sun Golden Crow can further evolve to the Ultimate Forbidden Spell. Above the Ancient Forbidden Spell, there is the Ultimate Forbidden Spell. And the Inquisitive Forbidden Spell is not the end of the line. The forbidden spell that is truly capable of destroying the entire planet and returning the blue planet back to its originating sea of fire more than 4 billion years ago is called the Super God Forbidden Spell. Linny realized that the vision he had just seen should have been the scene of using the Super God Forbidden Spell. That's a real extermination spell. Capable of melting continents and boiling seas. So, that was the ultimate in fire magic. Turning over his hand to destroy the stars. Linny took a deep breath and calmed his mood, which had gotten restless again. Linny felt that he had originally seen what the top-tier combatants of this world looked like. Now he realized with a shock. My previous self was nothing more than a frog in a well. But this instead made Linny clench his fists. Isn't this more fun? Even if the skill points required end up breaking 1 billion. For him, it's just a few years of waiting. He could afford to wait. However, at this stage, Lin Yi's next goal was definitely not to take the first forbidden spell he had acquired and upgrade it to an ancient forbidden spell. Instead, it's a flat-out forbidden spell. At the very least, he'd have to add all of his current lines of magic to the forbidden spell level before he could do so. Lin Yi looked at the details of the forbidden magic spell he had just acquired. Forbidden Spell 8 Wasteland Skyfall. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 9th. Classification, Flame. Consumption, 1 million mana. Chanting time, 10 minutes. Cooling time, 3 days. Effect, summon savage flames to descend from the sky, igniting all targets within an extremely huge range, dealing huge amounts of flame damage to all targets. The duration of the ignition effect caused by this skill is permanent and cannot be dispelled. This skill ignores all damage reduction and damage immunity effects of the target that are lower than the 9th rank. Remarks, this fire, from the ancient barbarians, burns to this day. Hiss. Linny sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 minutes of chanting. 1 million mana spent. One could only say that it was worthy of being a forbidden spell, and the conditions for casting this spell would be incomparably harsh. Linny was glad that he'd gotten a free chance to evolve when he'd added the 8th Order Flame System skill earlier. Because in the sublimated state, all the fire spells he used were instantaneous and consume less. If Linny was able to solve the problem of the skill's cooldown time in the future. Even he was able to accomplish the forbidden spell streak feat while in the ascended state. In any case, the forbidden spell that Linny had been longing for had finally arrived. Linny took the time to take another look at what the evolved version of this 9th Order forbidden spell looked like. Evolved version, Forbidden Spell Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. Currency required for evolution, 2 million dasha coins. Skill points required for evolution, 1 million. Linny, ? No dude, why does your skill name sound so familiar? Linny thought for a second, you don't say. You don't say. It's all about playing with fire anyway, and what's not to say that ISO fire is not the embodiment of alienated fire magic. Forget it, don't think about it so much, anyway, the forbidden spell is already in hand, sleep. One night passed. At 5:30 a.m. the next morning, Linny was woken up by a knock on the door before his alarm clock even went off. Pushing open the door, he saw his mother, Su Qingfang, with dark circles under her eyes and wearing an apron, calling for breakfast. His father, Lin Guodong, was also up and was banging away with a wrench in front of the house, repairing the family's old car, which hadn't been driven for a long time. On this big day, he was going to take his son to the station himself. Otherwise you'll take another bus and be late. Linny rubbed his sleepy eyes. There is no way, it looks like the couple did not sleep well all night. It is estimated that they squinted for 2 or 3 hours, and then got up early to cook for him to repair the car. He could only give up the last half hour of sleep, wash up, eat this breakfast that was a little more substantial than last night, bring his student ID, passes and all, and then get into his old man's car. Lin Guodong had all the horsepower and went straight to the Jiangqing station. Every year, the National Higher Education Examination for Professionals is held in the capital city of each province. Dongjiang Province is naturally in the provincial capital, Tianhai City. And in order to standardize the order and discipline of candidates taking the exam, every year the officials make special arrangements for special underground express trains to transport candidates from all over the province to arrive at the exam site. Come to River City Station. Linny realized that the place had long been crowded. Chapter 37 Traveling to the Heavenly Sea. You're not going to be level 20, are you? In the square, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Numerous parents have sent their children outside the quarantine line, saying things like relax and it's okay. Of course, his own old man was no exception. Linny even saw that his mother, Su Qingfang, who was standing behind his old man, already had red eyes and couldn't stop crying. A few words of comfort with the two men. Linny waved his hand and laughed, "You guys just wait for my good news, turn on the TV, maybe this afternoon, you'll be able to see me on TV." It wasn't that Linny was blindly confident. Rather, it was the forbidden spell in his hand that gave him his backbone. Even if this exam was difficult, it wasn't so bad that a forbidden spell slammed down and couldn't be solved, right? Linny said goodbye to his parents. After searching for a long time, I couldn't find my school's meeting place. I.e. this way. As Linny walked, he suddenly heard a familiar loud voice and turned around. Then he saw the tall man Zhang Shan, tiptoeing in the pile of people in the distance, waving and shouting in his direction. Linny didn't have to keep looking, he quickly arrived at the large group of Jiangqing's second middle school. Then the homeroom teachers began to speak again. The customary another big bowl of chicken soup was brought to everyone's lips. 10 minutes or so later, the station's radio blared an announcement. Attention, please, all candidates for the 2024 National Unified Admission Examination for Higher Learning Institutions for Professionals, please note that the special train for the examination has all arrived at the station, and all units participating in the examination are requested to organize the candidates and enter the station in an orderly manner. The special train will depart in 30 minutes, please organize the candidates and enter the station in an orderly manner. On this day, all other trains throughout the morning of the entire city of Jiangcheng all stopped running, and only the teachers and candidates with work tags to send exams can enter the station. So even though there are tens of thousands of people taking the college entrance exam in Jiangcheng this year, the process of entering the station is still going smoothly. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yi and the other students all boarded the special train and sat down according to the divided seats. When he entered the compartment, Lin Yi realized that their class was actually sitting in a mixed seat with a certain class from Minchang No. 1 High School, another relatively well-known base city in Dongjiang Province. The front half of the carriage was filled with candidates from Minchang First Middle School, while the back half was filled with candidates from Class 8 of Jiangqing Second Middle School, where Lin Yi was. The homeroom teachers of the two classes were quite polite even though they didn't know each other, since they couldn't travel to Tianhai with the candidates later. So a few last words while it's still on the road. Fellow students, there's not much else to say. One last thing, and this is very important. That is to familiarize yourself with and memorize the test discipline on the back of your passes. These disciplines must be observed and not violated in any way. Our dasha is extremely strict on cheating and indiscipline, and once violated, the qualification for the examination will be taken away on the spot. If the situation is serious, they may even be permanently banned from taking the college entrance exams. When the classroom teacher finished, a staff member shouted from outside the car with a loudspeaker. All test takers are requested to disembark immediately, the special train will depart in 5 minutes. Eventually, in the whole compartment, there were only 50 or 60 candidates left. The atmosphere was a bit tense, plus no one was making small talk at this particular moment. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yi heard a bell ringing. A vibration came from underneath the train. The doors closed completely and the train began to slowly pick up speed. After driving out of Jiangcheng Station, a dark tunnel appeared in front of the train, leading straight into the ground. When boarding the train, everyone fastened their seatbelts as instructed, and upon entering the tunnel, the entire train traveled in a direction much like a free fall. Or the kind of jumper Lin Yi had ridden in his previous life. It's both new and exciting anyway. The novelty, though, comes and goes quickly. Because the view from the train window is unchanging. There was only the dim light of the tunnel and the dark walls. Lin Yi chose to close his eyes. He'd gotten up too early in the morning and was still a little sleep deprived. But the Class 8 students sitting beside him, as well as the students from Minchang at the front of the compartment, all started talking to each other. Zhang Shan looked at Lin Yi, who was beside him with his eyes closed, and gulped, "I'm so nervous." "Ai, let's chat." "Yat, what should I do? I feel like my mind is going blank now. What if I fail the test later? My old man shall not skin me." Lin Yi couldn't win. He opened his eyes and slapped Zhang Shan's head, saying angrily, "Can you settle down? Your voice is loud again. Don't you mind losing face? You were nervous about awakening your profession, and now you're nervous about the college entrance exam. How the hell did you switch to the night profession?" Zhang Shan not only didn't get angry at being scolded by Lin Yi, he instead smiled like a pervert. He was afraid that Lin Yi would pretend to be asleep and really ignore him. Zhang Shan lowered his voice and said quietly, "Ai, just how many levels have you ascended to? I heard my dad say that the exact difficulty of the college entrance exams is delineated by the grade you get when you take the exams, and the higher the difficulty you choose, the higher the score you can naturally get to stand out in the entrance exams." Lin Yi raised his eyes and glanced at Zhang Shan, helplessly saying, "How many times have you asked since you got on the bus? I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid it would blow your self-confidence." Zhang Shan, "Hey, you're dog-eyed, aren't you? No matter what, I also in your EMO those days, burst liver leveling for a long time well, although I feel that if you were seriously practicing later will certainly exceed me, but certainly will not exceed too much, right?" With that, Zhang Shan unexpectedly threw a basic appraisal spell at Lin Yi. Then he screamed strangely. "Appraisal failure? I.e. you can't be level 20 already?" Zhang Shan's level at the moment was 15. Generally regular appraisal spells, as long as they are within 5 levels, are able to yield information. However, this time, Zhang Shan's appraisal technique failed. This meant that Lin Yi's level was, at the very least, more than 5 levels higher than him. Zhang Shan though he had lowered his voice before. But this strange cry directly attracted countless compartments where others cast curious gazes. The students of the 8th class each had a look of surprise on their faces. "Ah? Lin Yi has risen to level 20? Not likely. That SB Zhang Shan said that. He's mistaken, isn't he? That's not right, Zhang Shan is level 15. His appraisal technique failing can only mean that Lin Yi is more than 5 levels above him. Grr, that's too sick. I'm only ING level 14. I'm only 13. Is a level 12 hopeless? By the way, how many levels is schoolgirl Jiangya? I've heard that she's in grade 19, and when she went back to school the other day to get her pass, her teacher praised her. Then it looks like she's being held down by Lin Yi again. Ahem, details of the crush underneath? It feels like she's a bit miserable. Before the day of her awakening, it all felt like she'd finally won over Lin Yi for once, but now it seems as if she's lost again when it comes to leveling. Lin Yi, this big devil, his temper hasn't diminished. Jiangya listened to the chatter of the students around him. The mind has been much calmer. Because of the fact that Lin Yi had been honored in the Global Copy Ranking Hall of Fame. Something that none of the other students in the room knew anything about except for her. Compared to this supreme honor, what's the point of having a higher rank than you? However, right at this moment, the heated discussion in Class 8 actually drew ridicule from the gang of Minchang First Middle School students in the front half of the carriage. Is this the backward education level of a 5th level base city? Laughing to death, 20 levels also have the nerve to show off? Chapter 38 giving the entire room a little gold standard shock. Lin Yi followed the sound. These candidates from Minchang First Middle School were all slumped in their seats at the moment, looking back at the people from Jiangqing Second Middle School's 8th class like monkeys. The levels of these people were clearly seen by Lin Yi under the influence of the Eye of Omniscience. Most of them are level 20. A small percentage reached level 21. There are some individuals who are a bit more powerful and have even reached level 23. Lin Yi suddenly remembered the points he had once learned in his human geography class at Daxia. Looking at the whole of Daxia, Dongjiang province is considered to be one of the top education and economic powerhouses in the country. Tianhai, Lishui and Xiling are several cities that are second-tier base cities. But the distribution of education and economy in Dongjiang province is extremely uneven. Resource and education-rich areas, largely concentrated in secondary and tertiary base cities. The level of facilities and the level of education in the remaining Tier 4 base cities begins to vary. When it came to a highly marginalized level 5 base city like Jiangcheng, it was even more miserable. This was why Lin Yi found himself with classmates as low as level 12. And there was a reason why these candidates from the tertiary base city of Minchang had the lowest rank of level 19. In terms of average grade, Linny brought into their perspective, and it would be new to see that the people sitting at the back of the wagon would be shocked by level 20. Hearing the mockery of these Minchang first middle school candidates. Instantly the entire 8th class of Jiangcheng second middle school fell silent. Can't say I have an inferiority complex. But the gap in hard power made them feel a bit humiliated. The most humiliated, of course, was Zhang Shan. Everything that happened started with him making a fuss. The students of Class 8 were seen sulking. Minchang eyes has become even more aggravated. One of the closest students playfully said, "Hey, hillbillies from Jiangcheng, I'm also level 20, so in your place, am I a big shot too? Want to knee me too? Ha ha ha. What kind of hook 8 thing are you? I'm level 21 and all to lick me. Ha ha." Zhang Shan was made a big red face by these people. He was seething with anger. It's tempting to rush up and PK the group in real life. But Linny pressed one hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Now that we're under surveillance, forget what the teacher said about discipline. If you really make a mess here, you'll be disqualified from the exam. Linny didn't care about these people's taunts. In his opinion, it's like a bunch of wild cats boasting about how skilled they are at hunting in front of a tiger. Completely not at a level, Linny wouldn't even feel angry. There was no response to the request for interaction. Gradually these people also lost interest. They have gone back to their respective circles and have gone their own way. The 3 hours of travel time on the special train passed quickly. The train arrival announcement rang out, and Linny opened his sleepy eyes and stretched. In the second half of these 3 hours, perhaps he slept well because his fellow classmates were all silenced by and even Zhang Shan was red warm. After getting off the train, outside the station, there were also shuttle buses lined up and parked. In accordance with the number and order, Linny and the people from Class 8 boarded the connecting bus. Straight to the exam room. Along the way, Linny realized that Tianhai City, the capital of Dongjiang Province, was indeed prosperous. Having traveled to this world where the Blue Star's territory had expanded by tens or hundreds of times, Linny hadn't stepped out of Jiangcheng yet. The farthest they went was only to Kanglan City, which was next door to Jiangcheng. But one of Jiangcheng and Songlan was a level 5 base city, and the other was also a quasi-level 4 base city. There wasn't much difference. It can be difficult to say. Come to Tenkai. It was only then that Linny realized that the original Daxia of this world, the construction of the prosperous city, was not at all inferior to the north and south of the earth in his previous life. Even Judeo-Christian. The infrastructure is very good and the city is doing extremely well in terms of greening. But accordingly, both the size of the upscale homes and the corresponding home prices are frighteningly high. Along the way, the relevant departments in Tianhai City that maintained transportation and roads gave the connecting bus the green light all the way. The entire Tianhai City has opened a total of 22 examination centers in order to welcome the students from the entire Dongjiang province who have come to meet this national college entrance examination. With so many examination centers diverging, when this shuttle bus transporting Linny arrived at the examination center, he still saw an unbelievable spectacle. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Linny's test center happened to be test center number 1. After countless shuttle buses parked in the parking lot, all the candidates got off the buses, lined up in order, and when they came to the big square outside the door of the number 1 examination room, they could see the whole square, which was packed with people. This time, there were no more test takers, it was all candidates. The number of candidates is estimated to be 40,000 to 50,000 in just one examination center. Linny's batch of connecting buses were delivered. Candidates in exam room 1 are also almost in position. Outside the examination room, announcements rang out. Attention all candidates! The 3024 National Uniform Admission Test for Higher Learning Institutions for Professionals is about to begin. This exam room is the first exam room in Dongjiang Province. Please stand in formation and pass through the first intelligent gate outside the exam room in order. After passing through the gate, the sensors above the gate will automatically screen and label your professions and levels. This exam will offer a choice of difficulty levels according to the grade range corresponding to each candidate. The higher the difficulty, the higher the score you can get after passing each round of the test. Candidates with a level range of 1 to 15 will be given a white label and will only be able to choose easy difficulty. Candidates in the level range of 16 to 20 will be given a green marking and can choose between easy and normal difficulty. Candidates with a level range of 21-23 will be given a blue color marking and can choose between normal and hard difficulty. Candidates with a level range of 24-25 will be given a purple labeling and can choose between normal, hard, and extremely hard difficulty. Candidates who are level 25 or higher will be given a gold-colored marker to choose from normal, hard, extremely hard, and nightmare difficulties. It seems that the exam details revealed to him by Zhang Shan's father earlier did not make any mistakes. Sure enough, it will be divided into difficulty zones to screen candidates in advance. You can't pick a higher difficulty if you don't have a high enough level. Naturally, you can't get more points. Then naturally, on this test, you won't be able to rank as well as those who chose a high difficulty and still passed the test. Nice roll. No wonder when the profession was awakened before, the teachers or those in the media were all like chicken blood. In this environment where everyone is going crazy with enrolls, it does seem like you'll fall too far behind everyone else if you don't play chicken and pop your liver. With the admission procedure, a large number of candidates lined up and passed through the gates. Linny also saw the Class 8 candidates walking in front of him. For example, Zhang Shan, the Iron Bean. After walking through the gates, above his head, the word place of delivery, or Jiangcheng, was written first. It was followed by a Warhammer icon and a white star label. Subsequently, all the candidates who, like him, had received white markings would be shunted by the assistant examiners in the examination room to the corresponding examination entrances. After so many years of high school over, this program is too smart and natural. I don't know how long it would have taken if it had been screened manually. Tisk, TSK, it's so white and green, huh? A roar of laughter came. Linny once again saw the group of students from Minchang No. 1 Middle School. At the moment they passed through the gate. Most of them have blue star markers above their heads. The few that had purple star markers, that were even looking at Zhang Shan and the others with a like gaze. Linny looked at the gates in front of him, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. It was time to give the tens of thousands of people in this examination center a little gold standard shock. Chapter 39 The so-called geniuses, there is also a gap. The students of the 8th class of Jiangcheng First Middle School became even more inferior. Not only because of the taunts from those Minchang No. 1 Middle School students, but also because they passed through the gates together with the candidates from other base cities. Everyone else is at least green labeled. Instead, they had white labels on their heads. The real exam has not yet officially begun, but this gate mechanism has directly allowed countless people to see the world's jaggedness. Seeing the gap between myself and others, Linny even sighed a little. It's too real. While this was originally designed to make it easier to screen candidates and then give them a reasonable range of difficulty to choose from. But this stuff really messes with the mind. Soon, Linny arrived at the gate. One step through the gate. In the next moment, Linny also realized that the icon of a staff slowly surfaced above his head. The icon for the knight professional is the warhammer and the warrior is the iron sword. Mages are naturally staffs. But icons are not the point at all. The focus is on the star markers that float along with the career icons. The moment the golden starburst appeared, a gasp erupted throughout the exam room. In gold. Which big guy, with a golden star on top of his head? Aha, my titanium dog eyes, they're going blind. Grass, is this the golden legend? It's beautiful. Worship the big man. Countless exclamations of surprise, plus more than a few people walking through the gates throughout the exam room. In the midst of a sea of blue and green star markers, a few purple star markers appeared that were incomparably eye-catching, not to mention the gold star markers. Instantly Linny gained a great deal of attention. This naturally included his classmates from Class 8. All the candidates of Class 8 of Jiangcheng First Middle School were dumbfounded. Linny is a gold star label. Nima. Isn't he level 20, should he be green standard, blue standard at best? Nonsense, this only means that Zhang Shan is still misjudging Demon Lord Lin's rank. I'm Nima. A gold standard, that's too much of a hangover. I feel like I'm the one who came to Earth to make up the numbers. How the gap between man and man is wider than man and dog. Zhang Shan's face, which was originally thoroughly red warm, was now completely dumbfounded before falling into ecstasy. If he hadn't already been shunted off to the white star labeled entrance queue, he'd be high on rushing over to give Linny a bear hug. He's happy. He knew that this brother of his could never be a bumbling, ordinary person. He only didn't expect that Linny would still give him a huge surprise. And in the other green label queue, Jiangya looked at the gold label above Linny's head. A relieved smile appeared. Yes, she was completely relieved. He would even rejoice at Linny's current achievements. And she also knew that from now on, she and Linny should be people of two worlds. As for those candidates from Minchang No. 1 Middle School who had just let loose with their ridicule, now one was dumbfounded and dumbstruck. They looked at the golden star mark flashing above Lin Yi's head, all of them gasping for air like fowls with their necks pinched. Then remember the jeering they did in the car, and along the way after they got out of the car. It instantly felt like I was the clown. People don't know how much higher their rank is. But was very low-key in the car with his eyes closed and no intention of arguing with himself at all. Now it seems to be that they don't deserve it. Then the next moment, all the people from Minchang Middle School were completely red warm. Keeping his head down, he couldn't wait to drown in the crowd and not be noticed by Lin Yi. "Hello, this student, please follow me." It was a female examiner who received Lin Yi. Maybe it was because of Lin Yi's more handsome than handsome looks, or the gold label on Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi realized that all the other examiners were fierce, but this female examiner, she was unusually polite to herself. Follow the examiner all the way. Lin Yi soon saw from afar the gate of an examination center that read Entrance No. 1. In front of the entrance, there were already more than 20 people standing. "Student, please register your exact level and occupational specialization at Entrance No. 1, then choose the difficulty." The female examiner gave Lin Yi a warm smile and made her final guidance. And then it's gone. Lin Yi walked slowly towards the door of Entrance No. 1. At the same time, he saw entrances 2 and 3 next door. The number of people at those entrances, it's a lot. It's gone straight past 1,000. The markings these men carried on their heads were purple markings. You can imagine how many people will be in front of the entrance doors of the white, green and blue labeled candidates. Instead, there were only about 20 people in front of entrance gate 1, where he was about to line up to enter. As he approached, Lin Yi was unsurprised to find that the star markers above these people's heads, like his own, were all gold in color. Well, these people should be the so-called geniuses cultivated by the top schools and top families in the top base cities in the entire East River. There are a total of 22 examination centers throughout Tenkai. If the number of gold standard people in each exam room is more than 20, then the entire East River, in this year's batch of people who awakened and took the college entrance exam, those who exceeded level 25 were only about 400. Compared to the more than 100,000 candidates in the entire East River, this was already a very small number standing at the top of the pyramid. As Lin Yi gradually approached, the men and women who had been waiting outside entrance 1 all realized that a new face had arrived. River City Delivery? No, what the hell is this place? Why haven't I heard of it? It seems to be a remote-based city in our province. No, is there something wrong with that gate? Can a gold standard come out of that hole? Obviously these so-called geniuses, even if they were not particularly familiar with each other, they had more or less met each other. But Lin Yi was completely unseen. "Hello, this candidate, please come and register." An examiner wearing an invigilator's uniform with a very serious face spoke to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at the others. Obviously, with only about 24 people, this entrance No. 1 checked in with a quick stroke. All of these people should have finished registering. Lin Yi walked up. That examiner beckoned, and a screen of spirit crystal projection light instantly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi was just about to reach out and touch the spirit crystal to enter his information when he heard a pompous voice from behind him. "Hey man, it's not easy practicing to level 25. A piece of warm advice, don't pick nightmare difficulty, you'll be abused and cried by the monsters in there." Lin Yi turned back slightly. It was seen that the one who spoke was a boy with dyed yellow hair who thought he was handsome. As soon as this yellow hair raised a ruckus, a few other candidates following him laughed in a low voice. "Brother Kai, there is a difference between a gold standard and a gold standard. Not everyone can level up to 29 like you, huh?" Yellow hair was secretly happy. He was more concerned with the opinion of a stunningly beautiful young woman standing beside him. Only when he turned his head to look at the young girl, he saw a flash of disgust in her eyes. The young girl's vermilion lips lightly opened. "Zhao Kai, there's no need for you to use this method to attract my attention." As if a basin of cold water had been thrown down on his head, Zhao Kai as well as the minions around him instantly shut up. At the same time, the young girl turned her gaze towards Lin Yi. In the next moment, her eyes glazed over, and incredulity appeared on her face. This was because she could clearly see that the next moment Lin Yi's hand touched the spirit crystal. Above the light screen, a rank number popped up. 42. At this moment, everyone in the entire entrance 1 was dumbfounded. The person who just said that there is a gap between the gold standard and the gold standard is even more brain damaged. He's right. The so-called geniuses also have gaps. Chapter 40: A sensational exam room. He turned to? And that gap. It's like a moat. Zhao Kai looked at the light screen and saw Lin Yi's level 42, and instantly felt an invisible slap on his face. It hit him raw. He thought that someone like Lin Yi, who had come from a remote-based city to take the exam, had even gotten the gold standard. At most, it's level 25 tops. Because he was only level 29, and that level was already extremely high when looking at the entire East River's circle of geniuses. Of all those people present, he had only lost to the blue-clothed girl beside him. The young girl's name was Blue Ruoi, her level had reached 30, and even the transfer quest had been taken, only it had not yet been completed. And the teenager in front of him, who looked nothing but handsome, was actually level 42. This means he had already completed the second turn quest and had even risen an additional 12 levels. Let's not talk about the experience value required to upgrade after the second turn. After level 20 alone, the experience value required for each level up was incomparably terrifying. With the general premise of only 30 days of practicing after awakening your profession, getting to level 30 is pretty much the limit of limits. And today, that limit was broken. And a break is a 12-level difference. Lan Ruoi's eyes gazed at Lin Yi, her heart curious as to how exactly Lin Yi had managed to do this. If someone really interviewed Lin Yi live, Lin Yi would say it's not just a matter of having hands. Because for the past month, he really hadn't had any deliberate thoughts of practicing, except for the day after a week of swinging. Most of the time, he's been swinging for the fences. Even these 3 levels from level 39 to level 42 were the result of Lin Yi getting bored and itching, going next door to Kanglan City, finding a copy and brushing it a few times. If he really wanted to level up and was bursting at the seams, he'd probably have turned 3 by now. Teacher, why can't I choose the difficulty? Lin Yi operated the light screen. He had thought about choosing Nightmare where the difficulty options were concerned. But then he realized that he couldn't choose, it was like a bug. Being reminded of this by Lin Yi, the examiner, who had a serious face and put on an uninviting look just a moment ago, only shivered. You. Wait a minute, let me see. He began to operate the spirit crystal system. To be honest, he was a bit in disbelief that the level of this teenager in front of him was actually level 42. Has he turned 2? Where did the demon come from? After a flurry of operations, this examiner, who was in charge of registration, was already sweating. Because he found the system perfectly fine. Lin Yi's rank was also genuine. The reason why Lin Yi couldn't choose the difficulty was because since the birth of this system, the underlying code had restricted the level of the professional who chose the difficulty to be within the range of 25-30. To put it simply, Lin Yi, a level 42 demon, had already recorded a dry burn for this candidate into the system. Something's wrong. What to do? Well, I'm sure I can't make up my own mind on this one, so I'll just have to report it. Lin, students, please wait here for a moment, we've never encountered a situation like yours, I'm going to ask the leadership for instructions. Afterward, this examiner, who had been incredibly serious just a moment ago, immediately flew into the entrance. Exam Room 1, 3rd floor. This was the examination center for this National College entrance examination, for the entire Dongjiang province, and it was also the place where the chief examiner and all the top management of Dongjiang province who were involved in the work related to this examination gathered. That's about right then, that's it, the exams will be starting soon as well, so inform everyone to take their positions. A short meeting ended, and a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat gathered up the papers on the table and instructed the others. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The main door pushed open, and a face that had been suffocated and turned a little red due to rapid running appeared in front of a group of bigwigs from Dongjiang province. Sun Liang? What's the matter with you? Aren't you doing candidate registration? Boldly, who told you to knock? The middle-aged man sitting in the main seat had not yet spoken. The one person beside him who was obviously the superior of this examiner named Sun Liang became angry and immediately rebuked. Sun Liang was also a bit aggravated. He's really not to blame for this. And he must report back immediately. There are now less than 20 minutes left before the exam starts. If something does go wrong or delays the exam, he can't afford to take the blame. He immediately said, Director Xiao. Xiao, I have something important to report. Sun Liang's superior, the same Director Xiao, still wanted to reprimand him a few times. But he was interrupted by the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat. "What's up, you tell me?" Sun Liang bowed to the middle-aged man, then eagerly said, "Deputy Administrator Li, it's like this, just now, at Entrance 1, where I was responsible for registration, a candidate appeared. At the time of entering the information, the spirit crystal system showed that he had reached level 42 and had completed his second transfer. I've double-checked that our system is not malfunctioning, but the problem now is that our system has never entered information about candidates over level 30. That candidate is now unable to choose the difficulty of the exam. I can't decide to make a decision on this matter, so I've come to ask for your instructions." This statement was made throughout the conference room of the examination center. Everyone was stunned in unison. Even Li Yuanjing, the deputy director of the Dongjiang General Administration of Education, raised an eyebrow. Level 42. How is this possible? Immediately, there were questions. It's a good thing that Sun Liang understands the trick of reporting information to his leaders very well. In his previous words, he had said that he had confirmed that there was no problem with the system. The implication was that Lin Yi's rank, 1,000 times over. Interesting. Yuanjing, you asked me to come and watch from the sidelines this time. Did you anticipate in advance that there would be this kind of demonic genius that doesn't come along for 100 years? An old man, who was also sitting in the main seat and had previously been silent, smiled and teased. Elder Qi, don't make fun of me, how could I have such unforeseen abilities? Li Yuanjing shook his head. Sitting beside him was clearly the vice president of the Tianhai City Professionals Union, Qi Guoguang. The two were close friends, and this time Li Yuanjing invited him to observe. Qi Guoguang hadn't been too busy lately, so he took the time to come over and take a look. I didn't expect to really see a surprise for him. Li Yuanjing beckoned to Sun Liang, then said, "What about the candidate's information? Put it out and take a look." "Hey!" Immediately, Sun Liang answered. Hurriedly, he walked over to the large screen and used the spirit crystal communication meter on his wrist to drop the file information Lin Yi had entered into the system onto the large screen in the center. The next moment, Lin Yi's handsome face appeared. Qi Guoguang was stunned. How is he? Li Yuanjing was also a bit surprised. Elder Qi knows him? Is he a genius from any family? Well, Li Shuilin family, I haven't heard of anyone named Lin Yi in this generation either. Qi Guoguang shook his head. No, I just had a meeting with this kid before when I was chugging along to support the Pale Blue Alienation boss crisis, but it should be a coincidence. His profession is also a mage? Chapter 41, Opening Purgatory Difficulty. Light up your abyssal title. Qi Guoguang quickly saw Lin Yi's occupation. Mediocre mage. Same as him. Not a rare profession. Instantly he had some respect for Lin Yi. He was an ordinary mage, so he naturally knew how much of a disadvantage it really was compared to other rare professions, or even rare professions. Those professions have advantages that come naturally with them. Looking at the entire Blue Star, right now, those who were able to become a strong person above the 7th turn, basically everyone was a rare profession, and there were even legendary professions. He, Qi Guoguang, was able to achieve what he has today, all because of his own hard work and struggle. From the time he became a professional until now, let's say he had strange encounters. But more than that, it's an effort. There hadn't been a single day in these 80 years that he hadn't been trying to improve himself. In just 30 days, to be able to rise to level 42, you must have encountered some kind of strange encounter, right? Someone spoke up. At this time, Qi Guoguang was somewhat empathizing with Lin Yi. He spoke, even if there are miraculous encounters, there is absolutely no denying his efforts and diligence. You can never rise to this level just by having strange encounters. Li Yuanjing also nodded his head and said, this young man is not bad, he must have put in countless times more effort than normal people. For a time, the entire examination center's top management of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department, and even a small number of the top management of the Professionals Union, led by Qi Guoguang, were all impressed with Lin Yi. At least they thought to themselves that there was no way they could rise to this level at Lin Yi's age. He's too diligent. If Lin Yi knew about these people's brainstorming, he didn't know how he would feel. I'm just a lazy dog. Li Yuanjing hadn't forgotten that Sun Liang was still waiting for his instructions on how exactly to deal with this particular case of Lin Yi. After a moment of silence, Li Yuanjing spoke, the last time I encountered such a powerful candidate was decades ago, and since I encountered him again today, let's make an exception for him. Turn that difficulty back on that used to be there. The rest of the people were shocked when they heard this. Deputy Administrator Lee, that difficulty, there had been too many accidents. It's too hard for these candidates and not conducive to physical and mental growth, isn't that what you said yourself back then? Li Yuanjing shook his head. Times are different. To him, nightmare difficulty is the joke, it's too easy. The difficulties we set were customized based on the first turn, and now that a second turn has appeared, those tests don't make much sense. Of course, for the sake of fairness, notify our 22 examination centers across the entire Heavenly Sea to synchronize the opening of the Purgatory difficulty. The people under Li Yuanjing's command heard this and their scalps went numb. They certainly knew what the so-called Purgatory difficulty was really like. Simply put, it means that the final level's copy of the actual battle went from a normal copy to a special copy tainted by the scent of the abyss. Like the special trials of each profession, the difficulty soars while exposing these fledgling newcomers to vicious abyssal monsters. Deputy Administrator, if you turn on the abyssal difficulty, those who don't have the special abyssal title can't choose it yet. Li Yuanjing waved his hand, then let them hang up their abyssal titles, and those who don't have abyssal titles won't be able to choose the Purgatory difficulty on it. By the way, add one more restriction, at least the gold standard, in order to select the Purgatory difficulty. If this level 42 kid hasn't cleared a special trial before and doesn't have a title, then let him pick nightmare difficulty, it can't be helped. Li Yuanjing's mind was made up. Everyone can only do as they are told. Sun Liang instantly led the way. Another wild ride. Back at Exit 1, Sun Liang told everyone about the new Purgatory difficulty and the rules for choosing it. Everyone, because of the addition of the Purgatory difficulty, candidates who have previously registered and completed and selected the difficulty have a chance to reselect the difficulty. But I must warn you that the Purgatory difficulty is very dangerous and there may even be casualties. Choosing that difficulty requires signing a life and death contract and living or dying at your own risk. In addition, the final level of assessment for this difficulty requires entry into a special copy tainted by the abyssal breath, and requires the possession of an abyssal title to be able to enter, and candidates without a title are unable to enroll. Candidates who want to change their difficulty now, raise your hand. There were only about 20 candidates at entrance 1. Changing the difficulty is not a cumbersome operation, and is perfectly timed. So Sun Liang followed the first-come first-served rule, first letting the candidates who had already finished registering before to reselect the difficulty. The next moment, Sun Liang saw 3 hands raised. The young girl, Blue Rui, raised her right hand with a bland expression. At the same time, Zhao Kai and a junior beside him whose level had also risen to 29 raised their right hands. Sun Liang wasn't too surprised. These 3 are the 3 previously highest-ranked candidates. And both Zhao Kai and the other boy are in rare professions. Blue Rui is even more of a rare class occupation. They do have the backbone to challenge the Purgatory difficulty. 3 candidates, please put on your abyssal titles, and after confirming that there are no errors, I will adjust the difficulty you choose to the Purgatory level. The next moment, Linny saw 5 large, black letters appear above the heads of all 3 of them, including Lan Rui. Challenger of the Abyss. Most titles are earned by completing special achievements, or special copies. It's usually hidden. It will only light up if the professional actively chooses to wear it. Obviously, this Abyssal Challenger title isn't exactly aesthetically pleasing to look at, so no one wants to wear it unless it's necessary. But at this time, having this title is a very cardinal thing. This meant that they had cleared the special profession trials and had already come into contact with the Abyssal monsters. The starting line is already different than others of the same age. Zhao Kai had always been a bit grumpy about Lin Yi. Not much of a grudge though. But his previous words and Lin Yi's illuminated level 42 still made him feel like a clown. It especially annoyed him to lose face in front of the goddess he wanted to chase. At the moment, he gazed at Lin Yi. An impish smile hung at the corner of his mouth. So what if you have a high rank? If you didn't pass the career trial, you still wouldn't have been able to pick the Purgatory difficulty all the same. Difficulty is directly linked to the number of points that can be obtained. Even if you get a perfect score on Nightmare difficulty, it might not be as high as a high score on Purgatory difficulty. Everyone turned their gazes to Lin Yi, including Sun Liang. Lin Yi was actually confused when Sun Liang said he wanted to wear the title. Embarrassed. The title thing, where do you wear it? He has never worn the title. Ahem, teacher, may I ask how this title is worn? Lin Yi could only ask with a stiff upper lip. Rapture surged even more in the heart of Zhao Kai on the side. Oh. Load. Keep loading. You obviously just don't have it, it's not that you don't know how to wear it. Chapter 42 Blinding Dog Eyes. Abyssal Conqueror plus Hall of Famer. Sun Liang didn't have as much inner drama as Zhao Kai. He only thought that Linny had probably really never used the title system before, and hurriedly replied, "Open your personal panel, then long press on the column of your own name, and a list of titles will pop up. Just tap the corresponding title and choose to wear it." Linny suddenly realized, oh, okay. He also remembered that when he had previously cleared the city of Gone Light, Fei Crackcane, the system notification had prompted him that his title had also advanced a wave to come. But subsequently, Linny couldn't find a way to open the title bar in any way. Gradually the matter was forgotten. Now being reminded by Sun Liang, he did as he was told. Quickly, he opened his title bar. Perhaps it was the first time he had opened the title bar, and Linny wasn't too skillful at operating it, or perhaps his hands had really slipped. The moment the title bar opened, Linny's finger tapped on top of the first title. In the next moment, everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. Then the golden aura appeared. A string of text appeared above Linny's head. Global Copy Pass Record Hall of Fame. Sunrise? Blue Rue. Zhao Kai. My 24K Titanium Dog Eyes. What the hell is that title? It's too racy, too. This was everyone's first reaction upon seeing this title above Linny's head. Linny froze. Huh? What's with all the looks? Did he put the wrong title on it? He obviously noticed the golden light above his head as well. Look up. He saw the string of titles, too. Good lord, it's just as conspicuous as having a super bright dirt cheap LED headlight on top. That's just not in keeping with his low-key personality. Hurry up and change it. Linny smiled awkwardly, sorry, I'm not too skilled yet and put the wrong title. Linny hurriedly opened his title bar again. Soon he saw that there were 3 titles lying in the title bar. The first one, that is, was shown by his hand slipping. Global Replica Hall of Fame title. This title was automatically issued the moment Linny got his Hall of Fame spot. There might have been a system prompt, but Linny didn't seem to hear it. And the second title, on the other hand, Ascent to the Top. This title had previously been issued by the system when Linny had upgraded the appraisal technique, a general skill, to the Dengfengji rank. The last title was the Conqueror of the Abyss that Linny would wear. It was only at this time that Linny realized that all 3 of his titles had attributes. Global Replica Passing Record Hall of Fame. When worn, your attribute value in all replica secrets is increased by 3%. Ascendancy. When worn, all skill points you gain are increased by 3%. Abyssal Conqueror. When wearing this, you have access to the Abyssal copy, and the difficulty of this copy is raised by 1 rank, corresponding to a more generous reward. WOJ. The title Ascendant also gives extra skill points. 3% skill points isn't much, but it adds up. Your own blood loss of a month's worth of 3% skill point hangover bonuses. Cam. But Linny couldn't think about it in time. Slide your finger over the title Conqueror of the Abyss and tap to wear it. In Linny's mind, the title should only be worn by 1. He picked the Conqueror of the Abyss, then the previous Hall of Fame title, surely, would have been down the drain. But he's still too young. The very next moment Linny chose to wear the title of Abyssal Conqueror. Above his head above the Hall of Fame title. Once again a line appeared. Conqueror of the Abyss. And the special effects of this title are nothing less than the Hall of Fame's dirt cheap gold color scheme. The title flashed with a piercing scarlet light, and there was an abyssal black aura filling the surroundings. That pussy is just pulling out all the stops. Sunrise? Blue Rue. Zhao Kai. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You must have done it on purpose, right? What's with all the ultra-rare titles on this one? The Hall of Fame title was something everyone in the room had never seen though. But heard about it. That was an honor that all the professionals in the entire Blue Star could only dream of. But what's with this eerie aura pulling in full force now and the Abyssal Oppression pulling in full force with the Conqueror title? Shouldn't it be Abyssal Challenger? Why are we the challengers and you're already the Conquerors? Linny. Once again, he saw the reaction of these people. Linny was also a bit speechless. He's really trying to lay low. Direct head special effects pull full, disguised as the most beautiful boy in the entire examination room is not his wish. Sun Liang was thoroughly sweating. As an examiner, he felt that he didn't have the slightest bit of majesty left to speak of in front of this 18-year-old demon in front of him. That candidate, this title on your head, does it possess the qualification to enter the abyssal copy? Because I haven't seen that title yet. Speaking of the back, Sun Liang was getting a little inferior. Nima. He's a 4-turner. It's 4 turns. And also has the Abyssal Challenger title. But he really didn't know how to obtain the title of Abyssal Conqueror. So nice to ask how he got that title. It's really nice and cool. Linny silently tapped to unload his 24-karat dirt cheap Hall of Fame title again, then replied, yes. Sun Liang once again looked deeply at the Abyssal Conqueror title above Lingy's head. Less of an earthy influence. The oppression and special effects of this title are much more realistic. Glancing again at the tops of the heads of a few others, there were originally forced challenger titles as well. Instantly feel what it means to be crushed by special effects. By special effects, above yours. Zhao Kai is self-absorbed. He didn't know how the hell Linny did it. For all he knew, this person in front of him was probably an abyssal monster in human skin, right? Lan Ruoi couldn't take her eyes off Linny anymore. Handsome, powerful, mysterious. It's amazing that these qualities that attract girls the most are perfectly embodied in one person. Even Lan Ruoi, who was one of the most proud girls in the entire East River, could not help but feel admiration and respect. He must be very hard-working and diligent in general. How else could you have accomplished something so awesome? The huge spirit crystal display in the examination center. The monitor, located at entrance number 1, was placed right in the center and pulled up to its maximum. The shock Linny had just given to Sun Liang and Lan Ruai and the others. The same was transmitted to this invigilation room. Countless executives of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department and the Professionals Union Guild were dumbstruck, their eyes staring straight at the 2 special titles hanging up above Lingy's head. The Global Replica Hall of Fame? Conqueror of the Abyss. What the hell is this kid? The former title, which a few of them also have. But it's also limited to a few. The latter title, they were more than aware of its gold content. To get the title of Conqueror of the Abyss, you must have completed special hidden quests and Abyss-related copies. This is an opportunity to be found. They also only knew the way to obtain it, but not the exact effect of the title. Chi Guoguang's face directly changed when he saw these 2 titles of Lingy's, and he immediately spoke, go check to see which copy of the Hall of Fame list of clearance records he's on. Chapter 43, you call this purgatory difficulty? Yes. The staff of the examination center immediately began to operate the spirit crystal and retrieve the data. It is actually very simple and easy to retrieve the relevant data. After all, among the global copy of the Hall of Fame professionals, looking at the world, but also tens of thousands of the number, shaving off the names of foreign people, just Dasha people, the possibility of renaming is extremely low. Sure enough, search for Lin Yi's name. Soon a copy of the record appeared in front of everyone. Special copy, Physicane, City of Gone Light permanently delisted. Copy level, LV.25. Copy difficulty, A+. Replica occupation restrictions, mages, priests. Record of best pass for a duplicate, 0 hours, 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Record holder, Lin E. The conference room was in an uproar. Ha! It's this copy. This copy was just globally notified and permanently delisted more than 10 days ago. Could he be the one who got through at the end? Hiss. You guys look at his clearance record. Ha! Over 2 minutes? Isn't the requirement to pass this copy limited to survival? I remember the requirement is to survive for 3 hours. That's right, I also remember that the cheat for this copy was still written by me personally at the time and uploaded to our province's cheat center. Chi Guoguang fell into a long contemplation. He gazed fixedly at Lin Yi on the big screen. What surfaced in his mind was the figure covered in burning blue flames in the video uploaded by the Tianshui Academy when he gave a meeting to the members of his Professionals Alliance more than 10 days ago. Next moment. Lin Yi's figure was clearly overlapping with the figure in his mind that he had temporarily named the Abyssal Realm Yen Emperor. Body type, temperament. It's all a bit like that. But then, Chi Guoguang shook his head. It's ridiculous. Not to mention the fact that that spell used by the profound Realm Inferno Emperor was at least at the 8th rank level. The specificity of that spell alone was not something a Blue Stars professional could have. That was a high-level spell that belonged uniquely to the Abyssal world. It's an alienated version of the Blue Star spell. Add to that the fact that that image was extracted from someone else's memory, and it's not unusual for the body type and image to perhaps be off. Eventually, Shi Guoguang convinced himself. He jumped to conclusions. This kid's wonders are the only ones I've seen in my life. More than 10 days ago, I think, I received a memory image about this copy uploaded from the school administration of Tianshui Academy. In the image, it's this kid who ran into an extremely low probability event while clearing this copy. That would be that hidden boss within the copy that was provoked by another powerhouse from the Abyssal world. That strong person has at least reached the Demon Emperor Bitgrid, and with a flip of his hand, an alienated 8th Order Flame System spell killed the copy's hidden boss in seconds. Thus causing the entire copy to completely disappear and be delisted. This kid passed the level in a haphazard manner and got the Hall of Fame title. It was only after hearing Chi Guoguang's explanation that all of them could slightly accept it. Otherwise, if Lin Yi had this kind of terrifying strength, he'd still use it to take the college entrance exam? It was estimated that the first time the major top professional colleges in the country would throw him an olive branch, and at the same time the other countries of the Blue Planet would be the first to set him as the first assassination target. Outside the exam room, Sun Liang looked at the wristwatch on his hand and spoke. There are now 10 minutes until the start of the exam. Please enter the exam room. The rules of the exam will be announced soon. Blue Ruoi and the others, who were in the front of the line, were the first to walk into entrance number 1. Lin Yi then followed at the end. After entering entrance number 1, follow the directions on the wall through several more aisles. A familiar copy of the light screen appeared in front of him. It seems that the test for this entrance exam was conducted in a special copy provided by the organizers. Seeing Lin Yi approaching, those so-called geniuses in the entire Dongzheng province previously fell silent. Lin Yi could see that the condescension and clear stupidity that had previously been on their faces had disappeared. In its place was awe, scorn. Attention all candidates! The 2024 National Uniform Admission Test for Higher Learning Institutions for Professionals will begin in 5 minutes. The discipline of the examination and the rules of the test will be read out. All candidates are requested to strictly abide by this. Violators will be dealt with seriously. There are 5 rounds in this examination, and only those who have performed well after passing the first 4 rounds will be eligible to enter the 5th round. All content of this test will be conducted in special copies, all of which are independent copies, and candidates will not be able to communicate with anyone other than the invigilator. It is strictly forbidden for all candidates to bring any equipment as well as other artifact devices into the test replica. Violators will be punished for cheating. Upon entering the replica, all food, alchemical compounds, and non-professional self-gaining effects that come with the candidate will be dispelled. The evaluation system of this test takes points evaluation. In each round of testing according to the candidate's completion of the objectives, will be automatically scored by the system. The higher the difficulty of the test chosen by the candidate, the more points will be gained after completing the corresponding objectives. If any emergencies occur during the testing session, they will be handled in accordance with the relevant regulations of the Unified Enrollment Examination Management Method of the Dasha Professionals Higher Learning Institute. The broadcast is over. The hall fell into silence. The 5 minutes went by fast. Lin Yi heard a bell ringing in various places throughout the examination center, and at the same time, the whistles of countless invigilators as well as the roar of the closing gates came from the places near the exits. Once the exam starts, the unlucky ones who are late are not eligible to come back in. All candidates please enter the replica. Sun Liang gave an order. Everyone, including Lin Yi, then took a step into the replica light screen and their figures disappeared. After a moment of darkness, Lin Yi reopened his eyes. Just find yourself in the middle of a pure white, endless space. The space was extremely quiet, without any sound. There's no such thing as monsters or terrain either. This should be a copy that has been modified by some big shot with special means. Still, Lin Yi saw a countdown and scoreboard suspended in the void not far in front of him. 59 seconds until the start of the first round of exams. Current points earned, 0. At the same time, a copy announcement rang in Lin Yi's head. Candidate Lin Yi, in 1 minute, a kobold with a level set to LV.30, armor set to 1000, magic resistance set to 1000, and blood set to 10,000 will be refreshed in front of you. The kobold will not move or attack. Please kill it as fast as you can. The shorter it takes, the higher the score. Lin Yi was first stunned when he heard the rules. Then a hint of loss welled up in his heart. No dude, you call this purgatory difficulty? That's it? A monster with only 10,000 blood or a big wooden stake that won't run. Who to look down on? Chapter 44, Climbing to the Top. The Stunned East River Geniuses. It's a bit hard, isn't it? Not a lot of blood, but the defense and magic resistance are set too high. In the examination center, countless people watched the big screen with rapt attention as the examination began. And the ones playing on the screen at the moment were all young and famous, the most likely candidates to come out on top in this college entrance examination in the entire Dongjiang province. Blue Ruoi was listed. In addition to her, there were more than 20 other candidates from other examination centers who had also reached level 29 or above and had chosen the purgatory difficulty. It could be said that these people had already booked the top 20 in this college entrance exam, in the province of Dongjiang. Other gold standard candidates who chose nightmare difficulty may have a few dark horses emerge as well. None of the first rank vocational skills base damage is considered high, it's only 100 or so at most. And not being allowed to wear equipment, their attribute value bonuses won't be high, and for the average professional, it's likely that a skill that can deal 1 or 200 damage from the panel will only be a dozen or so points when it hits this kobold. Someone substitutes the perspective of these candidates. It's not like there's no equipment or potion effects or buff effects with one turn. It's hard to break defense. At the end of the day, it may really be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Li Yuanjing laughed lightly. Otherwise, why do you think that this difficulty level, in the end, will be vetoed by me and no longer be used in the official examination? Qi Guoguang, who was sitting next to him, carefully scanned the big screen, but didn't see Ling Yi's shadow. Where's that level 42 kid? Li Yuanjing was reminded of this by him, and only then did he realize that there was no screen of Ling Yi's copy on the big screen. At this time, an employee in charge of relaying the replica screen hurriedly reported, "Report. Our spirit crystal system's relay screen was automatically captured according to a certain logic. The logical priority at this point is the occupational rarity of these candidates. 2 leaders, the screen of the copy of the candidate named Linny that you're concerned about, we've already had our specialists retrieve the screen, and we expect to be able to cast it out in 2 minutes. Li Yuanjing nodded. As a rule, rare professions and rare occupations were definitely stronger than ordinary professionals. So there's no excuse for having this kind of crawl logic. All they had to do was wait quietly for Ling Yi's copy screen to appear. Taking advantage of these short tens of seconds before the first round of tests had begun, Li Yuanjing beckoned and continued to ask, "Give me a list of those who chose the purgatory difficulty this time and combined their rank and occupation rarity." Soon a list of names reached him. Every name of the candidates ranked in the top 10, just by looking at the surnames, Li Yuanjing could basically guess exactly which family came out of the Heavenly Pride. "Oh, isn't it your little son that this puts first on the list? You're a rare profession of the archer lineage, and he actually awakened a legendary profession. His future is unlimited." Qi Guoguang was similarly given such a list. The person at the top of the list was named Li Zirui, who was none other than Li Yuanjing's second son. "Zirui, he's still a bit lazy in his day-to-day life, don't mention it, but it's that granddaughter of yours, she's not a light that can't be saved, huh?" The second person on the list was clearly called Qi Xiaoying, also a legend-ranked professional. Where, Kasumi, she hasn't inherited her father's diligence at all, and she's lazy at home too. The executives of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department and the Professionals Union who were sitting next to and behind the two saw these two bigwigs commercially blowing each other up. This is too ing Versailles. That being said, most people continue to stare intently at these two on the big screen. Because everyone knows that the most likely to get the top spot in the first round would be one of these two. The 1-minute countdown is over. Soon, on the big screen, a short kobold monster swiped violently in front of a teenager on the left. The teenager reacted extremely quickly. The moment he raised his right hand, his entire palm was plated with a layer of silver-colored metal shell, and then the area in the center of his hand was deformed with a black hole of a cannon. Boom! In the next moment, a rocket spewed out of the cannon's mouth and hit the goblin monster, instantly causing a huge explosion. The kobold's blood slumped by a large amount, and the attack probably dealt close to around 1,000 points of damage. With 1,000 double resistance, this damage is already significant. However, it seemed that a high-powered attack like a rocket launcher required loading time, and there was no way he could use it frequently. So the muzzle on the right arm became the barrel of a machine gun again. The sound of clattering guns rang out, and countless dense bullets were declared onto the body of the goblin monster. Beat the skin off of it. What firepower! Is this the Gunner Department legendary profession alloy transformation pointman? It feels like he should be able to dunk that kobold with damage in less than 20 seconds. Elder Chi's granddaughter is also very powerful. Look guys, she already has more than a dozen dazzle patterns surrounding her. I guess she's waiting for a wave to explode. On the big screen next to Lizari, Shi Xiaoying was in short strikes and valiant, her fists and feet constantly striking the body of the goblin monster with great speed. Every 10 strikes, a dazzling pattern that shimmered with the light of various colors of elements would emerge around her. Her occupation name is Battle Spirit Fighter. It was clearly a mage faculty transfer, but the means of attack were basically melee attacks. Each melee attack adds magical damage, while the stored dazzle patterns can also have various elemental effects. Under the young girl's deliberate control, the dazzling patterns that surrounded her basically glowed with an orange-red color. These fire attribute dazzle patterns would attach a burning effect to the target after being fired out, and the damage itself was the highest of all the elemental dazzle patterns. In this kind of examination condition where you need to burst output and kill monsters as soon as possible, it is the optimal choice. Both guys are playing fast. The blood is already at about 70%. It's only been 2 or 3 seconds. That girl from the blue family seems to be very powerful too. Countless people were incomparably excited as they watched these shining geniuses of Dongzheng on the screen. However, at the next moment, the upper right corner of the screen, the position that was originally vacant and ready to be put on the list, suddenly flashed. A name emerges steeply. It made the entire examination center's murmurs, all gone. Full points ranking. Current test round, round 1. Place, number 1, candidate Linny, time through the first round, 2 seconds 36, points earned, 1000. Ha! Everyone is stupid. They looked at the likes of Li Zirui and Shi Xiaoying who were frantically outputting on the big screen, and they all felt like their CPUs were about to burn. What's the situation? Why is it that when others are just half-blooded, you go straight to seconds? It is not only these exam center onlookers who are shocked by the top management of Dongzheng. The countless candidates who were desperately trying to output in the first round of tests were all shocked as well. Boom! Another rocket blasted out of the muzzle of Lizari's right arm. However, the hit missed. The mind wanders, the gun slows down, the aim is forgotten. He has his sights set on being number 1 in the province in this first round. However, how could he not expect that by the time he hit half-blood, people had already taken seconds? Chapter 45, Lin Yi's name, after today, resounded throughout the province. Shi Xiaoying on the other side didn't fare much better. All along, her target had been Lizari. Not only did the two know each other, they were on good terms. Truly speaking, that relationship was as subtle as Lin Yi and Jiang Ye had been during those 3 years in high school. Only the gap between Shi Xiaoying and Li Zirui was far smaller than the gap between the first two. In this first round of exams, purely from the perspective of explosive output, the dozens of dazzling marks that Shi Xiaoying had been saving up to explode in unison would be able to set her up for victory. She's the one who has her sights set on number 1. However, a name named Lin Yi appeared steeply on the leaderboard. It instantly shocked her a bit. Even a little scared silly. Hesitate, and you will lose. Just a moment's distraction made the 26 dazzling patterns that she had been restraining with her spiritual power dissipate 3 or 4 of them. By the time she reacted, it was too late. On the other hand, Lan Rui similarly saw that name on the leaderboard in her own copy of the exam. Lin Yi. Wasn't this the same level 42 professional who had waited with him at entrance number 1? He, surprisingly, passed the first round so quickly. What a horrible output. As for Zhao Kai, who had once belittled Lin Yi before, he was spitting blood at the moment. Because he already had some regrets. Purgatory difficulty, some of it doesn't suit him. Because the kobold in front of him now had only lost 1 layer of blood skin. All of his skills hit this kobold and it was really too damn scrappy. The examiners are really sick. Screw such a high double resistance, who can hit it? There wouldn't be a monster with such high resistance in the copy. Compared to Zhao Kai's side, all the people from Class 8 of Jiangqing First Middle School who knew Lin Yi were all like doped up. Especially Zhang Shan. At the moment, he was standing still against the attacks of 4 or 5 kobolds. Knight profession, you can take the output route. Of course you can also go the protection route. This high school will now allow professionals to choose their duty inclination at the registration stage. Output, protection, and support. Choose one of these 3 tendencies and take the corresponding test. Since it is a national entrance exam, it naturally covers all professionals. You can't possibly put a priest who has only gained the milkman skill to the test of how fast he can fight monsters. That's why Zhang Shan chose protection duty. At this moment, he only felt that he was filled with power. Let him take on 5 or 6 more monsters and he'll take them all. It was only because the bastard was showing off like crazy with the examiners in charge of his area. Hey! The one that's in first place right now, that one's my brother. Ha ha ha. It's really my brother, I didn't lie to you guys. I.e., you're awesome fried, number 1 in the province. The exam rules don't really state that candidates can't raise their voices in their own copy of the exam. Because after all, the copy spaces are all independent and do not affect other candidates. So this bastard's yelling directly gave a whole bunch of invigilators speechless. They're tempted to say, yeah, got it, that's your buddy who took first place, but what's that got to do with you? In the copy space where Lin Yi was. He was a little bored. Sitting on his ass. Then looking at the score sheet above his head, he had just gotten 1,000 points. This score is too much of a 0. It made him feel as if he had gotten a perfect score. Well, whether it was a perfect score or not he wasn't quite sure, but he was sure he was number 1. Because right next to the score sheet hangs the leaderboard. About 20 seconds had now passed since the first round of the test had begun. Lin Yi wasn't the only one on this leaderboard, finally. Gradually, name after name appeared on the list. Number 1, candidate Lin Yi, time to pass the first round, 2 seconds 36, points earned, 1,000. Number 2, candidate Qi Xiaoying, time through the first round, 23 seconds 27, points earned, 877.6. Number 3, candidate Li Zirui, time through the first round, 24 seconds 88, gained points, 861.1. Number 4, candidate Su Jia, time through the first round, 28 seconds 79, gained points, 812.1. Number 5, candidate Blue Rui, time through the first round, 34 seconds 03, points earned, 759.9. The list only shows the top 10. These 10 people who were able to make the list were the entire Dongjiang province. A real powerhouse among the more than 100,000 candidates for this national college entrance exam. Such a list. The same appears in the upper right corner of the large screen in the test center. Even if they were as calm as Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang, they were now a bit nonchalant. The two men glanced at each other, both seeing shock on the other's face. Li Yuanjing opened his mouth and asked, "What's taking so long, but you still haven't pulled up his picture?" Hearing Big Boss's questioning. Instantly the staff member who had just promised to pull up Lin Yi's footage in 2 minutes winced. Sweating it out. Honestly, it's only just a couple dozen seconds past now. Less than a minute. I can't help it if you rush me. It just takes time. But what can be done? Other people are big leaders, their bitterness can only be swallowed in the stomach. Report. Report. Immediately. Right away. I'll go and rush it again. The man took off in a huff. Li Yuanjing looked at the list and saw that his youngest son could only get third, and also let out a bitter smile. How did I not expect Ziri, in the first round, to make such a big mistake? Qi Guoguang sighed as well, same goes for Xiaoying, Dazzle Stripe has lost 4 or 5 of them. Looks like this kid gave them quite a shock. Li Yuanjing, nonsense. Can't you see that he in first place pulls a direct breakout from your granddaughter in second place? 2 seconds and 20 plus seconds, that's close to a tenfold difference. Play back later to see how the hell this kid did it. Tianhai City, outside the first examination center. After the examination has begun and all candidates have entered. The place is still packed. There are a large number of Tianhai City locals that will come to each examination center to join in the fun. There were also teachers, parents, and some staff of the education department from various other base cities throughout Dongjiang province who sent the exams. Most of these people will be driving their students and children home after the high school exams. And outside the 22 examination centers throughout Tianhai City, there was a huge spirit crystal display. Real-time display of current exam progress, and related ranking information. Display. Suddenly a line popped up in big letters. The first round of this year's exams is over. First round rankings announced. The next moment, one name after another appeared on the leaderboard. This list outside was big enough to hold information about the top 100 candidates' rankings in the province because the screen was huge. After seeing the list, outside the 22 examination centers in Tenkai City, countless people cried out in shock. The whole room was in an uproar. Look, that first one. A name I've never heard before. Lin Yi? Do we have a big family of professionals with the surname Lin in Dongjiang? There are some, but they're not big families. Who the hell is this Lin Yi? Hasn't anyone seen this anticlimactic pass record? 2 seconds? Yeah, second is straight up over 20 seconds. Chapter 46, there's no way he can still have 4th rank spells, right? It's a bit exaggerated. This year, we, Dongjiang, have a super dark horse straight out of the first round of exams. More than a dark horse, this is a ing heavily horse. Countless people were talking about it. The name Lin Yi, from today onwards, had completely stepped into the view of most people throughout Dongjiang. On the other hand, the examination center. Deputy Administrator Li, is this kid's 1,000 points a perfect score for this round? A subordinate asked a question. Li Yuanjing nodded. Anyone who can kill that one goblin monster in less than 10 seconds scores a perfect score. After 10 seconds beyond that, 10 points will be deducted for every second that passes. No more points will be deducted after 500 points are deducted, and anyone who was able to kill a goblin within the 3-minute time limit for this round will be able to get the guaranteed 500 points for passing. This rule was still drawn up by me and Olji back then. The Olji in Li Yuanjing's mouth is the head of the entire Dongjiang Provincial Education Department. Yi hung. Only at the moment he was in a meeting in the imperial capital. Purgatory difficulty gets a perfect score, haven't seen that in how many years. Shi Guoguang was also somewhat emotional at this time. A look of remembrance also appeared in Li Yuanjing's eyes. Geniuses from these top base cities of imperial capital and Shanhu, it's still not difficult to get a perfect score in the first round of purgatory difficulty, it's just that in the last 10 years of our Dongjiang, there is yet to be this kind of astonishingly talented generation. This kid is kind of setting a precedent for the last decade. The screen in the large conference room suddenly flickered. At this moment, the replay footage of Lin Yi's previous performance in the first round was finally about to be shown. Everyone was curious as to how exactly Lin Yi managed to pass the first round of tests after spending just 2 seconds. Playback begins. The entire replay video was about the same time as Lin Yi's pass, only about 4 or 5 seconds. But after watching the video, everyone in the entire conference room was dumbfounded. Play it again. Li Yuanjing also felt a bit incredulous. Immediately have the handlers replay it. After the second playback began, Li Yuanjing added an extra, slow play. Under the slow play effect, this time everyone finally saw what Lin Yi had done. Nothing really. It was the moment the goblin monster had just appeared that 5 or 6 huge fireball spells the size of a faceplate appeared in front of Lin Yi. These fireballs were like a series of cannons, bombarding the goblin monsters in a straight line at an extremely high frequency. The goblin monster's blood level was falling crazily at an extremely terrifying rate. Just over 2 seconds passed before the blood cleared. The kobolds disappeared even as 7 or 8 more inferno blasts blasted straight into the distance as they flew. This is the Flame Mage's second rank skill, Inflammation Explosion, right? Li Yuanjing drifted off. The first time because it was too fast. He even thought that Lin Yi had used some sort of flame-based spell that he didn't understand. How it's just like the fire dragon. It was only now that he realized that it wasn't a fire dragon, it was just the effect formed by the countless inferno blasts he rubbed out in an instant and then blasted in succession. Shi Guoguang nodded, it's the Inferno explosion technique. This kid has already completed his second turn, it's not strange to master a second rank skill. Li Yuanjing took over. What's really strange is how he managed to unleash the Inferno explosion technique so many times with such terrifying efficiency, right? Shi Guoguang nodded with a grave expression on his face. As a top spell for Fireball. Not only does Inferno Blast do more damage, but it also has an effect that Fireball doesn't have. That is, when dealing damage, ignore 40% of the target's magic resistance. With such a high magic resistance of the kobold monster, even if he were to handle it, he would have given up the higher ranked triple Inferno Lance and opted to use the Inferno Blast instead. Definitely able to kill monsters with faster efficiency. Does he have some kind of fast chanting skill? Shi Guoguang shook his head. A mage's passive skill, high-speed chant, could never have such an exaggerated effect even after it was raised to rank 2. There's only one possibility for trying to use close to 20 plus Inferno Blasts in 2 seconds. This kid's Inferno explosion technique, it's instantaneous. And, his mana value is also very strong, enough to support him to release so many Inferno Blast spells in such a short period of time. Li Yuanjing also understood what Shi Guoguang meant. When he was awakening his profession, he should have awakened a certain talent along with it, right? Shi Guoguang affirmed, yes, and with this talent, it should allow him to instantly fire spells, and even have an enhancement to skill consumption. Then it's not surprising, no wonder he was able to rise to this level in just 30 days. For all present, the impact that the instantaneous second-rank inflammatory explosion technique brought them was limited to Lin Yi's age and extremely low experience as a professional. At the age of 18, just a month after awakening to the profession. This battle is sick. But that's as far as it goes. Soon, the replay footage ended. On the big screen, those candidates who were included on the list and focused on were replayed. Only, this time, Lin Yi's image was placed directly in the center. The two previous favorites for the title, Li Zirui and Shi Xiaoying, could only even move to the sides, giving up the CC to Lin Yi. The second test I remember was a quick kill of multiple targets, right? Yes. The first round tests an output class professional's ability to quickly kill a single target, also known as explosive ability. The second round is a test of the ability to explode against multiple targets. To be honest, the second level is quite a bit harder than the first, as most professionals have only a single minor skill in their first turn, and almost no ability to take on groups. Even if it does, it's basically just an attack on the main target, which will then produce some splash damage around the main target. A total of 20 kobolds that can't move and won't attack will appear in the second round, all with a double resistance of around 300 and a blood count of only 1000 points. For certain legendary level professions, if they have real AoE skills and means at this point in their first turn, then they definitely have a head start in this round of testing. Li Yuanjing had actually been keeping his ears open to eavesdrop on the comments of the people behind him. An imperceptible smile curled the corners of his mouth. His son, Li Zirui, has nothing else in this profession, but there are too many wide-range fire coverage skills. The rocket he used earlier was actually an AoE explosion damage. This is the round that says maybe he's going to win the title. As for Lin Yi, although Li Yuanjing thought highly of him, according to his understanding. A mage, a flame mage, even if it's a third-order skill. The triple Inferno Lance, too, is only a little more wide-ranging. 3 Inferno Lances plunge down, hitting at most 3 kobolds. And the real AoE skill is the 4th-ranked Flamestorm. There was no way this kid could know this kind of high-level skill at this level, right? Shi Guoguang, who was sitting next to Li Yuanjing, of course also sensed this old friend's thoughts. Oh. You're not the only one with AoE skills in your house, Ziri. My granddaughter has it too. Let's wait and see, how about taking the first place in this second round of tests and pulling back a victory? Chapter 47 or Seconds. Shock the examiner for a whole year. The two thought so. The countdown on the big screen to the start of the second round is also less than 10 seconds away. Most candidates, for the most part, are getting ahead of themselves for the second round. Only on the big screen, Li Zirui stood in place, but his eyes were glowing and extremely focused, and all kinds of weapon systems had been recharged. He's just waiting for the monsters to refresh, and he'll instantly pour out his own firepower. On the other side, Shi Xiaoying was no better. At this moment, she had already opened a domain-type skill in advance. The 4 meters around them were crimson. As soon as a monster appeared, it would be instantly hooked up to the scorching effect by this field, and it would be much quicker to kill. It seems like that girl from the blue family might also be able to reach the top in this round. Suddenly someone noticed the corner of the big screen. A live screen belonging to Blue Ruoi. On the screen, Blue Ruoi, who had a cold temperament, was constantly chanting magic incantations under her breath. Then the sky was constantly filled with shimmering purple light as balls of rock gradually took shape and levitated. Why are there so many rock balls suspended in the air? She's a rare transfer in the mage line, Gravity Mage. This is a second rank skill of the gravity system, right? She hasn't even turned 2 yet and she's mastering this kind of spell? This skill is also too preemptive. By the time the monsters are refreshed, she directly manipulates these 7 or 8 rock balls to smash down. The instantaneous burst of AoE damage is absolutely terrifying. Li Yuanjing and Shi Guoguang also noticed this. They all giggled in their hearts. You don't say, with so many rock balls smashing down, they wouldn't believe it if they said it wasn't ranged damage. It was instantly confusing as to who would take first place in this round. Just as all the East River geniuses were showing off their skills in all 8 of them. Located on the main screen, Lin Yi highlights an unorthodox path. Only in the picture, Lin Yi was already sitting on the polished ground, drawing circles with his finger in boredom. Lin Yi was really bored. I had thought that the National High School exam, or Purgatory difficulty, should be able to get myself to take it seriously. Who knew it was like a child's playground? 21,000 blooded kobolds? Are you kidding me? It's not like a single flame storm is all it takes? Difficult? So he didn't bother to stand. Sitting straight down on the floor. Exam center. Countless bigwigs all instantly cried and laughed when they saw Linny in this state. This kid, how do I feel, he doesn't look too interested in this national college entrance examination? Li Yuanjing looked at Linny in the middle of the big screen and couldn't help but spit out. Qi Guoguang also nodded. He couldn't have been a bit self-absorbed because he didn't have the means for AoE and knew that he would surely underperform in this round? As soon as Qi Guoguang's hypothesis was presented, it was instantly recognized by many. Although Linny was highly ranked. Although Linny was able to instantly launch the inflammatory explosion technique. But he should also be stretched a bit thin in a situation like this where he needs to quickly kill multiple targets in a wide area. The Inferno Blast, which requires aiming. The refreshed kobolds don't move though. But the positional distribution is randomized. You're frantically instanting Inferno Blasts, and at the beginning, it might not be too necessary to aim and hit. But follow up, to hit, you definitely need to aim. Trying to kill so many kobolds in 2 or 3 seconds again was out of the question. At the end of the day, this kid is just an ordinary profession. It doesn't even compare to rare occupations. It's even more unlikely that it's more than a legendary career. On the big screen. Countdown to 0. Next moment. In all the copies, in the blink of an eye, a full 20 kobolds were refreshed. Li Zirue, who had been waiting for a long time, was directly on fire. The roar was unrelenting. The smoke was so thick that the replica was similar to the battlefield of Samelia. On the other side, Shi Xiaoying's domain also completely encompassed all the goblin monsters, and the passive skill of the profession of battle spirit fighter, at this moment, was also insanely effective. As soon as a certain number of damage is dealt to a certain monster, a dazzle stripe is generated. The burning of the domain, combined with her own small AoE sweeping attack. The number of outputs of dazzling stripes was almost a dozen times that of the previous one. In the state of countless dazzle emission bursts and the domain scorch, her efficiency in clearing monsters was in no way inferior to that of Li Zirue. On the other side, Blue Ruoi was more direct. The entire 10 rock balls came crashing down. She could already think of the next moment, on the leaderboard, the scene where her name appeared. However, just then, the big screen in the exam center. An incomparably blazing orange-red light appeared steeply. The light came from the screen right in the center. Only countless burning waves of air wrapped in bright embers were seen falling from the sky. It ruthlessly smashed into the bodies of those 20 goblin monsters. Next moment. The ground was scorched until it glowed a dark red. The 20 kobolds, on the other hand, were as if they had melted away and directly disappeared. This time, Qi Guoguang was somewhat unable to sit still. His eyes widened instantly. The leaderboards jumped around a bit again. Current test round, second round. Place, number 1, candidate Linny, time to pass the second round, 0.1 second, points earned, 1,000. The eyes of all the East River executives went straight. Nima. Some even exploded directly in front of the leader. The usual image of modesty and civility crumbled instantly. Seconds up. See also seconds. And this time it was because Linny happened to occupy the C position. They see it more clearly than anyone else. It was almost as if those 20 kobolds had just been refreshed. The storm formed by countless fiery flames and hot air currents then instantly crashed down. Linny was still sitting on the ground. He didn't even look at the 20 kobolds more than once. Everything seems to be taken for granted. With the flip of a hand, destruction comes. In the examination room, countless candidates also had a flash of light in front of their eyes. It was then that he saw a name pop up again on the blank leaderboard. Still 2 familiar words. Linny. Followed by a less familiar, even more anticlimactic score there. 0.1 seconds. Nima. It's him again. The battle for the top spot in the second round was surprisingly completely out of suspense the moment the examination began. How the hell did that happen? Which big guy's reincarnation has succeeded here? Nima, 0.1 seconds. This Lin God, put away the divine power, you'll make my heart unable to bear it if you brush off this kind of score that looks like cheating every time. Countless candidates, in their hearts, were somewhat broken. Now they are even planning to protest to the Invigilator. Just don't show up in a copy of this leaderboard for a little chicken like us, okay? The mind will explode. In the examination center, Li Yuanjing gazed at Lin Yi's ranking in the upper right corner of the large screen, and the results that followed behind. The heart is beating fast. Something suddenly occurred to him. More than 600 years have passed since Daxia had a national college entrance examination. Was there a single candidate in these 600 years who could get such a score in the second round of purgatory difficulty? If not, had he witnessed history once in his own lifetime? Chapter 48 Breaking Records. He was starting the history of the Grand Xia. Li Yuanjing took a deep breath. To check it out. He beckoned. Soon a subordinate came over. Li Yuanjing came to his ear and spoke, "Go, and check what the best all-time record for the second round of purgatory difficulty is out of the more than 600 all-time records for the college entrance exams throughout our great summer." The subordinate nodded in instant excitement at the words, "Good. I'll go now." Obviously, he also realized that perhaps Lin Yi had created this record that broke the historical extreme. 0.1 seconds is too much. However, Li Yuanjing called out to him and continued, "Then have the supervisory team over there thoroughly investigate Lin Yi's copy, whether there were any technical problems or not, and whether it was because of a bug that such a record appeared. Incidentally, check his status bar, equipment bar, and all that to make sure he's not cheating." The subordinates sniffed and nodded their heads. If both of these are confirmed, then it will be possible to prove that this candidate received this grade in name only and did not cheat. After the explanation, the subordinate rushed to check. And that short 10 seconds or so passed. The leaderboard in the upper right corner of the big screen once again changed. In addition to Lin Yi, many new people had appeared on the list. Current test round, second round. Points ranking for the current round. Number 1, candidate Lin Yi, time to pass the second round, 0.1 seconds, points earned, 1000. Number 2, candidate Blue Roy, time to pass the second round, 9 seconds 42, points earned, 939.3. Number 3, candidate Qi Xiaoying, time through the second round, 12 seconds 88, points earned, 816.1. Number 4, candidate Li Zirui, time through the second round, 13 seconds 03, gained points, 805.4. Number 5, candidate Ding Chucheng, time through the second round, 13 seconds 67, points earned, 799.9. The points you can get in the second round are the same as in the first round, which is a full 1000 points. This time, though, it's clear to see that there are a lot of new faces on the list. Single burst and group burst are two different zones of dominance. Professionals like Qi Xiaoying and Li Zirui who were able to do both were few and far between. So the list is a straight-up bloodbath. And it's worth noting that Blue Roy's tactics were very successful and surged. The Gravity Mage's ability to save spells like Rock Ball gave her a huge advantage in this round, instantly overtaking Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying. But these geniuses with dazzling halos were instantly eclipsed in front of Lin Yi, the Great Demon King. How dare the Firefly compete with the moon? Soon, there was a reply to what Li Yuanjing had explained to his subordinates to do. Deputy Administrator Li. Just now I had the entire staff of our technical department recheck candidate Lin Yi's status gains, items he was carrying, as well as his equipment and other various matters that could be cheating, and there are no anomalies. And there are no abnormalities in the copy status or data. He got this grade in a dignified manner. This subordinate, who was in charge of reporting, was clearly agitated. His voice couldn't help but get a little louder. Let the entire examination center who are closer to Li Yuanjing all heard. Instantly their expressions, too, were in awe. No way. We all originally thought that this year, the number 1 in our province should come from amongst Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying, but who knew that a Lin Yi would come out halfway? He still got a perfect score in this round. Exam centers are supposed to remain serious and silent. And the two big brothers, Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang, did not talk out loud. Others should be even less likely to speak up. But in this moment, none of it matters. Because Li Yuanjing was in a good mood. The news reported by his subordinates immediately afterward made him smile even more. Deputy Administrator Li, we've just checked the relevant records in the Daxia archives as well, and historically, in the National College Entrance Examination held in 2876, a candidate from Shanghu got a good score of 0.48 seconds in the second round of the purgatory difficulty. This is a record that no one has broken in this 100 years. Today, broken. And it's worth mentioning that the candidate who previously set this record was named Hero Zhang. Hear the name. Everyone in the entire conference room sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Yuanjing was shocked. Is it the 21st god of war of our Grand Xia, that hero Zhang? The subordinate nodded. Li Yuanjing was a bit unable to sit still. He had sensed that he was getting a bit too excited. Trying to calm his excitement, he looked at the big screen with burning eyes and slowly said, "It is yet to be seen how he will perform in the later rounds and whether he will be overtaken by the people behind him. But at least for this moment, he created history for our great Xia. His record, unprecedented." Li Yuanjing was so ambitious at the moment. Although Lin Yi was not related to him. But is it also possible to develop a cultivated friendship for your juniors slowly? The main thing is, this is their candidate coming out of Dongjiang. If you follow up with a visit to the imperial capital for a debriefing and meeting or something, it would be a facelift. Honestly, with this perfect score he has, I think it's all a bit unfair to him. These words were said by Qi Guoguang. Li Yuanjing raised an eyebrow and looked at Qi Guoguang in the seat to his right. Then he too was struck dumb. Because the expression on the latter's face at the moment was 7 parts surprise, 2 parts appreciation, and the last part jealousy. That's right. Surprisingly, he saw a subtle expression of jealousy and envy on the face of this 7th-turn saint magician whose strength was even 1 rank higher than his own. Why does Elder Qi have such an exclamation? Li Yuanjing asked. Qi Guoguang raised his finger and pointed to the points list in the upper right corner. Didn't you notice that even with a perfect score, he didn't pull too far away from second place? Li Yuanjing scanned the list. Instantly, he understood what Qi Guoguang meant. Lin Yi's score was already zeroed out before the decimal point. And in second place, it's almost straight into double digits before the decimal point. How many times is that a difference? Nearly 1,000 times the difference. And the score gap? Just over 60 points. No wonder Qi Guoguang had said that this scoring system was a bit unfair to Lin Yi. Li Yuanjing let out a bitter smile. It's a bit unfair, but the rules are unified across the country, and although I was involved in writing the scoring amendments in the first place, who of us at the time thought that one day there would be an exaggerated result like this kid? Qi Guoguang laughed. It doesn't matter, the strong are always strong. I believe that with what he has shown so far, this year's number 1 in the province of Dongjiang should be his. Qi Guoguang made a direct judgment. This impressed Li Yuanjing straight away. No, old man. It's common knowledge throughout the province that you spoil that precious granddaughter of yours. Plus, Qi Guoguang was another person who was notoriously protective of his shortcomings. To be able to come out of his mouth and admit that another stranger had surpassed his own granddaughter and was pointing the sword at the number 1 spot in the province was somewhat difficult. Qi Guoguang's next sentence, however, directly caused everyone in the conference room to fall into deep thought. Chapter 49 Fire Wind Dual Cultivation. The third round of the range test. How do you guys think he swiped this unprecedented 0.1 seconds? That spell he used just now, it's a 4th rank spell of the fire system, Flamestorm. The normal required chant time is 5 seconds. And he, still instantaneous. This quote from Qi Guoguang. It instantly drew an outcry from the room. A word to the wise. Yeah. How did they forget this most crucial point? That spell just now even made the entire big screen go red. Obviously vocal. He was a level 42 mage who had just recently turned 2. Instant 4th order spells? At this moment, everyone realized how outrageous Lin Yi was. That talent he awakened should be strong enough to allow him to use 4th rank spells at this level, this transfer situation. Li Yuanjing made a judgment. For a while, the countless bigwigs throughout the examination center looked at Lin Yi in a different light. That's right, this kid is just the most common mage though. But a professional's overall strength can't just be based on professional strength. There's also a combination of talents, skills, and even equipment to go with it. However, the next moment, when they regained sight of the center of the big screen and Lin Yi's performance, the corners of their mouths twitched a few times. He only saw Lin Yi sitting on the ground, and at some point, there was already a large chicken leg in his left hand, and a bottle of ice-cold happy water in his right hand. The food was very enjoyable. Lin Yi's maneuver directly gave the entire conference room dry silence. No, although your performance was perfect. But aren't you a little out of touch with us? The examiner who had been in charge of monitoring this copy of Lin Yi's opened his mouth. He was tempted to turn on the loudspeaker and issue a warning to Lin Yi. Candidates are asked not to be too indulgent and casual during the test. But on second thought, he seems a bit unworthy. This master is the first 2 rounds, directly take the full score of the ultimate ruthless. Maybe after today's test, it'll fly off the charts. Also, there is nothing in the exam regulations that says in any way that you are not allowed to eat during the exam. Assuming, of course, that these foods don't provide gainful effects. After a large chicken leg was finished, Lenny picked up his Coke and gulped down a few more big gulps. Cool. Wiped his mouth. He was then accompanied by a couple more bags of potato chips, spicy konjac sharp. Even if the system and the copy had already prompted the end of the second round of testing at the moment, and the third round would begin in 1 minute, Lenny didn't look half as nervous. This kid. Some nonsense. A group of Dongjiang bigwigs at the examination center. Both facepalm twitching. They really had never seen such a candidate before, really half-heartedly taking the national college entrance examination into consideration. But on the contrary, he was frighteningly strong. Li Yuanjing suddenly smiled mysteriously, then said, "Characterful, I like it." And although he looks lazy, in reality, he still takes exams very seriously. Last round, those 20 kobolds just appeared, and he instantly reacted and blasted them using 4th rank magic. You can't do that if you're not prepared ahead of time and focused at all times. Being a leader means looking at things more closely than the average person. It was only after being mentioned by Li Yuanjing that all of them realized. Lenny only looked relaxed on the surface, but in reality, he was still treating this exam seriously, and immediately his evaluation of Lenny in his heart was a few points higher. This could only mean that this teenager was also much more mature than his peers when it came to his mind. With the end of the second round, the rankings have also changed. The points from the 2 rounds were added up to give the current stage of the standings. The entire top 100 of the charts has been turned upside down. Plenty of roster changes. There are also tons of new names on the list. However, Lenny, who was at the top of the list, could be described as stalwart. Outside the exam room. With the end of the second round, the list is once again released. Everyone was once again shocked. Cumulative points ranking. Current round, second round closed. First place, Lenny, profession, mage, place of delivery, Jiangcheng, points, 2000. Why him again? This Lenny is so bullish, after 2 rounds, he's still a perfect score? I'm from Jiangcheng, our place is too poor and remote, I didn't expect such a super dark horse to emerge. 6666, I love to see this kind of script where the dark horse crushes all the well-known geniuses. Honestly, I reckon those so-called geniuses of Dongjiang must be sweating like crazy by now too. Joy, love it, come more often. I'm also from Jiangcheng, my wife and children are in my hometown, I came to Tianhai to work, hometown, go for it. Lenny, cheer for me. Go for it. Better still be first in the next round and take first place in the province. It's not a big deal to see what's going on. Especially since to most people, Lenny was like another world line of himself. Out of the ordinary. Occupational mediocrity. But it relied on hard power to step on the feet of the dazzling rising stars of the entire East River. So cool. And so it was that Lenny, a candidate without the support of any family, any power. In this moment, however, it was supported by the widest range of onlookers. Back in the copy. The 1 minute went by fast. The countdown to round 3 is quickly approaching. The rules for the third round were duly announced to all candidates. Attention all candidates! The third round of testing will begin soon. This round of testing will test your long output range. After 10 seconds, one goblin giant will be refreshed in front of you, and the monster's attributes are set to unlimited blood, with 0 armor value and magic resistance. This round of exams is limited to 30 minutes, so please deal as much damage as possible to this monster within the time limit. Points for this round will be awarded according to the total damage inflicted on the target at the end of the time. Please note that 5 agile goblin monsters will be refreshed around the goblin giant every 30 seconds during the 30-minute test period. The monster's dual resistance is also 0, and its blood level is set to 3000. After refreshing, the agile goblin will escape at a very fast speed, and if it is not killed before it manages to escape, 10,000 points of the current output total will be deducted. Lenny was also quietly listening to the rules of the third round. I have to say, the third round seems to be finally having some fun. The first 2 rounds tested the ability to explode against singles and groups, and this round tests the combined output range? Lenny analyzed in his mind. Since the goblin giant has unlimited blood, then it's time to think about range when trying to do more damage in a limited time. Take the fire method as an example. This is a typical burst specialization. The pre-fight is very fierce. Probably the damage will instantly pull away from other specializations by a large margin. But the blue consumption of flame spells is higher than other lines. After the wave of bursts, the blue was depleted too quickly, and it quickly shriveled up. So how to distribute the output rhythm in these 30 minutes is the ultimate test that all candidates face. But for Lin Yi, this is a problem that has been solved. The 10-second countdown is over. Goblin Giant refresh. And inside the copy Lin Yi was in, a fierce wind rose. Shi Guoguang, who was watching all of this without looking away, stood up violently. He looked at Lin Yi incredulously. He, sensing the incomparably strong wind element, was converging towards Lin Yi. Chapter 50, Despair. Millions of levels of anticlimactic output. Come hit me, a stupid egg. The goblin giant was extremely large, 7 or 8 meters tall, even much taller than Lin Yi's molten fire flame demon. The moment it appeared, it opened its mouth wide and began to taunt. Incidentally, the right hand gave a friendly gesture common to all of Blue Star as well as all of Earth. Coupled with that expression, it does owe a beating. Lin Yi was tempted to spit out which great cleverness had designed this copy. Actually, Lin Yi still fought wrong. All the monsters in this copy are taken from one of the copies in reality. And the reality is that kobold giants are so underpowered. Whoosh! The wind whistled around Lin Yi. The next moment, a green tornado whirlwind was generated above the goblin giant's head. The gusts of wind formed spikes as sharp as needles, constantly attacking the goblin giant's flesh. Fourth-ranked spell of the wind system, Storm Cyclone. Lin Yi had picked this spell because it was the spell that could create the highest total damage in a single release in a long fight. Storm Cyclone. Type, active skill. Rank, 4th. Classification, Storm. Consumption, 4000 mana. Chanting time, 3.5 seconds. Cooldown time, none. Effect, directs the wind element to form a huge tornado cyclone, attacking all targets within the area of influence, inflicting 5 wind attribute damage per second to all targets. After attacking the target, the storm cyclone will no longer move and will continue to rotate, dealing damage continuously, maximum duration, 30 minutes. Remarks, Gale. At my command. All 4th level spells with elemental specialization. It's all one ranged spell. This is the specialty of the mage profession. The wind system is no exception. Only with this spell, the damage carries on the usual tradition of the wind system. 125. 136. 207 strike. The damage numbers are only a couple hundred. There's no comparison at all to the thousands of damage values that fire has at every turn. Scratch. But it scrapes fast. And it's long-lasting. A storm cyclone, as soon as it is summoned, lasts a full half hour before dissipating. For a lumbering monster like a goblin giant that just stands in place with a stinky mouth and taunts, he can eat up all 30 minutes of damage. Borrowing this mechanism, Lin Yi then kept on summoning storm cyclones. 5, 10, 20. The number of storm cyclones enveloping the goblin giant was rising at an extremely terrifying rate. Dozens of storm cyclones blasted the goblin giant together. The frequency of damage inflicted per second is frighteningly high. With 20 storm cyclones, you'll be able to do 100 attacks per second. Such a high-frequency attack. It made the mouth of the kobold giant, who had just been in a frenzy of foul-mouthed stench, quiver, and it was like a cassette tape in his throat, unable to make any sound. Its huge body, which was also trembling madly, looked funny and hilarious. This scene caused the countless people in the examination center to freeze. Shi Guoguang even stood up. Looking at Lin Yi in the screen, his brain was running wild. He still couldn't forget what he had seen more than 10 days ago when he had sped to the aid of Pale Blue City. It's him? It's him. Right. Nope. Right. No. In Shi Guoguang's mind, he was affirming and denying. Again, it's a fire and wind duel. Again, young mages. But one possessed extremely terrifying magic control and was able to unleash both fire and wind type 7th ranked magic at the same time. The kid in front of him who was only level 42 and had just turned 2. Even with the addition of a mystical gift. Can you do that? The odds are too small. However, his intuition as a mage kept reminding Shi Guoguang. It's all connected. Even the matter of the city of Gaunlight's Fey Crackcane had something to do with this young man. But reason rejected all of his speculations. Elder Qi, what happened to you? Li Yuanjing marveled at the fact that Lin Yi even knew wind spells though. But he was, after all, an archer-type professional. Don't know much about mage spells. Qi Guoguang's thoughts were interrupted by Li Yuanjing, and in the end, he could only shake his head. It's nothing. I just had some less than realistic guesses. Li Yuanjing wanted to ask something else. But after the start of the third round, the leaderboard in the upper right corner of the big screen, after a short delay, also refreshed. Current round, third round. Real-time list. Number 1, Candidate Lin Yi, cumulative output, 53,696. Number 2, Candidate Qi Xiaoying, cumulative output, 11,833. Number 3, Candidate Li Zirui, cumulative output, 10,236. Number 4, Candidate Ting Chorqing, cumulative output, 9,691. Number 5, Candidate Fong Ming, cumulative output, 9,527. Because this round compares output values, the list is updated directly in real time. And the one thing that didn't change was that Lin Yi was still way ahead. It's a nearly 5-fold break directly from second place. And if anyone looks closely, they will see that the gap is still widening. This was because as the number of storm cyclones increased, Lin Yi's DPS damage dealt per second was also rising. The next second you see the list. Countless people exclaimed again. It's him again. He's still number 1. What high damage, what spell did he use? This kid is actually a dual cultivation mage. It's too heavenly, how did he gain so many skill points? Why doesn't he use fire spells though? Doesn't fire do more damage? Fire consumes more mana, right, and this test of endurance definitely prioritizes cost effectiveness. Exam copy in. More than 10 minutes have passed since the start of the third round. Lizuri wanted to spit blood. In the second round against the group burst output, he lost to Qi Xiaoying, and he admitted it. But the round that tested continuity, he was determined to win. Because of the legendary profession of alloy super reformer, the ammunition was unlimited. It just takes time to reload. As long as he controls the pace. For those 30 minutes, he was able to guarantee output at all times. Completely non-stop. The other professionals, by the second half of this round of testing, will surely experience fatigue and interruptions in their output, and will not be able to sustain themselves. With this round's score, he's confident of surging to the top of the leaderboard. And that Lin Yi, the one who ranked first in the first 2 rounds, had a strong outburst he knew. So at first, seeing Lin Yi at the top of the leaderboard. Even after pulling off a 5-fold gap, he wasn't in too much of a hurry. Because as far as he was concerned, Lin Yi would just start pounding this wave. The follow-up definitely shriveled up. Who knows? At the moment the leaderboards are up. He is located second. Caused over 100,000 output. Pulling away from third-place finisher Qi Xiaoying by nearly 20,000 output. And first place? Output is now over 1 million. It's so anticlimactic. Even if Lin Yi stopped his output right now. Lizuri also thought to himself that it would be impossible to catch up with his output. But just the next second he was in despair. He suddenly saw the leaderboard suspended in the air. The output total figure of Lin Yi, who was ranked first, suddenly flickered, then went from 1 million damage, straight to 0. Chapter 51, Blowing Up the Copy. The person who defeated Invincible. It wasn't just Li Zirui, but all the geniuses in Dongjiang who were aiming for the top 10 and who had been paying attention to the movements of the leaderboard had noticed. In the next moment, after Lin Yi's amount of damage went to 0, his ranking disappeared as well. Li Zirui replaced Lin Yi's previous position and jumped into first place. What's going on? What's the situation? This unusual situation was first noticed by everyone in the test center. Lin Yi's originally distantly ahead ranking disappeared from the leaderboards in an instant. The scene that followed left them even more dumbfounded. Only in the center of the big screen, in the exclusive test copy belonging to Lin Yi, the huge body of the goblin giant slowly collapsed. Oh, really can't fight anymore. Boom! The giant's body smashed down with a loud bang. Lin Yi, surprisingly, had killed this goblin giant. Report! Report! Candidate Lin Yi's copy is in a condition we've never seen before. The monster that was supposed to have unlimited blood was killed by him. Li Yuanjing frowned. What the hell is going on? Is there a bug in some mechanism? We're looking into it. Find out the results quickly. Yes. For a time, all the staff responsible for maintaining the copies in the entire examination center were all sweating coldly. They all realized that this was probably going to be a major accident if it wasn't handled properly. The matter of Lin Yi's results directly disappearing from the leaderboards. It also shocked all the candidates who are participating in the exam at the moment. What happened? How did that Lin Yi disappear? Didn't he already have a terrifying output of over 1 million just now? He's not cheating, is he? Speculations like these rose in the minds of all. After all, if something hadn't gone wrong, how could the good old rank 1 suddenly disappear? And that exaggerated output just now was stimulating everyone's nerves. The output of the first one has already surpassed 1 million. And the second highest output, surprisingly, is only just getting ready to break 100,000. Does that make sense? Is this scientific? If you're not cheating, how else can you explain it? For a time, many of the candidates who had originally had their blood pressure skyrocketed by Lin Yi's incomparably dazzling results, and even their minds were on the verge of arriving at the edge of blowing up. It felt like my thoughts were through the roof. That's how people are, they subconsciously deny when they come across a situation they can't understand. And can't see anyone else as good. Ha 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 ha. Good like. I told you this kid must be up to something, he must have cheated. Zhao Kai saw Lin Yi go from being ranked number 1 and fall straight down the list, disappearing. The whole group was overjoyed. He had been slapped in the face by Lin Yi in various ways before, and now his face was swollen into a pig's head. To say that he didn't have a grudge against Lin Yi. That's impossible. Now that Lin Yi was being sanctioned for cheating, he was straight up popping champagne. And, most importantly, at the moment though he wasn't in the top 10 of the list either. But Zhao Kai's own estimation was that his ranking should be around the top 50 in the province. Now that there was one less Lin Yi, his ranking could go even higher. And to the two at the top of the real list, Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying. They didn't speculate about Lin Yi with the worst possible malice, like Zhao Kai did. Whether there was cheating or not they don't know. All they knew was that the cloud that had been hanging over their heads had been dispersed for the time being. That oppressive feeling of 1 million outputs is not there afterwards. They have felt that they have been lifting the clouds to see the light. Phew. After taking a long breath, their spirits focused again. It's now 10 minutes until the end of this round of exams. These 20 minutes of intense output and attacks are actually quite tiring. The first 2 rounds were sprints if anything. This round, then, is an endurance testing ultra-long run. Examination Center. Although the engineers and professionals responsible for maintaining the stability associated with the copies of this national college entrance examination in the entire Dongjiang province were working overtime and making concerted efforts to investigate what had gone wrong with Lin Yi's copy. But they came up empty. From the back-end feedback, the first thing that can be confirmed is that this candidate did not cheat. All the skills he used originated from himself. There wasn't much outside assistance. In turn, all of his own statuses and gain effects were monitored at all times. The possibility of cheating is completely eliminated. So something's wrong with that goblin giant that's set to unlimited blood? And there's no problem. Its values, the mechanisms are all working fine. Instantly everyone was puzzled. A flash of fear appeared in the eyes that looked at Lin Yi. How did he, in fact, do it? Li Yuanjing and Qi Guoguang, too, were thinking about this. But soon enough, Li Yuanjing discovered a detail that surprised him a bit. This kid, it seems like he's not surprised by this current situation? Qi Guoguang was reminded of this and immediately seemed to realize something. He exclaimed, "Wait, Yuanjing, is this monster you guys made really infinite blood?" Li Yuanjing shook his head. Of course it can't really be unlimited blood, wouldn't that be truly invincible? Abyssal demon gods, none of them would possess an infinitely large life value. This copy used for the National College Entrance Examination was extracted from the Abyssal Plane by our great summer giant, Elder Zhou Qianya, relying on spirit crystal technology. After extracting it, he then made drastic changes to this copy, because it was no longer dominated by the Blue Star Heavenly Tao and the Abyssal Will. Everything about the values of this copy could now be changed at will. But invincibility in the true sense of the word is impossible to achieve. All the monsters and bosses we've encountered so far that have the invincible status are actually limited invincible. It's all about a lot of constraints and specific situations that have certain damage ignoring and immortality mechanics. The same goes for this goblin giant. Although the blood level is set to infinite, it definitely has a condition to be destroyed. It's just that I'm not quite sure what that condition is. Shi Guoguang sniffed. Once again, he was in deep thought. It didn't take long for him to light up and take a deep breath. Then said, I get it. Have those tech guys go check the number of hits that goblin giant took. If I'm right, although this monster's blood level is set to be infinite, once the number of strikes taken exceeds a certain upper limit, the instant death mechanism will be triggered. Li Yuanjing sniffed. It was also a shock. A nod followed. He also remembered. There are some bosses in the abyssal copies that have invincibility mechanics like this. As long as he didn't take a certain number of attacks, he would never die or even lose blood. Once enough hits have been taken, it goes into a broken vulnerable state. That time is the best time to output. Most teams, when targeting this type of boss, will bring along output professions with higher attack segments to clear the level, and then reserve explosive skills. When the boss breaks the defense, burst output, a set of takeaway. Li Yuanjing took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Yi in the screen. If everything was as he and Shi Guoguang had projected, this kid will once again set a record that no one has broken even since Disya had the college entrance examination system. He was the first one to defeat Invincible. Chapter 52, back to the top of the list. 3 rounds of perfect scores. Reported to the imperial capital. Well, did you find out the reason? Li Yuanjing greeted his subordinates and came over for questioning. However, the only answer he got was that Lin Yi was fine, and the copy was not buggy, everything was normal. As for why Lin Yi was able to kill the infinite-blooded goblin giant, they knew nothing. Li Yuanjing wasn't angry. Even these details reported by his subordinates were more than capable of corroborating his and Shi Guoguang's speculations. And they've done their part. The rest was out of their hands. Li Yuanjing continued to command, report back to the imperial capital. Let them meddle in this matter, the lowest level of architecture and logic of our copy of the National Gauntlet is only accessible over there. The subordinates were stunned. Deputy Administrator Li. Please give us a little more time, we can definitely find out the cause and fix the problem. This matter has really stabbed its way to the imperial capital. That would be sitting on the fact that they are incompetent. Naturally, he intended to continue to ask Li Yuanjing for a chance. However, Li Yuanjing said soothingly, report back, it's not something you can investigate thoroughly anymore, and I have no intention of blaming you. If the Imperial Capital General Administration side really blames it, there's still me, the Deputy Director, to take the blame, so what are you afraid of? Yes. Seeing that Li Yuanjing had said so, the subordinate immediately went and did as he was told. 5 minutes later. At this moment, 28 minutes had passed since the start of the 3rd round of testing. 2 minutes to go and this round of testing will be over. As for Li Yuanjing and Shi Guoguang, they finally waited for the news to come back from the Imperial Capital's General Administration of Education. Report. Deputy Administrator. Just now we received the cause of this accident and recommendations on how to handle it from our colleagues over at the Technical Department of the General Administration. This time the candidate Lin Yi encountered a copy monster. The goblin giant was killed because it triggered its own instant death mechanism. This monster got an infinitely large blood cap in the underlying architecture, but with a life bar of 1 million hits. You can understand that, on the surface, it has an infinite blood life bar, but in reality, its life bar exists. Each time you are attacked, it cuts 1 life point. After reaching 1 million hits, its true life bar goes to 0 and it naturally dies. Fellow members of the Imperial Capital's Technical Department have consulted their highest officer, and the relevant disposition is that the candidate did not utilize any unnatural means to conduct the test, and only accidentally triggered the monster's instant death mechanism. Therefore, he shall be counted as having passed that round of the test, and his score shall be perfect. In addition, it seems that supreme officer has taken a great interest in this candidate named Lin Yi, requesting that on our side, we divert his specific test footage for the next round to their side. Li Yuanjing and Shi Guoguang both looked shocked. Good lord, the real bigwigs over in Imperial Capital were taking an interest in Lin Yi. But when you think about it, it's all too normal. To kill the goblin giant, a whole million segmented attacks were needed. Normal candidates, who can do this? But this Lin Yi isn't normal. Storm Cyclone provides 5 attacks per second. Just now, this kid summoned at least 400 to 500 Storm Cyclones on the Goblin Giant's body, resulting in the number of attacks the Goblin Giant takes per second, approaching 3,000. That's 180,000 times a minute. It makes sense to finally reach 1,000,000 attack segments and completely kill this monster. Qi Guoguang analyzed how exactly Lin Yi had done it from the professional perspective of a wind mage. But he still felt his heart pounding. He was also a wind mage. It was a pity that when he took the national high school examination back then, he still only knew how to use the most basic wind blade technique. As for a high-level spell like Storm Cyclone, he had never even heard of it. It might be possible to look at the entire Xia, or even look at the history of these 1,000 years after the Calamity Era. Neither could produce another Lin Yi anymore. Li Yuanjing listened to the analysis. Once again, joy appeared on the originally serious face. The higher-ups of the education department over in Imperial Capital were casting glances at Lin Yi. Naturally, along with the performance of the entire East River in this National College entrance examination, it will also enter their eyes. There are so many benefits that come with that. Li Yuanjing waved his hand, looked at his subordinates who looked like they were still inviting credit and currying favor, and reprimanded, "Froze what? Do what our head of the general administration wants. Put him back in first place. Show it to the top brass of our general education department." Li Yuanjing had been in politics for so many years, his sense of smell was very sensitive. Now he felt like he got an ace card. That would be Lin Yi. Lin Yi, Lin Yi. You don't want to pull your crotch in the 4th round. If you continue to get full marks, not to mention the first in the province you were sure to get, the first in the country, you also have a chance to rush off the national top pick that landed them in the gold of the East River. Li Yuanjing didn't even dare to think about it. You know, for nearly 100 years. The top students in the country are only found in the top base cities of Shanghai, Imperial Capital, and Tian'an. Taikyo has even bagged all of the top 3 nationally in the last decade. He was already thinking about the future. Hey! Hey! I'll do it right now. The subordinate was obviously excited as well. He was so happy just now that he forgot about it. At this moment, he even ran away in a huff. It doesn't take a minute. Just at the last minute of the 3rd round of testing, which was about to end. A name. Like a bright shooting star, it cut through the dark night. Back on top of the charts. Trampling the crowd of so-called geniuses, once again, under his feet. East River, your true Demon King has returned. Current test round, round 3. Rank, number 1, candidate Lin Yi, current total output, points gained, 2,000. Rank, number 2, candidate Li Zirui, current total output, 156693, points earned, under calculation. Rank, number 3, candidate Qi Xiaoying, current total output, 149688, points earned, under calculation. Ah. What the hell? What does that horizontal lying 8 mean? It's the infinity symbol, right? That's the infinity symbol, right? What kind of stuff are you invigilators up to? Didn't he cheat and get disqualified? Blow up. In the last less than a minute of this test. No one was expecting it. He's back. And brought back a damage record they didn't even deserve to look up to. No specific number, just a cold symbol. That symbol that means infinity. The most exaggerated thing was that Lin Yi had already gotten points. Now the 3rd round is not officially over. Others are still struggling with output. Even if they are exhausted and out of gas. Then a little more damage may end up with a little more points. The rankings have also changed. However, Lin Yi's appearance announced the end of this round of first-place contention. There's no suspense anymore. 2,000 points. He, again, scored a perfect score. Chapter 53, Provincial Exam Final Round. Ridiculously difficult. Boom. Li Zirui looked at that name on the leaderboard. He took another crooked shot. But it doesn't matter. Between the smoke and mirrors, he ceased fire. The ragged panting and the drops of sweat that continued to slide down his face signaled that he was approaching his limit. That's half an hour of intense renewed combat. He really can't hold out a bit longer. But it was the name that really crushed him. Lin Yi. This name will probably be the demon. He carries for a long time. Time's up. The third round of testing is over. The half-hour test is officially over. Round 3, the curtain falls. The scores in this round are double what they were in the previous 2 rounds. This is because in most copies, it is the ultra-long range that is a reflection of the superior skill of an output-oriented professional. The leaderboards are refreshed again. Total points for all 3 rounds combined. Once again, there was a big turnover in the standings, at all levels of the standings. This means that most professionals must have strengths and weaknesses. There's definitely a trade-off between burst and range in that regard. This demonstrates the anticlimax of a legendary career. Li Zirui and Qi Xiaoying were the ones who were also sitting in the top 2 and 3 positions besides Lin Yi. Exam center, in the main seat. Li Yuanjing even straightened his back unconsciously. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept glancing at the security cameras that were all around the entire hall. This was because at this moment, the surveillance images from their side had already been shared to the Imperial Capital side through the transmission spirit crystal. I don't know how many pairs of eyes, high above them, are watching them now. Of course, Li Yuanjing knew that the protagonist this time would only be Lin Yi, and that he was merely a sidekick. But knowing the difficulty of the 4th round, he was still constantly cheering for Lin Yi in his heart. Come on, boy! Surpass this round and you'll be number 1 in the province, qualifying for the 5th round. The examination notice Lin Yi had previously received only stated that passing the first 4 rounds and performing well would allow him to take part in the 5th round, but it didn't go into detail. In fact, the first 4 rounds of clearance meant that the provincial tussle came to an end. Provincial rankings are determined. And those who get to qualify for the 5th round are the national contenders. After the 5th round, together with the total score of the first 4 rounds, is the national ranking of Daxia in this college entrance examination. Attention all candidates! The 4th round of testing will begin in 30 seconds. The following will begin to read the rules for this round of exams. A prompt sounded in the minds of all the candidates who had chosen the purgatory difficulty. Li Zirui, Qi Xiaoying, and the others all changed color. Keep in mind that the 3rd round is just now ending. They were all near exhaustion. Mental and physical exertion, both are very high. For professionals like Lan Ruoi and Qi Xiaoying, who needed mana to release their skills, this was even more shocking bad news. Because they're almost all empty blue right now. To get back to full blue without the help of alchemy compound and taking potions, it would take at least 10 minutes or so. But now there's surprisingly no break between the 3rd and 4th rounds. It's brutal. I, who have been here before, find the difficulty of this one just the sickest. All other candidates on non-purgatory difficulty have a 10-minute break to adjust, which gives them a chance to relax, but on purgatory difficulty, no. Between the 3rd and 4th rounds, it was almost seamless. In the examination center, unlike Li Yuanjing, the deputy director, who knows that at this moment the top management of the Daxia General Administration of Education is watching the broadcast of the others, there is no tension. Instead, there was a chorus of voices. Obviously, a few of them, too, had taken a severe beating on this purgatory difficulty. In the copy. The rules for the 4th round were eased out by the system. This round of testing will test your general abilities. After 20 seconds, one Goblin King will be refreshed in front of you, and the monster's attributes are set to 50,000 blood, with an armor value and magic resistance of 1,000. The monster will not attack, but will source a steady stream of his personal guard to attack you. There are 4 different professions of monsters in the Goblin progeny: warrior, mage, bowman, and assassin. Different professions of the Goblin Guard have different skills, and these guard monsters will release a large number of high damage skills that you need to avoid by using displacement skills and skillful positioning. This round of exams is limited to 10 minutes and your life value will not return to 0 during this period, so please try to avoid the skills while outputting on the Goblin King under the siege of all the Goblin Kinsman monsters. After you kill the Goblin King, points for this round of exams will be awarded as a percentage of your remaining life value. After hearing the rules, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. This round of exams is finally closer to real-world situations. Not only do they test the explosive output and endurance of all professionals, but they also test mobility and adaptability. It's kind of fun. 20 seconds went by in the blink of an eye. 4th round of exams, begin. With a system announcement. In front of all the candidates who had chosen the purgatory difficulty, a goblin monster with a crown on its head and an obese, bloated, and strangely ugly body was refreshed. The moment the monster appeared, it screamed at the top of its lungs. speaking a language completely incomprehensible to humans. In the next moment, 3 or 4 pro-guard elite goblins clad in battle armor with thick limbs were refreshed. In addition to this, the goblin elite, who wielded staffs and carried longbows, were refreshed along with them. In an instant, the Goblin King was surrounded by a dozen or so elite monsters of various shapes and sizes. Lan Ruoi gritted her teeth. Force yourself to run. Because if she didn't run, her original position was instantly filled with 7 or 8 sharp arrows. The frequency of the attacks of these goblin proctors, extremely fast. And the skills used were just as slamming as if they didn't need any money. The biggest threat would have to be the pro-guard mages. Ice types Cold Ice Arrow, Fire types Inferno Explosion, Wind types 9 consecutive Wind Blades, and finally, Earth types Quicksand. These 4 types of spells, combined together, directly turned the area around the Goblin King into an absolutely forbidden zone. Skill slammed down densely. The space beneath your feet suddenly becomes quicksand again and will wrap around your ankles. Deceleration can even turn into bondage in the end. In this condition, you are also required to output the Goblin King. A deep despair even rose in Lan Ruoi's heart. Pust. What she didn't expect even more was that the very next instant he dodged the rain of arrows and various spells. A dark, short, skinny kobold violently appeared from the shadows. A knife stabbed her in the back of the heart. 314. Blast! Lan Ruoi immediately felt a sharp pain in her heart. She hadn't seen the Goblin King summon an assassin-type personal guard before and subconsciously forgot about it. In fact, the next instant the Goblin King summoned them out, these assassins' own goblins, went into sneak. It disappeared from Lan Ruoi's field of vision. Chapter 54 Crushing Stance. First in the province. Lan Ruoi was originally a bit stretched, but she was actually barely able to cope. Subsequently, as long as she was given the chance to find the rhythm and opportunity to see the logic of these monsters' attacks, she would be able to find the opportunity to output against the Goblin King. But now when these old sixes who can stealthily sneak up on you show up, all her rhythms and plans were disrupted. And these assassins do a scary amount of damage. Assassins do extra damage when they hit with a sneak attack from behind. With her blood level slipping rapidly, Lan Ruoi could only bite her teeth in the end, burning through the entire amount of blue that had just regained some. The gravity field that surrounded her quickly became extremely tiny. She even levitated her entire body. Escape from the horde of goblin monsters at an extremely fast speed. It was a gravity mage's third-order spell, weightlessness. The blue consumption was high, and she had intended to save it for the Goblin King, tossing him high into the air and slamming him down hard. Do huge amounts of damage to it. But now she had no choice but to use this skill as a life-saving skill. In the meantime, in other copies, I abstain. I abstain. Zhao Kai's life value at this moment had dropped to just 1 point. And he was surrounded by dozens of elite monsters of the Goblin Protégé, who were torturing him with inhumane whipping. Even though none of these monsters have a forced control skill. But like most fighting games, when you take an attack, you are more or less in a stalemate situation. And humans are not monsters. Monsters have strong stiffness, resistance and toughness. But Zhao Kai didn't. He was even as if his entire body was pumped up after suffering such multiple attacks. Lying on the ground, twitching, completely unable to move. At this time, the copy's own blood-locking system instead became the most horrible torture. Help! I abstain. No more exams, no more participation. I'm never picking purgatory difficulty again. Zhao Kai had never thought about the sarcasm he had said to Linny before the exams started. Surprisingly, it's a boomerang. Hit yourself. His first 3 rounds were already dismal and there was no break in this round. Almost as soon as the Goblin King and the elite goblins of the escort appeared, he was directly blood cleared to 1. Candidate Zhao Kai, do you voluntarily give up this round of exams? If you do, you won't be able to gain any points for this round. In the sky, an icy voice came from the sky. This was reconfirmed by the invigilator who had been monitoring all the candidates. In the end, Zhao Kai abstained from this round. This meant that he had completely failed this exam. If he hadn't been a hero and chosen nightmare difficulty, then he'd still have no problem getting through all 4 rounds, and the total points he could get would definitely be higher than what he was getting now. Situations similar to Zhao Kai's appeared among all the candidates who chose the purgatory difficulty in the 22 examination centers throughout Tianhai City. A large number of candidates could not withstand the intensity and torture of the purgatory difficulty and voluntarily gave up the exam. In the end, there were only those left who were indeed a cut above the rest of their peers in terms of strength, such as Lee Zurue, who were still struggling to hold on. Too bad. Look at Lee Zurue and Shi Xiaoying, they are also covered in color. Only a pervert like Lin Yi could face this level so easily. There is indeed something about the senility of this world. This last sentiment came from Qi Guoguang. Because at the moment on the big screen, almost all of the candidates who chose the purgatory difficulty lived and died. Even if you didn't get attacked by a monster to the point of having only one drop of blood left. All of them are hung up, too. 10 minutes of the time, and it's only just half a minute past even that. The subsequent 9.5 minutes would be incredibly difficult for them. And there's no point in just getting through it. You must also kill the Goblin King. Otherwise, even if you dodged all the skills and didn't take any damage, it won't count as you finishing that 4th round. However, there is one exception. The big screen right in the middle. The copy that Lin Yi is in. Highlight a peace and harmony. Why? For both the Goblin King and those flailing goblin personal guards. At this moment, all of them had turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Frozen in place, unable to move. Other people are walking around frantically. Lin Yi, on the other hand, stood completely still, not moving a muscle. Walking position? Why walk? As long as I control all of you, won't I not have to dodge skills? Fire, wind, ice. 3 Cultivation. Li Yuanjing felt like he was breathing a little too hard. These 4 rounds of exams today. Lin Yi had given in too many shocks, too many surprises. In addition to the fire system shown initially, the wind system shown in the 3rd round. It's amazing that he still knows ice spells. Moreover, this kid was using a 4th rank skill of the ice system, Blizzard. Throughout the replica, a widespread blizzard fell, and the countless water mist on the ground condensed into solid ice, seeping into the bone marrow of all the goblin monsters. The damage of the ice skills is, again, touching. Not only are the segments low, but the values are also low. But the control effect, immediate. At first it was just a drastic slowdown in the movement speed of all the monsters enveloped by the blizzard. The follow-up is confined in place. Now it's even more completely frozen into an ice sculpture. Afterwards, Lin Yi didn't drag his feet and directly ended the suffering of these monsters. Boom! 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 The 4th rank of the fire system, Flamestorm, blasted down one after another. Blazing flames and extremely cold ice collided, snowflakes flying and sparks shooting out in all directions. That scene looks visually drawn out. And, the damage is equally pulled full. Dozens of goblin elites arching around their king were down to a mere trace of blood by the time the 2nd flamestorm smashed down. The 3rd shot fell, straight to a violent death. As for the Goblin King, the frozen status disappeared after the 4th shot of flamestorm slammed down. The blood level also slumped a great deal. Passive effect of the ice 6th order, piercing cold. After Lin Yi broke the ice with a fire spell, he directly cut its maximum life value. So even though it has a much higher blood count than its minions, blasted by 4 rounds of Flamestorm's high damage and maximum life value percentage damage, he could only scream and die a violent death. Just over 30 seconds had passed since the start of the 4th round. Lin Yi, in a crushing position, passed the 4th round. The remaining 9.5 minutes were all garbage time for Lin Yi. In the conference hall of the examination center, the crows are silent and you can hear a pin drop. It wasn't until Lin Yi had killed the Goblin King in seconds that Li Yuanjing took the lead and stood up. Snap! He applauded. Subsequently, all the rest of the people who witnessed this scene could not help but be thrilled. Standing up, he gave Lin Yi his warmest applause and cheers. Full marks for the 1st round. Full marks for the 2nd round. 3rd and 4th rounds, still a perfect score. All around deathless hexagonal warrior. This year's province's top student, well deserved. Chapter 55. The whole province released the list. Clueless parents. Awesome. This round, he's still a perfect score. Our top student in the province this year is out. This should set another historical record for our donjon. Li Yuanjing felt himself trembling slightly. Because Lin Yi had created more than just 1 or 2 of the highest records ever for the province's college entrance exams, he had set a precedent. For full rounds. So far, their Dongjiang province had never seen such a super genius. Li Yuanjing stood up and spoke, his exams are all but over, release him from the copy, I can see that he's a bit impatient as well. The rules for the 5th round, and the reward for our province's top student, I'll personally give it to him. Li Yuanjing's adjutant visibly froze. You know, in past years, he's been the one to do this. This year I didn't realize it was the head honcho himself who was going to do it. This was enough to show that he valued this candidate named Lin Yi. After Li Yuanjing left the conference hall, Shi Guoguang did not leave, he at least wanted to see his granddaughter's performance in the final round before the dust settled. He looked deeply at Lin Yi on the big screen. Fire, wind, and ice cultivation, and the 4th rank skills of all 3 systems were perfectly mastered. You can tell by the ease with which he casts his spells. This kid. The strength should be more than that. Even the 4 rounds of the Purgatory difficulty exam hadn't really forced his bottom card out. Lin Yi's home. The clock, hanging on the wall, was ticking. Lin Yi's mother, Su Qingfan, held a mop and mopped the floor over and over again, even though the floor was already clean to the point of being spotless. I could tell that she had been doing chores all morning. Don't you mop it up, it's clean enough, you've mopped it up at least a dozen times. Lin was sitting on the sofa, and his mood was irritable. On the table was a half bottle of burnt white, which he drank glass by glass. Other than that, it's not clear what exactly to do. After dropping Lin Yi off at the station in the morning, the couple didn't go to work either, they had both taken the day off in order to be able to take care of Lin Yi. Waiting is always the most torturous though. A whole morning passed without any half information, and they waited with anxiety. Lin picked up his wine glass and slammed another glass of white wine. The spirits burned his esophagus, bringing him an unparalleled rush of excitement that refreshed him a few more times. Lin then took the remote control and turned on the TV. To save money for their son's schooling, plus both parents are busy. So none of the TVs in the house have packages on, and there aren't many channels. When the TV was turned on, it was the province's free East River TV. A male and a female host sat in front of the news desk and spoke with a smile on their faces. Hello, everyone, welcome to the Midday News. It's Monday, June 7th. 2024 Annual National Professional College Unified Enrollment Exam was held this morning in Tianhai City, from the province's 34 base city of 130,000 candidates. Through 4 rounds of exams, the current test results have all been released. In accordance with the Dachau Professionals Examination Law, this station is legally required to publicize the results of the top 100 candidates in the province for that examination. Tune in below for details. As soon as the TV was turned on, it happened to be 12 noon as well. Dongjiang TV, the mainstream media, also started to release the list to the province in the traditional media way. Su Qingfang stopped her hand movements and looked at the TV. Lin also eyed the TV. On the TV, a list of the top 100 rankings in the province this time was put up. Because of the limitations of the format, the list can only be shown in groups of 20. And the list after the 50th place has only the name, birthplace, and corresponding occupation. Before the 50th place, in groups of 10, photos of the corresponding candidates also appear. As they watched, both Su Qingfang and Lin Guodong lost interest. Because at this moment, the list playing on the TV has reached the group of 3140. Of course they couldn't see Lin Yi. But for that, the couple had no expectations. Knock knock. Just then there was a knock on the front door. Lin Guodong got up and opened the door, and saw that outside the door was a middle-aged man with a somewhat fat body. Guodong, the exams are over, let's go pick up the kids and bring them back. Take my car, just in time to pick up your son along with you. The man's name was Zhou Yiping, and he was in the same mining company as Lin Guodong. It's just that Lin is an ordinary down miner. As for Zhou Heping, he was the office director of the assets department, and his work was usually quite a bit easier than Lin Guodong's, and his income was also much higher. Lin Guodong laughed, Director Zhou, no need, I've rented a car too, I'll just pick it up myself later. Zhou Yiping waved his hand, Guodong you are covered in alcohol breath, surely you just drank a lot again, you still dare to drive? Cut the crap, just now Xiao Liang gave me a call, he did well in the exam, into the top 5,000 in the province, the volunteer should be able to choose a good school. Where's Yat, hasn't he called you yet? This kid, he doesn't know to give you guys a peace report so you can worry less. The Xiao Liang in Zhou Yiping's mouth was naturally his son. Lin was stunned. He also wondered how the office manager, who was usually a bit mean, could be so kind as to take the initiative to invite himself along to pick up the children from their homes today. It turned out that he had come to show himself off. For a moment, Su Qingfang's face became a little unsightly. She hadn't heard her husband complaining to her about the fact that Director Cho had put shoes on him. And now they have to come forward to ride their faces and show off their son's accomplishments at a time when they are most anxious. Even if her temper was as good as Su Qingfang's, she was somewhat tempted to curse at this moment. Lin Guodong looked at his wife and forced down the fire in his heart. There was no way, if he wanted to continue to work in the future, he really couldn't offend this director of the asset department. Just as he was about to hold his nose and agree, the TV, which had just been turned on, was also finally showing the top 10 list for the province for the year. The specs for the top 10 are even higher. Not only are there photos, but there's a specialized voiceover now. Announced below is this year's National College Entrance Examination, the top student in the province of Dongjiang. Candidate Lin, from the base city of Jiangchang, has a total of 8,000 points for the 4 rounds of exams, the highest score in the history of this province since it had its own college entrance exam system. It is reported that Lin Yi's students have cumulatively broken 9 provincial records and set 3 new national college entrance exam records in the 4 rounds of testing for this college entrance exam. The newscasters on TV seem to be in a bit of an emotional state. In a torrent of words about Lin Yi's accomplishments. And the reality. Snap. The mop Su Qingfang held in her hand fell to the ground. She was oblivious to it all. Because she saw on the TV the picture of her son. It's him. It's really him. In the next moment, Su Qingfang covered her mouth and nose with both hands, and her tears couldn't stop sliding down. Lin Guodong's eyes were also red, and he saw that on the big screen of the TV, there were several big words written about the province's top student. The mind wants to roar with rage. All the hard work of these 10 years or so was worth it at this moment. Xiaoyi is the top student. It's number 1 in the province. As for Zhou Yiping, who had just been smiling and dejected in his heart, he only felt a thunderbolt ringing in his ears. Ha! Lin's son, who took the top exam in the province? First? Instantly, the ranking he had just labeled his son as one of the top 5,000 in the province instantly didn't smell good. The first 5,000 is worth being happy about? What about my son's first? Chapter 56, First Reward. Has this young man fallen for the money? Next, let's congratulate all the candidates who have won this year's top 10 in the province. They will represent our Dongjiang province and travel to Imperial Capital to participate in the 5th round of the final test, thus determining the final rankings of this national college entrance examination. The midday news is still on the air. The output of Zhou Heping's psychological defenses didn't stop at all either. Now he felt like his old face was getting swollen. The experience of pretending to be someone else's show was really bad. Of course Lin would not let go of this opportunity. The mending thing is something he won't miss. This child Xiaoyi really doesn't know too much, and he still has to go to Imperial Capital to participate in the final round of exams this matter without telling us in advance. That, Director Zhou, thank you for your kindness. Xiaoyi, he may have to come back later. I'll just rent a car myself to pick him up then. Your kindness is appreciated. Su Qingfang had also walked beside Lin Guodong at some point. Incredibly virtuous, she took her husband's hand. With a smile on his face, he looked at Zhou Yiping. Zhou Yiping simply felt like a clown. Nodding his head in a hurry, he said, I'll leave you to it then. Jingle bells. Just the next moment he was about to run away, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Walking out the door of Lin's house, Zhou Yiping picked up the phone. He, who originally had a belly full of anger, immediately became respectful when he heard the voice of the person on the other side. Chairman, why are you personally calling me? Just let Xiao Liao notify me if there's anything. Originally, Zhou Yiping thought that the biggest boss of his company had found him, so maybe there was something good. Who knew that the next sentence of the person on the other side of the phone directly made him stupid? Xiao Zhou, it's like this, I heard from Xiao Zhang that you and a worker named Lin Guodong from our company happen to be neighbors, right? The contact number he left on the roster didn't work, so I reached out to you. Are you home now? Can you reach him? An unpleasant premonition surged in Zhou Yiping's heart. It was understandable that the chairman of their Dingshang mining industry would seek him out, but what bad thing could come from directly seeking out a worker? Must be good. An unpleasant premonition was already welling up in Zhou Yiping's heart. But he could only say stiffly, yes, he's right next to me. Then you give him the phone. Zhou Yiping handed Lin Guodong his cell phone. Lin had a puzzled look on his face, ? Zhou Heping, the chairman has something for you. Lin picked up the phone. A few minutes later, he returned the cell phone to Zhou Heping. Then with a dumbfounded face, he told his wife Su Qingfang about the situation. The factory says I'm doing well and performing up to standard, so tomorrow I'll be promoted to Director of Assets. Su Qingfang was overjoyed, plus her son's good grades. Today was a double whammy. Guodong, wouldn't you not have to go down to the mines then? Lin Guodong also smiled, revealing a row of neat, large white teeth. No need. Subsequent to that I am also sitting in the office, and my salary has increased by more than 10 times. Zhou Heping? He heard the sound of his heart breaking. What's the situation? A phone call from one of the most ordinary workers under his own hand. A leap to one's top position? This nifty. Tianhai City, the first examination center. Linny took a step out of the replica light screen. Half a minute ago, he'd gotten word that all 4 rounds of his exams had been completed. So teleport out early. It's also good to save yourself from sitting around in that copy space that's full of nothing. He's also had enough snack coke. The others are here for exams, you look like you're here for a relaxing vacation. As soon as he exited the copy, Linny saw a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Dasha Education Department, looking at him with a smile on his face. Congratulations, student Linny, you've gotten the top prize in our Dongjiang province this year. And it's a perfect score. Before the exams began, none of us expected that this year's top student in our province would be a person whose name we had never heard before. Linny, didn't they say there was a 5th round of exams? Perhaps it was because he had already seen bosses like the alienated Necrotic Knight and the Shadow Demon Spider that had reached the king rank. Lingy's eyesight was now too much higher than most of his peers. The monsters in these 4 rounds of exams don't even deserve to warm him up. So he didn't take Li Yuanjing's compliments to him too seriously. Instead, he asked his question calmly. This was an even more appreciated plus in Li Yuanjing's eyes. This young man's heart is far too far ahead of his peers. Let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Li Yuanjing, the Deputy Director of the East River Province's General Administration of Education. You can call me Uncle Li. And then answer your question. Yes, there is a 5th round, but it's not testing here anymore. It's going to Imperial Capital. You can rest for a while at noon. I'll personally send you to Imperial Capital in the afternoon. Even I don't know much about the specifics of the 5th round of testing. But it must be a special copy extracted from the abyssal world, and the difficulty and mechanism will have to wait until you get to the Imperial Capital before someone explains it specifically for you. That's why it's important to make sure you must have the abyssal entrance title. Well, enough about the 5th round. I'm here today, mainly to see you while handing out rewards. Lin Yi's heart fluttered. The heart said, I'm sure there's a reward. But on the surface, it was still unassuming and joyless. Come here. Li Yuanjing beckoned towards Lin Yi. When Lin Yi approached, he took out a black scroll. After crushing it, Lin Yi only felt a flash before his eyes. As if entering a teleportation array, the sky spun up. The next moment, Lin Yi realized that the scenery around him had changed. He had arrived in a new underground space. This is the underground treasure room of the Education Department, so give me your occupant's serial number first, and I'll have someone make the payment. The reward for being first in our province is 1 million Dasha coins. It's also considered a bursary for you, don't mind it. Also, there is a 1,000-point scroll of tradable skill points, and this is also a fixed reward. For the other 2 remaining rewards, you can pick 1 T2 level treasure from the treasure trove list, as well as 1 skill book from your profession skill book list to receive. Lin Yi was shocked in his heart. Good lord, 1,000 tradable skill points. Purely at the current standard Blue Star price, this is well over 1 million Dasha coins. Even those lineages, if not the top kind. It's not a small amount to shell out 1,000 skill points to your own offspring instantly. But those 1,000 skill points are just chicken feed for yourself. So Lin Yi spoke up, Uncle Li, can you help me exchange this 1,000 tradable skill point scroll for another reward? Li Yuanjing glanced at Lin Yi in surprise. Most people, in his thoughts, would never say no to skill points. But this kid, surprisingly, refused and was going to switch to another reward. Li Yuanjing realized, could it be that this kid wanted to take more rare treasures from the treasure trove? So he shook his head, this is a fixed reward, there's no way to replace it with the treasures in the treasury. Lin Yi also shook his head and said, no, I don't want to exchange it for the treasures in the treasury, but rather for money. Li Yuanjing was dumbfounded. Don't want skill points, you want money? What's the matter with you, young man? Fallen into the eye of money? Chapter 57 Breakthrough Spirit Crystal arrives. Thunder System Skill Book. Are you sure you want to exchange it for money? I must remind you that, in terms of pure value, 1,000 tradable skill points can be exchanged for less than 1,000 skill points. Linny certainly understood this. But to him, money was worth much more than these 1,000 skill points. Linny nodded, I'm sure. Li Yuanjing looked at Linny one more time. It soon occurred to him that even though the kid had gotten first place in the province, he seemed to have missed a key point. Well, that's where he comes from. From a 5th-tier base city like River City. There is no family background per se. He must have put in countless times more effort than normal people, coupled with strange encounters, in order to achieve what he has today. How hard it is for an average professional to rely on just himself without relying on others. He couldn't empathize. But understandable. Even Li Yuanjing had already brainstormed that Lin Yi's family was in an extremely difficult situation, and that the boy was planning to earn more money to make up for his family. He took a deep breath, then said, let's put it this way, according to the regulations related to the management of our Daxia treasure trove, if you don't want the skill points and want to exchange them for Daxia coins, you will definitely have a loss. The loss is probably around 20%, but that's 20% I'm making up for you today out of my own pocket. Your 1,000 tradable skill points are able to be exchanged for around 5,350,000 Daxia coins, which will be sent to your card later along with that 1 million bursary. Alright, now there's one reward left that you can pick from, so take a look at the list and tell me when you've decided and I'll have someone pick it up right away. As he spoke, Li Yuanjing led Lin Yi to a treasury window. This window has no staff and only one spirit crystal. He used his deputy administrator's authority card and swiped it at the spirit crystal induction port, and the next moment, the spirit crystal light screen lit up. He clicked a few more times to set the filter function on the treasure list interface, and after setting the ladder level at 2, he stepped aside to let Linny check it out for himself. Linny walked over to the light screen and touched his finger to the list, sliding it up and down. He was then shocked at how treasured the things on these lists were. First of all, the breakthrough magic crystals that Linny had previously been pining for were clearly on this list. Although the rating was also a T2 rank, the number of pieces that could be obtained at once was 3, which was more than enough for unlocking one's necromancy site skill tree. And other than that, Linny saw many great things that he had never seen or even heard of. Attribute Magic Crystal Spirit. Grade, Gold. Type, Disposable Consumable. Use, gives you 510 random points of spiritual attribute value. Note, the maximum number of attribute values you can obtain through attribute magic crystals of this grade is 999 points. After exceeding this limit, attribute magic crystals of this grade will not be effective for you. From the notes, Linny learned that this thing was a deep processed product that utilized the current magic crystal technology that the Blue Star people had unearthed from the abyss combined with heaven and earth spirits, that is, heavenly treasures, and was finally created through alchemy. Surprisingly, it was able to give attribute points directly. In addition to magic crystals that can increase attribute points, Linny also saw special magic crystals that could add bludgeoning and enchanting speed. Only, both of these two magic crystals were only of bronze grade, and the increased attribute in terms of bludgeoning, for example, was only 0.05%. Then a T1 grade treasure should have a higher grade of these types of magic crystals. There might be magic crystals that reduce skill cooldowns present. It was indeed a good thing, and Linny was a bit red-eyed. In addition to the various magic crystals with different functions, Linny also saw a large number of spirit items that would also provide permanent bonuses. There are also various types of scrolls. These scrolls increase the value of experience gained by the professional. Some of them are also entry passes to some kind of treasured resource copy. Even, Linny saw equipment at the end of the list. And all of these equipment, all of them were platinum level or above. The attribute bonuses are high and the special effects are good. These outfits aren't permanently available once you choose them, though. The time of use is detailed on it. That's right, the gear is rented to you. After selecting it, you get 1 month of use, and it will be recorded by the Daxia state-owned equipment management system, so if anything goes wrong, you'll still be held accountable. And if it's damaged, you have to pay for it. Linny shook his head, he wasn't going to do this big injustice. The more props at the end of the list, the less cost-effective they are. Rental equipment aside, Linny also saw many engineering artifacts, such as portable fragmentation mines capable of creating large-scale explosions. There are also a variety of potion combinations that are extremely effective, but all have a duration. After going through all the lists, Linny finally decided to take the breakthrough magic crystal first. This thing was too critical for him. After hearing Lin Yi's final choice, Li Yuanjing revealed an unsurprising expression. Most people pick the breakthrough magic crystals, just like you. Cheer up, if you can get a good ranking in the 5th round as well, our Daxia officials will also give you a reward. Li Yuanjing had his men fetch the breakthrough magic crystals and hand-deliver them to Lin Yi. It was a wooden box. Lin Yi opened the box and saw 3 crystal clear, flickering light crimson-colored magic crystals that were haunted with black gas lying inside. Breakthrough magic crystals. Grade, Diamond. Type, Disposable Consumable. Effect 1, unlocks the side skill tree. Effect 2, raises your level of 1 skill specialization by 1 rank. Effect 3, before entering an abyssal copy, sacrifice a certain amount of this item to raise the difficulty of the abyssal copy by 1 level. Note, only one of the above effects can be selected to take effect during a single use. Lin Yi was a little surprised. I didn't realize that breaking through the magic crystal had a special effect of making the abyssal copy more difficult. In that case, the value of one's own, Conqueror of the Abyss, title was immeasurable. It was equivalent to helping him save a tremendous amount of expenses for breaking through the magic crystals. After all, in the future, when he leveled up, he would spend most of his time in the abyssal copies. Higher difficulty means higher rewards. Well, there's one last reward you'll have to pick, and that's a skill book, so pick one and claim it. Li Yuanjing adjusted the treasury light screen, and in the next moment, a list of skill books for the mage profession line appeared in front of Lin Yi. It was the first time that Lin Yi knew that there were so many types of elemental specializations in the original mage profession line. Fire, wind, ice, water, earth. These are the more common elemental lineages. That's why the skill book ranks in the skill book list are all of the 3rd rank. Otherwise it wouldn't be worthy of a T2 rarity. Other than that, Lin Yi also saw the rarer elemental lineages. Light, dark, lightning, wood. The only thing that's missing is the necromantic lineage that you've already got. It seemed that the necromancy skill books were treasured above these elemental systems. I was really lucky in the beginning. Thinking about it, Lin Yi finally picked down the thunder department. There's nothing else to it. He simply just felt that the Thunderbolt Dharma King was very much a card. Chapter 58 Necromancy Ascension. There had to be a Witch Demon King. The location where the skill books were stored seemed to be right behind this window where both Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing were. So after Lin Yi completed his selection, he also quickly got the skill book of the Thunder system. Skill book, Electric Shock. Type, Skill book tome. Profession, Mage. Learning level, LV.5. Rank, 1. Effect, after using it, it makes you learn the skill, Electric Shock. Lin Yi casually pinched the skill book and used it directly. Thunder specialization was the proper skill tree for mages, so there was no need to use breakthrough magic crystals to use it either. Li Yuanjing's heart stirred when he saw Lin Yi's actions. This kid had mastered one more spell specialization, he wouldn't become a 4 cultivation mage again in a very short period of time, would he? Subsequently, Li Yuanjing dismissed the idea in his own mind. This was because currently, apart from the war god level characters in the entire Blue Star, there really wasn't anyone who could specialize in more than 4 systems of skills at the same time. It's not just mages, but in fact, other career lines, too, have specializations. Specializing in multiple branches of a profession at the same time not only doubles the amount of skill points consumed, it also consumes a tremendous amount of energy on the professional themselves. After all skill proficiency was something that needed to be practiced one at a time by the professions themselves in order to grow. The reason why Lin Yi was now a fire, wind, and ice specialist was most likely because he had some kind of talent that could directly raise the specialization spells by 2 or 3 orders of magnitude with such an effect. Makes him look like a Sancho. In reality, it was the talent bonus that made him start just a little higher than others. When you think about it this way, it seems to rationalize everything. Alright, the rewards that were given to you, all of them have been handed out. As Li Yuanjing spoke, he raised his hand and looked at his wristwatch before continuing, take this teleportation scroll, after using it, you will be teleported to our education department's dedicated teleportation hall. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll meet you there and personally send you to Imperial Capital for the final round of the national exam. Remember, don't be late. For the rest of this time, you can stroll around Tianhai, or if you want a rest, I'll find someone to arrange a single apartment for you. Lin Yi took the teleportation scroll handed over by Li Yuanjing. Then he said, it's too short a time to stroll around, there'll be plenty of opportunities later. Uncle Li, you'd better arrange a single room for me. Li Yuanjing nodded. 10 minutes or so later, Linny stepped through the door of the temporary apartment that was solely his. This was originally the apartment housing for the reception of VIPs by the Dongjiang General Administration of Education, which was always taken care of and cleaned, and the level of comfort was also high. Linny was satisfied. Lying on the big soft bed, Linny took out his cell phone and looked at it. Sure enough, a text message came in about half an hour ago. It's a text message from Deutsche Bank. At this moment, his deposit balance had skyrocketed from over $1 million to over $7 million. With the money in place, there's a lot more that can be manipulated then. Linny hadn't thought before that he had harvested so many things after half a day had passed. It seems to be true that you can only get more resources if you have a national behemoth at your back. Linny didn't know just how much shock he had brought to Li Yuanjing and the others with the strength he had shown so far. But this was all intentional on Linny's part. Take the fourth round. A combination of a Kobold King and a personal guard. He even blasted down a fire or wind type 7th rank spell and killed it in seconds. It doesn't even have to be such a hassle with blizzards and firestorms. But Linny knew that the more he showed, the more gazes he would have on him. In his 2 lives, Linny was incomparably cautious. And although he himself had now mastered the forbidden spells, there was definitely still a huge gap between him and the true top tier of this world's combatants. Attribute values, equipment and even level suppression are points that cannot be ignored. Let's not even talk about whether those powerful people abroad will try to strangle themselves in the cradle. Within the Great Xia alone, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be people who coveted their existence. Hell knows if there would be anything that could plunder other people's skills and talents that existed in this world. He had to be careful. It was this series of reasons that allowed Linny to keep what he had shown so far to within the 4th rank. Collect those thoughts. Linny took out the Necromancy skill book and a breakthrough magic crystal from his carry-on space. Tap use afterwards. This time, instead of a message of failed use, a prompt popped up. Does it consume 1 breakthrough magic crystal to use the skill book and unlock the side skill tree? Linny chose yes without hesitation. In the next moment, the skill book shattered and turned into points of light. Into Lin Yi's body. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Necromancy side skill tree and you have gained a new skill, Summon, Skeleton Soldier. Linny opened his skill interface. Looked at the skill point balance. Assignable skill points, 64,132. After upgrading the forbidden spell, most of the day had passed and there were many more skill points. However, if you wanted to add the Necromancy skill to a high level, these were still not enough. It's time for Kryptonite. A deposit of over $7 million gave Linny a bottom line this time. Does it cost 1,450,000 real money to buy 10 consecutive days of hanging rewards? 10 consecutive purchases will give you an additional 1 day of hanging bonus. Just as Linny was planning to Kryptonize, a prompt came from the system at the right time. The price of $1.45 million still made Linny feel that it was a bit exaggerated. But after seeing that a 10 in a row draw, a 10 in a row buy gets you an extra day, there was no hesitation in picking this one up. Purchase successful, you have gained 978,912 skill points. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi's skill point balance had broken the million mark again. Opening the Necromancy skill specialization interface, Lin Yi began adding points. With the option to add points with 1 click, the process of adding points is now not as painful as it was before. Of course, if you simply enjoy the thrill of that ding 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 ding, skills constantly upgrading, it's actually better to go crazy and tap hard. It was only that Linny was currently pressed for time, so he directly chose to do it in 1 step. Consuming 500 skill points, your Summon, Skeleton Soldier has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Summon, Undead Warrior. Consuming 2,000 skill points, your Summon, Undead Warrior has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Summon, Necromancer. Consuming 5,000 skill points, your Summoning, Necromancer has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Resurrection of the Dead. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your Resurrection of the Dead has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Rune Infusion. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Rune Infusion has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Summon, Skeleton Dragon. 100,000 skill points consumed, your Summon, Skeleton Gargoyle has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Corpse Explosion. Consuming 500,000 skill points, your Corpse Explosion technique has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Summon, Necromonarch. In one breath this time, Linny had directly added the Necromancy skill, up to the 8th rank. The moment he saw the Necromancy 8th rank spell, a classic image came to Linny's mind. Which Demon King, is that you? Chapter 59, Evolving Necromancy 8th Order. Infinite Growth. The 8 skills Linny looked at all the way through, and instantly figured out the characteristics of the entire necromancy skill set. The entire skill set of the necromancy department has the same design features compared to the other departments. First of all, from the 1st to the 8th rank, there were as many as 5 summoning type spells. From the most common skeleton pawns to the celestial monarchs, it covers a very wide range of areas. That's why the necromantic lineage is characterized by a large number of people. There are too many people to fight, and everyone has the guts to screw. And even the lowest level skeleton soldier has one of the most unbeatable advantages over other summons. That is, they have no mind of their own, no spirituality. They only know how to do what they're told. Naturally, there is no extra fear, no hesitation. A summon that was intrepid, would not be affected by psychology, and was 100% capable of utilizing its full battle power. This was the horror of the Celestial Calamity Legion. What caught Linyi's eye were mainly 3 of the skills. First is the 5th rank skill, Rune Infusion. Rune Enchanting. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 5th. Classification, Necromantic. Consumption, 8,000 mana. Chanting time, none. Cooldown time, none. Effect, study the power of necromantic runes to infuse a weapon with an exclusive necromantic enchantment effect. Rune of Blood enchants a melee weapon, giving the weapon the following effect: on an attack hit, convert 5% of the damage value into a life regeneration to you. Pestilence Rune enchant a ranged weapon with the following effect: when an attack hits, there is a 60% chance that the target will be struck with a natural plague condition that will cause the target to lose 0.5% of their maximum life per second for 10 seconds. This effect can stack up to 10 layers, but the effect is weakened against enemies at higher frames. Curse Rune enchant any type of weapon with the following effect: when an attack hits, there is a 10% chance that it will attach any one of the following abnormal statuses to the target: Curse of Weakness, Curse of Fatigue, Curse of Blindness, Curse of Choke, and Curse of Vulnerability. Weakness Curse reduces the target's full attribute value by 10% and movement speed by 25%. Fatigue Curse increases the consumption of all skills cast by the target by 50%. Blinding Curse reduces the hit rate of the target's attacks by 15%. Chokehold Curse extends the chanting time of all of the target's skills by 30%. Vulnerability Curse weaken the target's armor value and magic resistance by 20%, and increase all damage received by 10%. Note, the enchantment effect is an exclusive enchantment effect, and can be stacked with the regular enchantment effect, and the duration of the above 3 rune enchantment effects is 72 hours. All 3 of these enchantment effects are so useful. Nothing else. If Linny wanted to make money in the future, he wouldn't even need to fight monsters and sell goods. Just setting up an enchantment stall in the downtown area. I guess they're all going to come in like clouds. 1 enchantment, 3 days of use. I'll charge you $58,800 for it. That's reasonable, right? Aside from this skill that could give Linny an additional path to wealth in the future, the 7th ranked, Corpse Explosion technique, was also frighteningly strong. Corpse Explosion. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 7th. Classification, Necromantic. Consumption, 10% of max life. Chanting time, instantaneous. Cooldown time, none. Effect, detonates a corpse, dealing dark attribute damage equal to 20% of the corpse's original maximum life value to all targets in a wide area around the corpse. If there are other corpses within the area where the corpse explosion technique detonates, it will trigger a chain reaction that causes all corpses within the area to chain explode, once again dealing 20% of the corpse's original maximum life value in dark attribute damage. Remarks, don't let a good corpse go to waste, and don't let a bad one go to waste. It's a wicked skill. It's not mana that is consumed in the first place. Instead, it was Lin Yi's own maximum blood volume. With 1 corpse blast, you have to lose 10% of your blood. And the hidden condition for casting it is that there has to be a corpse for it to work. But the skill effect is very counterintuitive. Detonates a corpse, dealing a percentage of the corpse's maximum life value while alive to monsters within range. And it will also trigger a chain reaction. For some who are particularly fond of summoning gargoyles. For example, in a combination like the Goblin King and the Pro-Guard, by killing a few elite goblins of the Pro-Guard, and then utilizing the Corpse Explosion spell, you could even blow up the rest of the Goblin Pro-Guard. Then the Pro-Guard kobolds that were blown up were also turned into corpses, and the chain of explosions continued. The Kobold King, who ended up being protected at the center, will probably be blown up by his most loyal minions. As for the line about the skill notes at the end, it's a hell of a joke. Don't let go of a good corpse. It's so that when you see a corpse with good qualifications, you can directly pull it up and use it as a summon with the 4th rank spell, Resurrection of the Dead, isn't it? Bad corpses are just blown up and left for dead. Finally, the 8th rank skill, Summoning, Necromonarch, this one was even more heavyweight. The skill descriptions are all very simple. There is only one, summoning the Necronomicon to fight for you. Without actually using it out, I have absolutely no idea how strong it is. After reading these 8 skills, Linny glanced again at what the name of the necromancy forbidden spell was. Skill points required to upgrade to the next level, 1 million. Forbidden spell Styx Funeral. It's pretty netherworldly by the sound of the name. Linny then looked at the alienated version of this necromancy 8th rank skill. Skill points required to evolve this skill, 500,000. Currency required to evolve this skill, 1 million dasha coins. Evolved skill, Summoning, Monarch of Natural Disasters. Not quite the same as Forbidden Spell Advancement. In the preview of the Ascending skill, Linny could only see the name of the next ranked skill, but he couldn't view the specific effects. But Linny had already gotten the 8th rank skill of the Necromancy department at this point. It was natural to be able to view the evolved 8th rank skills and exactly what the effects were. The Necromonger. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 8th. Classification, Necromantic. Consumption, 99,999 mana. Chanting time, 180 seconds. Cooldown, permanent. Passive effect, by supreme authority, command all necromantic creatures with a rank of Emperor and below, with no upper limit on their number. You gain a 10,000 cubic meter necromantic summoning space. All necromantic creatures under your command will recuperate within the summoning space, which will continue to expand as you specialize and master this skill. Your 4th rank skill, Resurrection of the Dead, gains evolution. You can now select all deceased creatures whose rank is no higher than the Imperial Order and infuse them with necrotic energy to make them your summons, which will retain a certain percentage of its attribute values and all skills from its life. Active effect, summon the true monarch of the Celestial Calamity Legion to descend into the world. The summon is completely at your disposal, and this skill will be permanently disabled upon the death of the summon. The initial level of this summoner is LV.1, and its initial rank is Lord Class. When you carry this summoner to battle, the experience gained from killing monsters will be divided among the summoner in accordance with the ratio you have set. This summoner initially possesses a black iron grade growable weapon, Soul Elegy. After this summoner kills a monster, Soul Elegy will harvest a certain percentage of that monster's life, mana, and 4-dimensional attributes and add them to the weapon's base attribute value. As the level of this summoner increases, new active skills and passive skills will be unlocked after completing the bite-size advancement. Remarks, my child, on the day you were born, the whole world whispered your name. Linny was dumbstruck. Now that's a real must for a Witch King. And it was still an infinite growth type. Chapter 60, The Reverse Effect of Necrotic Space. Calling for a Heavenly Calamity. This kind of growable summon. Thinking with his toes, Linny knew that after raising it, it would definitely be incomparably heaven-defying. Look at the entire Blue Star globe. Props with grow ability are immensely treasured. There is also the most crucial point, which is that the timing of acquiring such growable skills or summons is very crucial. If you get this type of thing after you've already ascended to a high level, it's a lot of food for thought. Because you also have to spend a lot of time slowly building it up from a low level. But Linny was now exploding in battle power though. But the actual transfers are only 2 turns away. Get this summon and grow together completely. Linny pondered for a moment without much hesitation. Once again, Kryptonite purchased 500,000 skill points. Tap evolution afterwards. Ding! Congratulations, after consuming 500,000 skill points and 1 million dasha coins, your skill, Summoning, Heavenly Disaster Monarch has evolved into a new skill, calling Heavenly Disasters, Necromantic Monarch. In the blink of an eye, Linny had over 7 million dasha dollars on his card. Now it's down to just over $1 million again. Money, money, money. It's impossible to spend. This time, the national first prize, Linny is determined to win, and ruthlessly pull the wool of the country to do so. Not for a moment did he mourn for the lost money. Linny planned to test the necromancy skill. Because all these skill descriptions are just summoning so and so to fight for you. Exactly what power level these summons were and what skills they had, he was completely unaware of. Under the influence of the Divine Grace chant, a 7th rank passive skill, all of Lin Yi's skills below the 5th rank were instantaneous, plus he had enough blue right now. So with a wave of Lin Yi's hand, 3 necromantic skeleton creatures of various sizes, but with different equipment and professions, appeared in front of him. Without the help of the Eye of Omniscience, Lin Yi was able to check the attributes of these 3 skeleton monsters. Skeleton Soldier. Life value, 1000. Mana, none. Attack power, 120. Defense, 100. Magic resistance, 100. Skills, none. Remarks, the Legion of the Apocalypse, the lowest of the low in the land of the dead. Skeleton Warrior. Life value, 3000. Mana, none. Attack power, 300. Defense, 300. Magic resistance, 150. Skill, Greatsword Chopping. Remarks, the most prevalent warrior amongst the legions of natural disasters. Necromancer. Life value, 5000. Mana, 10,000. Attack power, 800. Defense, 200. Magic resistance, 500. Skills, Rain of Evil Spirit Arrows, Soul Flame, Banshee's Wail. Remarks, elite level mage legionnaire with mastery of multiple means of long-range spell attacks. These 3 summons were the Necromantic Department's 1-3 RD ranked summons. The strongest of these is of course the Skeleton Mage. One of them even has a skill that can mentally shock other enemy targets, the Banshee Wail. In Lin Yi's field of vision, these 3 summons had a timing bar that was falling in addition to the blood bar above their heads. The fastest fallers were the Skeleton Soldiers. After 3 minutes, when the timing bar on top of the Skeleton Soldier's head went to 0, it also disintegrated into a pile of broken bones, and the blue ghost fire in the skeleton's eyes completely dissipated. Well, it seems that these summons have a timeout. When the time is up, these summons will decay. Lin Yi's mind moved. The 8th rank necromancy skill he had just acquired was likewise a 1-stitch skill just like Supreme Ascension. In addition to the active summoning of the Necronomicon, there is a passive effect. That is, he has a 10,000 cubic meters summoning space. What happens when you take these summons and put them in that space? Think it and do it. Lin Yi once again summoned a few lowest level skeleton soldiers, and then transferred them into that summoning space along with the skeleton warriors and necromancers whose time bars were already halfway over their heads. In the next moment, the few skeleton monsters in front of Lin Yi disappeared. At the same time, a pathway appeared in Lin Yi's sea of consciousness. Following this pathway, Lin Yi came to this space of necromantic summoning that was uniquely his in a purely conscious state. 10,000 cubic meters of summoning space wasn't really too big to see at a glance. But accommodating these 4 or 5 skeleton monsters would be completely more than enough. Sure enough, after entering this space, Lin Yi realized that the timing bar suspended above the heads of these monsters not only didn't continue to fall down. Instead, it's filling up at a very fast rate. Tens of seconds passed, and the summoning times of the 3 types of skeleton monsters were all refilled. Lin Yi's mind moved. In the next moment, these 4 or 5 skeleton monsters, again, retransferred from the necromancy space to reality. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This passive skill is a bit of a god. It's so good. Lin Yi realized the true value of the existence of this dead space. That's so you can store a whole army of skeletons in it. No need to expend mana to summon a new skeleton monster if needed. Just move them straight out of this space. After testing the efficacy of this space, Lin Yi once again sunk his consciousness into the necromancy space. He wanted to test if he could summon an army of undead directly in this space. And this time, the ones Lin Yi summoned were no longer low-ranked skeleton monsters. Instead, it's a necromantic 6th order, skeleton gargoyle. 6th order summoning spells required a much longer amount of blue and a much longer chanting time, but it seemed that in this necrotic space, it was faster for him to chant with his conscious body. A few seconds passed. A necromantic spell formation emitting a strange black aura appeared above the earth. Then a dragon's claw with only a handful of skin and flesh still clinging to the morose white skeleton violently broke out of the ice beneath this space. Knock! The dragon's claws stepped on the ice, causing the entire space to tremble violently. In the next moment, the huge dragon body of the skeleton dragon, the entirety of it drilled out of the ice. A skeletal dragon, burning with icy soul flames and morose and terrifying, appeared in front of Lin Yi's consciousness body. The dragon was highly decayed and everywhere you looked there were white dragon bones. There were also ragged holes all over the dragon's wings. Lin Yi was worried about whether it could still fly like this. It seemed to sense Lin Yi's thoughts. The skeleton dragon tilted its head and hissed at the sky, and in the next moment, flapped its dragon wings. The whole dragon flew. Lin Yi nodded. Well, it's very unscientific, but it's magic. When the dragon flew up, Lin Yi also realized that the dragon was frighteningly large. It was estimated to be over 40 meters from end to end. The wingspan was even closer to 50 meters. At the same time, the various attributes of the giant dragon appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Skeletal Dragon. Rank, LV.100. Rank, King. Life value, 550,000 550,000. Mana, 200,000 Attack power, 11,500. Defense, 10,000. Magic resistance, 10,000. Skills, Dead Soul Spit, Dragon Tail Sweep, Forbidden Demon Field, Spectral Cold Chi, Dragon Language Spirit, Soul Cleansing. Chapter 61, Are You My Master? The overall attributes of the skeleton dragon were a bit stronger than the Molten Fire Inferno demon, which was also of the 6th rank. Mainly, the necromancy is a proper skill tree that feeds off of summoning. So there's no excuse for being stronger. In the end, then, only the heaviest weighted Heavenly Calamity Monarch remained to be summoned. Lin Yi thought for a moment. Considering the terrifying visions triggered by the Divine Flame Heavenly Expedition of the same 8th rank when it was used, it's better not to summon the Celestial Monarch in the real world. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to make any storming mutations directly on the ground of the General Education Department in Tianhai City. Inside Dead Space, Lin Yi began to chant. A full 3 minutes of initial chanting time, and with the 70% reduction in Divine Grace chanting, there was nearly a minute of chanting time as well. But Lin Yi was in no hurry. So just don't plan on wasting an instantaneous opportunity. As Lin Yi continued to chant, the entire necropolis trembled. A necromantic spell formation that was countless times more gigantic and complicated than the skeleton dragon summoned before surfaced on the frozen earth. Countless necromantic runes followed each of Lin Yi's magic incantations. It's all bouncing and shifting. A black aura symbolizing calamity and suffering fills the entire space. The spell formation continued to expand and lit up with a piercing black light. It made the entire space dead, as if the 9 specters had descended. Lin Yi was glad that he hadn't summoned it in the real world, or else he really might have to summon it halfway through and be surrounded by countless armies of professionals. 50 seconds or so of chanting reached its peak. The phalanx also expanded to its maximum. It directly encompasses the entire necropolis. At the same time, Lin Yi also saw the low-ranked skeleton monsters that he had previously summoned. At this moment, he had already prostrated himself on his knees to the center of the spell formation, where the patch of black light was enveloped. Even the skeleton dragon, which was incomparably huge in size, was trembling all over. The dragon's head hangs low. It seemed to be waiting for an audience with their true king to descend. As the last character was spat out from Lin Yi's mouth. The chant is over. Lin Yi let out a long breath. This great summoning technique is really pushing it. Even he had to be hard controlled for almost a minute. Lin Yi was staggered as his eyes looked at the spell formation on the ground. With such a large spell, the Heavenly Calamity Monarch summoned at the end wouldn't be a large, supergiant as well, would it? Lin Yi's imagination of the Heavenly Calamity Monarch was currently stuck in that of a certain game's well-known character, Alsatia. Dressed in pitch-black knight's armor and holding a filial son's sword, he stood on top of the ice cliff and commanded the entire Celestial Calamity Legion. The light of the spell dissipated. Lin Yi's entire body froze when he saw the Celestial Calamity Monarch that he had summoned from the center of the spell formation. It was a petite figure. Not a giant at all. As the smoke and dust triggered by the summoning ceremony dispersed, Lin Yi also saw the silhouettes in it more clearly. The first thing that caught his eyes was an exquisite set of black knight's armor and a long sword that shimmered with a deep blue cold aura. Like, very much so. However, when the undead monarch clamped that soul elegy with 2 slender legs. After his hands then removed the steel helmet he was carrying on top of his head, Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Underneath the steel helmet was an indifferent face of a stunningly beautiful young girl. The young girl's white hair hung down like a waterfall. It was as if a silent river of forgetfulness flowed from the red eyes. Are you my master? The young girl looked at Lin Yi's mental body in the sky, her lips twitching as she softly spat out a few words. Lin Yi looked dumbfounded. It wasn't until the young girl asked that Linny coughed and nodded, yes. In the next moment, the young girl cradled her helmet in the crook of her right arm, and sheathed her long sword, Soul Elegy, again. Then he knelt down on one knee and performed a standard knight's salute to Linny. Teenage girls talk very little. After confirming that Linny was her master, she immediately displayed submission. With her on one knee. Linny even saw the skeleton monsters and skeleton dragons that he had previously summoned. Surprisingly, he also bent his knees to himself in submission. However, Linny could clearly feel that unlike those low-level skeleton monsters and skeleton dragons, this white-haired, red-eyed monarch of the natural disasters is highly intelligent and has his own emotional senses as well. Instead of a summoned object, it is a living person. Get up, do you have a name? Linny asked. The young girl rose, her quiet red eyes only fluctuating for a moment as she gazed at Linny. She shook her head gently. Linny was getting a bit of a headache. He's a naming waste. If she had a name of her own, she would be able to address herself later. It's definitely time to bestow a name on her. After thinking for a moment, Linny spoke, since you're from the land of the dead, according to our Disyaz tradition. The place from which you come is called the underworld. Take the word Sai from it alone, then add my last name, and I'll call you Lin Sai from now on. The young girl inclined her head slightly. Seems to be pondering the meaning of the name. Linny then saw a hint of imperceptible joy appear on the young girl's face, as if she liked the kind of meaning the name implied. Speaking softly again, yes. Linny looked towards Linyu, and instantly, her panel attributes appeared in full before Linyu's eyes. Woodland Spectre. Rank, LV.1. Cell, Lord. Life value, 57,842 57,842. Mana, 26,331 26,331. Attack power, 1855. Defense, 1855. Magic resistance, 1720. Skills, Soul Slashing, Necrotic Sword Chi, 1000 Souls Lead. Remarks, the Supreme Monarch of the Necropolis, but she seems to have forgotten her past. Elegy of the Soul. Type, Weapon Two-Handed. Grade, Black Iron 0.00%. Equipment level, LV.1. Exclusive weapon, Soulbound. Weight, 22.34 kilograms. Physical attack power plus 150. Strength plus 10. Endurance plus 10. Spirit plus 10. Agility plus 10. Durability, never wears out. Unique effect, Soul Eater. When killing a target, it will devour the target's soul and gain a certain attribute value to be added to its own basic attributes. Note, the stronger the target killed, and the higher the rank, the more attribute values will be obtained. After looking at Lin Yu's basic attributes and her weapon's attributes, what caught Lin Yu's eye were Lin Yu's two existing skills. Soul Slicing. Type, Passive Skill. Rank, First. Classification, Necromantic. Consumption, None. Chanting time, none. Cooldown time, none. Effect, when you deal damage to a target that possesses a soul, you will simultaneously deal damage equal to 20% of the damage value to its soul, and upon the demise of that target's soul, the target will also die immediately. Note, all creatures with souls have a difference between the strength of their souls and the strength of their bodies. Damage to the body and the soul will be calculated separately, and the death mechanism will be triggered if the life value of either party goes to 0. Remarks, the sword beheads the flesh, the heart beheads the soul. This skill simply breaks the damage system of all the current conventional skills. The concept of soul damage was introduced. Against most monsters, it might have an extremely terrifying effect. It's quite possible that the monster's body life value has only dropped by half, but as soon as the soul's life value reaches 0, it triggers instant death. In addition to this particular skill, what really made Linny suck in a breath of cold air was Linyu's other passive skill, 1000 Souls Lead. Chapter 62 Lead of 1000 Souls. Reason for the King. 1000 Souls Led. Type, Passive Skill. Rank, First. Classification, Necromantic. Consumption, None. Cooldown time, None. Effect, a natural disaster monarch, whose people are its most fundamental source of power. Gives you a bonus to life, mana, attack, defense, magic resistance, and the base 4-dimensional attributes, which is 10% of each of the above attributes for all necrotic creatures under your command. In the event that there are still other necrotic creatures under your dominion, all lethal damage you take is instead taken by those necrotic creatures. When the Scourge Monarch is present, all necromantic creatures from the Scourge camp will be summoned without a time limit. Remarks, this is the very reason for being a king. Linny sort of knew why Lin Yu's basic attributes were so explosive when she was only level 1. This was because all those necromantic creatures that he had summoned earlier would provide Lin Yu with a basic attribute bonus. And, these 3 effects of the Leader of 1,000 Souls were really too explosive. In addition to the bonus, as long as other summons existed, they would help Lin Yao resist damage. In turn, Lin Yu's own existence could indefinitely continue the existence of these skeletal soldiers, the natural disaster legions, for an unlimited amount of time. It's really a bit invincible. Looking at Lin Yu's attributes, Lin Yi was very satisfied. Luckily he chose to evolve the skill too. The boost to the entire necromancy department is too great. But it's a shame to say. Lin Yi realized that even if he plowed through the attribute bonus of 1,000 Souls lead, it seemed as if his blood and attack power still wasn't as high as the level 1 Lin Yu. Is this the difference between humans and the creatures of the abyssal world? The starting line are not even in the same league at all. However, the fact that Lin Yu was a lord level right out of the gate meant that her bit was on the same level as other normal copy bosses. From the Age of Calamity to the present, the humans of the Blue Planet haven't stopped researching monsters either. Among the measures of a monster's strength are more than just rank. There's also the bit grid. The most common little monsters, there were no bits, and lacking bits, their strength would naturally be limited to a very low degree. And the strong individuals in those small groups of monsters in the practice area. Bitmap is just elite level. This is also the original bit of the grid. Elite level upwards is the lord level. Most of the copy bosses and field bosses are this bit. Above the lord level is the overlord level. Bosses with this type of bit pattern are basically mutated bosses. Further up the overlord level, it was officially the standard of judgment for entering the abyssal world. Abyssal Demon King, also known as the King's Rank. The alienated necromancer Rivendell that Lin Yi had previously encountered had had his bit level raised by half a level in a short period of time because he had been strengthened by the breath of the abyss. Rise from overlord rank to quasi-king rank. The shadow demon spider bit that Lin Yi had encountered in his copy of the City of Gaunlight's Fey Rift Cane was a cut and dry king rank. The class itself, the King's Rank, has high and low ratings. The difference in strength between the quasi-king rank, and top-rank king rank was still very large. Above the king rank was the Abyssal Demon Emperor, or Emperor rank, for short. Previously, when Shi Guoguang had rated Lin Yi's codename, he had considered Lin Yi to be an abyssal creature of the Imperial rank, dimension. Further up the Imperial rank was the Abyssal Demon Monarch, referred to as the Monarch rank, or Emperor rank. So far, there were less than a dozen Emperor-ranked, abyssal creatures that had been recorded by the Blue Star human race. And every Emperor rank, great abyssal existence possessed the strength to destroy a country if they really descended upon Blue Star. This knowledge is not a hidden secret. It's even written directly into the cultural textbooks of high school students across the country. Even Lin Yi was fully aware of it. Lin Yi would be able to get more skills when she advanced later, so she would have to bring her along when she practiced. In the future, she should also be an important part of her complete strength, so it was impossible for Lin Yi not to be attentive. By now, the reward that he had just received for being the top student in the province had been spent by Lin Yi. But he was also satisfied, and the increase in his strength from this wave was horrifying. Lin Yi looked at the time, it was nearly 12:30 now. Li Yuanjing had also long ago had someone prepare a sumptuous lunch in this luxurious apartment reserved for Lin Yi. Lin Yi took a nap after eating lunch. When he opened his eyes again, it was already after 2 o'clock, and Lin Yi washed his face and picked himself up. He then took out the scroll that Li Yuanjing had given him and crushed it. In the next moment, Lin Yi realized that he had been teleported to a certain teleportation hall in the Tianhai underground. Li Yuanjing was already here waiting for him. Coming? It's about time, let's go. Daxia, the imperial capital. This is the heart of all of Daxia. It was also the only special level base city in Daxia. It is the civilization of the Blue Star people, the strongest manifestation. A huge skyscraper that towered over the clouds was located in the center of the first ring of the entire imperial capital base city. The whole of Daxia has 3 major top-level organizations today. One of them is the Daxia Professionals Union, mainly responsible for managing all the idle professionals and their guilds in the whole of Daxia. Has the largest headcount size. the most complex management structure, and the widest reach. Secondly, the Daxia Professionals Union Army. In any era, a country that wants to establish itself needs an official force of professionals with official titles. In the age of calamity, the strength of this army is the ultimate expression of the force of an entire nation. Therefore, only by becoming a member of the Professionals Union Army would one be qualified to access high-grade equipment. Lastly, the Daxia Education Administration. From the high schools that train budding professionals in base cities across the country to the major top-tier academic colleges and universities that feed talent to the Professionals League and the United Professionals Army. All are under the jurisdiction of the General Directorate of Education. Concerning the future of the young professionals of the whole of Daxia, the resources in the hands of the Daxia General Administration of Education were not much less than those of the Professionals Union. Second only to the United Professionals. This towering skyscraper was the third top organization in Daxia, the General Administration of Education. At the moment, the General Administration of Education is underground. A teleportation glow lit up. Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing appeared. The real geographical span from Tianhai to Imperial Capital was close to 100,000 kilometers, and if one took the underground shuttle train, it would take at least more than 10 days. This is the downside of the abyss descending and the Blue Star territory expanding. However, the two had come through the interprovincial super teleportation formation and arrived in just over 10 minutes. With Lin Yi's arrival, he also realized that there were actually hundreds of people standing in this underground space at this moment. With the help of the Eye of Omniscience, Lin Yi was able to tell that those who were like himself, with a young appearance, were among the sharpest of the sharp, both in terms of level and profession. The lowest were all rare-level professions, and he himself was instead the anomaly of the group. There are a total of 34 provinces in the country, and the top 10 from each province will be eligible to participate in this fifth round of testing. These guys, including myself, should be the top 300 in the country. At the very next moment of Lin Yi's arrival, a chime sounded from the speakers in this underground space as well. The Dongjiang province sends the exam. Candidate Lin Yi, points for the first 4 rounds, 8,000. First 4 rounds of point standings, number 1. The announcement fell, and Lin Yi instantly felt hundreds of gazes on him. Instantly, he became the center of attention in the room. Chapter 63 National Top Scholar, Explosive Reward. Another perfect score? The third perfect score this year, was it East River? Dongjiang is going to take off against the sky. This is. Lin Yi also heard the murmurs of many of the accompanying travelers who had come to see off the exams just like Li Yuanjing. These people talk. Let Li Yuanjing glow. Cool. It is doubly impressive in front of your peers across the country. At the same time, Li Yuanjing spoke to Lin Yi in a low voice. There are 2 more people who got full scores for the first 4 rounds just like you, and the 3 of you are currently tied for first place. Lin Yi wasn't too surprised. With the strength he has shown so far, it was just the 4th rank strength of an ordinary professional. Jumping out of the Dongjiang province and competing with the true geniuses of the entire Grand Xia, at this level of strength, Lin Yi didn't think he was alone. It just remains to be seen if others have put their best foot forward to get a perfect score. Because Lin Yi only had to make a slight move. It would have been the pinnacle of provincial exams. Student Lin Yi, let me introduce you to my canine son, Li Zirui. Li Yuanjing led Lin Yi and quickly found the other candidates from Dongjiang province who had also come to participate this time. Zirui, come on, say hello to Lin Yi's classmates. After you enter the replica later, you'll be on the first team. According to the usual practice in previous years, not only will the individual first be awarded in the 5th round, but also the provincial team first. You'll all get more rewards if you can get a good ranking. It's a rare honor, too, and I hope you'll work with each other. Li Yuanjing hadn't finished speaking. It was then rudely interrupted by Li Zirui, who wants to team up with him. Li Yuanjing froze. He saw that his son's face was grim, and it was obvious that he hated Lin Yi to the core. Originally, Li Zirui actually didn't have such a big problem with Lin Yi. This matter, to put it mildly, is still the fault of Li Yuanjing. Because this time, not only did he personally give Lin Yi a reward, he even left him, his own son, behind and instead took the initiative to bring Lin Yi to Imperial Capital, leaving him and the others to come to the Imperial Capital on their own. This disparity in treatment completely annoyed Li Zirui, who had been pampered for a long time and was used to being starstruck. Now hold your breath. Naturally, he wouldn't speak politely to Lin Yi. Li Yuanjing frowned and wanted to reprimand a few times. I didn't expect Lin Yi to jump the gun and nod his head, right, just what I was thinking. Uncle Lee, I'm a person who's used to being alone and doesn't like to fight in groups, so I won't trouble them. Seeing that Li Yuanjing wanted to say something else, Lin Yi hastily added a sentence. Completely stalemate the relationship. To Lin Yi, this kind of unnecessary socializing didn't interest him in the slightest. If you're not part of the so-called genius ecosystem, you'll just look like a lickspill if you force yourself to fit in. Why bother? Li Zirui sneered, don't be too complacent, so what if you won the first 4 rounds? You're not going to bring out all your skills, are you? Is it possible that we've all kept our cards and waited until this round to use them? This was a statement that Lin Yi believed in. Because under the vision of the Eye of Total Vision. When he saw Li Zirui, Shi Xiaoying, and the others, he realized that with the highest ranked skills they possessed, it wasn't difficult to get good scores in the first 4 rounds, at least much better scores than what he had now. But they all chose to hide. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi understood why they were doing this. Backed by a family, especially if one's mom and dad are either the deputy director of the education department or the top brass of the professionals union, they'll certainly get a lot more intel than they do. Only Li Yuanjing could not have told himself this real insider information. There is no secret to the first 4 rounds of test footage, which presumably all provinces in the country can view with each other. This is a competitive relationship, and in the content of the 5th round of the examination, there must be the requirement for these more than 300 top 10 geniuses from various provinces to fight with each other. Then there's no excuse for keeping a few undercards until this round. After figuring this out, Lin Yi's heart lightened up a bit instead. Undercard? He didn't know how many king bombs he had in his hands that he hadn't even had a chance to use yet. Jingle bells. A sharp bell rang. Instantly all the conversations and murmurs in the entire underground space disappeared. Because everyone knows that this means that the exams are about to start. Lin Yi's eyes stared. Looked to the center of the field. Under the perspective of the Eye of Omniscience, only he could see 7 or 8 people clad in the black uniforms of a certain department of Daxia, appearing abruptly and violently. The man at the head of the group had an overwhelming aura. His face was rigid, and the 2 ugly claw marks at the corners of his eyes and on the side of his face gave him a cold and grim look. It seemed to have sensed Lin Yi's gaze. He cast a glance at Lin Yi as well. Even Lin Yi could detect his fury. Must have a lot of lives on his hands. Chief, I didn't expect that someone who could detect our presence in advance existed in this class of candidates. Li Qianye gave his subordinate a silent look. This was followed by a simultaneous lifting of stealth. Afterward, Li Qianye opened his mouth and announced to the entire audience of candidates, please maintain silence for the candidates from all provinces. I am your chief examiner for this 5th round of exams, Li Qianye. Before I read the rules for this round of exams, as is customary, I will show the top 3 people in the country for the year as well as the group awards. As Li Qianye narrated, a holographic projection of a spirit crystal light screen also appeared in the middle of the venue. For all to see. The moment you see the reward. Lin Yi could clearly hear the sound of Li Zirui and the others beside him, and even Li Yuanjing, who sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The first thing everyone checks out is, of course, the reward for being first. Only on the big screen, for rewards were clearly written. 1. Daxia merit points, 1000 points. 2. A platinum level set of your choice permanently acquired. 3. Grade A talent spirit crystal 1. 4. Exemption quota 1 for the Great Xia country zone of the trial tower. Except for the optional qualification of platinum level weapons. Lin Yi was almost completely ignorant of the other rewards. But judging from the reactions of people like Li Yuanjing and others, that's a pretty scary reward. Uncle Li, can you tell me what these rewards are for? Lin Yi opened his mouth to inquire. Li Yuanjing was a little sorry that his son's relationship with Lin Yi hadn't worked out, though. However, he knew that Lin Yi was definitely not a pool animal, and he couldn't completely turn against Lin Yi because of his son's attitude. So he immediately gave Lin Yi a patient explanation. You should know what the concept of a platinum level equipment set is. In short, it's the country opening a backdoor to the national top student alone, directly rewarding you with a set of equipment that best suits your profession. It's a reasonable and lawful permanent acquisition. And then there are the Daxia merit points. For professionals, this is something that only professionals who have accomplished missions issued by a rank or higher professional guilds, or who have made meritorious achievements by joining the Daxia Professionals Union Army, are eligible to receive. Within our Great Xia, merit points are the highest level of exchange. You probably don't have too precise an idea when I say that. Take the breakthrough spirit crystal you chose earlier, you can exchange one for only 50 merit points. Chapter 64, the final round begins. There was this kind of leveling mecha? Hearing Li Yuanjing say that, Linny understood. Good lord, it's only the first in the province that can only award 3 breakthrough spirit crystals, after reaching the first in the country. 1,000 dasha merit points can be directly exchanged for 20 of them. But you'll lose out if you use it all for breakthrough spirit crystals. Because the Great Summer merit points are able to be exchanged for all the precious treasure rewards of the ladder in T1. A handful of T0 level treasures can be redeemed. Linny was secretly shocked in his heart. That's really good stuff. The T2 level treasures would contain many of the goodies that Linny currently wanted. Then T1 and T0 level treasures are expected to have a more powerful effect. And then there's the class of gifted spirit crystals. This one is even more heavyweight. But really, I don't need to explain, you should be able to guess what effect it has from its name. Lin Yi nodded. He had previously guessed that after this item was used, it was supposed to add an A-rank talent to the professional. But the effect is a little too anticlimactic. So he didn't dare to be sure. Because talent is so important to a professional. The source of one's current battle power could be said to be almost entirely based on the skill points given by SSS ranked talents, as well as Kryptonite rewards. An extra talent is an almost immediate boost to overall combat power. And it's also far-reaching. Many professionals build their skill set system around talent effects. With cooperation and linkage with each other, the strength can naturally be fully realized. This thing is one of the T0 grade treasures list. The annual production of the country is within 5 fingers. In the past years the reward given to the first in the country was up to B grade, this year it was even upgraded to a grade. It seems that the difficulty of this year's 5th round of actual combat replicas is expected to surpass that of the past. Li Yuanjing was already worried about the difficulty of this 5th round of exams. Linny, however, felt like nothing as he continued to advance the process and opened his mouth to ask, and what's that last trial tower? Oh, that. And finally the 4th reward, it's a fixed reward that the first in the country gets every year, and it hasn't changed for hundreds of years. The full name of the Tower of Trials is, the Tower of the Inverted Sky, a replica that has been around since the beginning of the Calamity Era. Globally, there are 4 trial towers. One of them is on a small island more than 4,000 kilometers out to sea in the East Sea of our Great Xia. Later, our Great Xia ancestors discovered that this copy was extremely special, and that it could well be described as a projection of a certain world in the abyss onto the Blue Star world. And after entering the trial tower, as the number of layers you pass increases, the rewards that are eventually settled, the more they will be. The reward given by the Tower of Trials is called the Martial Soul, which you can understand as an extremely special soul type summon, and the Martial Soul also needs to be advanced and upgraded, while a portion of the Martial Soul's attributes will be shared with the professional themselves. The better one score in clearing the trial tower, the more ancient the awakened Martial Soul is, and ancient Martial Souls will even carry certain exclusive skills, which can't be ignored in terms of improving a professional's battle power. Currently the only way to obtain a Martial Soul is through the trial tower. That's why from the beginning of this copy's birth, countless wars have been waged between the countries of the Blue Star for the entry qualifications of this copy. For example, Ardashia has often fought with the neighboring Goryeo, Dongying, and some island monkeys before because of this. Later, after the establishment of the Global Professionals Council, the acquisition of entry qualifications for the 4 global trial towers became systematized. You've heard of the Pan-Asian Young Professionals Summit, right? Lin Yi nodded. This he understands. He's seen it on TV. The nature of the competition is probably similar to the Asian Games on Earth in a previous life. This pinnacle tournament is held every year, and those who get the top 10 in the competition are qualified to enter the trial tower. And according to the normal process, every year, 3 months before the opening of the trial tower, our Great Summer region has to conduct its own domestic auditions, and ultimately select 10 people to officially participate in the peak tournament. And as long as you get the top 3 of this national high school examination, you'll be directly exempted from the examination. You don't need to participate in the national district competition, you just need to wait for the Pan-Asian Young Professionals Summit tournament to start, and you'll have the qualification to participate directly. Linny completely understood. He saw on the light screen that it wasn't just the national top student who had this exemption. The second and third are actually there. The following announces the detailed rules for this year's National College Entrance Examination, the 5th round of testing. After displaying the rewards, Li Qianye didn't waste any time and immediately began to talk about the 5th round of the test. The curtain of light flashed. A holographic projection appears with details of the copy. 5th round test site abyssal copy, the Noah's Ruins. In 10 minutes, after signing the Book of Life and Death, the candidates who confirm their participation in the 5th round will enter that special copy for a 24-hour examination. More than 20,000 monsters currently exist within that copy. The distribution area of the monsters as well as their strength intensity is completely randomized, and the lower and upper limits are given below for reference. The level of the weakest monster is LV.30, and the bit pattern is Lord level. The level of the strongest monster is LV.80, and the bit pattern is top King rank. Once again, Linny heard the entire room sucking in cold air. The lowest level of monsters reached the level of most people at the moment, level 30. And the bit pattern is also Lord. This meant that the monsters inside, there were no common stragglers or even elite monsters. Each one is a boss. The monsters are still randomly distributed and completely unpredictable. This means that if you're unlucky, you'll run into a monster of the top King rank as soon as you go straight in, and it's not impossible for you to land in a box. Li Qianye seemed satisfied with the reactions of everyone present. He continued to add, by killing these monsters, you'll be able to earn points. Monster level is the base point bonus, and monster bitmap is the multiplication multiplier. The multiplication multiplier for the Lord's placeholder is 1, and 1.5 for the top Lord. The quasi-hegemonic digit multiplication multiplier is 2, the hegemonic digit multiplication multiplier is 3, and the top hegemonic multiplication multiplier is 4. The quasi-king rank multiplication multiplier is 10, the king rank multiplication multiplier is 15, and the top king rank multiplication multiplier is 20. Does anyone have any questions about the above rules? Seeing someone raise their hand, Linny asked, these monsters in the copy, are there experience, material and equipment drop rewards after killing them? Li Qianye nodded, yes. Copy Noah's Ruins is a special copy that no one has cleared so far. There would not have been any monsters within the copy, all monsters were artificially selected to be put in. The relevant copy background and information will be described in detail within the Spirit Crystal bracelet you'll receive after entering the copy, so I won't dwell on it too much. Linny sniffed. The eyes lit up. There is experience in killing monsters in this round of exam copies. Wouldn't Linyu, whom he had just contracted, be able to grow exponentially in this copy? Others may be scratching their heads at the difficulty of this copy. Linny was already secretly happy. There's still this kind of leveling mecha? Chapter 65 Nightmare Opening, Linyu's debut. Seeing that no one continued to ask questions, Li Qianye then continued to explain the rules of the exam. Upon entering the replica, in the initial area, you will be given an exclusive Spirit Crystal bracelet. Every hour on the bracelet, the points ranking of everyone in the current replica will be refreshed in real time, and it will be labeled with the location of the top 10 candidates located in the ranking. Hear this. Most people's faces changed. As expected, Li Qianye's next sentence made everyone realize that this 5th round was a killing game where you die and I live. In addition to killing monsters to gain points, defeating other candidates is also able to gain points. The bracelet issued to you has a survival function. If you encounter an unbeatable monster or a life and death crisis within the replica, press the red button on the side of the bracelet and you will be teleported out of the replica. At the same time, this also declares your failure in this round of testing, and your points are zeroed out. However, considering the complexity and unforeseen circumstances of the abyssal replica, as well as the casualties in previous years, all candidates are requested to sign a life and death contract. Any deaths, major injuries or disabilities that occur during the test are your own choice and have nothing to do with the entire examining team. Li Qianye's words just fell. A group of invigilators wearing uniforms with relevant documents came in the field. A life and death contract was given to each of the candidates present. This process puts all candidates on edge. This meant that this 5th round of tests they were participating in was moving for real. Not like the previous rounds. There's a real possibility of death. But after Linny signed his name on the life and death contract, he realized that out of the more than 300 candidates in the entire examination room, there was surprisingly not a single one who chose to abstain at this step. Thought so. It was assumed that their family members and the people who brought them here to deliver the test had more or less told them about the dangers of the 5th round of testing. If you really want to give up, you probably won't even come to the imperial capital. Li Qianye, the chief examiner, after confirming that everyone's life and death deeds had been submitted for validation, said aloud, "Time to start the exam. All candidates please enter the test copy." As soon as his words fell, a spatial rift appeared in the middle of the entire ring-shaped underground space. The thick and dangerous aura of the abyss spewed out. The duplicate light curtain flickered with a dangerous purplish-red evil light, and the sound was horrifying. A few minutes later, all the candidates participating in the 5th round in the entire underground waiting space had all entered the replica. Those responsible for delivering the exams were also all invited to a large auditorium to observe the specifics of all the candidates in the replica. In the meantime, Li Qianye, the chief examiner, after arranging for all the candidates to enter the replica, getting on the elevator and making his way up the stairs, after giving a report on the situation to the true core of Dacia's power hierarchy, he also re-entered his office and pressed the cast screen to start watching the situation inside the replica. This was his part of the duty, and according to the instructions of the senior management, he was required to broadcast the 5th round of the test live within the replica. Chief, take a break. According to the usual practice in previous years, it's basically impossible for any battles to break out at the point in time when you've just gone in. Half a day goes by before it goes white hot. The person under Li Qianye's hand advised. They could be said to have gone to great lengths for this 5th round test. Especially Li Qianye himself, who hadn't closed his eyes for a few days. Li Qianye, however, shook his head. At this point in time, most people really should be familiarizing themselves with the environment of the replica and gathering monster intelligence. And judging by past years' practices, there will be some people who choose not to kill monsters at all, just waiting for the last few hours of the replica's time limit, looking for those on the leaderboard to get their hands on them, and earning points through looting. But don't you forget. Every year a few special unlucky people show up. Being said so by Li Qianye. Instantly several brainy people realized what Li Qianye was talking about. Chief, you mean the kind of situation where you're teleported next to extremely strong monsters as soon as you go in, and there's no way to hide but to respond to the battle? Li Qianye nodded. Gov. Looks like you really hit the nail on the head. It seems like there's really an unlucky guy who landed next to the nest of the Snowy Mountain District's leader, the Golden-Winged Rock King, as soon as he refreshed. The spirit crystal bracelets that all candidates wore on their hands not only provided information to those candidates within the replica. It's actually an integrated communicator as well. Capable of transmitting in real time the coordinates of the area in which the wearer is currently in the replica and live feeds of the scene in the wearer's vicinity. At this moment, the invigilator who was responsible for collecting the coordinates of the area of the more than 300 candidates within the replica suddenly let out an alarming cry, causing Li Qianye to be instantly energized. Here we go. It doesn't happen every year, but when it does, it often means extremely heavy deaths and injuries. Li Qianye strengthened his spirit and hurriedly commanded, immediately lock onto that candidate and project his real-time image. Call the special task force within the replica and head to the Snowy Mountain area to rescue them and make second-hand preparations. Though when saying the rules, Li Qianye explained the difficulty of this abyssal copy as well as having everyone sign a life and death contract. But they can't really see death. When such a crisis occurs, surely the relevant rescue procedures should be activated just in case. The next moment, the projected image appeared. Li Qianye's eyes stared. Is he? On the big screen, the one who had been refreshed and teleported to the top of the mountain and instantly winced was none other than Lin Yi. Li Qianye hadn't forgotten that the first person to see through his disguise when they debuted was this kid on the big screen. On the screen, Lin Yi clearly didn't expect to be teleported to this hellhole as soon as he entered the copy. The area he was in at the moment was the northern high mountainous area of the entire Noah's Ruins. The entire Noah's Ruins can be divided into a total of 5 major areas. Extremely cold alpine areas to the north. Desert area to the west. Swampy area to the south, hilly area to the east. And the Noah's Wreck area right in the center. If you want to talk about which areas have the most extreme weather, there are no areas more extreme than the desert areas and the high mountains. The people who refreshed in these 2 areas were unlucky. As for those like Lin Yi, who were directly near a king-ranked boss lair as soon as it was refreshed, they were even more unlucky fighters. News. It seemed to detect the scent of a living being. The next moment, an incomparably loud chirping sound rang out. The sound waves were so loud that Lin Yi even had to cover his ears. Then the gusty winds swept the snow from the cliffs. In front of Lin Yi's eyes, a terrifying golden eagle with feathers of a golden color, a wingspan of more than 10 meters, and claws gently grasping that were enough to crush mountain rocks flapped its wings. Fly out of the huge nest at the peak. The brutally sharp eagle pupils gazed at Lin Yi in death, as if they would swoop down and tear him apart the next moment. On the other hand, Lin Yi, who was in the picture, looked fairly calm. All that was seen was a twisting of space around him. In the next moment, a silhouette with a slender figure, covered in pitch-black night battle armor, appeared. Lin Yu was summoned out by Lin Yi. Seeing the ferocious golden eagle in the sky, Lin Yu's eyes were calm and quiet as water, her soul elegy sheathed as she stood in front of Lin Yi, her battle intent high. Chapter 66, shocking the entire audience. This is a level 1 summon? Is this his summon? How can there be a summon that looks so much like a human? How is this summon? Only level 1? The invigilator in charge of monitoring the data related to the candidate's copy exclaimed in shock. They were able to obtain a portion of the information that had information about Lin Yi's skills through the bracelet he wore on his hand. But it's also just basic information. Detailed information is completely invisible. Partly because of the privacy of the candidates, and partly because they can't do it with their technology. But when Lin Yu's level information appeared on the big screen, Li Qianya was all a bit bewildered. Ha! What's he doing? A level 1 summon against the Golden Winged Rock King whose bid is effectively of the king rank. Is it ignorance or bravery? Or is this one of his cards? Li Qianya was caught up in thought. He couldn't say he had a good or bad impression of Lin Yi, but at least he had an impression. It won't be like other candidates who can't even make an impression on him. But Lin Yi's current actions were honestly confusing him a bit. Confused to confused, but Li Qianya's hands did not slow down and immediately streamed the real-time picture through the spirit crystal. Because at this moment there were too many pairs of eyes watching the 5th and final round of the exam. In another auditorium a wall away from Li Qianya. When Li Yuanjing saw that on the big screen, the person standing in front of the Golden Winged Rock King was Lin Yi. Immediately, his eyes went black. How can you be so unlucky? The spring in his step a moment ago was completely gone at this moment. Li Yuanjing even heard murmurs around him from his colleagues from other provinces, also in the institutional system of the education department. That's the kid who's number 1 in Dongjiang this year, right? That's him. How could Dongjiang produce a candidate with 4 rounds of perfect scores in previous years? This year it's for him to step on. I can't stand that villainous look on the face of the East River Deputy Commissioner's office. Ha, me too, this time their number 1 is going to suffer heavily. Why is this kid alone though? Didn't he team up with anyone else? There's always this ungrateful one every year. It is human nature to fall on the sword and discuss right and wrong. The moment manifests itself in the best possible way. Li Yuanjing clenched his hands, his heart anxious and angry. He even somewhat resisted the urge to openly dislike it. At that moment, another person sitting next to him tapped him on the shoulder and gave him a calming look. Sitting beside him, naturally, was the head of the Dongjiang Department of Education, the Yan Song. Take it easy, trust him. Yan Song this time to show beyond Li Yuanjing this deputy many times the determination out. He had come to Imperial for the first 4 rounds of exams this morning though to make his final preparatory report for this final round. Yet there was still concern for Lin Yi. He's just like Qi Guoguang. All could see that Lin Yi actually had an undercard that he hadn't used, and now maybe, that undercard, could turn the tide. East River. The first exam room, still in the same exam room. At this moment on the big screen, also officially connected to the 5th round of examination streaming from Imperial Capital. As the top educational institutions in the provinces, they are naturally qualified to watch the broadcast. After Li Yuanjing left, Qi Guoguang acted out of interest in Lin Yi and out of concern for his own granddaughter. Naturally, I came to watch the 5th round of testing in the afternoon. A trace of excitement even arose in Qi Guoguang's heart when he saw Lin Yi facing the Golden Winged Rock King on the big screen. He was curious to see what kind of response Lin Yi would come up with in the face of such an enemy. However, in the next moment, Qi Guoguang was instantly dumbstruck. Because, he saw Lin Yu appear beside Lin Yi. And being a mage, he could obviously see more differences than anyone else. Necromancy. Lin Yi, in addition to the fire, wind, and ice lineages, had even mastered the necromancy lineage. How many lines of magic does he know? In the copy. Looking at Lin Yu, who was standing in front of him, Lin Yi also felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even though Lin Yu's figure looked frail and weak, her level was only 1. But Lin Yi knew that she shouldn't have much of a problem coping with this king rank boss. In the perspective of the all-seeing eye, the attributes of the Golden Winged Rock King were visible to Lin Yi. Golden Winged Rock King. Rank, LV.70. Rank, King. Race, Silver Feathered Rock. Life, 923,923,000. Mana, 210,210,000. Power, 5,200. Spirit, 3,500. Agility, 7,330. Endurance, 6,650. Active skills, Dive Attack, Stinging Feather Flying Arisher, Wind Binding, Extreme Speed, Berserk. Weakness, Eyes. This attribute might have been a head-scratcher when placed in the hands of others. But for Lin Yi, this so-called golden-winged rock king was inferior to the alienated necromancer and shadow demon spider by a hair. And he also wanted to see how Lin Yu performed against a king rank boss that was almost 70 levels stronger than himself. Fresh. A few more sharp cries came from the golden-winged rock king's nest. Lin Yi saw another rock that was smaller than the golden-winged rock king, and whose feathers were only silver in color, fly out of the nest. In addition to this, 3 smaller juveniles poked their heads out. This family lived here, and Lin Yi had messed with 5 monsters out of 1. The mother's that was only a quasi-king rank. All 3 hatchlings were also dominant level. The strength of this family of 5 was indeed not bad, so it was no wonder that they could dominate the entire Snow Mountain region. Whoosh! Countless feathers as sharp as bayonets shot out from the golden-winged rock king. Straight towards Lin Yi's body, he stabbed at every vital point. After the bit pattern reaches the king rank, the monster's intelligence will also be greatly increased compared to the lower bit patterns. Directly attacking Lin Yi, the summoner, was clearly the more cost-effective option. However, as fast as the feathers were, the sword light was even faster. Lin Yi only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he saw Lin Yu stepping on his sword steps, raising his sword sideways, and in the blink of an eye, he swung out 4 or 5 sword chi that flashed with intense black light of the necromantic spirit, and chopped off and cut off as many of the incoming roiling flying feathers as he could. After the sword light chopped the flying feathers, the momentum did not decrease, and chopped straight to one of the silver-feathered rock young birds with teeth and claws, squealing. The sword's light cut through the neck of that young bird. In the next moment, Lin Yi saw the young bird's blood bar plummet by 1 frame. However, immediately after that young bird wailed, it was seen that its blood level was emptied in an instant, closing its eyes and not moving at all. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This is the effect of Soul Slash. The young bird itself, being a lord-level monster, had a very thick blood count. Even Lin Yu's necrotic sword chi had no way to cut it down with damage. But the mechanic of dealing damage directly to the soul allowed him to instantly second the hatchling. Seeing his heir decimated, the eyes of the 2 rocks, 1 male and 1 female, in the sky were instantly dyed red. And then went into a berserker rage. Their attacks weren't coming at Lin Yi. Instead, he rushed towards Lin Yu. In the next fight, even Lin Yi took a few steps back. Feathers were flying and the wind was sweeping. The 2 rocks cooperated with each other intimately, you clawed and I pecked. It began to frantically attack Lin Yu. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was like an artiste dancing wildly in a storm. She didn't let a single drop of rain fall on her. All the attacks that were completely dodged by her. Speed, dexterity, combat skills, straight up pulling full stop. Lin Yi couldn't help but applaud her as he stood next to her. In the Invigilator's room, Li Qianye's eyes went straight. Only level 1, but such a terrifying battle power? What kind of heaven-defying summon is this? Chapter 67 Slaying the Golden-Winged Rock King. The attention of the true top echelons of Grand Xia. This young man. Ha! Is this summon really only level 1? This isn't right. How come this summon is so skillful in combat? To put it bluntly, Tiger, this way of using the sword and the dodging skill of flickering are better than you, right? Shut the up. The person known as Tiger was a warrior professional under Li Qianye's hand. Li Qianye himself was a 7th-turn professional of the assassin lineage. All of these people under his hand are also the best of the best. Especially Sun Hu, whose combat skills were among the top of the top. Even took a horrible 36 consecutive victories in battalion-wide tournaments. Nearly invincible at the same rank. It's not as if you can't fight across the ranks. At this moment, Sun Hu looked at Lin Yu in the screen. The face couldn't have been more grave. His hands were trembling slightly. On the one hand, he was a fellow sword-using melee professional, and he was also an expert, and he couldn't help but be stirred into battle when he saw Lin Yu's battle performance. The other side of the coin is that he brings himself into the scene. If he were to go 1v1 against this summon, it seemed like he wouldn't really be able to gain any advantage in a short period of time. Especially if he was in a situation where he didn't use various high-level skills and was simply comparing swords, he really wasn't sure that he would be able to win steadily. Seeing Sun Hu's reaction, Li Chenya was also a bit shocked in his heart. He glanced at Lin Yi again. If this necromantic summoner didn't have an autonomous consciousness, then the real terror is the teenager in front of him. Without an autonomous consciousness, the one who manipulates the summon to fight is naturally the summoner himself. And Lin Yi actually possessed such a terrifying fighter's dexterity. This is impossible to develop without going through thousands of battles. And the key thing is, his profession is a mage, not exactly a warrior. This kid, a little too demonic. Imperial Capital, General Directorate of Education. Top floor. The huge council chamber was solemn and dignified. Yet there were not many people in the council chamber. Even though Li Chenya was the chief examiner of this exam and had a not-so-low military rank, he was not qualified to sit here. Can sit down here. It was someone who truly stomped his foot, and probably the entire Xia professional world would tremble 3 times. The main seat in the conference room, and the circle of seats around the main seat, were completely vacant. For even those who can sit down here at this moment are not qualified to sit in the main seat and the side seat next to the main seat. On the first 2 seats in the second row, there was a middle-aged man in a black suit, and an old man with white hair and a stooped body, wearing a Zhongshan suit. The two of them watched the battle between Lin Yu and the golden-winged Rock King couple on the big screen, but their faces didn't show too much surprise. When you stand tall, your eyes are naturally different. This Junho Shang is also the first in the first 4 rounds of this exam? Although the old man was old, the majesty could still be seen between his eyebrows. He raised the rosewood crutch in his hand and pointed it at Lin Yi, who had stood in the corner, on the big screen. The man in a suit sitting beside the old man revealed a refined smile and said softly, "Yes, Elder Meng, his name is Lin Yi, from the Dongjiang province, tied for first place like Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu, whom you, Elder, had previously favored. He's a mage profession, right? I think this is some kind of necromantic summon." Meng hit the nail on the head. The courteous man in the suit nodded. Yes, the magic specializations he has shown so far are as many as 4, and in the previous 4 rounds he showed 3 elemental specializations, fire, wind, and ice, and the spells he used were not of a low rank, all of them were above the 4th rank. This Junho Shang is not bad, even though it's only a common profession, the profession specialization hasn't fallen behind. There's certainly no slacking off on weekdays. Maybe this year, he'll actually have a chance to win. The elegant man sitting next to Meng Lao, however, only laughed lightly. Oh? Meng is so optimistic about him? But I think with what he's shown so far, it's just okay. The top 10 on the list might have a chance. But top 3, no way. Compared to Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu, his career is so much worse. And as far as I know, not only are these 2 people's occupations epic level occupations, but their skill specializations are above the 5th level. The elegant man's name was Xiao Xianyi. It is primarily responsible for approving enrollment in the nation's top careerist colleges and universities each year. The rank is not at the vice-state level though. But it's also at the level of the main office. Having been in this job for a long time, his vision was poisonous. Seeing too much genius. Honestly, compared to those real monsters. This Lin Yi, that was all. He didn't understand why Elder Meng was so optimistic about Lin Yi. Anyway, he had a different opinion. Elder Meng didn't retort either, just let out a similarly light laugh as he continued to gaze at the battle in the big screen. The 2 big boys are cooking up a storm. The countless senior officers of the education department sitting behind them, on the other hand, did not dare to make a sound. After all, this is not the examination room of the first examination room in Dongjiang. Being an errand boy here highlights a cautionary tale. The big man didn't open his mouth to inquire, and it was right that he should never say a word more. But they likewise have their own opinions. Not as discerning as Xiao Xianyi and Elder Meng. In their opinion, Lin Yi has actually been outrageous. You know, it's only a level 1 summon. Just as Elder Meng and Xiao Xianyi were discussing with each other, in the replica, the battle situation also took a sharp turn for the worse. Of course, it's the rocks who take a sharp turn for the worse. Both bosses are in a berserk state, which is normally triggered when the blood level drops below 50%. But previously, Lin Yu's act of decapitating the young bird with a single sword put them into a rage and naturally go into a berserk state at full blood. In the berserk state, their attack frequency and attack damage, both of which would rise dramatically. But the abominable human summoner in front of him was horrible with oil. Hundreds of attacks and it might only hit once. And even if it hits, she doesn't seem to be seriously injured. Still moving deftly and swiftly. And on the contrary, every time they took damage from the necrotic sword chi, both would make the two rock bosses wail out. It was a pain that life could not bear. The pain goes to the heart and soul. So, although at this moment, it was just 3 minutes since the battle had begun. But the state of both rock birds was not what it used to be. The dizziness, the sense of dislocation kept coming. What they don't realize is that while the blood is still above 70% health, but their soul blood levels were already in Lin Yu's decimation line. 2 more necromantic sword chi flashing with black light broke through the air and chopped out, and the 2 rock bosses that were already powerless were accurately hit in the waist and abdomen position. The 2 mournful northern sounds resounded throughout the snowy mountains of the northern region. Countless beasts and birds of prey, shivering. They sensed that the overlord of this snowy mountain had unexpectedly fallen in this way. In Lin Yi's viewpoint, the 2 rock bosses, with a large portion of their blood strips remaining, cleared out at light speed. 2 huge bird corpses then collapsed on the peak, and 3 or 4 pieces of equipment that shimmered with a golden luster violently burst out. At the same time, a white light emerged from Lin Yu's body. She's upgraded. And in one breath, it went straight up more than 8.5 levels. Amidst the marvelous gazes of countless people, Lin Yi walked next to Lin Yu and said something, under the helmet's visor, in a corner Lin Yi hadn't seen. Lin Yu already had her cheeks flying red. Afterwards, Lin Yi picked up the equipment on the ground and then raised his hand. A necromancy spell appeared underneath the 2 huge bird corpses, and under the infusion of black light, the 2 already dead rock bosses unexpectedly opened their scarlet eyes once again, flapped his wings and flew again. As beings, their bird life is over. As the undead, their future was stretched into eternity by Lin Yi. Chapter 68, Boss Turned Friendly. The true horror of the necromancy department. Wow! The invigilation room where Li Qianye was, as well as the executives of the General Administration of Education from the provinces of Daxia who were watching the battle from next door. There was an outcry. They were well aware of how strong these 2 rockbirds were. However, Lin Yi's summons were only the next instant after decapitating him. These 2 bosses instantly became Lin Yi's summons. That's a bit of a stretch and counterintuitive. Is this some kind of skill from the mage necromancy department? Old Jiao. You're a ING mage, explain it to the brothers. In the invigilation room, the atmosphere wasn't so tense. Li Shanyu is also a good supervisor leader. So the people under his hand are able to speak freely at the moment. Immediately someone screamed. Old Jiao, who had been named, looked puzzled. He then cracked, how the hell do I know what skills the necromancy department has? You ask the old man for a light law? Isn't that your arch nemesis in the light department? Know your enemy, I thought you did. Our nemesis in the light department is the dark department, and the necromancy department is at best the point where we have to spit when we see it, not to the point of immortality. Hold your horses, I'm thinking. The old coke was a little unsettled by his fellow officers. Originally, when he saw that Lin Yi, a mage, had 4 techniques and 4 cultivations, and also specialized in all of them, he was already a bit jealous. Now that he saw that Lin Yi was even messing around with a dead man's resurrection skill that he had never seen before, it was even more of a shock to him. But to say he's completely ignorant of the necromantic system would be bull. Both graduated from the mage department of the 211 Professionals University as high achievers. It was impossible to pull crotch in terms of theoretical knowledge. After Li Qianye said for him to think carefully, Old Jiao finally slapped his thigh and pointed at the screen and spoke, this skill is not a skill that the necromancy department should have. The necromancy department does have a skill that pulls killed monsters back up. That skill is 4th rank and is called Resurrection of the Dead. But the effect only works on monsters below the Lord level and lasts for only 2 minutes, and the attribute values are 10 times less compared to what they were before they were born. This skill is mostly used by Necromancer as a meat shield blocker. After you kill a monster, pull an elite level, punch-resistant monster to act as a bodyguard, not to do much damage, just to help block skills. Li Qianye finished listening to Old Jiao's analysis. The eyes were glazed over. Lin Yi, is this your bottom card? Top floor council chambers. The corner of Meng Lao's mouth hooked into a smile. Xiao Xiaohua, do you still think he doesn't have a chance now? Xiao Xianyi was silent as he looked at the two rock bosses on the screen, flying above Lin Yi's head almost at full strength. He then gave a spontaneous smile. Elder Meng, in this aspect of vision, it is still you who is more poisonous. I still have to learn from you. Elder Meng sniffed and laughed. However, immediately Xiao Xianyi's words changed and he continued, but even if that's the case, it's still not enough. There are some gaps that can't be erased with quantity. And it's uncertain just how many necromantic summoners he can control. Xiao Xianyi's analysis was not without reason. For all summoners, the number of summons is the biggest headache. Because a person's mental power is limited, controlling multiple summons at the same time would be a nervous hitch. That's why most summoners go for a genre that is quality-oriented. Replace low-quality summoners with high-quality ones, always keeping the total number of summons the same. In response, Elder Meng just looked at Lin Yi and the big screen and said indifferently, keep watching, it's just the beginning now, what this kid is hiding is far beyond your imagination. In the copy. After successfully killing the two rock bosses, the remaining two young birds did not escape Lin Yu's hand. One by her sword, killed on the spot. Her level had also risen to 11. At the same time, Lin Yi received a series of system prompts. Congratulations, you have risen to level LV.43 and gained 12 free attribute points. Killing monsters gives the following attribute values to the unique weapon Soul Elegy. Strength plus 39, Agility plus 32, Stamina plus 29, Spirit plus 12, Max Life plus 177, Max Mana plus 13. Lin Yi saw the various attributes on Lin Yu's panel instantly go up by frames. Just by killing 5 monsters, he got almost 100 attribute points for free. Lin Yi was on the verge of gluttonous tears. He himself could only get 20 points of basic 4-dimensional attributes by leveling up, and with the free attribute points, it was only 32 points. There was absolutely no comparison to Lin Yu. And as they killed more monsters, it was foreseeable that Lin Yu's attribute panel would see a wave of explosive growth. Growable weapons are scary as hell. However, it was actually the fighter's dexterity displayed by Lin Yu in that battle just now that shocked and impressed Lin Yi even more. A dumbass who only knows how to slash with his sword and a warrior who is highly skilled with his sword and extremely experienced in combat. Even if the difference between their levels and attributes was more than 10 times, Lin Yi believed that it was the latter who had a greater chance of winning. Lin Yi transferred control of the two rock bosses to Lin Yu, then spoke, "It's too damn cold here, let's go down the mountain first." Lin Yu nodded. Under her control, a male and a female rock bird crawled on the ground obediently. Lin Yi and Lin Yu rode up. The rock then flapped its feathers and swooped down from the top of the mountain, wrapped in a fierce wind. 1 hour later. Boundary of the Eastern Hills District. Lin Yi was sitting on a lush grassland with a gentle breeze and warm sunshine. Not far away is a lake formed by meltwater from the snowy mountains. Lin Yu was by the lake at the moment. She took off the black armor that covered her entire body and began to scrub and clean it with the lake water. That battle just now had left her covered in blood. Of course, most of it was the blood of those two bosses. She herself was hardly hurt. There was also a bonfire burning beside the lake, on which was a silver-feathered rock hatchling that she had just decapitated. The young girl cleaned her armor while keeping a constant eye on the food on the campfire, and from time to time she would get up, turn the grill, and make a few cuts with her sword. The lake was like a huge mirror, reflecting the young girl's absolutely beautiful side face. It made even Lin Yi feel a bit awestruck. It wasn't long before Lin Yi saw Lin Yu walking over with a few pieces of freshly roasted, still moist and oily meat and leaves plucked from who knows where. It was so fragrant that Lin Yi couldn't care less about the heat. Taking a piece of meat in his hand, he put it in his mouth and chewed it. The grease and meat flavor exploded in his mouth, making Lin Yi's heart cry out in deliciousness. "And you can cook?" Lin Yi felt more and more that this summon of his was not ordinary. Well, can't see her as a summoner anymore. All the more reason to look at it as a partner. Lin Yu nodded, then softly said, "I found some rock salt over there, so I picked a little to use for flavoring. Is it good?" "Delicious." Lin Yi didn't spare any praise. Took another piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Seeing Lin Yi eating so happily, a rare smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. It seemed that she was happy to receive Lin Yi's praise. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly felt the spirit crystal wristwatch on his right wrist vibrate. A curtain of light then surfaced. 1 hour has passed since the start of the 5th round of testing. Current standings announced. On the light screen, a name or team began to appear. Chapter 69, It's dishonorable to fight with many against few? Lin Yi, indeed. At this moment, 1 hour had passed since the start of the replica. It's time for the first wave of listings to be announced. After taking a good look at the top 10 on the list, Lin Yi was slightly stunned. A small smile followed. Interesting. It looks like the people who made it to the 5th round really have something. Just see the leaderboard. The person who topped the list was not Lin Yi. It wasn't even him in second. Instead, it was 2 unfamiliar names. Current standings. First place, Xia Yuyan, points earned, 11,467, team, none, location, Desert District. Second place, Lu Yu, points earned, 8433, team, none, location, Noah's Wreckage District. Third place, Lin Yi, points earned, 7219, squad affiliation, none, location, Hilly District. Fourth place, Shu Ran, points earned, 1,329, team, Shu Ran team, team size, 13, location, Noah's Wreckage District. Lin Yi wasn't angry or in a hurry. He also didn't think before that he would be able to get any kind of head start advantage if he happened to teleport right next to the Golden Winged Rock King's nest. Because it's an hour for those who are really good at what they do. They didn't need luck to be able to actively challenge those powerful monsters and ferocious beasts. Earn points. And since the entire 5th round will last 24 hours, being on the list in the first hour interval is not a good thing. It will only become a target for others to hunt. Lin Yi now clicked on anyone with a ranking on the leaderboard, and a tracking screen would subsequently pop up. The Spirit Crystal Light Curtain will sprout an arrow to help you keep track of your target. And the 7,000 or so points that Lin Yi had gotten now were also earned by the other monsters that Lin Yu had subsequently hunted and killed. The Golden Winged Rock King's family alone could only provide him with just over 3,000 points. Clank! Lin Yi heard a sword roar in his ears. Looking towards Lin Yui, he realized that she had already pulled out her soul elegy and made a wake-up call. Someone's coming. Lin Yi looked up at the sky. It was seen that there was a silver-feathered rock young bird that had been circling the area above their heads the entire time. It looks like the warning signals are coming from it. Lin Yu received it at the first opportunity. There's a lot of people teamed up. Lin Yu received another message from the mobile scout above and continued. Coming at us? Lin Yu closed his eyes and seemed to be sharing the vision of the silver-feathered rock hatchling above him. She then opened her eyes. There are 11 of them, just coming towards us. Lin Yi and Lin Yu had been resting in this place for more than half an hour. Previously, Lin Yu had told him that traces of a battle had existed in the distance. This meant that someone must have hunted monsters here, perhaps a lone wolf like himself, or perhaps a team. Now it seems to be a team. And after he had ascended to the 3rd place on the list, he himself had become the target of that team's hunt. To be honest, at this stage, Lin Yi didn't want to clash with the other candidates. On the one hand, at this point in time, none of these people must have too many points on them, and even if they were eliminated, they wouldn't earn too many points. It would be better to raise the compulsion, and after these rookies pecked at each other and eliminated a bunch of the weaker ones on their own, Lin Yi would then eliminate the slightly stronger ones and get more points. The other side of the coin was that his main purpose for entering this copy was actually to practice. Especially leveling up Lin Yu as soon as possible. Lin Yi was too lazy to trigger this kind of superfluous battle. But since others had come to the door, Lin Yi wasn't going to run away. Lin Yi heard dense footsteps coming from the grove not far away. Several people then drilled out of the woods and appeared in front of Lin Yi. I can't believe it's really you? One of the people in the crowd was obviously a bit shocked after seeing Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked over and was also stunned. That person was none other than Li Zirui, who had previously looked at Lin Yi with displeasure outside the copy. Following him, Lin Yi also saw a few people from Dongjiang who got the top 10 in this provincial exam. But in addition to that, there are raw faces. Lin Yi didn't know what had happened to the Dongjiang provincial team. Anyway, right now, Li Zirui was only showing up with a handful of Dongjiang provincial team members. And it was obvious that Li Zirui himself was not yet the captain of this squad. The captain of this squad stood in the front row of the crowd and turned back to inquire, what is his occupation and what skills does he have? Report it. Li Zirui was a bit weak. After all, Lin Yi was also someone from their Dongjiang province anyways. They were supposed to be united. Now instead, he had to expose Lin Yi's profession and skill base in front of others. He's more or less guilty. But when he remembered how Lin Yi had oppressed him, Li Zirui hated him so much that he ended up exposing Lin Yi's occupation. Common occupation? You're not mistaken, are you? So what if it's more specialized? Your Dongjiang is really getting worse every year. Hearing Li Zirui's words, at once the entire squad's faces lightened up a bit. Most people have mindsets. That is the rarity level of the profession, which is almost tied to the strength of the professional. At least in their current one-turn situation, that is. Common, rare, legendary, epic. Of these 5 occupational rarity classes, common was undoubtedly the one at the bottom. It would be groundless to be put with a bunch of their legendary professions. Don't be careless, after all, he was able to earn more than 7,000 points in the first hour, so his strength shouldn't be too weak. Be careful. The leader of the squad was named Fong Ming, an archer professional dressed in light clothing. Under Lin Yi's Eye of Omniscience perspective, this person's level was 37, and he had obviously completed his second turn as well. And the skill specialization is strong. His own profession is also a legendary level profession, and his battle power is indeed not bad in this group of rabble. Maybe he got lucky. It's not like the blind cat ran into the dead rat. Someone else wanted to say something. After being glared back at by Fong Ming, those few people then immediately stopped squeaking. It seemed that Fong Ming's prestige in this group was also good. At least it's a townie. Fong Ming looked at Lin Yi and opened his mouth to intercede. My friend, as you can see, I brought more than 10 brothers to fight monsters in this area to earn points, and it's hard to earn points when you have to split them equally among so many people. So look at it this way, okay, you give us 70% of your points and we'll let you leave. It's better for all of us. Otherwise, we'll just have to fight with swords. There's no honor in fighting more than you can handle, and I'd really rather not go that far. Fong Ming's words almost gave Lin Yi a laugh. It's not easy for you guys to earn points, but the points I earned came from the wind? But you're right about one thing. It is indeed dishonorable to fight with many against few. The next moment, Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Around him, a grim-faced summon began to appear. Frantic. The golden-winged Rock King makes an appearance. This was followed by the hilly Tiger King, the snowy mountain giant, and the mutant bear monster. These monsters were all the dead souls that had died under Lin Yu's sword in the past hour. Then it was manipulated by Lin Yu and formed into an army of natural disasters. It had previously been existed by Lin Yi in the dead space. Now it was being released by Lin Yi in a brainwave. There were as many as 40 to 50 in number, and all of them had amazing battle strength. Lin Yi grinned and added, but I'm happy to go that far. Chapter 70 others came to take the exam, he really came to practice. After seeing the instantly refreshed army of necromancers around Lin Yi, Fong Ming was dumbfounded. Li Zirui was even more nearly scared to pee. Originally, these boss-level monsters within this copy were all long and vicious, and now after they were revived by necromancy, they were even more vicious than they were before they were born. The kind that kids can cry from watching. In the Invigilation room, Li Qianya looked at the army of more than 40 boss-level necromancers that Lin Yi had summoned with a wave of his hand. The pupils also shook dramatically. How did this kid do it? Normally, a summoner pulling out a summon would either need to read a chant or utilize some special equipment to stow the summon. All of this gear is expensive. But now Li Qianya was certain that all the candidates in the Noah's ruins were stripped naked and didn't have a single piece of equipment. Does he even summon spells instantly? It's a little too anticlimactic. What was even more heaven-defying was the quality of these summons of Lin Yi's. Aside from that warrior-type summon that was no different from a human, Lin Yi was actually able to manipulate so many summons to fight for him at the same time. It's more than just crushing numbers anymore. Quality is crushing it too. The top floor in the council chamber. Xiao Xianyi's face stagnated. He had questioned Lin Yi's ability to manipulate summons at the same time only a short while ago. And now Lin Yi was directly showing off in front of everyone. He could manipulate more than just 3 or 2 summons at once. Instead, it's 30 or 40 of them. At this moment, Xiao Xianyi was all a bit shaken. Where is his limit, exactly? Is this his greatest asset? Looking sideways at Meng Lao. The latter's eyes were slightly narrowed, and his expression was self-conscious. Judging from his expression, Xiao Xianyi suddenly realized that this was not the beyond one's imagination card that Elder Meng had said earlier. Xiao Xianyi's heart shook. If Lin Yi's qualifications had only allowed him to give him a slight sideways glance previously. Now he would have to revisit the young man. In the copy. Although Fong Ming opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. But Lin Yi was running out of patience. In the next instant, Lin Yu drew his sword and a deadly sword chi flew out, while at the same time, the Heavenly Calamity army swarmed up. Everyone, don't panic. It only just looks scary. Sujin, Zhang Tao, you two hold on. Output follow, pull and fight. Fong Ming gritted his teeth. He was doing his best to keep his fear in check. But the sense of oppression Lin Yi and these 40-odd necromantic monsters gave him was unprecedented. Under his command, two tall, obviously warrior knight professions took the initiative to walk to the front of the crowd. Fong Ming also pulled out a large bow, and a rain of arrows smashed down like a waterfall. Even Li Zuri, who was standing at the back, had the guts to blast a few shots. The situation was so critical that it was no longer possible to consider continuing to hide the bottom card. High explosive shells were directly blasted out of him in a desperate manner. Instantly the entire battlefield was filled with smoke and broken pieces. For a moment, the firepower suppression that erupted from the collaborative efforts of this squad of more than 10 people seemed to have a real flavor to it. However, the reality is harsh. Though the smoke and fire effects pull full circle. But it didn't work. The rock lifted its wings and the gale drummed. Blowing away the battlefield smoke, instantly Fong Ming and the others felt a deep despair. Because they slammed down with a wave of output. The opposite side of the natural disaster army. Not much blood loss. At the moment, Lin Yi was surrounded by a dozen Overlord class bosses. There were also 7 or 8 of the Quasi-King rank. Those that had completely reached the King rank, similar to the Golden-Winged Rock King, there were 2 or 3 of them. The difference in value was no longer something that could be bridged by a legendary epic profession. Lin Yi saw that Fong Ming, who was the head of the opposite group of dragons, just gave himself an incomparably resentful look. Then without hesitation, he pressed the red button on his right-hand spirit crystal wristwatch. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. He voluntarily forfeited this round of exams and teleported out of the copy. With the loss of the leader, Fong Ming, the remaining people were even worse. The 2 tank-type professionals, Su Zhen and Zhang Tao, who bore the brunt of the attack, were directly knocked away by a frenzied ancient mammoth elephant and flew high. Lin Yi even heard the sound of bones cracking. Luckily, these 2 were both thick-skinned, and although they were heavily injured, it wasn't so much that they would be instantly killed in seconds. In mid-air, they also pressed the red button at the same time, teleporting out of the copy. Howl. A mutated giant bear with pitch-black pus flowing all over its body raised its paw high and was about to slap down on the head of Li Zurui, who had been completely stunned and unable to move. If this palm was slapped down, Lin Yi estimated that it would be easier than slapping a watermelon. He sighed inwardly. Though this one has always looked at himself in a bad light. But in the end, there wasn't much of a grudge. Plus, Li Yuanjing was actually nice to himself, and even helped him make up the difference in skill points to Daxia coins out of his own pocket. This favor, Lin Yi couldn't deny it. With a thought, the giant bear's claws hovered in midair. The look was a bit blank. It seemed to be wondering, hadn't the master just asked himself to kill these weak humans? Don't get out yet. Lin Yi said in a deep voice. In the next moment, the remaining 7 or 8 people on the opposite side were instantly like amnesties, and they pressed the red button with their asses in the air, escaping from the copy. Li Zurui had been so stunned and trembling that he hadn't even heard Lin Yi's words. Still, the next moment, he was teleported away. Obviously, this was being operated in the background by the examiner Li Qianya, who had been monitoring the situation within the copy. At this moment, beside Li Qianya, stood the sweating, heart-pounding Li Yuanjing. Looking at Lin Yi in the picture, Li Yuanjing was very glad that he hadn't offended Lin Yi. Otherwise, even if his son didn't die today, he would probably be half mutilated. Lin Yi watched as the previously aggressive group of people were instantly annihilated by his group, his expression joyless and sad. The Heavenly Plague army was reclaimed by him in the necromancy space, and Lin Yi returned his sword to its sheath. Are there any more monsters nearby? Lin Yi asked. Lin Yi shook her head, it's been purged. Let's go then. For the next half day. Lin Yi rode on the back of the Rock King and strolled through the entire eastern hilly region. Lin Yu, on the other hand, rode on the back of another silver-feathered Rock Queen, leading a legion of necromantic spirits as he raced through the entire area. Half a day passed. The number of necromantic legions under Lin Yi's command had skyrocketed from over 40 to over 300. And it continues to grow. This legion could mercilessly crush any monster it came across, and those that were crushed and killed in seconds would be revived by Lin Yi to become new members of the legion. The other candidates who were in the same hilly area as Lin Yi. Fear of avoidance. And even if Lin Yi ran into other candidates, unless they came to pick a fight of their own accord, they would simply ignore them. This scene directly caused Li Qianye to feel his scalp go numb. Others are here to take the test, this kid seems like he's really here to practice. You don't say, he has rushed to level 59 after this half day. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white light once again emerged from Lin Yi's body in the picture. He's up to level 60. At the same time, a series of beeps were received in the head. Ding! Congratulations on your ascension to level LV.60, it has been detected that you have permission to enter the Abyss, and you are qualified to take part in the Descending Abyss Level 0 trial. You can enter the challenge at any time. Ding! The soul weapon, Soul Elegy, absorbed enough soul fragments to raise its grade from black iron to bronze, all attribute bonuses increased. Ding! Your summoner, Lin Yu's level has increased to LV.40, and his bit pattern has advanced to the top lord level, gaining a new skill field, please go activate it. Chapter 71, 3 Legs. Last 1 hour. The series of prompts directly made Lin Yi a little confused. First up is the Descending Abyss Tier 0 trial. What's this? He had not heard of it at all before. Then there was Lin Yu's exclusive weapon, Soul's Elegy, advanced, and she herself completed her advancement. What the hell is this unlock skill slot though? Shouldn't a normal summon advancement give a new skill straight away? Could it be that Lin Yu was really so special that, like professionals, he could choose what skills to learn on his own? With this in mind, the spirit crystal wristwatch on Lin Yi's hand suddenly vibrated. The next moment, Li Qianye's somewhat serious voice rang out. Lin Yi, you just leveled up to 60, did you receive an invitation to the Abyssal Descent Trials? Lin Yi, right. Don't accept that invitation just yet, you're in the middle of an exam round right now, if you enter the Descending Abyssal Trial, your results will be nullified. I know, that's why I didn't take it. Lin Yi wasn't stupid, of course he knew this. On the other side, Li Qianye continued, the Descending Abyss Tier 0 trial is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all professionals that requires careful preparation and can only be entered at this node of level 60. Next, you can gain experience by killing the monsters within the copy as normal, but don't take the initiative to tap upgrade, it would be a great pity to miss the Descending Abyss Tier 0 trial. Hearing Li Qianye say this, Lin Yi raised his interest, what exactly is this Descending Abyss Level 0 trial? Li Qianye didn't answer Lin Yi's question head-on, he just continued, about the Descending Abyss, when the 5th round of exams is over, you can ask your seniors from Dongjiang, it's still the exams in progress, so there's no way for me to have a long call with you. This time, I'm just reminding you not to enter the Descending Abyss trial. After speaking, Li Qianye directly interrupted the communication. No one had expected that someone would be able to upgrade at such a fast pace as the 5th round of exams progressed. That's kind of unprecedented. After cutting off the communication, Lin Yi didn't continue to dwell on the Descending Abyss, but instead opened Lin Yu's panel and looked at it. First up is Soul Elegy, which just got a rank advancement. The overall attributes are substantially higher than before. Elegy of the Soul. Type, Weapon Two-Handed. Grade, Bronze 0.08%. Equipment level, LV.1. Exclusive weapon, Soulbound. Weight, 22.34 kilograms. Physical attack power plus 2044. Strength plus 871. Endurance plus 846. Spirit plus 833. Agility plus 901. Durability, never wears out. Unique effect, Soul Eater. When killing a target, it will devour the target's soul and gain a certain attribute value to add to its own basic attributes. Note, the stronger the target killed, and the higher the rank, the more attribute values will be obtained. The value of the additional attributes this gave already far exceeded the platinum-grade necromantic greatsword that Lin Yi had gotten from killing Rivendell earlier. And at this moment, the Soul Elegy's grade was only just at the bronze level. Lin Yi didn't even dare to think about how exaggerated the attributes of this weapon would be when it really advanced to the divine artifact level. After looking at the weapons, Lin Yi opened Lin Yu's panel. Tap the skill field. He did see a vacant skill bar. Meaning that she can learn any skill that fits her orthodox or side occupation line? Hiss. The mechanism is a bit anticlimactic. Lin Yi was still thinking about following up to help Lin Yu pay attention to the necromancy and warrior department related skill books now, when Lin Yu suddenly looked puzzled. Master, someone's coming again. Lin Yi sniffed and drew back his thoughts. He did run into quite a few people in the past half day. Those with hostile intent, just send them out of the copy. Without hostility, Linny didn't bother to give a damn. Don't call me master from now on, we'll just call each other by our first names from now on. Linny said this from the bottom of his heart. Lin Yu was already out of the realm of summons in every way, and Linny already saw her as a friend, or a partner. After saying these words, it was obvious that Lin Yu's delicate body trembled. She then nodded coyly. Brother Linny, I've been looking for you for a long time. We mean no harm, we are willing to give you all of our points, can you let us team up with you? Suddenly a voice soft with a hint of charm rang out behind Linny. Looking back, he saw a few girls walking over, looking at Linny in a pitiful manner. These girls are pretty good, both in terms of body and looks. For such a long time, Linny had come across quite a few people, but it was the first time he had come across someone who wanted to team up with him. But there was no waiting for Linny to speak. Linny's afterimage caught a glimpse of Lin Yu already unsheathing her sword. Without saying a word, a few lingering shadows flashed by, and necromantic sword chi erupted. In an instant, several poor sisters were sent out of the copy by Lin Yu. The entire process was the blink of an eye, not giving Linny any chance to react. Feeling Lin Yu's emotions, Linny was a bit embarrassed. Is she jealous? How dare you steal a man from me? Linny felt funny and shook his head. And didn't take the matter to heart. Lin Yu, however, was a little flustered and suddenly said, They must be unsuspicious. Sorry. Linny shook his head, there's no need to apologize, you did the right thing, I wasn't planning on teaming up with them in the first place. After this little episode, Lin Yi and Lin Yu continued practicing. The monsters in the hilly area were basically crushed and purged by Lin Yi. Lin Yi also began to consciously move towards the central area of the entire Noah's ruins. The entire Noah's ruins, the area was so large that it was almost impossible to explore them all in a day's time. As time continues to pass, Lin Yi also noticed that the sky had dimmed as well. By the end of the day it was completely black. I didn't realize that this copy had sunrise and sunset just like a small world. Without realizing it, he had already spent more than 20 hours in the copy. 23 hours have passed since the start of the 5th round of testing. The final point standings are announced. The spirit crystal wristwatch vibrated a little. Lin Yi was jolted into realization the next moment he saw the list rankings. On top of this list, there were surprisingly only 3 names left at this moment. First place, Lu Yu, points earned, 314699, team, none, location, Noah's Wreckage District. Second place, Xia Yuyan, points earned, 284,136, squad affiliation, none, location, Noah's Wreckage District. Third place, Lin Yi, points earned, 214,748, squad affiliation, none, location, Noah's Wreckage District. First and second remain the same 2 familiar names. The curiosity in Lin Yi's heart was gradually replaced by wariness. Almost there. This last hour, if you still go to the desert area and the swamp area, you might be able to pick up some monsters. But practicing isn't the main thing now. The race is going on and the laps are shrinking to the end. It's time for chicken. Lin Yi rode on King Peng's back, looking at the wreckage of Noah's giant ship under the pitch-black canopy in the extreme distance. Looking at the spirit crystal wristwatch on his hand. The 2 arrows pointing at Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu. It's completely overlapping. This means that both of these men are at this moment in the center area of Noah's wreckage location, and may have already met up. Lin Yi, all the flying beasts I sent out to scout just now are all out of contact. They are all controlled by another will. Chapter 72, Lin Yi's arrival. Heart of 10,000 Beasts versus Absolute Domain. Lin Yu frowned, a flash of disbelief appearing in his eyes. Lin Yi was similarly stunned. It was reasonable to say that both he and Lin Yu had absolute control over the monster he had resurrected. Especially Lin Yu, as the Heavenly Calamity Monarch, there was no reason why she couldn't control her legions. If there is, then it's only possible that there's a higher priority skill or effect at play. Buzz. Lin Yi sensed a terrifying mental force field erupting from the remains of the relics in the extreme distance. This force field wouldn't have even been perceived if it wasn't for the fact that he had the eyes of omniscience. And this mental force field had no effect on him or Lin Yu. However, the next moment, Lin Yi heard the entire Noah's ruins. The roars and cries of the beasts rose and fell from everywhere below. Afterwards, Linny saw countless birds and beasts of prey, all of them starting to run towards the place where that fluctuation had come from like they were mad. Frantic. The two rocks that Linny and Lin Yu were riding on actually began to stir. They actually tried to break free of Linny and Lin Yu's bonds and accelerated towards the front. I can't control it, Lin Yu exclaimed. In the next moment, both she and Linny were unexpectedly thrown off from behind by two rocks. In the midst of the panic, Linny was still calm. In the next moment, he summoned the skeleton dragon that he had existed in the necromancy space. The gargoyle catches the two. Linny began to observe the skeleton dragon's reaction. However, he found that this orthodox necromancy summoned by him was not affected by that wave of invisible fluctuations. Linny pondered for a moment as he realized the end. The invisible fluctuations that were able to compete for control were all monsters that he had temporarily drafted. And all the summons that he himself summoned. He also has absolute control. Linny rode on the back of the skeleton dragon, looking at the two rocks that kept accelerating and flying away, the corners of his mouth curving up. I don't know what's going on, but the stronger the enemy, the more thrilling it is to defeat it. Otherwise it would be too boring to push all the way across. In the center of the Noah's wreckage zone, which Linny had failed to see, the scene here was unbelievable to all those who were watching this National College entrance exam, the final round of testing. The core of Noah's ruins, where a ship-shaped wreck of 10,000 meters in length crashed. The entire wreckage is vaguely indicative of its maker's dedication and ingenuity. That's how this copy got its name. At the moment, the entire Ark wreckage area was infested with densely packed monsters and ferocious beasts in various places. All of these ferocious beasts were no longer frenzied after arriving here. Instead, they were arching around a silver-haired teenager in the center area of the ruins. The teenager looked childish in appearance and face shape, and appeared to be even only about 13 or 14 years old. In his hand at the moment, he was holding a cube that shimmered with a deep blue light. The surface of the cube shimmered with countless inscriptions that could not be understood by the people of the Blue Star world. The inscriptions looked like the product of the technological side, with traces of the magical side as well. Simply by holding it in his hand, the silver-haired teenager Lu Yu felt as if there was an endless amount of power surging into his body. His profession is an epic one. And it is the only profession whose name Heart of all beasts. Not only was he able to freely morph into any flying birds and beasts in the blue planet and the abyssal world, but he was also able to control other monsters within a certain range of the surrounding area in an extremely domineering manner. The more monsters he manipulated, the higher the bonuses he insta-got. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yu's current limit was to control 332 monsters at the same time, and the level couldn't be higher than Lord level. But with the injection of energy from this deep blue cube in his hand at the moment, all the monsters in the entire Noah's ruins, all of them submitted to him. This round of exams, the winners and losers have been divided. Li Qianye made a judgment. Boss, what he's holding in his hand should be the reactor core module of Noah's Ark, right? Li Qianye nodded. This is the most valuable copy prop in this abyssal copy. Able to extremely greatly add to the effects of all professional skills of all professionals. Originally, his strength was in between Xia Yuyan, and now that he got this key prop, this year's number one, it's not him. Being the examiner for the 5th round. He also came up with the questions for this year's test. Naturally, he had long ago figured out the copy of Noah's legacy. He knew the effects of the Ark reactor core module better than anyone. This item doesn't allow for the advancement of a professional's own skills though. But it will allow it to evolve. Although the skill level was the same, the effect had changed drastically. This kind of magical effect, at present, Li Qianye has only seen this special prop in this copy, but unfortunately this prop is copy bound, there is no way to take it out of the copy. Between thoughts, Lu Yu in the picture suddenly realized something and looked up into the darkness in front of him. In the darkness, nothing could be seen. However, the beastly perception given to Lu Yu by the tens of thousands of ferocious beast monsters present told him that someone was coming. Is it Sister Yu Yan? You're still a step too late. Oh, there's no way I can lose now. Why don't you just give up? Lu Yu revealed a kind smile as he looked at the invisible figure in the darkness ahead and inclined his head to laugh. Though the words on his lips told the other to give up. But the next moment, Lu Yu struck out. Only one hand was seen raised. Instantly, the right arm morphed at an extremely terrifying speed, becoming a monster giant claw that was 100 meters in length. It smashed down hard towards where Xia Yuyan was. Boom! With this smash, instantly the ground surface in front of Lu Yu was directly smashed out by him into a pit several meters deep. This was the terrifyingly strange power that he had obtained after taking charge of the 10,000 beasts. At every turn, the law of the heavens and the earth. However, the next moment, Lu Yu's face changed. He violently felt his enlarged right arm being cut off raw by something. Domain, broken air. Out of nothingness came the soft murmur of a young girl. Put. Hot blood sprayed out as Lu Yu's giant right arm was chopped off directly from the root. The 100-meter-long severed arm didn't even have time to hit the ground. In the next moment, a large amount of blood and broken flesh burst out once again. The entire giant arm was unexpectedly cut into billions of pieces by an unknown force in a matter of moments. It eventually dissipated with the wind. Subsequently, a silhouette wrapped in a light blue fitted vestment slowly emerged from a darkness. What gave you the illusion that I would lose? Xia Yuyan's eyes lowered. There doesn't seem to be an ounce of emotion in it. The words fell. Lu Yu's face revealed a mere moment of surprise. He then resumed that harmless fake smile. The broken right arm, surprisingly, recovered as before in the next instant. For the heart of all beasts, this level of self-healing ability wasn't something to be surprised about. Lu Yu clapped his hands and laughed. Aya, sister is so powerful. But you can't win against me with just that. The teenager's words seemed to be heartfelt. Hastily, he looked up into the sky. At the same time, Xia Yuyan also turned her head slightly sideways, her eyes looking towards the sky, at the skeleton dragon that flew in from not far away. As well as the other teenager on the back of the giant dragon, sitting in an extremely lazy sitting position, resting his chin on his right hand and watching their battle with interest. Lin Yi arrived on the scene. At this moment, the entire Grand Xia, the strongest three of the younger generation, met here. Chapter 73 Final Battle. Lin Yi vs Xia Yuyan. Even though Lin Yi himself had just arrived. But he had actually taken in that scene just now with the help of the Eye of Omniscience. Even the conversation between the two was heard. Well, it fit well with his own fantasies about the entire Xia, the two strongest people of his own generation. Each one is a king of pussy. Seeing Lin Yi arrive, Lu Yu seemed a little disgruntled. You're the one who killed all the monsters in the entire snowy mountain and hilly areas? If it weren't for you, I'd have a bit more company at this moment. Lin Yi swept his eyes at the countless ferocious beasts and monsters surrounding Lu Yu. Gazing at Lu Yu again. Instantly he raised an eyebrow. The heart of the beast? No wonder his two rock mounts were out of order. Because before they became necromantic creatures, these two monsters could be considered bird and beast species. If we really want to talk about permissions, with the support of the Arc Reactor Core module, it was indeed Lu Yu who had higher permissions. Well, it looks like the concept of trying to use the Celestial Calamity Army to push the remaining two directly across the board has completely failed. You may have to show some real cards yourself, too. I'm in a hurry. You're all going to lose anyway, so let's go together. Xia Yuyan didn't even look at Lin Yi squarely. Or rather, the other two people present at the moment couldn't even get into her eyes. Within the realm, she had no enemy. From birth, that is. She just needed to upgrade and complete the transfer quests in a step-by-step manner. Within 10 years, there will be a place for her in the great summer god of war. Xia Yuyan is very proud. But her pride came from her terrifying record of not having lost a single battle so far. Whether it's the same rank or crossing over, she was able to finish crushing them all. It wasn't like she didn't have the power to fight even if she faced some high-turning elders. The strongest, most invincible person of the younger generation of Daxia. No need for her to say so explicitly, others would have given that assessment. Sister Yuyan, you stole my lines again. Obviously it should be the two of you together, right? Lu Yu yelled in dissatisfaction. In the sky, Lin Yi then let out a light laugh. I won't interrupt, you guys continue. The winner of this battle was for Lin Yi. In fact, it has been known for a long time. But he just enjoys the process. That is, of course, if both below choose to prioritize themselves as a third party. Lin Yi didn't mind going down to participate in the battle himself. Alas, Sister Yuyan, although it's a bit dishonorable to win against you this time because of the copy props. But it's better than not winning once. Both Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan seemed to have a tacit understanding. They didn't bother with Lin Yi in the sky. It seemed like the real duel had nothing to do with Lin Yi, a stranger. The winner would just emerge between them, and once one of them won, crushing Lin Yi would be all but a nail in the coffin. Plus, the two seemed to have known each other. Moreover, in the previous battles, the silver-haired teenager, Lu Yu, should not have won against Xia Yuyan even once. So there must be resentment in his heart. It was unknown what kind of orders Lu Yu had actually given to the beasts. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts on the scene, their eyes instantly became as red as blood. All of them have grown more than a third in size. Lin Yi's eyes stared. He was able to see that just in the blink of an eye, this teenager had given tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, 3 or 4 gain statuses attached to them. And every one of them is strong. It even made the bits of these ferocious beasts all directly skyrocket by half a rank. Poof! Poof! The sound of a heartbeat like a war drum also came from Lin Yi's ears. That sound of tens of thousands of monsters present, beating their hearts together at the same time, at the same moment. At this moment, all the beasts are one. Berserk! Bloodlust! Increase! In the council chamber, Xiao Xianyi couldn't help but recite the names of the skills he knew as he watched Lu Yu finally hand over all his cards. This kid has actually raised all his skills to the 5th rank already. With the core module's boost, these 4 5th order skills, the gain given is too terrifying. This last state is the Blood Beast Alliance. This is a 6th rank skill, he really put up a fight. Facing tens of thousands of enhanced ferocious beasts, Xia Yuyan responded. Still bland. Buzz. A light blue field aperture. Instantly centered on Xia Yuyan's feet, it rapidly expanded until it enveloped a range of several hundred meters. All the ferocious beasts that entered within Xia Yuyan's domain. In the next moment it would be an unknown decapitation, cutting off an arm, a thigh, or even a direct waist cut. However, these ferocious beasts suffered such heavy damage. Surprisingly, it will be as good as new the next second. Including those ferocious beasts that were girded and decapitated. It seems that they have gained immortality. Haha, my partners are immortal. Sister Yuyan, your broken air domain, I cracked it. Oh. Lu Yu's expression was a bit grim. Opening this state was not really easy for him. It was also extremely draining on him. But it was worth it. Other than Xiao Xianyi and Elder Meng who could see the clues, none of the others could see exactly how Lu Yu had managed to do this. Except for Lin Yi. Bloodswear Beast Alliance, for a duration that causes all your summoned beasts to share lifesteal, and all summoned beasts will not die until their lifesteal totals are emptied. There's one thing to say about this buff in the event that there aren't enough summoned beasts to go around. It's actually okay. But at this moment, with Lu Yu taking control of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with the help of the core module, it would be somewhat invincible. The total combined life value of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts would be a very terrifying number. Xia Yuyan's icy cold eyes still did not have the slightest fluctuation. It seemed that Lu Yu's desperation was still not the slightest threat to her. You disappoint me a little. Even after gaining such a great bonus, it's still nothing more than that. Field, muted. In Lu Yu's somewhat incredulous gaze, Xia Yuyan switched the field state. It went from domain, broken air to domain, muted. Moreover, the enfolding range of this domain was 7 or 8 times larger than that of the broken sky. The dark gray muted field enveloped Lu Yu and the countless ferocious beasts as much as it could. Soon, the special effects of this field were displayed. Those ferocious beasts that Lu Yu had attached the effects of berserking bloodlust as well as taking Blood Beast Alliance had instantly lost all their bonuses. It turned into its previous ordinary look. Lin Yi, who was also enveloped by this field, also realized. All of one's skills below the 6th rank were all unusable. It's time to end it. Domain overlay, Searing Inferno. Blazing flames, terrifyingly high temperatures, the crimson scorching Inferno domain was superimposed on top of the gray muted domain. Instantly the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts present turned into flying dust. The scene is extremely impactful. Even Lin Yi, who had already known that this was the outcome, had to say a brilliant. Fake smiling teen Lu Yu stopped smiling. As the heart of all beasts, at this moment when all the summoned beasts were all killed in battle, the death knell of defeat had already sounded. Oh who? You bully! You wait! I'm going to tell my grandpa. In the next moment, Lu Yu actively chose to press the red button and exit the copy. The arc reactor core module that he had previously held in his hands. It was also picked up by Xia Yuyan. She raised her head and looked towards Lin Yi, who was in the sky, riding on the back of a dragon with an equally bland expression. Your turn. The battle of the endgame has officially arrived. Chapter 74 Domain Shattering. The Seventh Order rose their hands in respect. Xia Yuyan's hand was holding the arc reactor core module the next instant. Her domain began to expand at an extremely terrifying speed in an instant. If anything, the core module had allowed Lu Yu's control over summoned beasts to break through from 300 to 10,000. The effect on Xia Yuyan, then, was that all of her domain effects had not only evolved, but the coverage area had also expanded from the kilometer level to the 10,000 meter level. However, in the next moment, Xia Yuyan directly threw this dark blue Rubik's Cube onto the ground. Her pride. She is not allowed to use this extra bonus ability. Losing the module bonus, Xia Yuyan's field returned to normal. Because when facing Lin Yi, she didn't need to utilize these out-of-body objects to win easily. It's over, let's go get it. This kid got lucky, he was supposed to be third, now it's not bad to be second. Notify those in the publicity team to debug it as soon as possible, it's going to be released nationally soon. Li Qianye saw this. Stand up and get ready to leave the invigilation room. Go handle the aftermath of this round of exams. The suspense is gone. Xia Yuyan was frighteningly strong. No one survived under the field. In the council chamber, Xiao Xianyi also revealed a smile. Elder Meng, now you should always admit that Xia Yuyan should win, right? I'll admit, he's done a good enough job as a regular professional to give me a lot of shocks, but that's where it ends. Li Qianye or Xiao Xuanyi. Even Li Yuanjing, who was watching the battle at the moment, and Qi Guoguang, who was watching the battle in Dongjiang province. Everyone had their judgment in mind. This endgame. The suspense was lost at the start. Lin Yi has a 0% chance of winning, always hiding their true strength. It's really about the fear that what you're showing is just too shocking, causing unnecessary trouble. But now after seeing these two perverts, Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan, he just realized. The entire Blue Star, known as the #1 comprehensive strength of Daxia. There's no shortage of talent. Since the country's top brass tolerated them, they must also tolerate themselves. Well, there's no point in hiding it yourself. Let's start with the Seventh Order in honor. Afterwards, Lin Yi casually pointing to Xia Yuyan in the center of the field. In the next moment, Xia Yuyan's face changed, and the high temperature of the entire scorching Inferno domain, in this instant, plummeted. With Lin Yi at the center, the entire scorching flame domain even began to form a white frost. This scene directly fooled everyone. What's going on? Why could he not only be fine under the superimposition of the two domains, but instead, he was able to invisibly reverse the effect of the entire domain? Now the searing Inferno field looked as if it had failed. It wouldn't even be wrong to rename it Ice-Cold Fields. This can't be right. Domain mute, capable of sealing off all skills up to rank 6 and dispelling all gain effects up to rank 6. Why, he can still use skills. Xiao Xianyi was a bit confused. He doesn't understand. Can't figure it out either. In his opinion, Lin Yi should have instantly turned into flying ash to match expectations. Wait, this magic wave. This is the Seventh Order. Elder Meng gave Xiao Xianyi, who was fussing at the side, a meaningful look. The look seemed to say, "You're just now realizing that?" Ice 7th rank, soul sealing. An aura appeared in Meng Lao's eyes. A few words came out of his mouth. He'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. A long time in the upper echelons, plus a terrifying strength. He had long ago discovered that Lin Yi possessed the ability to cast high-level skills. But everything that has happened to this kid since the 5th round of exams has been too weak. He'd be able to push across the entire Noah's ruins entirely with his Necromancer-type summons. If Xia Yuyan hadn't been a qualified opponent, even Elder Meng wasn't sure at the moment which tier Lin Yi's true strength was at. Now he's sure. He was, literally, able to use skills that surpassed the 6th rank or higher. 7th order skills. These thoughts are nothing more than something that arises in a moment. And the copy. What happened in that split second caused Li Qianye and the others, who had just stood up, to sit down again. Because, that high and mighty, that unrivaled Xia Yuyan. In her own dual realm. By a piece of crystal clear cold ice, completely frozen in it. And the shock Lin Yi brought them was more than that. Jin. A clear dragon roar resounded throughout the Noah's ruins. In the next moment, the pitch-black sky was dyed red with crimson fire. A huge dragon composed entirely of pure fire element flapped its wings like a shooting star, cutting through the sky. Subsequently, the blazing dragon breath fell like a heavenly waterfall, sweeping across the remains of Noah's wreckage in the center of the entire relic. The path naturally included Xia Yuyan, who was completely controlled by the 7th Order Ice Soul Seal. In the middle of the ice at the moment, Xia Yuyan's expression was more than a little stunned. She finally realized at this moment. Why was her domain no longer effective against the teenager in front of her? The muted field can only target up to the 6th rank. And he struck out at the 7th degree. And it was a dual system 7th rank. 7th ranked fire skills, compared to the scorching Inferno domain, naturally Lin Yi's proficiency and control of the fire element on her side far exceeded that of her domain. Click. Collapse. As the dragon's breath swept through, Xia Yuyan's dual domains, completely shattered. Chapter 75, The Yen Emperor reappears. What mortal flame burns? On the large screen. In a sea of fire, only Lin Yi remained standing calmly in place. The firelight was bright, and Lin Yi's shadow was dragged long, shining on the remains of the ark in the distance, adding to the sense of oppression. Li Qianye closed his open mouth. The shocking effect of 2 7th ranked spells was unparalleled. Even he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw Lin Yi at the moment. Necromancy, fire, wind, ice. He'll have too many. But it's biased and proficient in all of them. The shock Lin Yi had given him during this exam was completely incomparable to anyone else. If only appreciated previously. Now Li Qianye was just impressed with Lin Yi. The twists and turns of this endgame have happened so dramatically and so quickly. Just now, he'd thought that Lin Yi was going to be seconded. Who knew he'd end up being the one counter-seconding someone else? Li Qianye stood up. It should really be over this time, let's go pick up the people. At the other end of the wall from the invigilator's room, the executives of the Provincial Education Department's organizational units who were responsible for delivering the exams. Eyes were protruding. That's right, it's only the 5th round of the NCAA. That's right, both candidates are only 2 turns away. That's right, most of them, in a real fight, can't really beat either of these two. Li Yuanjing was even more excited and trembling. If it is not a not-so-good influence, he may even have to make a sound now, and make a big noise. This is our strongest young generation in Dongjiang. No. After today, it should be the entire Xia, the strongest young generation. The first examination center of the East River. Qi Guoguang sat in his chair. Looking at Lin Yi on the big screen, he couldn't stop trembling. It's him. It's really him. All the dust has settled. He recalled being outside of Pale Blue City. At the time, he was flying in the air and Lin Yi was outside the city gates. That's stunner. Everything makes sense. In this era, there really was a new star that was going to rise into the sky of the Grand Xia, and the light that had blossomed out might be even greater than the blazing sun. In the copy. Lin Yi looked at the center of the fire and smoke. Somewhat sighing, the strength of that domain you affix to your body is a bit high, surprisingly it can carry my heavenly flame dragon breath. Lin Yi's words caused all the spectators to freeze. In the next moment, they were shocked to realize that Xia Yuyan had been bombarded by 2 7th ranked magic spells, but she hadn't even fallen on the spot. The cold ice melted, and Xia Yuyan's hair was strewn about her neck, making her look incomparably wretched. There was also a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Yi's attack just now had injured her vigorously. Countless transparent flakes, like glass, peeled off from the surface of her body. It then shattered and disappeared. It was a miniature field that had been covering the surface of Xia Yuyan's body since she debuted. It was this layer of personalized domain protection that allowed Xia Yuyan to resist Lin Yi's 7th rank magic. What a keen observation. Xiao Xianyi also sent praise for Lin Yi this time. He's been that way before because of the spectator perspective and the clarity of the OB footage through the bracelet. Wasn't there after all? So he also ignored this protective field of Xia Yuyan's. At the moment, it was combined with Xia Yuyan's skill set. He quickly recognized the skill. Field, Veto. The ability to repel all other objects, attacks, and even energy within the field. Is she now able to manage to completely cover the surface of her body with this field? Xiao Xianyi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Marvel at Xia Yuyan's persistence and hard work. Because he knows that this field is too special. Although the effect was extremely terrifying, the cost of using it was also very exaggerated. Because of the repulsive effect of this field. It will even ostracize the field releaser himself. Covering the entire body surface meant that Xia Yuyan was enduring great pain all the time. This is the price of that absolute field. Xia Yuyan had never experienced such a wretched moment. She was already furious in her heart. And the desire to win has finally made her throw off her previous pride. She realized that Lin Yi wasn't a prey to be ravished by her. At this moment the roles of hunter and prey had long since finished switching. She picked up the blue cube on the floor that she had just discarded like it was hers. Lin Yi just watched and didn't try to stop it. Because this was supposed to be the copy prop she was supposed to get her hands on. According to the normal process, Xia Yuyan and Lu Yu were the ones who arrived first as well as the wreckage area, getting this prop and getting nothing wrong with it. On the other hand, this thing was useless to Lin Yi. Because of skill evolutions and whatnot. He has played badly. Xia Yuyan held the arc reactor core module in her right hand, and instantly felt a vast and majestic power that continuously surged into her body. The injuries he had just sustained were completely repaired in almost a few breaths. In the meantime, the entire 10 layers of transparent light film condensed in an instant, and then perfectly covered Xia Yuyan's body surface. Fields, veto, 10 times stronger. In addition to this, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 red, 3 entire domains, centered on Xia Yuyan, began to spread outwards. Domain, Rift. Domain, Dead Silence. Domain, Annihilation. At this moment, the threefold domains had all been evolved. And overlapping each other. Within this absolute realm, all things shall perish. A threefold field, thoroughly unfolded. Buzz. An incomparably thick sound of space breaking and cutting rang out. The blue light appeared. Lin Yi was vertically severed from the center by this spatial fracture chop. The fire brought about by the Annihilation domain melted all the cold ice that Lin Yi had previously created. The next step in the melting process would be Lin Yi. It seemed that the battle, at last, had come to an end. The change of events in the battle arena left Li Qianye completely unable to react in time. He didn't even have time to save Lin Yi. Done. Such an excellent seedling is about to fall here? However, the next second, everyone heard a sigh. I didn't want to use it, the cooldown is just too long. It's time to end it. It was Lin Yi's voice. His voice seemed a little different from the lethargy and easygoing nature of before. In its place, there was more of an unquestionable, disdainful flavor. Li Qianye, who had just stood up, sat down again. This was because he saw that in the image, Lin Yi, who had been directly sliced in half by the rift chop, didn't have any drops of blood coming out of the chopping wound. Instead, a few wisps of dark blue flame emerged. The next moment these wisps of flame emerged. The crimson-red annihilation field that belonged solely to Xia Yuyan. Instant collapse. Click. Avalanche. How can mortal fire burn before the fire of the Most High? Tai. Inside the council chamber. Elder Meng, who had always been very calm, jerked to his feet. Only then did Xiao Xianyi realize that this truly powerful person who stood at the top of the Great Xiao's battle power had instantly disappeared. In the invigilation room, Meng Lao's figure on his crutches surfaced violently. Then in the next instant when Li Qianye didn't have time to react, the walking stick in Elder Meng's hand flicked a little. In the next moment, the entire Spirit Crystal OB device had melted into a pile of scorching residue by him. The in-copy OB video in front of everyone followed. All disappeared. Chapter 76 Broken Layer Crush. After Lin Yi, there were no more geniuses. What's going on? Malfunctioned? What the hell? It's getting exciting. What's going on? Shouldn't that kid have been decapitated? Why is he still alive and kicking? What's with the blue flames? Did you guys see that? That searing flame domain of Xia Yuyan seems to have collapsed once again. No, don't malfunction at this point. The entire Xia, those who were watching the 5th round of the final battle, were all Spartan. The mouth says mom and pop and the heart runs like a grasshopper. What is the difference between that and an inch stop? They were eager to see how the battle would end. Both are too strong. It's really too strong. It was a break-level strong that could completely crush all of the younger generations of this session of the Great Summer. This level of confrontation was so meaning they could only even see in the Global Professionals Olympic Tournament, which was only held every 4 years. I didn't think I'd be watching a national high school test today. Just let them open their eyes. The first examination center of the East River. Chi Guoguan looked at the big screen, which had fallen into total darkness, in a daze. Then sweaty hairs exploded all over his body. That flash of dark blue flame. The supreme glimpse that looks out of the corner of the eye. The next moment, he understood everything. The Imperial General Department of Education, in the top floor council chamber. Countless senior officers of the Daxia General Administration of Education looked at each other in dismay. Xiao Xianyi looked at the screen that had fallen into a flowery white color. If you think about it. Took a deep breath. Only he knew why Meng Lao did it. Because it was likely that what Lin Yi was going to show next would trigger the coveting of countless forces across the Blue Star. He was protecting two of Daxia's top talents. In the invigilation room, Li Qianye was confused. Meng Lao. What are you doing here? Although he knew that this big brother had most likely been observing this round of tests, Li Qianye didn't dare to imagine that he would even be able to see him with his own eyes. There's no other OB footage coming out, right? Meng Lao was imposing and questioned Li Qianye. Li Qianye nodded. Nope, the source of the relay stream is right here with us. No one should be able to know what's going on in the copy right now. Meng Lao nodded, then continued, everyone under your hand. Within today, the S-classified death warrant must be signed. Everything you have just seen and heard is strictly confidential. Those who do not sign will be executed in accordance with the relevant laws. And count the people who have watched the broadcast of this round of exams across the country today, and perform the associated memory wiping process. Violators will be executed. After speaking, Meng Lao's figure disappeared. Li Qianye stayed where he was. Chills down the back of my spine. Class S classified deadly deed. This is a death contract of absolute secrecy that is to be honored for the rest of one's life after signing it. If the secret in question was revealed, the power of the law in the death contract would directly execute the leaker on the spot. And if you don't sign this S-class death contract, you will end up being executed on the spot. And they've been considered the lucky ones. At least they won't be missing a memory. That moment just now. What the hell happened? Let Meng Lao make such a big deal out of it. No matter how much it takes to start such a tedious and harsh process, it is important that this videotaped material be known only to a very small number of people. Others are more likely to forget what they saw. Noah's legacy. Xia Yuyan looked at Lin Yi's posture at the moment, and a burst of instinctive heart palpitations from intuition and inspiration caused her to feel emotions she had never felt before. Fear. Even. This is impossible. Xia Yuyan could not comprehend the situation at this moment. Just a cluster of dark blue flames made her domain, which had already evolved to the quasi-7th rank as well, Annihilation shatter in an instant. At the same time, another of his own domains cracked the air. There were hundreds of spatial chopping strikes per second. Nor did it have the slightest effect on the Lin Yi in front of him. It was as if his flesh and blood had vanished without a trace. Turned and sublimated into a higher level of existence. Tens of thousands of meters in the air above the battlefield between the two. A figure slowly emerged. Elder Meng leaned on his cane and stood still in the void. Eyes gazing at the battle below. Previously, at the sight of the dark blue flames bursting out of Lin Yi's body, it was nothing more than a glimpse. Without looking at it, he was forced to cut off the OB feed by himself. Witness this moment with your own eyes. Meng Lao was really sure of one thing. More than 10 days ago. The Abyssal Demon Emperor who had just uploaded to the database, codenamed the Abyssal Realm Yen Emperor, turned out to be Lin Yi himself. It was only during this brief moment of reflection that Meng realized that Lin Yi had already completed his metamorphosis. Dark blue flames covered every corner of Lin Yi's body surface. Or rather, he himself had become the embodiment of flame at the moment. He himself then broke free of gravity and began to rise ever higher. It was already nighttime in the ruins of Noah. It was as if a great blue flame sun had risen anew from beneath the horizon. The blinding light made Xia Yuyan almost unable to open her eyes, and her body felt like it was being scorched by the hot sun. Lin Yi suddenly raised his head to look somewhere high in the sky. The eyes crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and focused on Meng Lao, who was hidden in the canopy in dark shadows. Meng Lao's eyes once again blossomed into a burst of brilliant light. He can see me? This kid. And the bottom card? Lin Yi merely glanced at Meng Lao and quickly withdrew his gaze. Looking down at Xia Yuyan, who had already withdrawn all of her domains, leaving behind only the body protection domain, Veto. Lin Yi opened his 5 fingers. God's fire. Heavenly signs. The sun in the sky. It was like a helium flash, bursting with the most incandescent light. Subsequently. Boom! The entire space of Noah's ruins trembled. The wreckage of the ark and the vegetation on the surface were instantly annihilated and vaporized by the terrifying heat. Swamps and lakes evaporate in a matter of moments. Elder Meng's face in the high altitude changed. He could clearly see the 17 domains covering Xia Yuyan's body as Lin Yi unleashed the might of this skill before it had fully exploded. Veto. The same was directly vaporized and crumbled. No good. Meng Lao's heart sank. Immediately, without continuing to watch, he made a flash. Appeared beside Xia Yuyan. A little bit of cane. An emerald green ripple rippled out. Protect Xia Yuyan in it. At the same time, the divine flame heavenly conquest officially broke out. A nuclear explosion descended on the entire ruins. Meng Lao, who was located right in the middle of the nuclear explosion, was unharmed under the shelter of the emerald green ripples. However, the searing heat that hit his face still made him marvel at the terrifying power of Lin Yi's skill. Top of the 8th order. No, close to the power of the 9th rank. This kid. Although he had previously seen through Lin Yi's deeply hidden undercard at a glance, when this undercard was truly exposed, Meng Lao still misjudged its terrifying strength. Are Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan geniuses? This question was even thrown to the great Xia's war god level powerhouses. The answer received was also yes. But the so-called geniuses also have gaps. After that, the entire young generation of Xia. After Lin Yi, there would be no one else to call a genius. Elder Meng looked at Xia Yuyan, who had been saved by him but was already scorched black and in a coma, and sighed. That's enough, kid, you win. Chapter 77, 5 rounds of perfect scores, number 1 in the country. In the sky, Lin Yi had also long since seen what was happening below. Being in the center of the nuclear explosion of his own divine flame heavenly sign, not only was he unharmed, but he also seemed to be swimming with ease. This old man, so strong. What does he want? Could it be this whatever Xia Yuyan's relatives' elders? At this moment, Lin Yi even wanted to slam down a fire-forbidden spell and slip away. It couldn't be helped, it was kind of Lin Yi's stress reaction. However, after looking around for a while and seeing that the old man didn't have any hostility towards him, Lin Yi realized that it was his old habit of always thinking the worst again. Judging from the strength this old man had shown so far, even if he really summoned the 8 desolate heavenly meteor to smash down, odds are he can't be killed either. Right in the middle of Lin Yi's rambling thoughts, the entire copy of Noah's ruins began to tremble violently. The remains of Noah's Ark located on the surface. It's the centerpiece of this whole copy. And the Ark reactor core module that was previously held tightly in Xia Yuyan's hands. At the moment it had shattered into a pile of grayish-white powder. Lost this core cube. The entire wreckage of Noah was also completely vaporized and annihilated by Lin Yi's divine flame heavenly sign. So, what happened in the city of the passing light, Fei Krakkane, should soon be played out in the ruins of Noah. Lin Yi saw a large number of spatial rifts appearing all over the replica. The entire copy space, all of it, began to destabilize. The fall towards a deeper abyss is already a matter of time. Go! Elder Meng from below shouted. The next moment, Lin Yi felt that he too was wrapped in that emerald green ripple. After a moment of heavenly spinning, when he gained vision again, Lin Yi realized that he had already appeared in the same underground hall that he had been in before entering the copy earlier. In the Invigilation room. Soon after, the affairs group that had been in charge of managing the elimination of candidates sent a message to Li Qianya. Just now, the last 2 remaining candidates in this copy of Noah's ruins had all come out. Li Qianya only felt his brain buzzing. It's over? That's the end of it? It was a long time before Meng came to shut down the entire OB unit. It's been less than half a minute, hasn't it? The 5th round, the final battle, just ended suddenly? So, who won? Holding this great curiosity, Li Qianya rushed to the previous copy's entrance hall as fast as he could. He saw the door to the replica. Meng Lao was standing there, talking to another person. And that person was clearly Lin Yi. At the same time, there were several teams of clergy professionals on the side who were responsible for treating and giving first aid to the eliminated candidates. On the stretcher lay a man with closed eyes, scorched black and somewhat miserable. Vaguely, I could still tell that it was Xia Yuyan. Who wins and who loses? The end has been revealed. Li Qianye took a deep breath. He couldn't understand it anymore. 10-tier field, Vito added, how did she get hurt like this? If Elder Meng hadn't stepped in, wouldn't Xia Yuyan be completely dead at this moment? However, what exactly happened inside the replica after the broadcast cut off, he might not know for the rest of his life. Thinking so, Li Qianye secretly made a decision in his heart. Simply go ahead and clean the memory pull down yourself as well. Otherwise it's a bit painful to carry this doubt and curiosity with you for the rest of your life. Elder Meng glanced at Li Qianye. Then look around at a circle of other candidates. Lightly announced the result of this examination. He pointed at Lin Yi, the final winner of this round. Let's take the score as a perfect score. After instructing Li Qianye, Elder Meng looked towards Lin Yi and spoke, kid, follow. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. Another look at Xia Yuyan, who was lying dying on the stretcher. There was some apprehension. You didn't hide it yourself after all. LOL, what was shown, or was it too scary? Lin Yi followed behind Meng Lao, passing by other candidates who had been eliminated earlier. Lin Yi realized that all of these people were looking at him with an expression of awe like they had seen a ghost. And completely afraid to come within 3 meters of his side. Lin Yi was a bit confused. It seems like you're not that scary, right? These people should also have only seen themselves commanding an army of necrotic sky scourge, right? What's the point of being so scared? Li Qianye similarly saw this scene. He watched as Lin Yi disappeared into the end of the dark corridor after Meng Lao. A hint of jealousy surfaced in his heart. If Lu Yu and Xia Yuyan were a breakneck crush on the other candidates taking the 5th round of exams this time around, then Lin Yi, too, was faultlessly crushing Xia Yuyan. The two sides were not on the same power level at all. From now on, looking at the entire Great Xia, the younger generation, Lin Yi is the highest mountain and the longest river. Just as Li Qianye was in a daze. Boom! The entire underground space began to vibrate. Subsequently, Li Qianye was shocked to realize that the Noah's Ruins copy entrance light curtain was shrinking and collapsing at an extremely fast speed. In the copy, what happened? What's going on? In the next moment, everyone in the entire underground space once again received a Blue Star World notice. Copy closure notice. Attention all Blue Star professionals, the 5-player copy of the Surface Abyss, Noah's Ruins has been destroyed due to the destruction of the core module of the copy's core arc reactor, and the structure of the copy has been destroyed to the core. With immediate effect, the copy is permanently delisted from the sequence of copies of the Surface Abyss. Thereafter all professionals will not be able to enter the copy into, the final passer of the copy, will be included in the global copy of the Hall of Fame. Li Qianye looked towards the back of Lin Yi, who had already followed Elder Meng out the door. A deep shock appeared in his heart. Ha! A copy of Noah's Legacy that just disappeared? Last one through. Wouldn't that be Lin Yi? Li Qianye had previously known that Lin Yi had already cleared a certain copy of the Abyssal Trial when he took the Provincial exam. And by some coincidence, it also made it into the Global Copy Hall of Fame. Now, his Hall of Fame record, another one? Kid, you've done well and are alert enough to know how to hide yourself. Only what you've hidden impresses my old bones. Also, you hit a little hard. In the darkened corridor, Elder Meng's words took on an appreciative and compassionate tone. This made Lin Yi feel slightly relieved in his heart. It seemed that this old man should represent the entire Xia, the real top level, right? They treated themselves as if they were okay? It wasn't too shocking to see his ascended form. Well, come to think of it, there are countless strong people in the entire blue planet. It was possible that an 8th-ranked alienated fire magic could deter the vast majority of people, but it could not deter these people who truly held power and supreme strength. Still, Lin Yi carefully and jokingly tried, "You're not going to take me to some lab and deconstruct me for research, are you?" Elder Meng, who was walking in front of him, stalled in his steps. Then lost in laughter, "What do you think we are, man-eating monsters? And, brat, don't get too cocky. Although you're strong now and have a lot of growth potential, if you die young, you're nothing. Do you know how many countries, organizations, and individuals are now eyeing our Grand Xia? For you teenage geniuses, you can't wait to get rid of them? Chapter 78 Attitude of the Higher-Ups, Receiving Rewards. Within our human race, it is inherently impossible to be completely united. People get into disputes with each other for all sorts of reasons, let alone between nations. In addition to this, the entire abyssal world, thousands of otherworldly civilizations, are itching to eat our blue star civilization alive. The resources of the entire universe are limited, and the only way for civilizations to develop and survive is to fight and plunder each other to the death. Mang Lao made some remarks. It made Lin Yi truly realize for the first time the crisis facing Daxia and even the entire blue star human race at the moment. And also experienced the vision and pattern of this old man, and even the entire Daxia hierarchy. Their level of consciousness has reached the stage of a survival of civilization. Although Lin Yi admired it, he honestly didn't want to stand on such a high level and scrutinize everything. The reason for the desire for power and to become stronger is simply just to have a foothold in this world. Alright, far from it, reintroduce myself, my name is Meng Yuanzhou, just call me Elder Meng. You just need to know that I'm telling you this today just to let you know. We, 4-1, value talent. You, Xia Yuyan, Lu Yu, and even all the candidates who were able to enter the 5th round. In the future, all must be able to do something. You are the descendants who will continue our payload, as well as the hope of the great Xia, and even the entire human race. So we will do whatever it takes to protect you and thrive as well. I can see that you're more mature than everyone else, like you've got a dozens of years old soul in your 18-year-old body, huh? Meng Yuanzhou laughed out loud to himself at the end of his sentence. Lin Yi was relieved at this point. If the higher-ups of Daxia really want to turn against themselves. To be honest, Lin Yi realized that he didn't have much room to struggle. He's strong. But with these living for hundreds of years, skills, equipment, talent, martial spirit, he really wasn't good enough compared to the strongest person who pulled full strings in every aspect. Alright, enough with the small talk, Lin Yi, I think highly of you. I've learned about your family background, and now I know a little bit more about you personally, and I don't want you to fall to an untimely death at some point in the future. We've been through too many hard lessons. So I must remind you to keep up your present good habit of caution. In this world, there are so many skills, props, territory effects, spirit crystal spells. Beyond our imagination. Without attracting the attention of those who are interested, what do you young people have a saying? Oh, yeah, just stay in the game and don't make waves. But you're now the #1 in the country for this year's college entrance exams, there's no way to hide that anymore, it's just something you can keep an eye on yourself. The rest of the time, I want you to harmonize with the light and collect your sharpness, and when you achieve the day of the god of war, when this world can't do anything about you, you can be as wild as you want. Lin Yi nodded, humbly accepting the instruction, I will, Elder Meng. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Meng Yuanzhou was very relieved. He suddenly remembered something and inquired, right, you were in the copy just now, you've already leveled up to 60, right? Received an invitation to enter level 0 of the Descending Abyss? Lin Yi nodded. He happened to want to inquire about the Descending Abyss. Meng Yuanzhou said, I'll make it short. You should already have a basic understanding of the Abyss. The City of Gone Light and Noah's ruins that you experienced are both a type of abyssal copy. But these copies are, in fact, all surface copies of the Abyss. You can visualize the abyssal world as a never-ending deep sea. Most copies of the Abyss are cruise ships floating on the sea. And descending into the Abyss means that you've officially dived below sea level. The abyssal world, from the surface level into the deep level, each level has specific rules of the Abyss, and the difficulty of the replica will increase step by step. And of course, the rewards are much more generous. Level 0 of the Descending Abyss is your first step into the deep. At the same time, it's also the only chance you'll have to acquire a high-grade talent before the 20th floor of the Descending Abyss. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. You're saying that descending the 0th level of the Abyss will reward an additional talent? It could also be exclusive equipment, or a permanently lasting gain status. In short, level 0 of the Descending Abyss is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all professionals. But there's a difference between a copy of level 0 of the Descending Abyss. Kid, do you know what's the difference between our top universities in the country and those 985 super universities? Lin Yi shook his head, not sure. This was actually something Lin Yi had always been curious about. Everyone instilled in him the idea of doing well in the exams and getting a good rank. And then picking a good college can be very beneficial for any future careerist's path. So what's the difference? Is it theoretical knowledge? Linny believed that in this age of catastrophe, information, though valuable, was by no means something that any individual or organization could hold on to firmly in their hands. There are no impermeable walls. Is it a rare resource? Then one was just as capable of redeeming it through dasha merit points. Even the best way to earn merit points is not to enter a professional university to further your education, but to join the military directly. Entering the Professionals Union Army, there were large amounts of merit points that could be gained by performing meritorious deeds. So, these top global institutions must have something that other organizations don't. It's a copy. Meng Yuanzhou gave the answer. Entrance to the replica, to be precise. These will naturally be deeper when you enter college, so I won't elaborate. I'll just say one thing. That would be the major top colleges and universities around the world, the top 3 ranked academies, that hold the most special copies of Level 0 of the Descending Abyss. If you accept the invitation to Level 0 of the Descending Abyss right now, then the only thing you'll enter will be the most common and least difficult Level 0 of the Descending Abyss, which is unified across the Blue Star. The upper limit of rewards to be obtained will also only be A-rated. And the special Descending Abyss Tier 0 copies held by the first academies of each country around the globe have a reward ceiling of SSS grade. Linny completely understood. In this way, the advantages of the top academies compared to other civic organizations are manifested. You shouldn't have to worry about admission. Number 1 in the country. And it's a full 5 rounds of first place, haven't seen that in how many years. It should be you picking the school, not the school picking you anymore. Well, right now, Li Qianye and the others should be busy with the national release of the list. In about an hour, it will be announced nationally, so go find him and ask for the reward for this national top student. Linny thanked Meng Yuanzhou and walked out of the room, returning the same way. Finding Li Qianye. Linny realized that this chief examiner's attitude towards him was simply a 180-degree turn. The words even took on a bit of respect. Come to collect your reward. Sit, come on, sit right here. Old Jiang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go pour tea for our national top student. Just use the top grade Mao Jian I bought the year before last. Linny was warmly entertained by Li Qianye. Upon hearing about the collector's hair tip, Linny realized that the expressions of those under Li Qianye's command had changed when they looked at him. Chapter 79 Garbage Talent? This was simply a god-level talent. During the Age of Catastrophe, many of Blue Star's plants had mutated. The tea culture in the ancient culture of Daxia, and the coffee culture of the West, the impact is simply catastrophic. It's either poisoned or the flavor has changed so much that it's completely undrinkable. It is only in recent years that the relevant genetic breeding efforts have been put in place to basically reproduce the flavors that once existed. However, when Li Qianye's treasured Mao Jian tea was brought to Linny, after Linny took a taste, he immediately put it down without moving. What do you call this, a fine tea from the reserve? Why does it still smell like cilantro? Can't take it anymore. After that cup of tea Linny never touched again. After a few awkward conversations with Li Qianye, Linny's reward finally arrived. Elder brother Lin, your 1000 Daxia merit points have been recorded in your professional merit points account. The redemption and use of merit points is connected to the trading house systems of all the major base cities in the country, so you can check the list and redeem them anywhere in the country. And then this. Li Qianye placed a sandalwood box in front of Linny. After Linny opened it, he instantly lit up when he saw a colorful spirit crystal glittering with a surfeit of purple light sitting inside. This is your grade A talent spirit crystal. These types of spirit crystals are usually kept deep in the treasure vault in a special way, but even so, the shelf life is only about half a year. Now that it's been extracted and transferred out, hurry up and use it while the spirit crystal effect hasn't completely dissipated. Right, I forgot to tell you how to use it. Just place the spirit crystal on your forehead and close your eyes to sense it. Linny took out the spirit crystal glowing with purple light from the box. The spirit crystal light spread out, reflecting the walls of the entire room in a colorful and eye-catching manner. Linny saw that at this moment, it wasn't just those underlings of Li Qianye. Even Li Qianye himself had an extra hint of fire in his eyes. This, however, is an A-rank talent. In this world, there is no such thing as a completely useless talent. The only thing that could be a talent that is not so compatible with your profession is the compatibility with your profession. But something is always better than nothing. Good luck getting a good talent. Li Qianye blessed. Linny nodded and placed the gifted spirit crystal on his forehead, then he closed his eyes. carefully sensing the gifted spirit crystal. It wasn't long before Lin Yi felt a wave of fluctuations pouring into his mind from his forehead. In the next moment, a mysterious force, also in his own sea of consciousness, took root. It's amazing how acquiring a gift through this method can be such an amazing experience. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a new talent, Cyber Transformation. Lin Yi froze. What the hell is this gift name? Could it be the ability to turn yourself into a robot? Lin Yi quickly checked up on the details of this newly acquired talent of his. Cyber Transformation. Rarity, Grade A. Type, Passive Talent. Effect, adds mechanic and gunnery's canonical career skill trees to your side career skill tree. Remarks, flesh and blood are bitterly weak, machinery soars. Join the glorious evolution. After seeing the results, Lin Yi was completely dumbfounded. The orthodox career line skill trees of mechanic and gunnery are now their own side skill trees? Wouldn't this mean that one could now learn the skills of these two professions? The next moment, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. That's a talent that belongs in breaking the career wall. Seeing Lin Yi's expression and reaction, Li Qianye inquired, well, the awakening was successful, right? You can go to the professionals forum to find out how about this A-ranked talent you've awakened. There are ratings of all the A-ranked talents found so far published by our Great Summer Professionals Union in the top essentials post inside. Each person's talent is a professional's most intimate secret. It is very rude and looking for a fight to ask directly. Li Qianye certainly understood this. So he wouldn't ask Lin Yi what talent he had awakened, but seeing as Lin Yi was a bit torn and uncertain, he spoke up and suggested. The professionals forum, Lin Yi still knew about it. This is an official online social forum established by Daxia for professionals to share their experiences or interesting stories. As long as you are a professional, you will be able to browse and post after passing the official registration review. Posts that get officially spiked are generally authoritative. Most of these posts are reviews or a guide to a specific copy. Originally, Lin Yi hadn't planned to see how this talent of his would be received in the official evaluation list, as it was a talent that felt both new and intense to him. But Li Qianye had opened his mouth. Holding on to his curiosity, Lin Yi took out his cell phone and logged into the Daxia Professionals Forum. At the moment, Lin Yi's professional rating was only the most common decile, and the posts he was able to browse weren't much. But this kind of talent rating post, there was no official threshold set, so Lin Yi clicked in and was able to browse normally. Upon entering the post, it starts with the customary string of director and universe disclaimers. Lin Yi skipped straight through. With an upward stroke of his finger, a form appeared in front of Lin Yi. The total amount of data in the entire table is 1,146 entries. This indicated that the current number of A-ranked talents that had been counted into the database by the Great Summer officials themselves was this number. It may or may not be possible that this gift of one's own may not be in this table. Lin Yi kept dragging the table down. The entire table is sorted in a constant downward progression of rating rules developed by the editors, from T0 to T4 and so on. As Lin Yi was about to drag the form to the bottom, he saw the brief description of the T4 rating: tasteless to eat, a shame to discard, a talent that would barely improve his battle power much even after acquiring it, and a rank shame. Below this profile, Lin Yi saw the talent he had just unlocked at a glance. Cyber Transformation, a talent that enables non-mechanic and gunsmith professions to unlock their relevant skill trees. Much like the talents of magic infusion, combat training, and assassination mastery, it enables other professionals to unlock the orthodox skill trees of mages, fighters, and assassins. At first glance, these talents may seem very creative after all. Using the skills of other professionals can not only be surprising in battle, but also unlock and uncover more possibilities in one's own career line. However, it's always nice to imagine. The reality is that this type of talent has a major flaw, not to mention the fact that it will only add you to the paraprofessional skill tree. Upgrading your skills alone is a sinkhole waiting to be uncovered. That's right, these skills you've unlocked from other professions. In order to level up, you need to spend 10 times as many skill points as your own home profession line. This has doomed most professionals to end up only unlocking first rank, and at best second rank related skills even if they force their points. And this is one of those cases where you can have a 1+1 greater than 2 chemistry with your profession, which, as of now, the editors have never seen before. It can be said that this type of talent, after being obtained, is an existence that will be put in a corner to collect dust. There won't really be anyone who chooses not to add their native career line skills and spends 10 times the amount of skill points to add this type of skill, right? See here. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile. You don't say. there really is. Chapter 80 Eternal Rest Kit, National Release. Linny sort of knew why this rank talent he had gotten was classified as T4 in the official forum's talent ratings. It turns out that this talent has a hidden effect that isn't stated in the talent effects. This should actually be considered the Blue Star Heaven's Way, a restriction on this type of talent. You want to use skills from other career lines, you can. But it costs 10x more skill points to add. This restriction also eliminated the emergence of omnipotent professionals who existed in this world who completely crossed occupational skill lines and learned whatever skills they wanted to learn. If there wasn't this restriction, Linny estimated that this type of talent would have to be rated at least at the SS level or higher. But for him, this restriction, it doesn't hurt. He could indeed prioritize the addition of his main career line skills. But at the efficiency of being able to gain 86,400 skill points in one day. In the future, there would definitely be a day when Linny's skill points would overflow. This talent allows him to put those potentially overflowing skill points to use. And there is the promise of adding to the higher ranks. Linny felt a little anticlimactic just thinking about it. Junk talent? No. To him, it's the ultimate gift. How is it? Is it a good talent? Li Qianye laughed. Linny nodded, it's pretty good. Ha, then congratulations old brother. Then there are the 2 remaining rewards. We are in the trial tower in the Dasha region, your exemption quota has been submitted, now there are still more than 4 months until the trial tower opens, and there are still 3 months until the Pan-Asian Young Professionals Peak Tournament. You don't have to be in a hurry, take advantage of this time, refueling leveling, and work hard to become stronger on the line. Then there's a platinum level equipment set of your choice that you can use. Li Qianye took out a list and handed it to Linny. This is the 5 mage set equipment that best suits you. After we made sure that you got the number 1 spot in the country, we had a special person go to the equipment store and sift through it for you, so pick a set. I'll have someone pick it up again when it's set. Linny picked up the list and read it. The first set caught his eye. Robe of Eternal Rest. Wearing level, LV.65. Classification, Defense Top. Grade, Platinum. Cloth Armor. Weight, 1.1 kilograms. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 220. Defense plus 170. Effect, Simple. Set effect, Endless Vengeance 4/4. 2-piece set, when you kill a target, it gives you 1% necromancy skill strength, and this effect stacks for up to 5 layers for 20 seconds. 4-piece set, the attribute value of all your necromancy summons is increased by 10%, and the duration of the summons is increased by 10 seconds. Remarks, how can we rest in peace when the fire of hate does not stop? The set effect of this equipment could be seen as completely strengthening the necromancy system. And it's a set of cloth armor that mages are allowed to wear. Most gear that enhances necromancy skills will generally be plate armor. Because necromancers are the proper profession for necromancy skills. That's a testament to the rarity of this cloth armor set. In addition to having a set effect, what satisfied Linny even more was that this set of equipment also came with special effects. Each piece has a simple special effect. The effect of this special effect is well understood, that is, it is able to allow professionals who are 5 levels below the equipment wearing level to wear this equipment. Linny was now level 60, and the wear level of this set of equipment was level 65, so Linny could just wear it. Lastly, there is the value of the attributes given by this set of equipment. One piece of equipment alone gives 220 points of spirit. The spiritual attribute value given by the whole set of equipment was estimated to break 1,000. Linny couldn't pick out the thorns, this outfit was too suitable for his current self. This is also a side note to how much those guys were on the ball when it came to picking out equipment for him. Linny scanned the other 4 alternatives. After all the comparisons, it's still the first set that's better. Just the first set. Linny returned the list to Li Qianye and made his final decision. Li Qianye nodded, I knew you would end up picking the first set. This outfit is comfortable to use for normal practicing. Especially since you also have a skill specialization in the necromancy department, it's extremely peaceful to rely on summons to brush through copies. Li Qianye immediately had someone pick up the equipment. Then he said to Linny, now that all the exams are over, after you receive your equipment later, you should also go back to your leaders in Dongjiang. I'll leave you to it, I'll see you again sometime. Soon, a whole set of platinum-grade equipment that belonged to Linny were separated, packed, and delivered to Linny. Li Qianye also sent Linny out of this underground replica space of the Imperial Capital's General Administration of Education. step out the door of the Education Department building. Linny saw a neon scene of a streaming, bustling city. This is the Imperial capital. It is the dream place of countless Dacia people. It is also the city of progress for the entire Blue Star human civilization. Magnificent indeed. Linny, however, had little interest in the city, let alone a sense of belonging. It was nighttime at the moment. It's been 2 full days since I left home. Homesick? A familiar voice came. Linny looked around and saw that it was Li Yuanjing, standing by a luxury car, smiling at himself. Come on, get in the car. Li Yuanjing waved at Linny. Linny got into the car and sat in the back seat with Li Yuanjing as the limousine slowly started. It merged into the traffic under the neon canopy of the Dacia Imperial capital. Soothing music was playing in the car, and Linny felt relaxed like never before. These 5 rounds of exams were fairly easy for Linny though. But it's also highly mental. Now that everything was over, Linny instantly felt a little tired. It's going to take quite a bit of time to make it back to Dongjiang now, especially if you still want to go back to Jiangcheng, and by the time we get back to Tianhai, the regular teleportation halls will be out of commission, and you'll have to switch to the underground train to get home. That's why I booked you a suite at the Imperial Hotel, rest for the night and go back tomorrow. If you want to stroll around the Imperial capital, I can also accompany you. I often come here for meetings and I'm quite familiar with it. Linny shook his head and yawned. No need, Uncle Li, I'm a bit tired, I don't want to stroll around, I'll let you bother with the hotel. Li Yuanjing, well then, go straight to the hotel. This is talking to the driver in front of us. A period of silence ensued between the two. What's going on with Rui? Li Yuanjing seemed to have made up his mind about something and was just about to open his mouth when Linny said, Uncle Li, I also merely took first place in the National College entrance exam. There's no need for you to have too much on your mind. In the middle of the exams, I had friction with your son, and it was a necessity to be on the opposite side, and I'm not that small-minded, so you don't have to apologize to me for him or anything. Li Yuanjing sniffed, opened his mouth, and finally turned into a bitter smile. If only he had half of your maturity and understanding, it would be good. More is not to say, Uncle Li, I wish you a bright future. Li Yuanjing's words just fell. The driver in front exclaimed, 2 liters, I deliberately picked a spacious avenue, you can look out the window, our Dacia this year's college entrance exams, the country released the list. Li Yuanjing and Linny were both energized at his words. Look out the window. Only a golden scroll slowly unfolded above the night sky. Chapter 81, The Golden Scroll. Who in the world doesn't know the king? Blue Star Calendar, June 8, 3024, 8 p.m. A notice. It resounded through the entire Dacia. On the 960 million square kilometers of land, as long as one was a professional, as long as one was not in a special copy, as long as one received important announcements for the entire land area of Dacia by default, will be able to receive such a notice. Dacia Regional Announcement. To all Dacia professionals, the 3024 National Unified Admission Examination for professionals colleges and universities is all over. The top 10 in the country will be announced in order below. Look up to the sky. Let's wish these 10 young talents the best of luck in their future. As this reminder was sent to the ears of the billions of professionals throughout Great Xia, Linny also saw that in the sky, the golden scroll was still slowly spreading out. And the light is still getting stronger. It seemed to stretch across the entire vault of the heavens before it gave up. Linny was a bit surprised. He had thought that the national release of the list should be like the release of the list in the province, a formality and a notice would be almost enough. I didn't realize the bout was so big. With special effects? Is this special effect something that can only be seen in Tokyo? As if to answer the doubts in Linny's mind, Li Yuanjing also pressed down on the window and stuck his head out of the window, seeing the golden list in the sky, and laughed. Haven't seen it before, have you? Seeing Linny shake his head, Li Yuanjing continued, this is a cutting-edge spirit crystal technology that channels images into the minds of all professionals whose registered nationality is Dacia through the transmission spirit crystals and image spirit crystals. Non-professionals, of course, can't see it. Linny understood. He was just an ordinary person a month ago, and naturally hadn't seen such a big scene in the first 18 years he had traveled to this world. You may be wondering why our country, which places so much emphasis on the protection of talent, is making such a big deal out of releasing the list. Linny was indeed thinking about this in his head at the moment. The words that Meng Yuanzhou had said to him earlier, he was able to realize what the higher-ups of Dacia meant. And he didn't think it was an official scene. And to think that the Xia hierarchy was extremely attached to a potential descendant like him. But the process at hand does have some conflict with that purpose. The most fundamental reason is that the Golden List is the most romantic manifestation of our deep culture in Daxia, especially for candidates who have achieved excellent results in the annual college entrance examination. It's also a shining moment in their lives. To put it in a larger perspective, getting on this Golden List is even more bragging capital for a lineage to boast about for 100 years. Lin Yi nodded. Honestly, not to mention others, but himself. He also felt good after seeing the country make such a row for him and make him appear before him. And then there's your concern about exposure. This is a problem we have to face no matter what. Even if we don't release the list, other countries and forces will try to get information related to you. So, might as well let you all wind up. In the final analysis, it is still necessary for our national strength to be strong enough, and the overall strength of the professionals to be strong enough, so naturally, we will not be afraid of the curfew, and even dare to say that we will be punished even though we are far away. You were born in a good era. At least within the Great Xia, you guys will definitely be safe and sound. Rewind history 100 years and it's a completely different story. Well, the list has finished unfolding, enjoy the moment. Li Yuanjing's words all took on a deep envy. This kind of honor, out of the millions of candidates in the entire Great Xia every year, only 10 could enjoy it. He's clearly not one of them. Linny noticed the avenue outside the car window. All the pedestrians have stopped to look at the sky. Whoosh bang! A brilliant salute rose into the night sky, exploding the sky with brilliant streams of light, firing the first salvo of the celebration. Then, more and more fireworks rose high into the sky, lighting up the entire imperial capital at night. In the sky, on the huge Golden List, a person's name slowly began to emerge at the bottom. 10th place, Zhaozan, sent by Xizang Province, score in 5 rounds, 17,988, final evaluation, excellent. The crowd began to cheer and applaud. The ceremonial flowers were brilliant and the gold list was eye-catching as name after name appeared. The whole atmosphere on the street was completely set to a climax. At the moment, images like these are playing out all over the country of Daxia. Even if the day is hectic, even if there is a lot of suffering in their lives, they all choose this special time of the year. Take to the streets, find a spot with an open view, and send your heartiest wishes for the future of Daxia. That's awesome. Go for it. The future of our country depends on you. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. May you all soar. The traffic stopped and the crowd, glasses in hand and smiles on their faces, let loose in a stream of gold and fireworks. Immerse yourself in the atmosphere. Linny suddenly understood the deepest significance of the Golden List, a cultural tradition that had traversed thousands of years of Daxia history. It carries the most ardent and simple expectations of countless people in Daxia for the country's pillars and the rising sun. Linny felt a power called faith. At the same time, he also felt something extra heavy on his shoulders in this moment. At this moment, less than 2 hours have passed since the end of the 5th round. Most of the candidates from the top 10 of the country's provinces hadn't left imperial capital. At the moment, just like Linny, they were standing under the Golden List, looking up at it all. Only their expressions, some were excited, some were looking forward to it, and some had even begun to celebrate. And most of them have regret, remorse, and even sadness written all over their faces. Even if they were the top 10 in their respective provinces, even if they had all been renowned geniuses, they were dwarfed by these names on the list at the moment. Inside a hospital room in imperial capital. Thanks to Meng Yuanzhou's outpouring of protection, as well as the healing of countless professional healing professions and doctors, Xia Yuyan was awake at the moment. And the injuries have mostly healed. Outside the window of the hospital room, the fireworks were brilliant. The moment she looked out the window, it happened that the Golden List also came to the 2nd position. 2nd place, Xia Yuyan, Imperial Capital Delivery, 5 rounds score, 606835, final evaluation, perfect. Wow! What a high score! Xia Yuyan, I think I've heard this name before. It's the granddaughter of the Chaoyuan war god, isn't it? Everyone in the Imperial Capital professional circle knows that. Huh? Isn't she the number 1 among the young talents in this session of our Great Xia? How is it only 2nd? Lively discussions were heard in the street outside the ward window. The name Xia Yuyan was too famous in the entire capital circle. Or rather, his grandfather Xia Chaoyuan's fame was so big and loud that it was hard for her not to be famous. The discussion among these people sounded like bayonets. It made even Xia Yuyan unable to stop trembling. I am shaking? In fear? In the next moment, Xia Yuyan's entire body was surprised. Fear. It was an emotion that had been completely eschewed since she was 9 years old. At the moment, she realized that it was as if she had become a normal person again. She, too, has something to fear now. A lazy and handsome face surfaced, and Xia Yuyan's shell teeth bit her lips to death. This face, she could no longer ever forget. Chapter 82, My Jiangcheng has really produced a dragon. The hometown was cheering. Look guys, the number 1 on the gold list has appeared. Winning Xia Yuyan, how strong must the first be? Who the hell is it? Is the first one Lu Yu? That little grandson of the land war god. I heard it's strong too. You're blind. Lu Yu is in 3rd place, it's already been announced. Oh I missed it, so who's number 1? Countless people crowded the streets. The golden list unveiled the 2nd through 10th place candidates. The suspense of 1st place was saved for now. Most of these names on the golden list at the moment were well known and even enjoyed. It is precisely for this reason that all the people are so curious, who is the one who will step on the feet of these geniuses who have become famous when they were young, and all of them will participate in the National College Entrance Examination this year? Granted, the top 10 in the country has a lot of gold in it every year. But definitely not higher than this year. Because this year's participant in the National College Entrance Exam, there is Xia Yuyan. At the same time, Lu Yu, a teenage genius who was only 12 years old, had also received a special enrollment slot at the number 1 academy in Daxia because he had already finished all the regular courses. It was only then that he was specially authorized to take this year's national entrance exam. For such people who have already received a special offer, taking the entrance exam is really just a walk in the park. It's just that Lu Yu is very competitive, and even though he's already been accepted to the best top school in the country, he still wants to prove squarely that he's the number 1. Unfortunately, he met Xia Yuyan. Isn't the first one Sister Yuyan? In a certain high-class residence in imperial capital. Lu Yu sat on the terrace, looking at the golden list in the sky, his brain almost dry burned. After he was eliminated, he was furious. Left the exam room straight away and didn't pay attention to the follow-up. In his thoughts, after he was eliminated by Xia Yuyan, then the first place would definitely be Xia Yuyan's. And at this moment, Xia Yuyan's name unexpectedly appeared in the 2nd position. Lu Yu's mind at the moment suddenly remembered something. No. That can't be right. Just the next moment he realized something was wrong. The golden list in the sky bloomed with an unprecedented blazing light. The entire night was dispersed by the golden light. Meanwhile, located at the top of the golden list, that highest position, a line began to slowly emerge. 5 rounds of perfect scores, top of the nation. The moment those 8 words appeared, all the professionals in the country were stunned. They've been through too many releases. But it's still the first time I've seen this special effect appear on the gold list. 5 full rounds? How is this possible? How the hell did that happen? After seeing that Xia Yuyan could only settle for 2nd place, everyone realized that the number 1 in this national college entrance exam this year might really be a heavyweight. But I didn't expect it to be so anticlimactic. 5 full rounds? Has anyone in the history of the Daxia High School ever done that? In that moment, Linny even realized that the crowd around him had forgotten to even cheer or applaud. Because the shock Linny had brought them was far more shocking than the other 9 people on the list. It's coming. Li Yuanjing looked at the golden list in the sky. Below the words National Scholar, a line of large, stamped letters began to slowly appear. He was also thrilled beyond words. Under the common witness of billions and billions of professionals throughout the great summer, the name at the top of the list was announced. River City. Come on. What are you guys dawdling about? You're about to get your names out. Having just eaten dinner, Jiang Qin, who knew that the list would be released soon, was a little impatient. Don't look at him as being quite the senior in front of Linny and Zhangya, but he was actually a super acute person. Slow down, ouch, my old waist eh? Wang Dahai was tugged by Jiang Qin and climbed all the way to the top floor of the Zhangcheng Professionals Union Association. The place has a wide view and is able to have a complete overview of the huge golden list in the sky. Following Jiang Qin and Wang Dahai, there was also Zhuqian. This old principal of Lin Yi's hadn't slept for an entire day after previously knowing that Lin Yi had gotten first place in the province. At this moment, it is even like playing chicken blood. Find Jiang Qin, together come to observe the golden moment of the national release of the list. It's not just them. In fact, at this moment, all the professionals in the entire Jiangcheng city also spontaneously walked out onto the streets. Start watching this annual release. The streets were crowded with people, though there were no fireworks to celebrate like in Imperial. But the atmosphere in this small town is just as peaceful and beautiful. Look, you guys, it's already announced at number 9. How come there's no name for Yoshi? Zhang Xian's face changed when he saw the names that had already appeared on the golden list. What is the hurry? This is only up to the 9th, maybe Xiao Yi's ranking will be higher. The obese Wang Dahai bent over, panting, and comforted. And yes, keep watching. Despite his words, Zhang Xian kept clenching his right fist, his expression tense. Ahem, don't you guys say I'm a buzzkill, huh? Although Xiaoyi got the first in the province of our province, but the national top 10. Your expectations for him are not put too high. He's been good and hardworking, but as you know, we haven't done much for him. He wasn't given the best environment to practice in, he wasn't given the optimal resources to develop. Even more, it was only after he went through that special trial that we realized that our Jiang city had produced such a genius this term. His starting line, compared to the others, is way off. Wei Xing, the commander of the Jiangcheng Professionals Union Army, had always been the most sensible one. His words came out. It instantly made both Wang Dahai and Zhang Qin feel a bit ashamed in their hearts. Yeah, they really didn't provide much of a boost to Lin Yi's growth. So who were they to demand that Lin Yi had to be in the top 10 in the country? It's also. Our Dongjiang province has 130,000 candidates. I've heard that the total number of candidates in our Great Summer this year has even surpassed 3 million. There's a huge difference in difficulty between standing out among 130,000 people and coming out on top out of 3 million. Wang Dahai, the mayor of Jiangcheng City who is also the director of the Jiangcheng City Education Department, is a bit despondent. He's getting himself a fix. Just when everyone's atmosphere was in the doldrums. But suddenly, they heard the crowd on the street below the building erupt in a chorus of shouts of surprise. Once again, he looked up at the golden list in the sky. 8 large letters come into view. National champion, 5 rounds of perfect scores. Then, a line of big, hot gold letters slowly emerged under this 8-character title. E.R. Zhuqian, Lin Yi's old principal who had been standing at the back of Zhang Qin and Wang Dahai, looked at that line of words clearly the moment he saw the name that followed after the first place. Cardiac arrest straight away. A breath barely came out of his mouth and he leaned back and was about to fall over. Luckily Wei Xing held him up in time. But after he himself also saw the golden list, the line at the top of the list. It was also a softening of the legs, almost falling to the ground with Zhuqian. First place, Lin Yi, sent by Dongjiang Province, 5 rounds of scores, 1 million, final evaluation, Dengfeng. The gold list is clear to the world. At this moment, the sky is the limit for Daxia. At this moment, who in the world does not know the king? Chapter 83 Returning Home with Honor. The top-tier academy's man-snatching battle. Boom! On the roof of the building, a few people representing the pinnacle of power and strength in Jiangcheng, a level 5 base city. Both just felt a roar in their brains. It then became blank. They didn't realize it until the streets below erupted in earth-shattering cheers and applause. It's not a dream. It's true. They, River City, have come out of the dragon. After experiencing the initial shock, Wang Dahai wiped his eyes and once again gazed at the golden list in the sky. After reconfirming that the name of the person high on the list was Lin Yi, he muttered, "Is it really? Really him? It's not a rename, is it?" Zhang Jin was on the side and directly slapped him on his big belly. His eyes were red and his voice trembled. "Will renaming be heavy to the provinces? It says on its Dongjiang send exams you're blind. Of the 10 people sent out by our Dongjiang province who can go to the 5th round, is there a second one named Lin Yi?" Zhang Xian's words were like a loud bell, completely awakening everyone. He, who helped remove the last vestige of doubt from everyone's mind. Wah! Zhuqian, who had just slowed down, howled like a child. Only anyone knew that they were his tears of joy. Scholar awe! What a national top student! How could they, Jiang Chang, be so virtuous as to be able to have such a proud son of heaven? Back to Lin Yi's side. the limousine drove slowly through the crowded avenue. Lin Yi heard his name in the mouths of countless people. The ceremonial flowers bloomed and the golden list shone brightly. According to Li Yuanjing, this golden list would last until after midnight before disappearing. Happy is really happy. But tired is also really tired. Lin Yi yawned and closed his eyes, listening to the salutes and clamor outside the car window as he took a nap. When he opened his eyes again, he was at the hotel. As soon as he entered the hotel, Lin Yi was shocked by the imposing decor of the entire hotel lobby. This was no longer comparable to a traditional 5-star hotel, and Lin Yi even saw 2 or 3 sea creatures with bits reaching the king rank in captivity in the aquarium on the right side of the lobby. Under Li Yuanjing's arrangement, the check-in procedure was quickly completed. The two of them entered the elevator, and Li Yuanjing said, "I've already explained in advance that the hotel's kitchen made 3 or 4 home-cooked dishes for you on our way here, so they should be on the table by the time you get back to your room. I'll wait for you in the lobby tomorrow morning, just come down when you sleep until you wake up naturally, and we'll go back to Dongjiang together." Lin Yi thanked, "Uncle Li, this journey really bothered you, thank you." Lin Yi's thanks were heartfelt. Anymore, Li Yuanjing is also the second in command of the education department of a province. The journey has done things that should have been done by his handlers. It is evident that it takes itself seriously. "No need to thank you, it's only right, who let you bring back such a great honor to our Dongjiang. I'm the one who should be thanking you. By the way, I'm staying next door to you, so if you need anything tonight, come see me." Exiting the elevator, the two men came to the door of their room. Li Yuanjing nodded to Lin Yi. "Be the first to swipe your room card and enter your room." Lin Yi opened the door to his room. Once again, I was blown away by how luxurious this hotel was. He had originally thought that the suite Li Yuanjing was talking about would be a large master bedroom, plus a few utility rooms would be about right. Who knew that as soon as he entered, Lin Yi would see an extremely spacious living room. On the table in the living room were several plates of freshly cooked and even steaming dishes. The entire suite, totaling 3 floors, the living room at the end of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, able to the entire imperial capital night scenery, overlooking the bottom of the eye. Is this the life of Master Kyung? True luxury. The aroma of food came to his nose, and although he had enjoyed Lin Yu's cooking before in his copy, before traveling to Noah's wreckage, he was really hungry now as well. Thinking of Lin Yu, Lin Yi sank his consciousness into the dead space. Found this girl already asleep. Her eyelashes even fluttered slightly between one breath and the next. Lin Yi didn't bother her. Was going to ask her to come out and eat with us. Now I can only slam 3 big bowls myself with tears in my eyes. After a round of gobbling, Lin Yi put down his dishes and went up to the bathroom on the 2nd floor to take a good soak. Then he came to the big bed that was all his own and lay down. Excellent sleep from extreme relaxation. When I woke up again, it was nearly 10 o'clock the next morning. Lin Yi stretched and got up from the bed. Sleeping in until 10 a.m. is so cool. It's no more comfortable than the early 8. After washing up, Lin Yi didn't bring any luggage with him. After going down to the hotel lobby and meeting up with Li Yuanjing, he went for another breakfast. The two checked out of the hotel and were chauffeured all the way there. Arrived at the teleportation hall of the imperial capital. Half an hour later, Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing finally returned to the front gate of the Dongjiang General Education Department. Having just walked into the hall on the 1st floor of the General Education Administration building, something that Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing hadn't expected happened. It's Deputy Administrator Li. He's back. The guy he's following next to. Right. It's Lin Yi. That's him, this year's National College Entrance Exam champion. First a few people let out a gasp. Lin Yi and Li Yuanjing then saw a black pressurized group of people surging towards them violently. The next moment, countless microphones and cameras were aimed at Li Yuanjing and Lin Yi. Deputy Administrator Li, our Dongjiang has produced a national scholar this year, give a speech. Deputy Administrator Li, is this person beside you our national top scholar this year, Lin Yi? We're reporters from Dongjiang TV, can you let Mr. Lin Yi say a few words to us? Li Yuanjing was confused as he faced the microphone that had almost disliked his mouth. However, out of his instinct to protect Lin Yi, he still stood in front of him, keeping the already somewhat frantic media reporters at bay. And just the next moment Li Yuanjing wanted to speak. His pupils suddenly shook dramatically. Because he realized that it wasn't just these journalists and media people who had gathered together. There were also several professionals wearing special college uniforms with powerful auras. These people. Li Yuanjing instantly recognized the small number of professional colleges that were present. Except for a few 211 and 985 institutions in Dongjiang province. There are even really top colleges that rank in the top 10 in the country. How did they get here so fast? Are they here to rob people? This is too crazy. There is a very rigorous process for enrollment in the universities. It was similar to what Lin Yi had known in his previous life. After the national college entrance exams are over and the results are announced and released, the follow-up is the part where the candidates themselves fill in their volunteers. And after filling out the volunteer, can be admitted to each volunteer colleges and universities that still need to correspond to the college layers of audit selection. A situation like the one we're in now, where they're swarming directly to the field. Li Yuanjing thought of another possibility. That's special move. There is absolutely no need to go through the volunteer process. The relevant section of the college's admissions office, as well as the management, invites a particular student to enroll directly by name. This is a great honor for all Daxia students. And today, it seemed that Lin Yi would receive more than one special invitation. Instead, dozens of copies. Chapter 84, Giving Away Houses and Money. Imperial Capital Military Armed Forces, Direct Stealing Home. Jiangcheng Dingsheng Mining Group Assets Department. In the large office, Lin Guodong leaned back in the comfortable sofa seat, picked up the enamel cup on the table, and took a sip of tea. He was actually a little uncomfortable. Overnight, he was transformed from a laborer who had to go down to the mines every day to do hard work to the director of the asset department. This morning he arrived at the office at 7 a.m. and learned that the workday here is 11 a.m. You get off at 4 p.m. There is also a 2-hour lunch break at noon. And there's no work for him to do yet. The same office is full of executives under him, or it's all done by those executives further down the hierarchy. All Lin needed to do every day was to sign, and just go to the occasional meeting. Blowing on the air conditioner, Lin had a smile on his face. I don't know how Xiaoyi's results in the Imperial Capital exam are. Have you finished your exam yet? Although last night's golden ranking had made Lin Yi's name known to all the professionals in the entire East River. But everyone in Lin's circle is an ordinary person. For them, there is just a lag in receiving relevant news. Even though a night had passed, Lin didn't know that his son had gotten the first place in the country. The previous first place in the province was enough for him to proudly show off for the rest of his life. Brother Lin, what are you so happy about? Share it with us too. A clear female voice rang out. It was Liao, who had just been promoted in the office, who spoke up. She was young, hadn't been in the system long, and was outgoing. So before everyone else in the office tried their best not to have an in-depth communication with Lin Guodong, the new official who had just taken office, she took the lead and spoke up. Oh, nothing, it's just that my son got pretty good grades in the college entrance exams yesterday, and got lucky enough to go to Imperial Capital for the final round, and I don't know how he's doing now. But it's already possible, his current achievements have far exceeded my expectations of him, haha. The entire office sniffed and all pricked up their ears. They are not professionals though. But in this day and age, anyone who knows about the fact that professionals are superior, and how many relatives or friends of the family there are professionals. Naturally there is an understanding of the national entrance exam for professionals. Xiao Liao even exclaimed, yikes! Superintendent Lin, my brother is also taking this year's college entrance exam. He told me yesterday that the candidate who was number 1 in our Dongjiang, also surnamed Lin, wouldn't that be? The smile on Lin's face grew even wider, haha, that's him. For a while, the whole atmosphere of the office was mobilized. A simple girl like Xiao Liao didn't think so much about it, simply just curious as to why Lin Guodong was so happy today. The others, on the other hand, began to pay compliments straight away, one from you and one from me. Jingle bells. Just then, the cell phone in Lin's pocket rang. Even though he is now honored to be the director of a department, Lin still maintains the good habit of being frugal. The phone had a loud ringtone, a large font, didn't have many features, and even the screen was half cracked, but he just couldn't be bothered to replace it. Cell phones are good for talking and communicating. The main thing is that the volume of his vintage machine's answering calls is the same as the outgoing one, and what the person on the other side of the phone says can actually be heard by the whole office. Lin Guodong froze for a moment after seeing that the caller's attribution was Imperial Capital, before he thought of something and hurriedly picked it up. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Guodong, the father of student Lin Yi? Lin was shocked in his heart. An unfamiliar number with an out-of-town attribution. It's not a fraud, is it? I am, why? Although skeptical, Lin intended to hear what was going on. Hello, Mr. Lin Guodong. I'm Director Chen of the Admissions Office of the Imperial Beijing Military and Martial Arts University. You can just call me Xiao Chen. It wasn't just Lin who heard this. Everyone in the entire office, almost all of them, heard it. After hearing the 6 words Imperial Capital Military Martial University, everyone was dumbfounded. A cold breath was then instantly sucked in. The name of the man, the shadow of the school. Even though they weren't professionals, it didn't stop them from knowing some of the top academies for professionals in the country. Imperial Military and Armed Forces University. It's not 211, it's not 985. Because this university is a military school. And it's ranked 7th in the country. It's the whole country, not the whole province. At this moment, a top professional college, the 7th in the country, took the initiative to call Lin for what? This question cannot be thought about in detail. It gets a little scary just thinking about it. However, without waiting for Lin to organize his words, the person on the other side continued to speak. It's like this: what I'm calling you today is to ask if you have the intention to enroll your child in our Imperial Capital Military Martial University? There's no need to go through any volunteer process. Our school leaders have already agreed to extend a special invitation to Mr. Lin Yi. Lin was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, and only after half a day did he stutter a little. Isn't Xiao Yi still taking his exams in the Imperial Capital right now? Director Chen on the other side also froze for a moment before explaining. Oops, blame me, I didn't make it clear to you. Our national college entrance examination for this year was actually finished last night, and your child, that is, Lin Yi, came out on top in this national college entrance examination, and is the top student in the country. Lin heard the sound of a teacup breaking. I don't know who overheard and was blown away. Straight away his hand slipped and broke his teacup. Lin was trembling all over. What did you just say? Xiao Yi. First. Mr. Lin, your child's got the first place in the country, he's this year's national top student. In the next moment, Lin only felt a heavenly rotation. A rush of hot blood to the brain. It made him feel incredibly dizzy. However, Lin Guodong quickly forced himself to calm down. He had experienced too much suffering and naturally had a strong wariness of strangers in his heart. Are you really from the Imperial Capital Military Martial Arts Daxia? Director Chen on the other side hurriedly said, My name is Chen Lo, and I'm also using the landline phone of our Imperial Capital Military Armed Forces Admissions Office to call you now, so you can go online and look it up. Lin didn't even understand the cell phone. Naturally, using a computer to access the internet is not going to happen. But Xiao Liao was already typing Chen Li's name on the keyboard with her fingers flying. It is, after all, the 7th top professional college in the country. The name Chen Lo, although there were many renames across the country, once searched, almost all of the entries that came out were related to the Imperial Capital's military and martial arts. Click through and see that the photo, the title, the relevant department and the phone number are indeed halfway decent. Xiao Liao nodded to Lin after checking the phone number for him again. Chen Lo heard Lin Guodong's side basically confirmed that he wasn't a liar. Continuing to add, in addition, if Mr. Lin Yi is able to enroll in our school administration has taken into consideration the fact that the two of you are separated from your own children, which is much more inconvenient. So the resolution passed a program that you and Rinzhang would be brought to live in Imperial Capital together, and we would apply for permanent residency in Imperial Capital for you, and give you an additional set of high-quality residential property within the 3rd ring road of Imperial Capital. In addition to that, our school is willing to pay you a monthly bursary of 500,000 Daxia coins to thank you for nurturing and cultivating student Lin Yi. Chapter 85 Big Brother, your personality has broken down. 500,000. Hear this. Everyone in the entire office was completely unable to calm down. Nima. A quality home in the 3rd ring of the Imperial Capital? According to the current market, the price is already running towards 10 million Daxia coins. In addition, they didn't need to do anything, they just needed to retire in peace in a base city like Imperial Capital, which was the safest and top-notch base city when looking at the entire blue planet. $500,000 a month for nothing. It is said to be a bursary, but in reality it is a pension for Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Accept it. What is the hesitation? If this were himself, his head would probably have nodded into a small chicken peck by now. Lin had been completely confused. He didn't know what the price of a house within the 3rd ring of the Imperial Capital was. Having saved most of my life, I am fully committed to supporting my own children into adulthood. Every day, day and night, working underground, earning more than 10,000 a month, he feels proud of himself already. And now someone else is offering 50 times that amount. He no longer knew how to reply. Hearing Lin's long silence, Chen-Lu was a bit anxious and hurriedly explained, "Mr. Lin, these treatments offered by our school are just the initial case. Regarding more details, we can discuss it again. A grant of 700,000, 800,000, or even $1 million, I can get it for you on my end. Or if you have any other requests, just ask and we'll fulfill them all." The entire office, including Lin Guodong. It was surprising to hear a hint of humility in the mouth of the director of admissions at this top college. He was already talking to Lin in a begging tone. But Lin didn't let the immediate joy go to his head. He finally replied, "Director Chen. Chen, I feel the sincerity from your side. But exactly which institution Xiaoyi wants to go to, I can't directly make the decision for him even though I'm his father, I have to ask him." Saying that, Lin picked up the pay phone on his desk. Dialed Lin Yi's cell phone number. Since he had already confirmed that the exam had ended last night, there was no need for him to worry about disturbing Lin Yi's exam because of his call. Soon after, the phone dialed. Lin Yi's voice came from over there. "Hello? Yoshi. It's me." Lin's voice was trembling a little. After learning that his son had become the number one in Daxia at this moment. Hearing your child's voice again is a moment when no parent can still be at peace. In the next moment, Lin even fell into tears. "Dad, I've only just returned to Dongjiang, I'm still in Tianhai, I'll be home later." Don't worry about it, I should have just called you first to check in." Hearing his own father's trembling voice. Lin Yi actually had a sore nose. Granted, he's a traveler. But for the 18 years since he came into this world, his parents have given him all the love they have. How could it not be touched now at this time? Lin took a deep breath, calming the excitement in her heart and her thoughts of Lin Yi. Bringing up the subject, "Xiaoyi, it's like this, I just received an enrollment call from the Imperial Capital Military Martial University. Their director promised me a lot of preferential treatment and wants me to promise to let you enroll with them." I refused, I said only with your permission. The sentence was finished. Lin didn't wait for his son Lin Yi's reply. But he was the first to hear a few loud curses. That bunch of scumbags from the Imperial Capital Military Armed Forces, how dare they use such underhanded tricks? Straight to the parents, huh? That's mean. Is Lin Yi's classmate's father? Don't believe it. Don't believe every word, every punctuation mark those dogs from the Imperial Military Armed Forces say. What kind of pheasant university are they, and they dare to steal people from our Beidou? Mr. Lin. We're Chang'an Kiring University, 5th in the country. All the perks that the Imperial Capital Military has offered you, we're doubling them here. Shut up. We at Manhwa Academy give 5 times as much. Even though Lin Yi's cell phone wasn't a big brother, it wouldn't leak sound. But it couldn't be helped that this group of people who came to enroll were all top-tier professionals. All of them had sharp ears, and it was easy as pie to hear what Lin Yi had said on the other end of the call. It's all noisy at the moment. Li Yuanjing looked directly dumbfounded. For a while, the entire scene was made to look like Lin Yi choosing a concubine. Each and every one of them couldn't wait for Lin Yi to choose them. The main thing is that these universities are all the real top schools in Daxia. At every turn it's either 7th or 6th. There were even the 5th and 4th ranked Kirin Academy and Longhua Academy. In the past, if they could get a dozen or so candidates from Dongjiang to squeeze into these 2 universities, he would have to burn a lot of incense. Now the 6th turned and 7th turned bigwigs from these academies were spitting passionately at each other like shrews. The kind that probably wouldn't pass muster if the dirty words were written one by one. Biggie, you guys are falling apart as human beings. Where's the usual high spirits? Where's the usual condescension? Where's that high fashion look you've all been seeking? How is it that this moment just doesn't matter? Lin Yi was also filled with black lines. He could only speak stiffly to his father on the other side of the room. Dad, that's it, you heard them, they're looking for me to talk about this now too. So, talk to you, I'm hanging up, I'll be home this afternoon. Hang up. Lin turned to Chen Lo, who had been listening all along, and said, Director Chen, you've heard it, and I know it's not easy for you to enroll students. But it's something he has to decide for himself, we won't interfere. That's it. After saying that, Ling Guodong didn't continue to give Chen Lu a chance to shoot his mouth off and directly hung up the phone. The moment he hung up the phone, Lin's cell phone rang again. After seeing the caller, Lin Guodong smiled and picked up the phone. "Ah, wife, what's wrong?" On the other side, Lin Yi's mother, Su Qingfang, spoke up. "Just now there was an enrollment director from some Magic City Magic Martial Arts University who called me and said a whole bunch of stuff. Our son got the top prize." "I already know, and the Imperial Military Armed Forces called me just now as well." "No wonder your phone keeps getting hung up. You're not going to promise them for your son, are you?" "Lin Guodong, I'm warning you, you can't help Xiao Yi and decide this matter." "Haha, we're a married couple, I didn't promise them, I just called Yi, he's coming home this afternoon." "That's good, I'm off work, I'm going grocery shopping now, and you're off work early too, if you can't take the day off." "Got it." Lin hung up the phone and only felt refreshed. As soon as he hung up this phone, instantly the whole office all gathered around. "Director Lin, congratulations. Brother Lin. Your son is really flying high here." Surrounded by the entire office, Lin was glowing. He waved his hand. "Geez, it's just a national championship, why call me when I'm in the middle of my shift? I thought it was a big deal. Look, it's not all a joke to you guys." Everyone who had gathered around was silent. "No, Director Lin, your usual honest and naive persona has collapsed. Your Versailles quotes could be written in a textbook." Chapter 86, Explosion. The 7 top colleges went crazy for one person. Ahem. Xiao Yi, let me introduce you. This is Director Zhao, the enrollment director of the Kirin Academy in Yuzhou Province. This is Dean Qin of the Fire Sequence branch of Tianshan Beta University in the East Forest Province. Although Li Yuanjing felt that these bigwigs in front of him had completely torn his face off, he was after all still one of the card-carrying figures of the Dongjiang Provincial Education Department. Stay calm at this moment. Li Yuanjing had a nodding acquaintance with most of these people, no more than a passing acquaintance. All of them are in the Daxia education system and still recognize it. So he was constantly introducing these people to Lin Yi. At the same time, it would incidentally introduce the backgrounds, rankings, and prominent vocational faculties of the professional academies represented behind these people to Lin Yi. "Hee, student Lin Yi, coming to our Qilin Academy is definitely the right thing to do. Not only are we ranked 5th in the country right now, we've even opened up a channel for special students. All you have to do is enroll, no need to take an assessment, and you'll instantly become a special student, enjoying a series of special treatments. There are also a total of 11 exclusive copies of our school at the moment, enough to cover you until you complete your 5th turn." Zhao Tian of Yuzhou Kirin Academy was gushing. Obviously very confident in their own academy. "Mr. Lin Yi, I'm telling you, you can't just look at the rankings, you have to look at the faculties as well. Although our school is ranked 6th in the country, your profession is a mage, right, and our school's mage career department's faculty is ranked as one of the top 3 in the country. And the number of books in the skills library collection far exceeds that of other schools of the same level. Student Lin Yi. Don't listen to this old thing's rhetoric. A low ranking is a low ranking. What kind of excuses are there to make? Even data like the skill library's collection of books can be taken out and labeled now. Make it seem like we don't have it in Longhua. Mr. Lin Yi, let me just say a statistic, the institutions ranked 5th and beyond, up to 100th place and beyond, are not able to get the resources allocated from the General Administration Department every year, and cumulatively, they are not as good as our top 4 institutions in the country. Top 4, greater than the other institutions in the top 100 combined, you know what I mean? The person sent by the Longhua Academy this time was a young scholar like Dresser wearing glasses. At the moment his voice was not high. Instead, it stated a fact that shook everyone to their core. Lin Yi even looked at Li Yuanjing with some surprise. The latter, in turn, nodded to Lin Yi. This meant that this teacher from the Longhua Academy was telling the truth. The distribution of resources, it's just so uneven. But didn't wait for this spectacled brother to be complacent for a few seconds. Amidst the gasps of countless bystanders and media members, a bright blue spatial rift violently bloomed in the sky above this lobby. The Longhua Academy is just shallow water, how can it accommodate a true dragon? An old voice rang out from the other end of the rift. Afterward, the spatial rift rapidly widened, and an old man in a white robe stepped on top of the void and slowly paced out of the rift. Following him were 7 or 8 mage professionals who were also wearing vestments and had a high aura. The moment he saw the white-robed old man at the head, Li Yuanjing's entire body was completely taut. He couldn't lighten up. Dean Han. Han. Why are you personally here today? Han Shizai's eyes skimmed over Li Yuanjing and didn't exchange too much. Instead, he looked at Lin Yi. Only then did he step down from mid-air to the ground, revealing a hint of a smile. "Old me is late. I hope you haven't decided which academy to join." Li Yuanjing immediately introduced Lin Yi softly. "Lin Yi, this is President Han Shitsai Han, from Cloud Peak University, which is currently ranked 3rd in the country. This university only admits mage faculty professionals to enroll, and perennially enrolls candidates with an occupational rarity that is at least as good as a rare rank, and must also bring their own talents. The power behind Cloud Peak University is the topmost guild of Blue Star mage professionals, Cloud Peak. In this guild, professionals above P5 management level are already above the 8th rank in strength." Lin Yi was also a little shocked in his heart when he heard this. Most of the top unions in this world are actually somewhat like corporations and are divided into ranks. P1 is the most common member. P9, on the other hand, is the guild president. P5 is middle management anyways. I didn't realize the power was this horrible. Han Shitsai didn't even need to say anything more about the forced nature of his entrance. It would have already crushed the other top academies present. Even the 4th-ranked Longhua Academy, that old brother who wore glasses and was very confident a second ago, had now wilted. Now that he even had Li Yuanjing to help endorse him, he had almost won. Lin Yi did have a few heartbeats as well. This kind of institution that only enrolls mage faculty professionals will undoubtedly be the ultimate in this field. But after experiencing the scene of these top academies madly snatching people at the moment, Lin Yi's curiosity had been piqued. So, what's the top 2 ranked academies in the whole of Daxia like? Wouldn't their current accomplishments be enough for them to extend an invitation to them? In the middle of their thoughts, everyone heard a few cracking sounds coming from the air. Then, amidst another cry of surprise, a young man wearing a navy blue Taoist robe with his hair in a vertical bun on top of his head, stepped on a flying sword and broke through the air. The crowd voluntarily moved out of the way. Afterward, this young man who had come with a sword took a step and stepped down from the flying sword with an extremely light and elegant pace. "Junior Jiang Yun, meet Senior Han." Jiang Yun arched his hand in greeting. A bow was made to Han Shitsai. There were actually a lot of people present who were about Han Shitsai's age. However, Jiang Yun only gave him a salute, which showed the status of Han Shitsai and Jiang Yun. A moment of dissatisfaction appeared on the originally indifferent Han Shitsai's face. This flicker of emotion, however, was quickly suppressed by him. "What brings you here? Where's your master?" Jiang Yun laughed. "Master teacher is still in seclusion and has yet to break out of it, but this morning he sent a mesmerizing voice message to me, asking me to come and invite senior brother Lin Yi to join our Heavenly Shin Dao Academy." Jiang Yun looked towards Lin Yi, his eyes burning. "Senior brother Lin Yi, my master told me that you are quite a Taoist root. If you are willing to join our Tianshan Dao Academy, he would like to accept you as a personal disciple." Wow! The next moment, the entire scene, all completely exploded. There was a lot of outcry. At this moment, the atmosphere was pushed to a climax. Li Yuanjing and all the top executives of the Dongjiang Education Department, as well as media people throughout Dongjiang, were deeply shocked. At the moment, counting the imperial military forces that had previously intended to steal the home, 7 of the top institutions that occupy the top 10 spots in the country are here now. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The shutter clicks non-stop. Countless journalists and media people, high as a kite. This was a blow-up scene that had never been seen before in the entire 100-year history of Dongjiang. 7 colleges and universities, crazy about fighting for just one person. This also sidestepped the gold content of Lin Yi, the national top student. 5 rounds of perfect scores, history in the making. The 7 houses are competing for glory. The title they had all thought of. Chapter 87, 100 Years. Number 1 in Daxia, Special Recruitment for the Divine Heavens. Numb. Li Yuanjing was completely numb. He no longer knew how to describe the excitement of the moment. And gratitude to Lin Yi too. What can be predicted is that once these journalists and media people go back today, they, the East River Education Department, are really taking off. While Li Yuanjing was thinking about the bright future, Lin Yi, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. "No, man. Does your style not fit in with our worldview? I've traveled to a Western-style world, right? You're talking about flying swords and a mouthful of masters and retreats. Why does it feel skewed to the metaphysical side?" It's a good thing he has Li Yuanjing, a humanoid self-propelled encyclopedia, to give him the science. Tianxian Dao Academy, our second-ranked professional academy in Daxia. Just like Cloud Peak, it likewise only recruits professionals of special occupational faculties, including Taoist priests, Qigong masters, and chivalrous warriors, which are special occupational faculties that are exclusive to our Grand Xia. Lin Yi's heart fluttered. Good lord, there's a special vocational lineage exclusive to the state? Well, it does make sense when you think about it that way. So thinking along these lines, do other countries have their own exclusive career line? A load of crap. What Dao Root Dao Yun? I think old Thief Yi is practicing kung fu to the point of becoming obsessed. He's a mage. What does it have to do with your Tianxian Dao Academy? Ah. You tell me, what does it matter? Originally, Han Shizai was still taught. Hearing these increasingly outrageous words from Zhang Yun, the veins on his forehead directly rose. Couldn't help myself, open spray. Zhang Yun was young though. And he came alone today, but his aura was not inferior to Han Shizai's. He let out a light laugh. Dean Han, why be angry? My master's heavenly planet, he's never made a wrong prediction so far. Of course, we're not forcing senior brother Lin Yi to abandon magic and switch to cultivation after enrolling in school. What master he means is that senior brother Lin Yi is so heavenly that he should be able to achieve both Taoism and demonic cultivation. However, master he also said that he sent me here today just to let senior brother Lin Yi know what he meant, and that his old man's life strings with senior brother Lin Yi have yet to intersect. In his words, Zhang Yun already considered Lin Yi as one of his own. One mouthful of Lin Yi's senior brother now. As a matter of fact, Lin Yi was already somewhat shocked by the ingenuity of the master behind Zhang Yun. He thought it was cool to have imperial swords, or cultivate immortality, or whatever, though. But Lin Yi really didn't intend to join the Tianxian Dao Academy. Won't be joining in, at least for now. He wanted to go as far as he could in the path of magic before he did. Humph. Thanks to his self-awareness. Han Shizai snorted coldly. The gaze that looked at Lin Yi became fiery anew. He was pretty sure that there wasn't a single mage professional in this world that could refuse Cloud Peak. Lin Yi also knew. This old man, at the moment, was waiting for his answer. But all at once, he felt a little hasty when asked to choose between so many schools. He was tempted to say I'll think about it. But in front of so many people, and with all these big shots coming all the way over here and inviting them in person. If you turn down all the schools yourself. That's really a bit rude. Just as Lin Yi was pondering how to speak. A few shouts suddenly came from the outskirts of the crowd. Please. Move over. Deputy Administrator Li. There's a very important phone call, please pick up. Li Yuanjing looked for the sound. Then he saw that it was his own secretary, Xiao Wu, who was covering the microphone of a phone in his hand, patting towards himself in a fiery rage and calling out. In the next moment, the security personnel who had been guarding the entire first-floor lobby of the education department immediately realized the urgency of the situation. A passageway was cleared out in an instant. This was, after all, the land of the East River General Education Department, and those management from the top colleges and universities had taken the initiative to give way. Li Yuanjing saw the expression on the secretary's face. Just know that this call could be extraordinary. Otherwise there was no way Wu would have had to put himself on the phone when he was so busy. He hurriedly pushed aside the crowd around him and reached out on tiptoe, taking the phone that Wu had been covering in his hand. Looking at where the phone belonged to, Li Yuanjing's heart shook. The General Directorate of Education in the Imperial Capital. The higher-ups are calling. Li Yuanjing did not dare to take it easy, and hurriedly put it to his ear and opened his mouth. I am Li Yuanjing, please. Ask. On the other end of the phone, an old voice soon came. Li. A moment after hearing the voice, Li Yuanjing then stood in awe. Meng. Meng Lao? In the past, when he went to meetings in the imperial capital, he had often seen this legend of the Imperial General Education Department in the position of the chief of the meeting, as well as in the position of the speaker. Only, he was totally unqualified to talk to such a big shot. Now he's panicking for a stroke. It's me. Is that Lin boy next to you? Li Yuanjing said, yes, he's right next to me. Meng Yuanzhou continued, it's good that he's there, ask him if he wants to join Divine Sky Academy. Li Yuanjing's hand shook. The phone all but slipped to the floor. His entire body shook, and he said somewhat incoherently, Meng. Meng Lao? Sorry. I just got a little excited and didn't hear what you said. Actually, Li Yuanjing heard it clearly. Only this is a first-class event. He had to make sure it was clear. I said for you to ask Kid Lin if he's willing to join the Divine Heavenly Academy. After confirming that he had heard correctly, Li Yuanjing opened his mouth with difficulty and inquired, then Mang Lao. Isn't the enrollment process of the Divine Heavenly Academy extremely special? How? On the other side, Mang Yuanzhou laughed, it's special recruitment. I talked to young Changming, and he was also interested in this kid, and bluntly said that he didn't need to go through the process of competing for a spot, and that as long as he agreed to do so, he would be enrolled directly. Li Yuanjing only felt a thunderbolt ringing in his head. But he didn't forget his duty. He hurriedly covered the mouth of the phone, then said to Linny in a voice tinged with trembling, Shaohui, the vice president of the Divine Heavens Academy, Elder Yang, has invited you to join the Divine Heavens Academy. Going through the same special enrollment process, direct enrollment. Would you like to join? Li Yuanjing's voice was already small. His phone is also encrypted and soundproofed. So Meng Lao's words were not heard by the others. But at this moment, Li Yuanjing's voice could not be hidden from their ears. In just an instant, all of the college admissions leaders who had gathered around Linny and Li Yuanjing were all dumbstruck. This includes Han Shizai. How could he not have expected that the Divine Heavens Academy had struck out? How is that possible? That doesn't make sense. Linny was a little confused. Divine Heavenly Academy, is that the academy that's number 1 in our great Xia? Li Yuanjing nodded frantically. This time, even Linny felt that it was a bit outrageous. As far as he knew, this top-level professionals academy, which had been ranked first in the Daxia ranking hegemony list for hundreds of years, never recruited candidates who had taken the college entrance examination that year. There is only one way to get into this university. That means you need to attend another top 10 Daxia college for at least 1 year first. And after 1 year, you need to be good enough and achieve a lot of demanding goals to have a chance to receive an invitation from God's sky. And you have to go through a brutal selection process with other invitees before you can finally enroll. At this moment, the first of the Great Xia was surprisingly opening its doors to Linny unconditionally. Chapter 88, The Descending Abyss will begin, early report. Countless media reporters. Completely insane. Unconditional special admission to God's sky. What an unbelievable honor. Who would have thought that 2 days ago, the name Linny hadn't even entered everyone's field of vision yet? And 2 days later, he not only made it to the top of the gold list. It was even more so for the Divine Heavenly Academy, breaking the rules that hadn't been broken in the past 100 years. That's sending out special recruiting invitations. Senior brother Linny is really gifted, not a pool animal. Congratulations senior brother, I've completed my master's mission, I'll see you later. With a smile on his face, Zhang Yun bowed again to Linny. Then the imperial flying sword was used and broke through the air. Worthy of being a cultivator in the Dao sect, Zhang Yun's style of acting was indeed dashing. Han Shizai, on the other side, was not so spontaneous. A hint of annoyance first appeared on his face. Then it switched to regret. Only in the end did Han Shi give Linny a deep look, say yes, this opportunity is very rare. The last time Divine Heavens broke the custom and conducted a special recruitment was back more than 100 years ago. The one who got the special enrollment qualification at that time is currently the first person in our Daxia. It's a secret sauce. The people present, even Li Yuanjing, didn't know. Ha! Did the strongest person in Grand Xia right now once also get a special enrollment spot in the Divine Heavenly Academy? Wouldn't that mean? At this age, Linny was already on par with the great summer legends of that year? When you graduate from Divine Heavens, our Cloud Peak Guild will always reserve a seat for you. Let's go. Han Shizai also figured it out. Since he couldn't invite Linny to his own university, he would invite Linny to join the Cloud Peak Guild in advance. When he finished, he raised his right hand and pointed his finger. In the void, countless light blue ripples rippled out, and then a spatial channel appeared. Han Shizai and the 7 or 8 high-ranking mages behind him floated up into the air, their figures disappearing into the spatial channel. Han Shizai and Zhang Yun's initiative to leave were both allowing Linny to exclude them. Then there was naturally no question about Linny's choice. He nodded to Li Yuanjing. I'm willing to join the Divine Heavenly Academy. Li Yuanjing was overjoyed and hurriedly conveyed Meng Yuanzhou. He promised? That's good. Okay, nothing else. Meng Yuanzhou hung up the phone. Li Yuanjing also said in a loud voice to the people around him, Gentlemen, the dust has settled, thank you for traveling thousands of miles to come, now please return. The second in command of the DJEA issued an eviction order. Plus, Linny had already confirmed that he was joining the Divine Heavens. So a couple of other top national institution executives walked away with a decent amount of regret, though they had their hearts in their mouths. They walked out of the doors of the DJEA in droves. Linny seemed to see a familiar figure in the crowd. It was a man in a decent suit and glasses, wearing the uniform of the Tianchuan Academy. The moment Linny saw Wu Jun, he didn't dare to look back at Linny. His once lofty pride was now being stomped on by Linny. The difference in status and position has been a cloud of difference. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Linny didn't continue to go kill monsters and practice leveling, but rather enjoyed his summer vacation time, hacking with his good buddy, Zhang Shan, playing games day and night. It was like going back to my freshman year of high school. Nothing had changed. Every day is nothing but sleep and food. The days went by smoothly and peacefully. But just as Linny was planning to muddle through the entire summer vacation, one day in mid-July, instead, he received a text message. The cell phone in his hand vibrated, and Linny brought it over to take a look. He found out that it was Li Yuanjing who sent him the message. "Xiaoyi, the acceptance letter from Divine Heavens has been sent to me. It was supposed to be sent to your home. After all, there's still a month and a half until Divine Heavens starts school. But after Elder Yang, the vice principal of the Divine Heavens Academy, learned that you've risen to level 60 and obtained the qualifications to participate in the Descending Abyss Level 0 trial, he brought you a message as well. There are a total of 3 copies of the special Descending Abyss Tier 0 that Divine Heavens currently holds. One of them opens in a week. And this Descending Abyss Level 0 copy has the highest difficulty and rewards of the 3. So Elder Yang asked me to notify you and have you try your best to report to Divine Heaven tomorrow. Entrance to all Descending Abyss Tier 0 copies is extremely rare, and every time a copy opens, a large number of students from Divine Heavens will compete with each other. Even though you're specially recruited, you have to go through the process. After missing the opening of this replica, when the next one opens, it will be another half year or so. Think about it and get back to me as soon as you can." After reading the message, Linny stood up from his computer desk. Is the special copy of Descending Abyss Level 0 also competing with each other for spots within the academy? Yes. Linny had almost forgotten that in this world he was in, most professionals were pumped like chicken blood and would do anything to become stronger. It's a circle where you have to roll a king to survive. It's a 6-month wait if you miss it. But where that number is 3 months. Linny had waited. He really didn't want to waste his summer vacation. But for 6 months, he couldn't bear it. Being stuck at level 60, where you can continue to gain experience but can't upgrade or continue to transfer, is too much. Never mind, after reporting to the Divine Heavens, grab the spot. Get past level 0 of the Descending Abyss before you give yourself a proper vacation. After making his decision, Linny sent a message to Li Yuanjing. Then report tomorrow. 6 months is too long. Linny soon received a reply from Li Yuanjing. Good, I'll reply to them then. Another 10 minutes or so passed. There was another message from Li Yuanjing's side. Arrangements have been made, and tomorrow I can take you to the Divine Heavens to report for duty. In addition, there is also a special favorable policy for you on the Divine Sky Academy's side. You ask your parents if they are willing to move to Imperial Capital to live. Don't worry, the residence that Divine Heavens will arrange for them will definitely be better than the one arranged by Imperial Capital's military and military forces, and the monthly grant that will be issued will not be less. Linny barely thought for too long. Just help your own parents decide. Willing, please arrange it, Uncle Lee. Not that River City is bad. Rather, it was from a security standpoint, with the abyssal world potentially threatening Blue Star at all times. If any high-risk copies are born near River City again, Linny didn't want to let himself still have attachments in his old home. If anything, the whole of Blue Star is going to fall. Then Tokyo must have been the last city to fall. There was no doubt in Linny's mind about that. It is best to have your parents relocate to the Imperial Capital and have the state's specialized protection. This way they can also enjoy their old age in peace, and they themselves can have complete peace of mind. Alright then, I'll pick you up from Jiangsheng tomorrow. Instead I'll settle your parents in Imperial Capital first, after that you can report to Divine Heaven with me. Li Yuanjing sent another message. Linny pushed open the door to his bedroom and told his parents the news. The two of them were a bit reluctant, but in the end, it was Lin who made the final call. In order to not let Xiaoyi worry, we'd better move there. Xingfang, pack up your things. Chapter 89 Arriving at the Divine Heavens, Freshman Classification. Early morning the next day. Lin Yi brought his parents and arrived at the Zheng City Teleportation Hall. Though it was always said that the things used at home were so old that they could be bought and replaced again when they got to the Empire. But the mother Su Qingfang, or do not want to give up, yesterday the whole packing out half of the things stored at home. So Lin Yi had also hired a moving team in the morning, paid the traveling expenses, and followed along to Imperial Capital. At 9 a.m., Li Yuanjing appeared on time, after some pleasantries. Li Yuanjing took Ling Yi's family to Tianhai City first through Zheng Cheng's teleportation array. Then used the giant inter-provincial teleportation array in Tianhai City to travel to Imperial Capital. After arriving in the Imperial Capital, he brought Ling Yi's parents to move into their new home again. It was noon when everything was taken care of. Su Qingfang forcefully leaves Li Yuanjing behind to thank him for his care along the way and cooks a sumptuous lunch in his new home. He then pulled Lin Yi back, wiping tears from his eyes as he instructed Lin Yi on what he had to pay attention to in college. In fact, Lin Yi's ears were calloused from hearing these words, but listened patiently to the end. With everything settled, Li Yuanjing took Lin Yi and departed for the Divine Heavens. Uncle Li, I've actually always wanted to ask, which province is Divine Heavenly Academy in, right in Imperial Capital? On the way, Lin Yi inquired about this. Li Yuanjing smiled mysteriously, you're lucky that you're currently in the Imperial Capital. Lin Yi froze, currently? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. Li Yuanjing, however, didn't explain too much, but just brought Lin Yi to the square in front of the General Education Department. You shouldn't be afraid of heights, right? Li Yuanjing asked again. Lin Yi was alerted in his heart. He always felt as if something big was waiting for him. Without waiting for Lin Yi to reply, he saw a spherical object with countless data blue lights in its flow, falling from the sky. The large iron ball then unfolded like a lotus flower, and its internal structure was revealed to Lin Yi. It was a flight pod just big enough for 2 people to enter. There were no maneuvering panels inside the pod, not even a place to sit. Come on, let's go up. Li Yuanjing led Lin Yi into the spherical flight chamber. When the two stood still, the mechanical parts that bloomed like a lotus flower on the outside of the flight pod closed up and wrapped the two in it. From the outside, the big iron ball is full of technology. But Lin Yi didn't realize that from the inside, this material was translucent. All the details of the cabin around him at the moment became surprisingly transparent. It was as if he was standing above a void. What kind of technology is this? Tick. After a soft electronic tone, Lin Yi finally understood why Li Yuanjing had to ask him one more time if he was afraid of heights. Because in the next second, he realized that the flight capsule was pulling up from the ground with an extremely terrifying acceleration. In just the blink of an eye, Lin Yi realized that he was already several kilometers off the ground. Even the tallest skyscrapers in Imperial Capital were already under his overlook. The altitude was climbing rapidly, yet the speed was still getting faster. Luckily, Lin Yi wasn't too afraid of heights. Especially after getting the skill blast wings, Lin Yi, who had flown a few times, wasn't so afraid of being dropped to his death anymore. As they watched the bustling Imperial Capital shrink dramatically below, it wasn't long before they had arrived above the clouds. The urban scene below was completely out of sight. Divine Sky Academy. Is it even flying in the sky? Lin Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky above. After arriving at the stratosphere, the sky was clear, and with no clouds above, Lin Yi was able to see a dark shadow appear next to the sun. The black shadow was shaped like a huge ship. Lin Yi felt that the rising speed of this flight pod he was in was on the verge of breaking through the second cosmic speed, and that black shadow in the sky was enlarging. When Lin Yi got a thorough look at its full appearance, he still couldn't help but be shocked. It was indeed an extremely large flying ship. The material used underneath the flying object was similar to the material of this flight pod they were traveling in. Both are dark gray with a hint of blue and have a hard texture. Instead, after flying above the flying object, Lin Yi was shocked to realize that the structure below should be the foundation of this airspace mothership. Above, on the other hand, it carries a scene that looks like a paradise. The first thing that came into view was a couple of towering green hills at the rear of the mothership. The distant mountains were entwined with clouds and mist, and there was a waterfall crashing down from the cliffs. Lin Yi's eyes were slightly glued as he seemed to see an extremely huge body of a creature in the mountain mist. That carapace was covered in thick scales, and the overall color was greenish-gray. But it flickered and disappeared back into the clouds. The plains below the mountains are rich in vegetation and scenery. Countless buildings are strewn about. In the direction of the gate closest to his own, Linny saw two large, dragon-flying characters, Divine Heavens. How could he not have imagined that the Divine Heavens Academy was actually built on top of a gigantic empty sky mothership? More to the point, the structure above this mothership is not even a cabin. And it's like taking some part of the surface of the blue planet and just moving it up and creating a scene after the fact. It's spectacular. Shocker. I was as shocked as you were when I first saw Divine Sky Academy. This is the masterpiece of the previous principle of Divine Heavens, as well as the third god of war of our great Xia. This mothership was named by him as the Purple Sky Heavenly Court, which is also one of the origins of how the Divine Sky Academy got its name. Linny looked around. He realized that the location where the Divine Heavens were located was more than just high. Further up, he had even seen the dark and cold universe. And below, all of the blue stars had been able to see the outside of the sphere. Come on, let's go report. The flight pod landed, the hatch opened, and Linny and Li Yuanjing stepped out. Enter the Divine Sky Academy. Linny had originally been worried that it would be difficult for the Divine Heavens to even breathe in such a high place. Once he walked through the school gates, he realized that he was the one who was overthinking things. There was also a spherical boundary that existed over the entire Divine Heavenly campus, which ensured that the atmosphere present in it would not escape into outer space. The base of the boat underneath itself should have the appropriate air purification and filtration system as well. Hello, I'm here to take the new students to check in, can you let them through please? Li Yuanjing smiled with a smile on his face to the gatekeeper who was guarding the entrance gate of the school. Linny just glanced at the janitorial uncle, and was a bit stunned in his heart. Good lord, the ones who showed the door to Divine Heavens were already sixth-turn professionals? That gatekeeper uncle looked at Linny and spoke, admission notice. Li Yuanjing took out Linny's acceptance letter and handed it over to the uncle, who opened the door and let him go after some confirmation. And as a reminder, the first thing new students do when they join the university is to complete their grading. The check-in center is in the building in front of you. Your relevant information should have already been entered into God's Sky system, but without a rating, it's impossible to determine your accommodations and daily resource allotment. You're kind of late, there's already a group of freshmen who reported early like you and they're getting ready for grading. Get on with it, if you miss this batch, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to be graded. You might just have to live on the street. Chapter 90, Challenging the Fourth Turn. Isn't this kid too crazy? If you're not graded, you'll have to live on the street. Aren't there student dormitories everywhere here? Linny felt the unique flavor of the Divine Heavens. After thanking that gatekeeper uncle, Li Yuanjing led Linny towards that egg-shaped building not far away. At the same time, he also patiently explained to Linny, in the Divine Heavenly Academy, there are two things that are the most important to a student. One is credits, which are the same as the Dasha merit points you've already gotten, and can be exchanged for a lot of goodies at the Academy's treasury. Also, there's no way to graduate from Divine Heaven without enough credits. More than a decade has passed since I entered Divine Heaven, and there are students who are still stuck and unable to graduate because they don't have enough credits. Other than credits, it's all about ratings. The higher the rating, the better the accommodations you'll be able to get, and the freer and easier your life will be in Divine Heaven. At the same time, ratings are about access to resources for your growth. Let's use the example of the breakthrough magic crystal that you're most familiar with. As long as you achieve a rating of B or higher in Divine Heavens, this thing will even send you one every day, and in addition to that, the halo bonuses you get from entering the exclusive copies that Divine Heavens has at its disposal, depending on the difference in your ratings, are also very different. Some replicas don't meet the corresponding ratings and can't even be entered. So, for some time to come, you must try to brush your rating up a bit if you want to do well in a place where there are geniuses everywhere. In fact, as Li Yuanjing opened his mouth to explain, Linny had already guessed the rating-related system to the best of his ability. Because in the previous life this kind of system was too common everywhere. Anyway, it's just a saying that people with high ratings enjoy the world. Those who are not rated high enough will have to be the cattle and horses of those who are. It's that simple. Li Yuanjing led Linny into the interior of the huge building, and as soon as he entered, Linny heard a mountain of cheers and shouts. At a glance, it doesn't look like any college check-in center. Instead, it's more like an arena. There were tiers all around, all of which were auditoriums. The arena, on the other hand, was divided into dozens of large and small rings. Directly in front of them, underneath the podium, was a huge spirit crystal projection screen. It shows footage of a great fight in one of the rings. It was a warrior professional and a knight professional in a fierce battle. The warrior was clad in silver armor, holding a huge axe, and with every slash, his might was exceptionally terrifying. The knights on the other side were mounted on warhorses with lances in their hands, pulling and charging through the not-so-large field with extreme skill. Both sides fought with swords and swords. Linny also saw both sides of the big screen, giving information about the two men's matchups. Yu Jing Chang. Grade, 2. Rank, LV.125. Transfer status, 4 transfers. Affiliated faculty, Chi Fire Sequence. Days of enrollment, 769. Mission experience, Grade E 164 times, Grade D 369 times, Grade C 441 times, Grade B 87 times, Grade A 3 times. Rating, C. Place, 3742. It was the warrior professional with the giant axe. I didn't realize it was already 4 turns. And he's only even in 2nd grade. Linny instantly had an idea of the overall strength of the students within the Divine Heavens School. A 4th turn professional, put outside, in many guilds, would already be able to be addressed as a big brother. And by this point, it's only even just over 3,000 in the C-suite. There were too many strong people in the entire Divine Heavens. Hey, that freshman over there. That's you, you're here to report for duty too, aren't you? Come over here quickly, the finalization tournament will start soon, come and register. Linny was watching with great interest when he suddenly heard the shouts of a man from not far away and followed the sound. Sure enough, he realized he was calling himself. Go on, cheers. Li Yuanjing smiled and patted Lin Yi's back, then he climbed the stairs of the audience, intending to observe Lin Yi's grading. Which school did you move up from? The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged man. At the moment, he was staring at Lin Yi with a scrutinizing gaze. Teacher, I didn't get your point. Lin Yi was a bit puzzled as to why this teacher was asking that. I asked you where you got promoted from, you don't even know your own school. This middle-aged teacher was obviously a hothead. The words took on a hint of anger at the moment. However, the next moment, after he swept Lin Yi's professional crystal card over the card reader, the message that popped up left him dumbfounded. You're Lin Yi? It was my fault just now, I'm sorry, you're so special, being that you just took the entrance exam this year. It's fine. Lin Yi shook his head. It wasn't taken to heart. He also understood why this teacher had asked that before. Because to God's sky, the so-called freshmen were all super elites from other colleges across the country. Himself is the exception of exceptions. Okay, registration for you is complete, enter. Oh, I was in such a hurry, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you the exact rules. My. Lin Yi was just about to leave when he was called back. He had just wondered if this teacher should have given him the rules for grading. That's right, Mr. Lin Yi. You are now participating in the freshman classification tournament, which consists of 3 battles. For the first 2 battles, you'll enter a special copy of the Phantasmagoria, and for the first one, you'll fight against monsters. The second battle, on the other hand, is that the illusion system will randomly select a student in our Divine Heavens Academy based on your performance in the first battle, generating a dummy to fight against you in a 1v1 battle. If you win the second battle, then for the third battle, you will ascend to the ring of our Divine Sky Arena. Then it's up to you to pick a trainee of your ideal rating obedience and fight him in a 1v1 match, and if you win, you'll replace his currently existing rating and obedience. Got it? Lin Yi nodded. Then stepped onto the field. The middle-aged teacher let out a long breath. Luckily, he had apologized in time, or else he could not afford to offend a super freshman who could make the university's top management break 100 years of rules to be specially recruited. Walking out of the registration office, this middle-aged teacher looked towards the large screen in the arena. Dumbstruck ensued. On the big screen, it was the freshman he had just sent into the first 2 battles of the finalization tournament, Lin Yi, that had appeared. Ha! He raised his hand to look at his watch. How long has it been? 1 minute? This kid went straight through the first 2 rounds? But why did the arena guide choose to focus on him, huh? This can only mean that this fight, for now, will be the focus of the fight at this stage. This kid, who did he pick? In the middle-aged teacher's even more incredulous gaze, Lin Yi's opponent's information appeared on the right side of the big screen. Lin Yi versus Yu Jing Chang. Ha! 2 turns to beat 4 turns? Is this kid too crazy? Chapter 91, Giving Divine Heavens a Little Necromancy Shock. Audience. Li Yuanjing was also a bit stunned when he saw Lin Yi's handsome face appear on the arena's big screen. How can it be so fast? Didn't it take quite a while to get through the first 2 games of the classification? However, remembering Lin Yi's tactic of directly raising his hand to blast down 2 7th-order spells, 1 ice and 1 fire, in the 5th round of the National College Entrance Examination. Suddenly he didn't feel strange. The characters who fought against each other in the first 2 rounds were, after all, monsters and professionals that were virtualized from copies of the Phantasmagoria. It couldn't be easier for Lin Yi to crush them. Most of all, Lin Yi was no longer so cautious in his thinking now after talking to Meng Yuanzhou. Anyway, the fact that he had already mastered a 7th rank spell had already been revealed, so there was no need to continue hiding it. Only Meng Yuanzhou told him to keep it in check, that the 8th order and forbidden spells, try not to use them if you can. Everyone from Divine Sky Academy. Good morning, noon and good evening. Welcome to the Divine Sky Arena. I'm your favorite host Shualiang. An impassioned voice rang out from the loudspeakers in the entire Divine Heavens arena, and at the same time, the ring that Lin Yi was in moved to the center of the entire arena stage with great speed. After seeing the amazing technology of the Divine Sky Mothership, Lin Yi was already used to this kind of scene. Maybe it's because the hardest and rarest copy of Level 0 of the Descending Abyss in our academy and in the whole of Daxia is about to open. Our academy has welcomed its first batch of strength freshmen today. And the best of them is this student Lin Yi. He broke the historical record of 176 years in Divine Heaven, and is the 5th student from our academy to enroll through special recruitment. Meanwhile, in the just concluded National College Entrance Examination, this Lin Yi student also accomplished the ultimate dark horse comeback with 5 rounds of 1,000,000 perfect scores. Such a rising star, today, even more so, cleared the first 2 rounds of the qualifying tournament at a record-breaking speed. In the final round of the finalization tournament, he even chose the highest-ranked player he could currently choose, the C-ranked second-year powerhouse from Qi Academy, Yu Jingchang. Student Yu Jingchang has just won the grade change battle with student Wu Yang, and at this moment his rank in the C grade ratings has risen another 79 places. At this moment, he's full of battle spirit and momentum. In the end, our freshly enrolled legendary freshman Lin Yi was able to complete an unprecedented 3 grading matches to directly ascend to C rank. Or will student Yu Jingcheng be able to decimate this super rookie and obtain his full freshman resource benefits, to be revealed immediately? Please prepare the opposing sides. The host's voice lit up the room. It was the summer vacation period at the moment, and for the students of the Divine Sky Academy, most of them had already gone home on vacation. There are also some Roll Kings on field missions. But there are still a lot of students who stay in school. Even if you don't engage in combat, it's fun to come into the arena and watch others compete. I just didn't realize that today was so special. To be able to witness a battle where a freshman just enrolled in the school dared to challenge a 4-turn second-year senior. Knock. Knock. 2 dull footsteps sounded. Lin Yi noticed that on the opposite side of the ring he was in, he walked up to a burly man close to 2 meters tall, clad in battle armor, with gnarled muscles like a berserker who had stepped out of a Norse myth. Yu Jingcheng stuck his 2 giant axes into the hard ring floor, revealing a hint of a sardonic smile. What gave you the courage to dare to challenge me? Is it the name of a national scholar? Laozi was also the second in the country back then, and everyone in Divine Heavens, who isn't in the top 10 in the country anymore. The moment Yu Jingcheng's words were spoken, the entire arena was completely lit up. Lin Yi heard a roar of laughter coming from the audience. These guys aren't too keen on the national firsts and the national seconds that ring a bell out there. Didn't even put too much stock in it. As Yu Jingcheng said, who is able to enter the Divine Heaven, who is not a national top 10 anymore? Scholar, top scorer. In the Divine Heavens, the #1 academy of the Great Summer, there were a lot of them. Elementary school brother, it's too late for regrets, I'll just laugh at your freshman resource gift bag. Yu Jingcheng drew his giant axe from the ground and pointed it straight at Lin Yi. At the same time, on the big screen, a countdown appeared. The countdown ends and the battle begins. Regarding the rules of the freshman resource pack and the switching challenge, Lin Yi had previously known about them in the first 2 rounds of the classification tournament. First of all, the freshman resource pack is the first and only benefit that every freshman who enters the Divine Heavens enjoys for free. It contains 5 special copy entry scrolls that need to reach C grade or above rating to obtain, breakthrough magic crystals, attribute magic crystals and other growth resources. And the switching challenge is a loss for the highborn to fight the lowborn if there is no benefit to him, because of the risk of failure. That was why the Divine Heavens had stipulated that after a lowly person had succeeded in a change of position challenge and was amongst the higher ranks, they would accumulate a mandatory number of battles. As long as you have a mandatory fight count on you, you must accept when a low-level challenger challenges you. And Yu Jingcheng had just defeated a formidable enemy that he had been studying for a long time in the battle just now. Successfully completed the switch. That was why he was on Lin Yi's optional challenge list. Because he had to take the fight. However, accordingly, the Divine Heavens also stipulated that if the lowers lost the challenge, then not only was the number of mandatory battles on the highers removed, the daily resource ration that the lowers were entitled to would be transferred to the highers according to a certain percentage. This way both sides are at risk, while the winners reap the rewards. Such a system is what has allowed the entire rating and transposition challenge system to be implemented to this day. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. On the big screen, the countdown goes to 0. At ringside, the bell rang to start the fight as well. In the next moment, Yu Jingcheng leapt up high with his double axes in hand, and with the momentum of a heavenly crash, he slashed down viciously towards where Lin Yi was. Berserker skill, power split. Contrary to most people's notion that warriors are just short-handed and bulky. Yu Jingcheng's speed, very fast. In fact, Lin Yi had noticed it earlier when he saw him in the fight with that knight. As a heavily armored melee profession, his displacement skills, to say the least, are very numerous. In addition to this leaping jump splash, there are also skills like charge and berserk dash. Fighters fight mages. As long as the warrior gets close, the mage basically doesn't have much power to fight back. Most people in the audience thought so. They had thought that Lin Yi, a freshman who had made an exception and was able to be specially recruited by the Divine Heavens, would be able to bring them a different experience. Combat experience seems to be too scarce right now. This kind of budding newcomer who only knew how to take exams was really no match for the second-year students who were extremely experienced in combat and had even walked on the edge of life and death. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Yi was going to be smashed directly into empty blood by this powerful slash, the unexpected happened. Ding! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. A giant python with scarlet eyes and covered in hard scales appeared abruptly in front of Lin Yi. Although it was almost split in two by this chop from Yu Jingcheng, but the necrotic creature, it had no sense of pain. Under the python's protection with his physical body, Lin Yi was unharmed. It was time to give Divine Heavens Academy a little necromancer shock. Chapter 92, Seconds to kill a fourth turn. The shocking effect of a chain of corpse explosions. After the first python was summoned by Lin Yi from the necromancy space, it was followed by a second, and a 10th. The 100th. Until the entire ring was almost filled with Lin Yi's summons. Previously, while in the ruins of Noah, Lu Yu, who had obtained the arc reactor core module, possessed the authority to order all the beasts in the entire relic. Coupled with Xia Yuyan's air-breaking field at the time, it was a fully automatic and indiscriminate attack. Lin Yi knew that even if he released the monsters in the necromancy space that he had taken under his wing, it wouldn't help. Therefore, when it came to the final showdown, Lin Yi chose to take matters into his own hands. But now that he's facing Yu Jingcheng, Lin Yi thinks that there's no need for this. Wouldn't the 300 or so monsters in necrospace come in handy right now? Unfortunately, the ring is still too small. It had only just released 100 or so big babies, and they were already crowding the entire ring. Unlike summoning, transferring the summons from the necrotic space was done instantly. That is, for everyone in the audience. They just felt a flash in front of their eyes, and hundreds of repulsive-faced death spirit monsters appeared in the field. It looked as if Yu Jingcheng had released it by force. This cleave split the entire heavenly calamity. Is this freshman a summoner? No, look on the big screen, his profession is mage, so he should mainly specialize in the necromancy system. Holy, this is the first time I've seen so many necromantic summoners, it's disgusting. Some of the eyes are falling out. To be able to instantly summon and control such a terrifying necromancer-type summon at the same time, no wonder he dares to challenge the second-year ones. In the audience, countless Divine Heavens students with either high or low strengths murmured. They didn't know about Lin Yi's performance in the previous college entrance exams. But based on this hand alone, they admitted that Lin Yi did have something. But that's as far as it goes. With their gaze, the gap between a second and fourth turn was simply not something that could be erased by a single heaven-defying talent. In the middle of the ring, Yu Jingcheng, who was surrounded by countless necromantic monsters, quickly calmed down after experiencing the initial shock. God's Sky Swap Battle is unrestricted to any props or equipment other than obvious cheating. At the moment, Yu Jingcheng was wearing a set of Warrior's Plate armor equipment, which, along with his basic attributes from his 4th turn, gave him a frighteningly high defense. Even after being surrounded by so many Lord-level and even Overlord-level monsters, he barely lost any blood. Lin Yi had found this out as well. It seemed that although these monster bits from Noah's ruins were still high, the final level was in the middle of the level 60 to 80 range. Facing Yu Jingcheng, who was already over level 120, the levels were all too suppressed. No wonder you, a mage, dared to challenge me. To be able to control so many summoned beasts at the same time, if your summoned beasts weren't so weak, then I would really have some headaches. Now well. Can I kill to my heart's content? Yu Jingcheng licked his lips. The next moment, he roared. An invisible sound wave spread out with him at the center. Roar. Warrior skill, thwarting roar. All monsters that hit would be attached with debuffs that slowed down movement speed and attack speed, and for weaker enemies, they would even fall into a state of fear and be unable to move. Unfortunately, Lin Yi's necromantic summoner was born with its own fear immunity. So this roar from Yu Jingcheng only caused these monsters to be forced back a small distance. And movement speed is reduced significantly. But that's enough. Then, a red light flashed in Yu Jingcheng's eyes. His already burly body once again rose in size, bathed in bloodlight. Skill, Unyielding Will. It was a status-type skill that, when turned on, would continuously drain his own life value. But at the same time, he was able to gain the Overlord status. Most people and monsters go into a brief freeze when they take an attack. And this brief stiffness can, in some cases, even interrupt the skill. And some professions and powerful monsters have overbearing status skills. When you enter this state, you can directly ignore the stiffness. Even outrageous ones with control effect reduction. As soon as the status was added, Yu Jingcheng held the 2 battle axes in his hands and began to spin around rapidly. Sharp blades broke through the air and blood splattered. In an instant, the dozen or so necromantic monsters that surrounded him were chopped off alive by the giant axe and the sharp chi that swept up. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're out of luck if you run into me. For every one of your summons I kill, I get 1 point stronger. Thanks for sending me status now. Lin Yi's eyes sank slightly. With the help of the Eye of Omniscience, he understood why Yu Jingcheng had said that. At this moment, a gain buff called Killing Pleasure also appeared on his body. Killing Pleasure, after killing a target, increase your attack power, movement speed, defense, and maximum life by 5%. This effect stacks up to 200% and lasts until the end of the battle. At the same time, Lin Yi also noticed that Yu Jingcheng's Berserker passive skill was stacked up on him. Breaking the Kettle, for every 100 points your life value is lowered, increased your attack speed and damage reduction by 1%. This effect reaches its maximum value when your life value is lowered to 20%. Just over 10 seconds passed. Under the crazy slaughter of the Cyclone Chop, Yu Jingcheng's state was unprecedentedly terrifying. The blood stacked up to close to 1,000,000. Other attributes more than doubled as well. Now that he didn't even need to use his displacement skills, his movement speed with his whirlwind slash-on was extremely terrifying. The trickiest part is still the damage reduction effect. After turning on Unyielding Will, his blood level was continuing to cut down, and he now had more than 40% of the mandatory damage reduction effect hanging over him. If Lin Yi had been able to do some damage to these summons previously, it would be almost completely damage-free now. Too young. Never give a Berserker a dish. Why is the Berserker a god with tons of copies of minions? Just on that, give him status stacks and no one will be able to kill him. Audience. Countless people had already sentenced Lin Yi to death. Because at this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Yu Jingcheng had entered his full strength stance, waiting for all these dead monsters to be killed by him. That dealing with a mage without the protection of a summon, that image, it was too brutal to even think about. Over 100 necromantic summoners. After 10 seconds or so, it was completely resolved. Yu Jingcheng stood in the center of a pile of monster corpses, drenched in blood, like a god of war. Your turn. Yu Jingcheng growled as he killed his eyes. Can't stop now. The next moment he was ready to use his extremely fast movement speed to give Lin Yi a few hard axes. However, he saw Lin Yi's still bland expression. You sure know how to pick your spots. Right up the middle. Next moment. Didn't wait for Yu Jingcheng to react. He then jolted to hear a terrifying roar. Bang! The body of a monster at his feet burst open violently. Plasma and putrid liquid burst open, causing Yu Jingqing's footsteps to lurch. Subsequently, bang, 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 bang. Like firecrackers. The bodies around him seemed to be triggering some kind of chain reaction. It began to explode away one after another. Hundreds of bodies exploded en masse. It caused the entire ground of the divine heavenly arena to tremble like crazy. On the large screen, where the status bar of Yu Jingqing was labeled, the column of blood bars was emptied at the speed of light. So what if you have millions of blood and high damage reduction? Seconds. Chapter 93: The strongest freshman in the history of divine heavens. Outside the arena gates, 5 figures walked in. These 5 people were both male and female, with powerful auras, and all of them were wearing uniforms bearing the crest of the Divine Heavenly Academy. You can tell by the age that they are not students, but more like teachers. Is it over? Why is it silent in there? The oldest of the 5, who wore a purple vestment tattooed with hot gold thunder patterned bagua, said suspiciously. Told you guys. I told you guys to hurry up and hurry up. It's all about dawdling. Who won? Who won? Did that special recruit kid win? That said, I haven't paid attention to what profession he is and what skills he has. If I'd known, I wouldn't have waited for you guys, I'd have come straight here. Is there a video? It feels too bad to miss it. Standing beside the purple-robed old man was a young man wearing a black trench coat. Only his temperament was the oddest of the 5. Dyed yellow hair aside, along the way, he also twirled an automatic pistol in his hand as if showing off. It was only a matter of seconds before 7 or 8 words popped right out of his mouth. Obviously a pedantic chatterbox. Shut up. The person who spoke was a person who was dressed in black, even his face was hidden under an evil ghost mask. The voice was obviously muddy as well, and it was impossible to even tell if he was a man or a woman based on his appearance and vocal characteristics alone. Completely opposite to Yellow Hair's chatterbox physique, this masked man in black, along the way, didn't open his mouth at all. The only time he opened his mouth was when he was too loud for Yellow Hair and just told him to shut up. The 2 who walked at the end of the 5. One of them was only about 1 meter 4 in height, short and stout, with a big beard on his chin that dragged down to the ground. As for the other person, she was tall, wearing a snow-white robe, her chest was almost overflowing with pride, and her appearance was enough to astonish everyone as well. The 5 walked into the arena. The next moment, the large ring in the center of the field was seen. A scene in which a serial corpse explosion occurs. This 7th rank skill of the necromancy department, when there is only 1 corpse. The damage dealt by detonation really wasn't even as high as the damage dealt by a fire-type 5th rank skill. It can be said to be the shame of the 7th order. And once the number of corpses exceeded 10, then it would basically equalize the damage caused by the fire-type 7th order Heavenly Flame Dragon's Breath. And now, the corpses of a whole 100 monsters were chain detonated. The explosion that was caused was on the level of a nuclear explosion. In the center of the entire arena, a mushroom cloud formed by necromantic black gas even rose. Linny knew from the very beginning of the fight that he probably wouldn't be able to win this round through the Sea of Monsters tactic. His original intention was also to test the strength of the 7th rank skill of the necromancy department. I didn't realize it would be so supermodel. AH. Located at the center of the nuclear explosion, Linny could clearly hear the heartbreaking screams of his opponent, that second-year Berserker Senior. Pain. Sharp pain. It hurts like hell. A million levels of blood were emptied in a matter of moments, dropping to 1 point. If there was slow play, someone would have noticed. In fact, not long after the nuclear explosion had just begun, Yu Jingqing's blood level had already been completely emptied. Now that he was, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he owed Linny a dozen tubes of blood backwards. If it wasn't for the boundary laws that enveloped the entire arena shielding Yu Jingqing from a large amount of damage, he would have become one of the links in this corpse explosion feast by now. Linny was also reflecting on himself. Well, actually, he could have used the corpse explosion technique much earlier. Especially since he could also actively control the blood level of these necrotic monsters. If you arrange their blood control in a stepwise fashion from high to low, so that each one's blood level is somewhat slightly different. Subsequently and simultaneously relinquish control of them, making them neutral creatures. Then on one of the monster corpses, use corpse explosion. The explosion of the first corpse will kill those bloodied monsters, making them new corpses. Then the chain reaction stacked up and a wave of textbook profanity followed, literally. Well, in the future, this is a technique that can be used in real life. Linny thoroughly realized how the various skills of the necromancy department worked together. It's amazing that there's such a wonderful chemistry. The black smoke from the nuclear explosion cleared. Linny was still standing in the ring unharmed. And Yu Jingchang, who had just been wild to the point of being unbeatable, was now rolling his eyes and lying on the ground, his body still twitching. Unbelievable. Our strongest freshman actually beat a C-rated sophomore senior. I declare the winner of this battle to be student Linny. He's finished his classification race too. The final grading results are: C rank 2678th place. This student, Linny, has broken the highest record since the founding of our Divine Heavens. It can be called the strongest freshman in the history of Divine Heaven. After completing the classification tournament, he was directly promoted to C medium. Let's give him the warmest applause. Host Shualiang after some impassioned commentary. A round of applause also erupted throughout the arena. Even if they didn't think highly of Linny before the match. But the results of the battle at the moment cannot be faked. The one standing in the middle of the field was Linny, and the one who had fallen was Yu Jingchang. Kind of scary, this freshman. No wonder the necromancy department is a rare profession department. I didn't expect it to be this strong. Did you guys see it clearly just now, that big explosion? What kind of skill is it? Aren't necromancy skills all about summoning all sorts of netherworldly things to fight? Why would there be a wide-range skill that's so powerful? Had to pay attention to this kid. Originally the idea of dealing with this kind of summoner profession was to prioritize getting rid of their summons. Without their summons, they are equivalent to beasts without sharp claws and fangs, and in the end, they can only be slaughtered. But now it looks like you kill his summons, and he seems to be able to take his dead summons and waste them, so that's a bit tricky. In the audience, countless people were talking. And at that moment, the 5 figures walking into the arena were spotted by the attentive guides in the arena. The next moment, countless spotlights hit them. The host, Shualiang, even exclaimed, "What a day to remember! A wonderful battle that has attracted the deans of our Divine Heaven's 5 great academies. Let's welcome them." The spotlight shines on the 5 hospital directors. The young man with yellow hair even flung his trench coat, turned his back to the crowd, and made a gesture that he thought was very handsome. So embarrassing. Grass, why does our dean feel so middle-aged? What do you know, this is called being stylish. When you can get Dean Huang's connotations, you can really become a core member of our Hui Academy. A big no-brainer. Most of the people in the audience had already completed their divisions, and at this moment, when they saw their own dean, their reactions were different. The only ones who felt humiliated were the Hui Academy crowd from the Bowman department. The purple-robed old man at the head of the 5 looked at Linny and smiled as he stroked his beard. "Not bad, I've seen your performance in the 5th round of exams. I didn't realize that even the 7th-ranked spells of the necromancy system could be managed by you. Since our Vice Principal Yang has given you a special enrollment opportunity. On behalf of the Dean of Fushi Academy, I'll also give you a special recruiting opportunity. How about it, student Linny, would you like to join our Fushi Academy?" Chapter 94, 5 tutors turn for you. Linny, I'll take the big one. My god. Dean Xiao of the Fushi Academy has sent out an invitation to join the academy to our strongest freshman ever. Host Shualiang screamed. In the next moment, the entire arena, the students in the audience, had their faces completely changed. Holy! Can this be a special offer too? Broke the rules again. Nima, when I first enrolled, I stayed up for more than 2 months before I passed the branch selection. Why should he be able to complete the branch directly as soon as he arrives? I'll forget it, grass. Man for man. Linny was also stunned. What does that mean? But judging by the reactions of others in the audience, it seemed like it was another one of those privileges to have all to yourself. Dean Xiao, your invitation is so sudden that it has left him a bit bewildered. Although he's a mage professional and it's most natural for him to join your Fushi Academy, I have some interest in him as well. A voice that was soft but with endless charm rang out. The woman wearing a white robe with a pair of long legs unreservedly displayed opened her mouth. Then, a pair of angelic wings that shimmered with holy light appeared behind her. Between the flapping of her feathered wings, she flew up lightly, then landed on an empty seat on one side of the audience, watching Linny with interest. Hey. Sister Daryl, why did you say what I wanted to say ahead of time? I should have been the second to extend the invitation. Yo! Kid! Want to join us at Hoi Academy? I think highly of you. How about being taught by my father himself? Who says mages can't use guns? Attaching magic to bullets, that's a really cool idea, alright. I guarantee you'll break through to an A rating in a very short period of time. Well, what do you think? Yellow Hair was in a hurry, and his mouth spoke a string of words in rapid succession. Shut up! The masked man in black spoke again. It was a little too much for him to tolerate the presence of such a pedantic croak and chatterbox around him. However, after casting the forbidden speech technique on Yellow Hair, his eyes under his mask looked at Lin Yi. You, come to me. It fits. After the man in black finished his words, the short and strong beard that had been standing next to him spread his hands. Kid, the one you just blasted to death is the one from my Chi Academy. I would have wanted to invite you as well. But you're a mage. What I hate the most in my life is all of you mages who only know how to obscenely distance kite people. So let's just forget about it. The bearded man's words came out. The dean of Fushi Academy was offended. Oh, that's called tactics. What obscene kite, old Chin, if you can't speak, don't open your mouth. The bearded man's eyes glared as he said angrily, Surname Shao, do you dare to compete with me? Haven't you lost enough to seek abuse? It was true that the two professions, mage and warrior, were natural enemies. Mages feel that warriors are a big shorty and can just abuse them by pulling away. The warrior felt that the mage was an obscene goon, but whenever he got close, he was going to be slashed hundreds of times. Mutual disobedience. In any case, there were now 4 deans who had invited Lin Yi to join their academies. This is straight up enviable. Li Yuanjing, who was watching all this from the audience, was even more dumbfounded. He had anticipated that Lin Yi's branch should be easy. But I didn't expect it to be this easy. On the opening day of the school year, he was directly invited by the 4 major colleges at the same time. In fact, technically speaking, it should be considered the 5 major academies, all of which were interested in Lin Yi. The 4 deans, I only just arrived at Divine Heaven today. I don't know what all the advantages of your academy, exactly, are for me. Li Yuanjing almost laughed out loud at his words. He sort of saw it. This kid is quite the straight ball monster. Not going to bend the rules in the slightest and just start talking about favors. When Lin Yi said this, the several deans who had extended invitations to him were also stunned. Afterwards, it was still Yellow Hair who was the first to react and hurriedly said, Blame us, we forgot to make introductions with you. I'm Huang Xiaotian, the dean of the Bowman Department Hoi Academy. The advantage of our institution is that we have a lot of equipment and good equipment. If you don't believe me, ask the people of our academy, firearms, ammunition, bows and vectors, we consume the most, the boss of the Divine Sky Equipment Logistics Office, and I are Iron Brothers. All you have to do is come to our Hoi Academy, and I'll give you a set of scintillating star equipment straight away. After Huang Xiaotian finished speaking, the masked black-clothed man who had been silent all this time, on the other hand, just said 2 words faintly, me too. The purple-robed old man shook his head and said to Lin Yi, this reticent dean is of the same family as you, his name is Lin Qi, the dean of the Assassin Department's Candle 9 Academy. I am Xiao Yunsheng, as you can see, the dean of the Mage Department's Fushi Academy. Joining the Fushi Academy is without a doubt just the best fit for you, and I myself would be willing to take some time out of my schedule each week to personally take you on a copy and give you the specialized guidance you need to make a mage career. Finally, it was the white-robed woman's turn. I'm Daryl Blue, Dean of the Manhwa Academy of Priests. Well, the advantages and benefits of joining our academy, well. Let's see. Blue Daryl thought for a moment, and she finally shook her head. If we want to talk about fitness, the Priest Department and the Mage Department are more or less correlated, but it's really not that big. But the benefits I can give you are also obvious. Saying this, a flash of light appeared in Lan Ruoshi's hand, and a staff inlaid with white holy crystals appeared in her hand. Subsequently, Lin Yi didn't see her open her mouth to chant. The entire arena was filled with the beautiful musical sound of angels singing in unison. A piece of auspicious cloud appeared high in the sky of the arena, and in the auspicious cloud, a golden light fell. A few feathers surrounded Lin Yi's side. In the next second, Lin Yi realized that he had received a buff gain effect. Sacred Hymn increases all skill points you acquire by 10% and all experience values you gain by 10% for 24 hours. Lin Yi was shocked. Skill point gain and experience gain double boost buffs. This kind of skill is a dream for all professionals, right? What Linny didn't know was that the priest lineage would indeed have these types of gain effects that could make other professionals grow quickly. But the cost of each caste is huge. It takes a lot of cherished resources. And the skill itself is a 7th rank skill. Most pastors simply won't. A buff like that, I can give you one every day. Oh. Daryl Blue sat in the audience, her fitted white priestly vestments emphasizing her explosive figure. Plus the voice was sheepish and imperial, and with his hands raised, he said something as shocking as a shot a day. The entire audience, in an instant, was shocked. Ah! I want Big Sister Daryl's blessing too. Grass. I'm so envious, can I get Big Sister Daryl's favor every day? 10% skill point and experience value boost. Sour me to death. See this scene. Xiao Yunsheng, who originally felt that he was winning, had a trace of an unsettling premonition welling up in his heart. Soon, the ominous premonition in his mind became a reality. I'll take Nuwa Academy. Just kidding, 4 choices. A chatterbox, a sociopath, and an old man. And finally, a big, plump royal lady who can buff herself every day. Linny simply couldn't find a reason to refuse. Chapter 95, Receiving Supplies, Allocating Accommodation, Envying the Others. Hearing Lin Yi's final choice. Xiao Yunsheng gave Lan Ruoshi a somewhat resentful look. As soon as Lan Ruoshi wasted a large amount of valuable materials and said that he could add a holy him blessing buff to Lin Yi every day, he knew that he had lost today. They, the Fushi Academy, had lost an excellent mage seedling. To be honest, for a mage genius like Lin Yi who specialized in multiple systems and also added multiple systems to high level, Xiao Yunsheng was also very willing to pour out resources for him, and in the end, the amount of effort and cultivation spent would probably not be less than that of Lan Ruoshi. But experience gain acceleration and skill point gain acceleration. He can't give it. Looking at the entire Divine Heavens, only Nuwa Academy had this exclusive benefit. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunsheng shook his head and said to Lin Yi, "Student Lin Yi, in the end, I'm deeply sorry that you didn't choose Fushi Academy. But we at the Vulcan Academy never exclude those who thirst for magical knowledge. During your time in the Divine Heavens, you can come to our Fushi Academy at any time to sit in on any of the classes as long as you wish, and you can also come to me if there's anything you don't understand in the magic path." After Xiao Yunsheng spoke, he spilled out and left the stage. Still, the importance he placed on Lin Yi and his words shocked all the bystanders in the audience. This is how the strongest freshman ever is treated. Listen to the saying that Fushi Academy never excludes outsiders. Other than Lin Yi, you at Chi Academy dare to go to the side try? Break your legs. After Xiao Yunsheng left the stage, the deans of the other several courtyards also left the stage. In the end, only Blue Daryl was left. Welcome to our Nuwa Academy, and subsequently, if your blessed status disappears, you can come to me at any time and I'll renew it for you. Speaking of this, Lan Ruoshi slightly inclined her head and said to one of the several Nuwa Academy seniors sitting behind her, "Xiaoling, why don't you help student Lin Yi with our admission procedures, and by the way, it seems that there are a few rooms in the villa area of our institution that are empty, so help him pick one and have it cleaned." Blue Daryl said this. Lin Yi instantly felt countless students from the Divine Heavens Academy casting incomparably envious gazes towards him again. Single villa apartment. This is a choice of accommodation for which participants with a rating of A or above are eligible. Students with a C grade and below were supposed to be in group homes only. The person whose name was called by Daryl Blue was a girl. Nangong Ling was still deserting just now, and at this moment, she was named by the dean, or was touched by her good best friend beside her before she came to her senses. Okay. Lin Yi looked towards Nangong Ling. This schoolmate was tall and had black hair that fell to her waist like a waterfall. Two long, well-proportioned, slender and shapely legs were covered under a layer of elastic white silk. Lin Yi is not a leg controller. But when you see Nangong Ling's legs, you have to sigh that you can play for a year. If anything, Blue Daryl gives off the impression of a mature imperial lady. Then Nangong Ling looked like a janky girl who had just stepped out of an anime. Meanwhile, Nangong Ling had noticed Lin Yi for a long time. This elementary school boy, he's handsome. And it's strong. For a while, Nangong Ling went from initially nervous to excited. Nangong Ling and Lin Yi walked out of the arena. She put on a warm smile and spoke to Lin Yi. "How are you, schoolmate? My name is Nangong Ling. It's currently 3rd year, and I've asked the resident council to help you clean your room. It's just going to take some time. Let me start by taking you to pick up your new student benefits packet for joining the school along with the C-rated resources of the day." Then we'll take you to several of our major teaching facilities in Divine Heaven for a stroll. Linny, everything is at the arrangement of senior sister. Nangon Ling led the way while Linny followed behind. The two blended into the crowd. All of them attract a lot of attention from time to time. This kid must be a colorful lot. Why else would you pick an academy like Nuwa Academy that's full of girls? Woo woo. I don't even have a ING girlfriend until now. Why is it that as soon as he comes in, he's directly surrounded by so many beautiful women? Resign yourself to the fact that we're like this at Chi Academy. The dogs that watch the door to the dorms are all ING males and have been single for over a decade. Warhangers have no human rights. Why do girls love the law? Why do you suppose Master FA is called Master? Such murmurs resounded behind the two from time to time along the way. Nangon Ling was probably used to it and didn't care at all. And Linny was secretly happy. So the entire Nuwa Academy is mostly girls? He suddenly remembered the art department he had attended in college in his previous life. There are also a lot of girls in the art and foreign language departments. And next door to the sports department, I guess it's pretty much the same as what's going on at Chi College right now. Followed Nangong Ling all the way. Linny also gradually realized that the Divine Heavens were far bigger than he thought. Earlier on the craft, it felt like the Divine Heaven was also built on a giant air and space mothership, which shouldn't be too big in size. But wait until it's actually in school. He realized that there seemed to be something not quite right about the spatial proportions. The area within the Divine Sky was now, by Ling Yi's initial reckoning, at least as big as half of Imperial Capital. Our Divine Heaven is divided into 6 main areas. Among them, our Nuwa Academy occupies the northwestern campus, the center of the academy, and the area with the largest surface area, which mainly has various types of functional and teaching facilities. Nangon Ling had been leading Lin Yi for half an hour and hadn't even gotten out of the central area of the Divine Heavens. After a few more minutes had passed, Nangon Ling pointed to a building ahead and said to Lin Yi, "We're here, this is the logistics building of our academy, and underneath the building, there's the treasure circulation office. Subsequently you can come here to exchange resources once you've earned enough credits. By the way, give me your professional magnet card." Lin Yi took his professional magnet card out of his carry-on space and handed it to Nangon Ling. The two of them walked into the logistics building, and after some maneuvering, Nangon Ling rejoined Lin Yi, handing the 2 magnetic cards to Lin Yi. "I've already finished registering you, so your own occupant magnet card won't be of much use in Divine Sky. This is your student card with all your personal information. In addition, this student card can also store Dasha coins and Divine Heaven credits. In any place in Divine Heaven, this card is very important, don't lose it, the replacement procedure is very troublesome." Lin Yi accepted his student card. On the other hand, Nangon Ling also led Lin Yi down to the treasure circulation place on the ground floor of the logistics building. Finding a window, Nangon Ling smiled and said to the teacher in charge, "Teacher Zhao, I'm bringing a freshly enrolled schoolmate here to receive his freshman resource gift pack." Soon, the new student gift bag belonging to Lin Yi was delivered to him. "Here, junior brother, this is the exclusive welfare gift pack for your enrollment. You don't need to consume credits to get it. Everyone who enrolls in Divine Heavens is entitled to a share. 10 entrances to the first floor copy of the replica sanctuary, 10 breakthrough magic crystals, and 10 attribute magic crystals. Then there's your C-rated daily benefits, which you don't need to worry about since you now have your own private quarters, so today's supplies will be sent directly to your apartment. By the way, schoolmate, I heard that you've now gotten the qualification to participate in the Tier 0 copy of the Descending Abyss, and this time you've reported early for this, right?" Chapter 96 Desperate Sprint. Earn 1,000 credits in 1 day. Hearing Nangon Ling talk about the Descending Abyss 0 layer, Lin Yi perked up his ears. That was indeed the purpose of his early reporting this time. Now that you've finished leveling and are still C-ranked, you should be able to catch up. Nangon Ling began to try and help Lin Yi analyze it. According to the situation of most new students enrolling in the school, if they only have an E rank after leveling, they are not qualified to compete in the special copy of level 0 of the Descending Abyss. With a D, there's also very little hope, because at that level, the number of credits you can earn per day is too limited, and the number of copies you can enter is too small. Hearing this, Lin Yi hurriedly asked, "Senior Sister Nangong, what exactly are the requirements for participating in the competition for this special Descending Abyss Tier 0 copy?" Nangon Ling said, "It's very simple, just 2 requests. One is that you have to be qualified to participate in level 0 of the Descending Abyss, along with a rating of D or higher. The second is that it will cost you 1,000 credits to enroll as soon as possible." Our Academy's highest difficulty Special Descending Abyss Tier 0 copy is called Heart of the Swarm, and the difficulty and rewards are the highest among the Descending Abyss Tier 0s found so far in the entire Blue Planet. But it's also because of the special nature of this copy that every time the copy opens, the quota of those who can enter is only 200 people. Speaking of this, Linny noticed that Nangon Ling's face suddenly changed. She pulled out her own cell phone and looked at the time. Then exclaimed, "That's not right. I seem to have estimated the time wrong. I would have thought you had 2 days to prepare. But just now, I looked up the official notice released by the Academy Replica Sanctuary, and it seems that the Heart of the Swarm is going to open early. The original estimated opening time was a week later, now the estimated opening time is 3 days later. That enrollment starts tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., which means you have to earn 1,000 credits within the day. How is this possible?" When Linny heard this, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. What a plan! I didn't realize that what had been a week was once again compressed into 3 days. Although he didn't know how difficult it was to obtain credits, but looking at Nangon Ling, it was obvious that in Divine Heavens, this thing, credits, weren't that good to obtain. "Sister, how to earn credits, there might still be a chance." Nangon Ling took Lin Yi's hand and walked out of the treasure circulation office, making her way in a certain direction. "We'll talk as we go. There are 3 main ways to earn credits. The rating daily reward, which contains credits, is 50 to 100 credits per day for a C rating, and the higher the obedience, the more credits you get. But you certainly won't be able to come up with 1,000 credits through this route. And then there's the mission. The mission hall of our academy releases hundreds of missions every day, ranging from helping people find things to killing specific targets, or traveling to a certain place in our Great Xia to deal with a crisis event. There are all kinds of missions. The more difficult the mission, the more points are rewarded. But with most high-level missions, the mission cycle is going to be long, and it's too late for you. Finally, there's the swipe. Each time a copy is cleared, you will be rewarded with anywhere from 20 to 50 credits, depending on the difficulty of the copy. With your current C rating, the highest difficulty copy you can brush up on is the Sky Temple, which rewards you with 25 credits per pass. You have 10 more copy entrances today, and those count for just over 500 credits. What to do? Nangon Ling's eyebrows were furrowed. It was obvious that she was now worried about Lin Yi. Nangon Ling gritted her teeth, and then finally suddenly pulled Lin Yi to a remote and uninhabited place before speaking. "Senior, I'll give you 500 credits right now, but don't tell anyone about this. Just give it back to me when you've earned enough credits." Listening to this schoolmate of his, Lin Yi guessed something as well. "Senior sister, if I'm not mistaken, in our academy, trading credits between each other should be expressly forbidden, right?" Nangon Ling's pretty face was stunned. Then nodded, "Yes, because it's about graduation and exams, and if credits are allowed to be traded, it's the equivalent of cheating. But this sort of thing, while explicitly forbidden, trading credits with each other privately, is all too common. It's okay, schoolboy, as long as you don't say anything." Lin Yi shook his head. "If you're found out, there must be disciplinary action, right? And the credits are entered into the spirit crystal system, so if they're found out, it'll be straight-up evidence. Senior Nangon, even though we've only just met today, I really thank you for your kindness. I can't let you get desperate. Let's think of something else. If it's not possible, I'll choose the other 2 slightly less difficult copies, or it's fine to wait another half a year." Lin Yi wasn't selfish enough to take the risk that someone else might be disciplined for his own profit. What's more, if they are eventually found out, they will certainly not be able to escape being disciplined themselves. Well, I was in too much of a hurry just now. Indeed, if you're found out, you've only just enrolled in school, you might still risk expulsion, schoolboy. Blah blah blah. Blame me. Lin Yi didn't care about Nangon Ling's outburst. Instead, he continued along the lines of what she had just said. "Senior sister, you just said that the third way to obtain credits is to swipe a copy. So there's no other way to earn credits besides passing copies? Like setting a new copy record?" Being reminded of this by Lin Yi, Nangon Ling's eyes lit up. But it soon dimmed again. "It's a great idea, but it's too hard. Setting a new duplicate record enables you to get 10 times the credits for clearing the duplicate. Still using the copy of the Sky Temple as an example, you'll be able to get 250 credits if you set a new record for clearing it. But it's not so easy to set a new record. This copy of the Sky Temple has existed for over 100 years. Over the past 100 years, countless Divine Heavens scholars have entered the pass, and the record has long since been brushed to a near impossible state to break. The restricted entry level of this copy is up to level 60. I can't even ask my friends to enter with you to brush the copy together. Our Manhwa Academy's enrollment for this year's new semester hasn't officially begun yet either, and most of the people who are on your level and able to team up with you are even still on their summer vacations. Alas! Nangong Ling began to sigh again. Lin Yi, however, was already relieved. Since there are credits awarded for refreshing copy records, then this is a good thing. Senior sister, it's fine, I don't need to form a team, I'm fine with solo brushing. Where's that copy you just mentioned called Sky Temple? I want to try it. Chapter 97, Thunder System Edition. The most special mechanism. All the copies of our academy are in the copy sanctuary. I was going to take you there, but now that you're planning to try soloing this copy of the Sky God's Temple, then I'll take you to our academy's library first. I'll help you go there to get a borrowing card and register an account, so that if you're free, you can go there to check the clearance strategies for all the existing copies of our academy. If you don't have time, you can also use your account to log into the internal forums of our academy and access the information in the archives and library. For this act of Lin Yi wanting to solo a copy of the Sky Temple, Nangong Ling wasn't too surprised. In fact, this was instead a very common phenomenon in the Divine Heavens. Who wasn't already a gifted teenager, single-tier copies were just a matter of doing it. But Nangong Ling still gave Lin Yi the advice to look at the copy guide first. Lin Yi recognized this as well. It's better to sharpen your knife and know what's going on in the copy ahead of time than to follow up and slowly figure it out on your own. Not to mention the fact that he was still pursuing a record-breaking speed pass, and the time he could save by reading the guide would only be greater. 10 minutes or so later, Lin Yi and Nangong Ling walked out of the Divine Sky Library. Now you should be able to log into our academy's forum, try it. Nangong Ling pulled out his cell phone, and they had previously added each other as friends. Now Nangong Ling sent Lin Yi a string of URLs for the Divine Heavens internal campus network, and Lin Yi opened them and entered his name and the password he had just filled in when he registered. Sure enough, it logged on. If I remember correctly, the Sky Temple is on the first level of the replica sanctuary, and with your current rating, you should be able to access the relevant strategies. Under Nangong Ling's guidance, Lin Yi quickly familiarized himself with the various sections and indexes of entries in the Divine Heavenly Campus Forum. Under the category of the Raider Zone, Lin Yi did see the information about the copy of Copy Sanctuary Level 1 Sky Temple. Clicking in, Lin Yi received a prompt to deduct 0 credits, and the related strategy had been downloaded to his phone. Raiders cost credits too. It's just that the copies of Tier 1, as a freshman benefit, cost credits that have been reduced to 0 points by our school administration, and after Tier 2, the copies in question will cost credits if you want to check the strategy again. None of the credits consumed are much though, basically within single digits, don't worry. Nangong Ling explained to Lin Yi as she led him towards the replica sanctuary. Lin Yi nodded and opened the Sky Temple's copy of the guide and read it. Sky Temple, Table Tier Copy, Admittable Level, LV.4560. Replica Map Size, Medium. Number of Copy Leaders, 3. Number of Ordinary Monsters in the copy, 300 plus. Overall difficulty of the replica, Medium. The current best clearance record for this copy. In 5-person team mode, 3 minutes, 27 seconds, 29 seconds. In single-player mode, 6 minutes, 11 seconds and 68 seconds. Attention! A special mechanism exists in this copy, the Asylum of the Kenj, where all monsters in this copy have a high 75% magic damage reduction if the final leader, Priestess Hera, is not defeated. At the same time, the copy monsters are mostly mage-type monsters with extremely high magic resistance themselves. The difficulty of this copy has been increased from medium to high for all teams centered on spell output. It is recommended that Raider teams be staffed with physical output. The copy evaluation and introduction at the beginning of the guide left Lin Yi a bit surprised. Nangong Ling, who was on the side, actually opened his account and was checking out the Sky Temple's cheats. Since too much time had passed since she had cleared this copy, it was only now when she saw the guide that her memories of the distant past were awakened. Ah! I forgot there was this special mechanism. Why don't you change your copy, schoolboy? This copy is so difficult for a law profession that it's near impossible to break the 6-minute record. Nangong Ling also thought of the high-level necromancy skills that Lin Yi had previously displayed in the third battle of the leveling tournament, but for the monsters in this copy, the 75% magic damage reduction plus the high level of magic resistance was really not going to blow up. It completely stepped right on the inferior zone of Lin Yi's profession. That's why she told Lin Yi to try another copy. Lin Yi, however, shook his head. No, I can only enter the first tier copy at the moment, and out of the 5 copies on the first tier, this one gets the most credits for refreshing the record. I'd like to get 1000 credits, and I'm sure it's only possible if I set a new record on all 5 copies. This copy, there was always a way around it. Nangong Ling was dumbfounded. Yeah, to earn 1000 credits in one day, Lin Yi needed more than just setting a new record for clearing this one copy. Instead, all 5 copies have to be refreshed for it to work. For a while, Nangong Ling didn't know how to advise Lin Yi. But Lin Yi was gradually getting ideas and points in his mind. High magic damage reduction plus high magic resistance does make it a bit tricky for him. But only if he didn't use spells above the 8th rank. The rule that a forceful brick flies and a force breaks all laws applies when looking at the entire blue star. Even if the mechanics of your monsters are perverted and the copy mechanics are special. As long as I use skills that are much higher than the copy and the monster level bits, for the most part, it's possible to ignore your mechanics and finish the grind. A divine fire heavenly sign smashed down. Lin Yi believed that the entire Sky God Temple was going to be destroyed by him. But his current goal wasn't to set off the entire copy, but to clear the level at high speed while letting the copy remain off. That's why it's impossible to use spells above the 8th rank. The damage would be greatly reduced again with the current spells of the 4 systems of fire, wind, ice, and necromancy below the 7th rank. Lin Yu, on the contrary, should be able to kill indiscriminately in the Sky God Temple. But currently those monsters from the Noah's ruins in his necromancy space were already somewhat unable to keep up with the version. Lin Yi had even planned to use them as detonation devices for the corpse explosion technique. In the end, Lin Yi set his sights on the lightning spells that he had acquired previously. Electric Shock. Type, Active Skill. Level, Elementary. Classification, Thunder and Lightning. Consumption, 30 mana. Chanting time, 1 second. Cooldown time, none. Effect, electrocutes the target, inflicting a small amount of lightning-attributed damage to the target, which has a penetrating effect. Note, all thunder and lightning skills have lower base damage, but relatively higher attribute and magical attack bonuses, and the damage penetration ratios of all thunder and lightning skills will be strengthened when your specialization level in that skill is gradually increased. Current penetration percentage, 10%. Same as any other elemental magic. The Thunder department also has its own special mechanics for this department. That's penetration. Simply put, it ignores a certain percentage of the target's magic resistance and damage reduction effects when dealing lightning attribute damage. And after ascending, the penetration ratio of all lightning spells are synchronized and strengthened. This should be by far the most special mechanism among the skills Lin Yi possessed. Well, the Thunder system is added to the high level. Does that mean that it's possible to deal real damage? Chapter 98 Forbidden Spell Thor's Wrath. What does it mean to deal real damage? With this expectation, Lin Yi opened his skill interface. Currently assignable skill points, 3,329,783. This month of summer vacation, Lin Yi didn't even add any points. It didn't cost Kryptonite either. His skill points, now, were up to over 3 million again. Tapping on the Thunder System skill tree, Lin Yi began to add points with a single click. Consuming 500 skill points, your Electric Shock has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Palm Thunder. Consuming 2000 skill points, your Palm Thunder has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Thunder Penalty. Consuming 5000 skill points, your Thunder Punishment has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, 5 Thunders. Consuming 10,000 skill points, your 5 Thunderbolts has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, the Running Thunder spell. Consuming 50,000 skill points, your Running Thunder spell has been upgraded, and you've gained a new spell, Thunderbolt 1 Flash. Consuming 100,000 skill points, your Thunderbolt Flash has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, 10 Thunder Prisons. Consuming 500,000 skill points, your 10 Square Thunder Prison has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Purple Sky Robber Sword. Add up to the 8th order in one breath. Lin Yi started checking out these 8 skills of the Thunder system while he was still on the road. Looking all the way down, Lin Yi found that the ones worth mentioning were the 6th and 8th rank skills. Thunderclap. Type, Active Skill. Rank, 6th. Classification, Thunder and Lightning. Consumption, 15,000 mana. Chanting time, none. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Effect, transform into lightning, granting yourself an extremely fast acceleration for a spatial blink, causing your next normal attack to increase in power for a short period of time after the blink lands. Maximum flashing distance, 100 meters. Blinking speed, depending on the environment, the maximum speed can be increased to the speed of light. Gain a 100% dodge effect for a short period of time when the blink is activated and after the blink lands. Remarks, have you ever been kicked by lightspeed? Linny had already seen high-level mage bigwigs use this kind of displacement skill that could instantly teleport to a certain location on more than one occasion. This skill is characterized by one word: quick. There are virtually no flight trajectory limitations. It's like a direct flash. Now, finally, he had a similar skill. Then there was the 8th order skill of the Thunder system. It also sounds very cultivation style, Purple Sky Robbery Sword. The Sword of the Purple Heavens. Type, active skill. Rank, 8th. Classification, Thunder and Lightning. Consumption, 50,000 mana. Chanting time, 45 seconds. Cooling time, 24 hours. Effect, summons the purple heavenly thunder, forming a giant thunder sword that blasts down, inflicting high lightning attribute damage to all targets within a great range. All targets decimated by the purple sky robber sword will be instantly decimated when their life value falls below 10%. This decapitation effect is a mandatory trigger, ignoring damage immunity, death immunity, and class invincibility effects below 9th rank that are carried on the target. Remarks, brilliant heavenly power, led by the sword. Decapitation effect. And it's a force trigger that ignores all invincibility and immunity effects up to 9th rank. That's a little scary. It's not uncommon for many of the bosses in the Abyss to have a blood-locking mechanic. Generally, it puts a lot of pressure and challenge on the team raiding the copy. But with the Violet Skyjacking Sword, Linny would be able to completely ignore all kinds of mechanisms and directly kill the boss with a single Thunder System 8th rank blast down. Other than these two relatively special skills, the other lightning skills were basically much the same as the other elemental skills. The higher the rank, the higher the damage and just the greater the range. That is, the 7th ranked, 10 square Thunder Prison also comes with paralyzing and dazing effects, which sort of makes up for some of the control effects that the lightning system doesn't have. But the most crucial thing is the penetration effect. After ascending the Thunder Department to the 8th rank, Linny discovered that the penetration effects labeled underneath all the skills in the entire Thunder Department skill tree. It was raised from 10% to 90%. Thunder skills have low base damage but high bonuses. Predictably, later on, when one's attributes and magical attack bonuses are brought up, the Thunder Department would surely be his highest damage skill line, by far. Even beyond fire. Looking at the column of his assignable skill points, there was still a balance of over 2 million. Linny was a little tickled. 90% penetration is pretty much counterintuitive. But Linny always felt a bit diabolical being 10% short of that. Forget it. Skill points could be saved again. For now, let's add the Thunder system to the 9th rank forbidden spell. Open your skill bar again. One-click additions. Consuming 1 million skill points, your purple sky robber sword has been upgraded, and you have gained a new spell, Forbidden Spell Thunder God's Wrath. Forbidden Spell Thor's Wrath. Type, active skill. Rank, 9th. Classification, Thunder and Lightning. Consumption, 1 million mana. Chanting time, 180 seconds. Cooling time, 3 days. Passive effect, now when all of your lightning skills deal damage, the damage type changes to true damage. Active effect, with the Wrath of the Gods, summon a destructive thunder lance to blast down, inflicting massive lightning attribute damage to all targets within an extremely huge range. The exterminating thunder lance exists for 10 minutes, unleashing a thrilling thunderstorm every 10 seconds on all targets within the extremely huge range, dealing a large amount of damage and stacking a layer of God's Wrath seal on all targets. When the world-destroying thunder lance disappears, it will once again release a big bang, dealing huge lightning attribute damage at a certain multiplier of the God's Wrath seal tier to all targets, and stunning them for 10 seconds. You can liberate the Extinction Thunder Lance at any time, thus detonating the Wrath of God seal. Early liberation of the Extinction Thunder Lance will return a certain amount of cooldown time to the skill. Remarks, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was the first lightning in the world. Get comfortable. After Linny saw the passive effect of Thunder God's Fury. Thoroughly comfortable. Right now, all of his lightning skills that hit directly dealt real damage. Real damage, that is, in this world, the most real damage. Ignore magic resistance, ignore damage reduction. The description above the skill says how much damage it hits you for. Armor is all paper, magic resistance is all vanilla. Counting fire banning spells. Linny now had 2 types of forbidden spells in his hands, cool. Linny looked at the evolutionary path of the Thunder System forbidden spell again. Evolved version, forbidden spell incarnation, Swift Thunder Spirit. Currency required for evolution, 2 million dasha coins. Skill points required for evolution, 1 million. An evolved version of the Thunder series forbidden spell, looking at the name it was again like the Fire series 8th order. It should be a transformation skill. Definitely not considering continuing to invest skill points in the Thunder system at this stage though. Since I started adding all the skill points I've been holding back for over a month today. Linny simply added a pain in the ass. This time, he looked to his 3 current passive skills. Divine Grace Chant, Mana Storm, Undying Dharma Body. These 3 passive skills were now all at the 7th rank. Before that because it was always enough. That's why Linny didn't continue to boost these 3 passive skills. It was time, too, to bring them up a little further. Chapter 99, Magical Tidal Wave. The era of forbidden spells with no blue consumption opened. At the moment, Linny's skill list. There were a total of 5 whole specialization faculties and dozens of skills. To be honest, Linny even felt that he had too many active skills right now. Each line, counting forbidden spells, had 9 active skills. But passive skills, too few. But that's the norm for low-turning professionals in this world. Because if anything, the drop rates for active skill books are all extremely rare. Then the drop rate of passive skills is sick. Probably the whole of Dasha produces less than 30,000 copies a year. And basically when it comes out, it's an instant mad rush. The way for most professionals to get their hands on passive skills was to go through the transfer quests and complete the transfer test. Every time you transfer, you will randomly awaken at least 1 orthodox passive skill of your profession line. Linny currently had over 1.8 million skill points left. Those remaining skill points were enough to add all 3 passive skills to rank 8. Or make one of the skills, from 7th to 9th forbidden level. For passive skills, the 9th rank was the pinnacle, and there was no further up the evolutionary path of the ancient forbidden spells and the super god forbidden spells. Is it 3 passives leveled to the 8th rank, or do you specialize in one to the highest rank? Think again. Linny ended up choosing the former. All 3 passive skills are so useful, and overall, it's definitely the most rewarding to get a boost in all 3 skills. And this also gives you the judgment to advance a certain skill again. He would be able to quickly judge the order of precedence the next time he raised the 3 passives to forbidden level. Having made his decision, Linny began to add points with a single click. Upgrade passive skill, Mana Storm to rank 8, requires 500,000 skill points. Is it a one-click upgrading? Consuming 500,000 skill points, your passive skill Mana Storm has advanced, and you have gained a new passive skill, Magic Tide. Upgrade passive skill, Divine Grace Chanting to rank 8, requires 500,000 skill points. Is it a one-click add-on upgrade? After consuming 500,000 skill points, your passive skill Divine Grace Chant has advanced, and you have gained a new passive skill, Holy Spirit Chant. Upgrade passive skill, Indestructible Dharma Body to level 8, 500,000 skill points are needed. Is it a one-click add-on upgrade? Consuming 500,000 skill points, your passive skill Indestructible Dharma Body has advanced, and you have gained a new passive skill, Elemental Absorption. 1.5 million skill points straight out of the gate. Linny directly added all 3 passive skills to the 8th rank. Linny opened the skill bar and checked them out one by one. Magic Tide. Type, passive skill. Rank, 8th. Category, General. Effect 1, the mana cost of all spells you cast is reduced by 80%, and the cap on the amount of mana you can get from all sources is increased by 10 times, and you regain 10% of your maximum mana every second. Effect 2, now your mana total will constantly rise and fall in a tidal wave. You may voluntarily adjust the skill mode to either low tide or high tide mode. When this skill mode is in low tide, your total mana cap is reduced by 50% and your mana regeneration rate is reduced by 50%. When you switch to high tide, for every hour you spend in low tide and are located in high tide, your total mana cap is increased by 10% and your mana recovery speed is increased by 10%, with this effect giving you up to 100% additional mana cap and 100% additional mana recovery speed during high tide. Effect 3, every 6 hours that passes, you are able to gain a tier of tidal charge. While holding tidal charge, you can cast any specialization spell up to 9th level once for free. Current number of times it can be in effect, 3, maximum number of times it can be stacked is 10. When you gain 10 levels of tidal charge, you may choose to consume 10 levels of charge at once, causing a 9th level spell to consume 0 mana for a period of time lasting until your next use of the spell. The maximum number of spells for this effect to take effect is 3. Note, you can switch to high tide only when you stay in low tide for 3 hours or more, and the longer you stay in low tide, the longer the duration of switching to high tide each time. Current mode, low tide. Tide exchange ratio, 60 minutes low tide equals 10 minutes high tide. Remarks, the moon rises and the moon sets, the tide rises and the tide dries up, and all laws are constant. Lin Yi's person was a bit bewildered after reading this skill. No, are all of you 8th order skills so fond of making little essays? But after a thorough reading of the skill, Lin Yi then got excited. Now this 8th rank passive skill of his own that returned blue and reduced blue consumption had to be compared. It's just having 2 modes. One is the power saving mode. One is the overclocking mode. The power saving mode is clearly saving power for the overclocking mode to explode into higher performance. And applied in practice. When Lin Yi was eating, drinking, and living his daily life without the need to fight, he could completely turn on low tempo mode. And when you brush copies, kill monsters, and do quests that require combat, then turn on climax mode. Doubles his mana cap straight away. The point, the key. Very critical. This is because this effect is finalized after calculating other effects that increase the mana cap. With Lin Yi's current level 60, wearing the attributes of the Eternal Rest set. At this moment, his mana cap had already surpassed the 200,000 mark. After getting Magic Tide, at the climax, he has 400,000 blue now. Even if he didn't have the free casting tier of tidal charge, at the moment, Lin Yi would be able to cast several 8th rank skills with his blue amount. And the $1 million blue consumption of forbidden spells is still a bit anticlimactic and exaggerated. This was something that had previously been a headache for Lin Yi. Because he's empty of forbidden spells. And yet it can't be used. The only way to use a forbidden spell is one way. That would be to start with a fire spirit sublimation of the 8th order of fire. It was only in the sublimated state that he was able to release the forbidden spell 8 Desolate Heavenly Falls, once without blue consumption. But only fire. Forbidden spells. The Thunder God's Wrath that he had just obtained was also unusable in the fire spirit sublimation state. It's okay now. The number of free casting tiers given by Magic Tide has been increased from a maximum of 3 to a maximum of 10. And consuming 10 levels of recharge can directly reduce the blue consumption of a forbidden spell to 0.0. This effect can also be used on 3 spells. It allowed Lin Yi to be able to bring 3 different lineage forbidden spells down to 0 blue consumption in advance by preparing them beforehand. Just in case. Cool. Phew. Hokage, we're here, the replica sanctuary is up ahead. You have 10 chances to enter the first level of the replica today, which requires you to show your student card and swipe it for entry. Nangon Ling's words suddenly woke Lin Yi up from his excitement of adding points and upgrading his skills. Lin Yi lifted his head and saw that a round tower he had been seeing since he entered the divine heavens had suddenly appeared in front of him. This round tower is only revealed as majestic as it gets closer. Raising his head, the end of the tower was even connected to the pitch-black outer cosmic space, making it look sacred and solemn. Chapter 100, Battle Strength Soars. Elemental Immunity, Instantaneous Forbidden Spell. Schoolboy, what's wrong with you? What were you thinking just now? Don't be too nervous. If there's no way to break the clearance record, I'll think of something else for you. Or let's go to Dean Darrell, she's sure to have a solution. Nangon Ling thought Lin Yi was jittery from worrying about the credits. Oblivious to the fact that just now, in more than 10 minutes, Lin Yi had first added the Thunder skill tree, which was still at the beginner's level, to the 9th level forbidden spell. Then he took the 7th ranked blue return passive skill and raised it to the 8th ranked. It's all amazing. But Lin Yi looked like he was just lost in thought. It's fine, I did just think of something. There's no tension. Lin Yi could only let out a laugh to ease his embarrassment. After walking into the replica sanctuary, Lin Yi realized that there were many entrances throughout the giant round tower. At this moment, besides himself and Nangon Ling, there were a large number of students from Divine Heaven's sky lining up to enter. The two chose a less crowded entrance. Soon enough, Lin Yi and Nangon Ling were in line. At the main entrance, a Divine Heaven's school security professional who was heavily armed and showed a strength level of 6 turns under the Eye of Omniscience, raised his hand and stopped the two. Both students, please stop and swipe your cards to confirm the number of entries. The two took out their student cards and scanned them on the spirit crystal reader. The green light then came on. Linny, Manhwa Academy, Year 1, remaining copies today, 10. Nangong Ling, Manhwa Academy, Year 3, remaining number of copies today, 78. Linny saw the number of times Nangong Ling had entered. There was some instant envy. Nangong Ling clenched her fist and laughed. Don't look at your senior sister, I'm not yet in the Divine Heavens 10, but the rating rankings are in the top 100 in the whole school. Oh. Sister Nangong is awesome. Lin Yi's praise was not fake. A second-year senior with a C grade rating and a rank of more than 3,000, Lin Yi felt that he was considered a very strong senior. For Nangong Ling to be able to go to the top 100 of the Divine Heavens, that strength must be even more not to be underestimated. Take advantage of this extremely brief moment of entrance. Lin Yi opened his skill bar again. He swept a glance at the two new passive skills, Holy Spirit Chant and Elemental Absorption. The good thing is that neither skill is too long. It's not like Magic Tide, where it's just straight up a little essay. Holy Spirit Chanting. Type, Passive Skill. Rank, 8th. Category, General. Effect 1, when you cast a spell of 6th level or lower, the spell becomes instantaneous. The chanting time for 7th level spells is reduced by 90%, the chanting time for 8th level spells is reduced by 75%, and the chanting time for 9th level spells is halved. Effect 2, now, when you cast a spell, you have an invisible elemental Holy Spirit chanting the spell for you. The Holy Spirit has the same spell chanting length as you, and the chanting of the spell will not be interrupted by any interrupt, silence, or magic band type skills below 8th level. Effect 3, every 6 hours, you gain a layer of instant chanting effect. This effect allows you to chant spells up to 9th level without the need for chanting time. The existing layer of this effect, 3 layers, the maximum number of stack layers is 10. You may now expend 10 levels of instant chant effect to cause a 9th level spell to be instantly cast without a chant time. Remarks, the song of the Holy Spirit resounds through the heavens. Elemental Absorption. Type, Passive Skill. Rank, 8th. Department, General. Effect 1, when you take any elemental damage for which you have mastered a specialization, that damage will be absorbed by you, converting it into a shield effect that absorbs the corresponding elemental damage at a rate of 30%. Currently specialized in elemental types, fire, storm, ice, thunder. Maximum shield value obtained through this effect is capped at 999,999. Effect 2, you can now convert any elemental shield at 30% into an Omni shield, which protects you from any type of damage except true damage. Effect 3, when you take one lethal damage that would cause your life value to go to 0, this damage will be taken entirely by mana, and any damage that exceeds your mana limit will be erased. When this effect triggers, your mana is zeroed and your life is reduced to 1 point. This effect can only be triggered 2 times within 30 days, current number of times remaining, 2. Both skills have been dramatically improved. The second effect of Holy Spirit chanting is a direct qualitative evolution. Right now, if Lin Yi used a non-instantaneous method of casting spells, he didn't even need to open his mouth to chant a reading. There will be an invisible Holy Spirit to help him cast the spell. This makes the mage's disorientation very strong. It's likely that 1 second you saw him playfully pulling the wool over your eyes. Maybe there's a Holy Spirit behind you whispering forbidden spells at you. And then the changes to survival skills aren't too shabby either. First of all, currently Lin Yi's elemental lineage after specialization couldn't do any damage to him anymore. It even turns into his shield value. It was worth mentioning that the necromancy department was not a type of elemental department, but a very special one. Even if it was Lin Yi's corpse explosion technique, the damage dealt was dark attribute damage. There was no such thing as necrotic damage. Naturally, there will be no necrotic shield. Overall, Lin Yi felt that his strength had surged a great deal further. It was now a snap for him to cast forbidden spells without exertion, without chanting, whenever he wanted to. 2 students, that's fine, come in. The guards manning the entrance confirmed the identity of the 2 and the number of times they had entered, and immediately released them. Lin Yi and Nangong Ling stepped in. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Lin Yi found himself in a huge square. The space within the duplicate sanctuary was far greater than the circular giant tower seen outside. Throughout the entire layer of space, Lin Yi saw dozens of light curtains, large and small. In front of each light curtain, there was a large flow of people in and out. A lively scene. The first floor of the replica sanctuary is mainly for entry-level and advanced-level replicas, and those who are new to the Divine Heavens and those who have just risen to the second year basically spend most of their time every day soaking in this place. You shouldn't have to worry though, this year our recruiting process, which hasn't officially started yet, you're reporting early. That's why a more basic entry-level copy like the Sky Temple won't have much of a queue of people competing for it. Nangon Ling's words just fell. An area announcement could be heard coming from the entire first floor of the replica sanctuary. Announcement of God's Heavenly Copy Sanctuary Area. Congratulations to Professional, Chucho for clearing the first tier copy, Sky Temple. Time to pass, 5 minutes, 49 seconds, 22 seconds. The previous record for the best solo clearance of this copy has been set, and 250 credits are hereby awarded. Please keep up the good work. Nangon Ling covered her mouth in surprise. She had still underestimated the extent of the freshmen's involutions in this session, and it was clear that it wasn't just Lin Yi, but at the moment there were likewise people who had enrolled early to report for work today. And keep an eye on the credits for this copy. Even, it had refreshed the best clearance record for this copy ahead of Lin Yi. Chapter 101, The Entire Audience. The Sky Temple bet against the race. The moment this record notice appeared, the entire replica sanctuary had a sideways glance. Where is the fierce Manhwa? If I remember correctly, this copy of the best pass record have existed for decades. Thinking back to when I first enrolled in school and was still a newbie, brushing this copy day and night, what a nostalgic time. Guys, I just checked the previous record for this copy and it's over 6 minutes and 11 seconds. Now this fierce man called Chucho has directly advanced the record by almost half a minute. What a pervert. To be able to solo a copy at this time of the year is already pretty strong, and to break a record that no one has broken in so many years. What's wrong with this year? Demons appearing one after another. A few hours ago, I heard that there was also a little monster in the arena who took out a C-ranked sophomore just after enrollment. I think it was called something like Lin Yi. Or this year's national top scholar, and then in the afternoon there's a Chucho who can directly refresh the copy record. It feels like we're all the front waves that are going to be beaten to death by these back waves on the beach. I wonder who's stronger and who's weaker, that Lin Yi and this Chucho. Between the countless people talking, they were at the same time intentionally or unintentionally heading towards the Sky God Temple's copy light screen. As Nangon Ling said, there really wasn't anyone in front of the light curtain of this copy of the Sky Temple. But Lin Yi still saw the same Chucho who had just broken this copy's decades-old unbroken record. This person was covered in scarlet battle armor, which had been damaged for the most part. In the middle of his chest, there was even a horrible wound that was deep enough to see the bone. 2 battle knives and a head of red hair that looked like it had just been drenched in blood. Demon Breaker Hunter. Under the observation of the Eye of Omniscience, Lin Yi could see through Chucho's occupation at a glance. A special legendary class profession of the Archer faculty. Upon seeing the Demon Breaker Hunter's occupational trait passive skill, Lin Yi understood why Chucho was able to mess around with killing in this copy of the Sky Temple. Lawbreaker's Blade. When you attack all enemies of the mage, cleric, or summoner line with your battle blade, additionally inflict a percentage of that target's maximum mana limit of physical damage. The higher the target's magic resistance, the higher the proportional bonus. The existence of this passive can be said to be the centerpiece of the entire profession line of Demon Breaker Hunter. What's more, it made this legendary level profession the nemesis of all French professions and monsters throughout the Sky Temple. All legal monsters. It's no wonder he broke the pass record that hadn't moved in so many years. Just as Lin Yi looked at Chucho, the latter also looked at Lin Yi. The next moment he saw Lin Yi's face, a flash of contempt appeared on Chucho's face. He raised the battle blade in his right hand and pointed it at Lin Yi. You're also here for the high credit reward for this copy of the clearance record, aren't you? Sorry, you don't have a chance. Mage, you should be glad that you weren't born in the same session as me. Chucho, like Lin Yi, was one of the people who had come to check in early today to prepare for the Heart of the Swarm Descending Abyss level 0 copy. Unlike Lin Yi, he had been diving for a year in another academy, and his level had been stuck at the level of 60 for more than a whole year. His goal had always been a special copy of the Descending Abyss Tier 0 of the Divine Heavens. And at the moment, he had never felt closer to his goal. Now, all he needed to do was to enter the Sky Temple once again and refresh the record he had just set on his own, and he would be able to gain 250 credits once again. And at the same time, he could stomp on Lin Yi, a pesky competitor. He couldn't stand to see Lin Yi's smooth and chaotic killings along the way. Because he felt that if Lin Yi was in the same year as himself, he should be the one who was enjoying the support of all the people at the moment, invited by the 4 academies, and ascending to the top of the golden ranking. After all, Lin Yi was just a mage. All the Dharma masters in the world, when they encountered him, they all had to admit defeat. Oh. At this moment, the entrance to the Sky God's temple was already surrounded by a crowd of onlookers who were eating and watching. Seeing Chuchio mouthing off, the onlookers who also recognized Lin Yi were all excited. They already smell big news. One is a legal nemesis, and the other is this year's reigning unrivaled national number 1, the strongest freshman in the history of Divine Heavens. These two come together with a lot of fireworks. It's full of points of view, too. As soon as the crowd rose up, Chuchio suddenly felt like he had gotten the attention he had never gotten in a long time. All the holding back and stifling of the past year or so seemed to have gotten a temporary outburst. He looked towards Lin Yi, a bold idea floating in his mind. He was going to step on Lin Yi and become famous today. Although his profession was the same as Lin Yi's when it came to soloing this copy of the Sky Temple, he had an absolute advantage. Some wins. But he couldn't care less if it was fair or not. How has there ever been true fairness in this world? Do you dare to make a bet with me on the speed of soloing this copy? If you win me, the number of times I get to enter the duplicates every day for the next month I'm in Divine Heavens, all of them will be transferred to you. If you lose, it's easy too, just give me your copy entry for the day. Well, do you dare to bet? As soon as Chuchio said this, the onlookers and eaters became even more excited. They were watching the fun. Certainly not going to think hard about the difficulty of this copy for two people. In most people's minds, since you're the strongest freshman ever and this year's national champion, shouldn't a solo copy, breaking a record, be a matter of course? And Chuchio secretly sneered in his heart. He wasn't afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't agree. Because if Lin Yi didn't agree, it meant that he had directly conceded defeat in this encounter. This amounted to accomplishing his purpose as well. He's all about making everyone realize. It was a fluke that Lin Yi had gotten to where he was and his reputation, all because he wasn't there. Now he's coming out of nowhere. Lin Yi was only worthy of being his stepping stone. Nan Gongling's face clouded over. How could she not see that the current situation was very unfavorable to Lin Yi? A copy that would have been unsuitable for a mage professional to solo. A new copy record that had already been broken, even more than 30 seconds ahead of schedule. Just as she opened her mouth, Lin Yi's incomparably indifferent voice rang out, "Fine, I'll bet with you." Originally, today Lin Yi just wanted to quietly break a record and get a credit. But who would have thought that someone would now give him a whole month's worth of copy entries for nothing? How could he let go of this kind of door-to-door good deed? Lin Yi agreed so dryly. It made even Chuchio a little surprised. He didn't even hesitate to think about it? Is there a ghost in the middle? That thought, however, was quickly dismissed. This was because he saw Lin Yi take a step into the duplicate light screen after accepting his betting challenge. The figure disappeared completely. Oh. Posturing. Chuchio felt that Lin Yi should be afraid of losing face. Forcing a copy in now is a way to disguise this. At that moment he did not hesitate any longer. Taking a step into the replica light screen, he began to raid the Sky Temple. Chapter 102, A Wave Sweep. What a heaven-defying record. The crowd of onlookers outside the arena stayed for a long time. Talking points. Some people even took out their cell phones and posted what had just happened in God's Skies Forum miscellaneous melon eating board. And an unbelievably powerful headline. It instantly attracted countless people surfing the internet for food. Let this event continue to fester. You have entered the copy, Sky Temple. Due to your rating of C, an additional aura effect appears on this copy, plus 15% experience value gained from killing monsters, plus 15% skill points gained from clearing the copy, and plus 15% item drop rate. Under the influence of the ancient god of the sky, Kenj, all monsters in this copy gain a non-dispellable status effect. Kenj's gift, all magical damage received is reduced by 75%. As soon as he entered the copy, a prompt rang in Lin Yi's head. The advantage of a high rating is here to stay. He got a direct 15% experience, skill points, and burst rate bonus. The entire Sky Temple copy is divided into 3 main maps. The first map that appeared after entering the replica was the darkened dungeon below the temple. The inner walls of the underground palace were carved with countless god-worshipping murals, and the entire space was dimly lit, so that if it wasn't for the torches burning on the walls, one couldn't even see any details. A long dark staircase leading to higher ground appeared in front of Lin Yi, and this was the first major map of the replica. The Steps of Hajj. Follow the guide that I downloaded earlier in the forum. The first stage of the map is instead the largest, and most of the speed scouring teams will choose to reach the top of the long staircase with a stream of pulling monsters in this part of the Steps of Hajj. Then take care of the small monsters at the boss temple gatekeeper location above the long steps. Then start killing bosses again. Linny didn't waste any time. At the first moment he entered the copy, he put on the Wind-type 5th ranked Blizzard wings. He then flew up the long steps of the Earth Palace at an extremely fast speed. Ka! Intruder! Kill him! The monsters roaming the long steps were startled by Linny. With open teeth and claws and squealing, he lunged towards Linny. The light of various colors of magic lit up, and a stream of fireballs, wind blades, electric shocks, ice arrows, shadow arrows, and these miscellaneous ballistic magic attacks flew over. For teams that intend to go for a wave of tactics. The most threatening monsters are the mages who can unleash cold arrows and shadow arrows. A tanking professional capable of slowing down monsters and pulling them, and the defense and magic resistance reduction effect attached to the other's shadow arrow would also greatly increase the pressure on tanks and healers. That's why many teams will choose to take an assassin or archer professional. These two professions are extremely good at point-blank killing. Kill both types of mage monsters in the monster pile with an early point and click, and you're done. And to Linny. Aside from the damage from the shadow arrows that he has to take, the magic attacks from several other systems that fall on him will even put a shield on him. Yet by absorbing shields through several other lines of magical damage, he can in turn use them to transform into an all-powerful shield that absorbs shadow damage. It's one of those things that's just straight up invincible. The wind whistled and the wings stretched out. Linny's one-wave tactics were carried out more successfully and swiftly than any professional team. A dozen breaths later, Linny had even flown up to the top of the long steps. A stone door carved with a giant octopus monster appeared in front of him, and in front of it, an activated golem boss, whose body was made of enchanted stone, stood in place. This is the first boss, Eric the Gatekeeper. As soon as it enters its alert range, it awakens from its dormant state and attacks. Warning! Warning! Intruder detected. Activate. Purge mode. Linny looked at the time on his wrist. 47 seconds had passed since entering the copy. Linny walked into the guarded area of the gatekeeper with over 100 small monsters. After activating the gatekeeper, electricity flashed at Linny's fingertips. Thunder System 7th Order, 10 Square Thunder Prison. Boom! Above the gate of the Divine Hall, countless blazing white thunderbolts appeared out of nowhere, and then, these terrifying thunderbolts bombarded down like rain. 83,321. 83,321. Countless horrifying damage numbers surfaced, instantly cleaving the hundreds of small monsters that had just been following Linny's ass to death. True damage ignores all damage reduction, all magic resistance. The effect is overwhelming. The gatekeeper, Eric, who was located in the center of the small monsters, was even bombarded by the thunder that kept falling from the 10 Directions Thunder Prison, causing his body to tremble and convulse. This skill comes with control. Even a boss would be unable to move in front of such a high level of magic. Within moments, the giant golem guarding the door turned into a pile of scrap metal. The stone door burst open. Linny flew in. Enter the second map, the interior of the temple. The number of small monsters in this area was almost equal to the long rank, and the rooms in the entire temple were intricate, with only one pathway leading to the final boss, the Priestess. In the opening period, the difficulty lies in finding the right pathway through the countless rooms. Otherwise, it will consume a lot of time on the second map spent dealing with the mechanisms and traps in the room. Luckily, Linny had a guide in his hands, on which he was clearly told how to quickly pass through the maze within the temple and find the correct pathway. But even though Linny had previously read the guide, he still took the wrong path a few times in the temple labyrinth. It took a lot more time. After reaching the end of the labyrinth, a transient animation appears. A thick tentacle violently burrowed out of the ground before slapping the temple labyrinth completely to pieces. There are only a dozen or so temple podiums left that are capable of being stepped on by raider copy professionals. Below the temple's podium was an abyss of 10,000 feet. Boss number 2, Neg's Wristfoot Mimicry makes an appearance. This is a boss that purely tests output ability. If they couldn't hit enough output in a short period of time to interrupt the Kernak Wristfoot's power storing skill, the temple's head platform that all the professionals were treading on would be completely smashed by it. Falling down the temple also declares a failure to pass the level. This huge tentacle was disgusting and spectacular. Unfortunately for Linny, it was all seconds, and there wasn't even much fluctuation. Kernag's anthropomorphic tentacles after being defeated. A teleportation spell also appeared on the entire temple's podium. It was a way for those professions without the ability to fly to travel to the top of the temple, the Sky Ritual Tower. And to Linny. He flew straight all the way up to high altitude. It didn't take long to enter the Great Hall of the Sky Ritual Tower. There aren't any glitches here. There is only one final boss. Priestess Hera. Give it up. Intruder. The Great Lord is sheltering me. You cannot defeat his most faithful servant. Linny didn't have time to listen to this boss's nonsense. Directly 210 Square Thunder Prison struck out. It got her instantly killed before she could even finish her opening crap. Replica Sanctuary. Another announcement that rang out across the room. Announcement of God's Heavenly Copy Sanctuary Area. Congratulations to Profession, Linny, for clearing the Tier 1 copy, Sky Temple. Time to pass, 2 minutes, 54 seconds, 26 seconds. The previous record for the best solo clearance of this copy has been set, and 250 credits are hereby awarded. Please keep up the good work. Everyone is stupid. No, man. Did you refresh the record by directly cutting the previous best record in half? Chapter 103, the entire audience cheered. Brother E begs to be taken flying at the same time. In the copy that Chucho was in. The battle blades swung back and blood splattered. The huge Kenj tentacles in front of him were cut off by him. This boss also has extremely high magic resistance in blue. With the extra damage added by the passive skill. He was able to decapitate the tentacle boss before it could read and release its skills. This process was repeated 3 times, and the monster's blood level would be completely emptied by him. Boss number 2, Break. Chucho somewhat excitedly looked at the spirit crystal wristwatch on his wrist. It's just over 3 minutes past now. He's already past the second boss. There are no minions next to the third boss, the Priestess, yet. With his output, if he wanted to kill the third boss, it would just take more than 2 minutes. Projected at this rate of progress, breaking the record he had just set himself was almost a foregone conclusion. Thinking of this, the corner of Chucho's mouth hung up a smile. Linny, today is the day you'll be trampled under my feet and lose your reputation. I'll take your copy passes. Despite thinking so, Chucho did not relax and be careless. The Demon Breaker Hunter is a special transfer of the Bowman line, and the main attribute requirement remains agility. Although his profession had almost no means of long-range attack, his displacement skills and movement speed could be too much. With his quick movement. Soon the highest gimbals were ascending. Meet the final boss, the Priestess Hera. This boss is an ultimate nasty mechanic boss that comes with 99% full damage reduction itself, and in order to defeat her, following the normal process, you need to break the fate box that she hides in the sacrificial hall in order to put her into a brief state of broken defense, which you can use to output on her. And there are only 4 life boxes. If the output is not enough during the time the 4 life boxes are broken, it means you're going to have to take 99% damage reduction and force a kill. The good thing was that for Chucho, output wasn't a problem at all. Violent as hell. More than 2 minutes later. With Priestess Hera's 4th soul binding life box broken by him, the boss fell into its 4th broken defense state. His burst skills have also turned out well. The final fire took the Priestess away with a wave of output. Ding! Congratulations on clearing your copy, the Sky Temple. Time to clearance, 5 minutes, 41 seconds and 39 seconds. Pass rating, S. Chucho clenched his fist fiercely. Last time he recorded 5:49. This time it was more than 8 full seconds faster. And he had a feeling that this should not be his limit. I just don't know if I'll give extra credit for setting my own record or not. If it was feasible, he only needed to set the record he had set once more today, and he would have enough credits for 1,000 points. After gathering enough credits, Chucho planned to go directly to the Divine Sky Arena and challenge Linny. Demon Breaker Hunter beats Mage. It's when a father beats his son. Not only was he going to snatch Linny's chance to participate in the level 0 copy of Descending Abyss today, all the more reason to grab his C rating. Anyway, there was definitely a mandatory challenge status hanging over Linny right now, and he had to answer it. Just as Chucho was thinking so, he broke away from the copy. Appearing in the replica hall once again, Chucho found that the crowd that had come to watch and eat around this replica of the Sky God's temple was a lot more than it had been more than 5 minutes ago. Countless people were talking, their expressions astonished. Chucho looked around and didn't find Lingyi's figure. He grunted softly. The mind sneered. No way, did that kid not even get past the first boss gatekeeper? Still playing in the mud in your copy now? Yes, he was just the most common mage, and with a 75% damage reduction on top, how could he possibly match his own speed? Chucho looked at the crowd of onlookers and put on a cloudy look. It seemed to be waiting for these people to marvel. In the meantime, he was waiting for the regional announcement of the replica sanctuary. The moment he set his own record and the announcement rang out, he was ready for the applause and cheers. However, Chucho waited for a few seconds. Nor did they wait for the announcement that the duplicate clearance record had been refreshed. Instead, he saw a group of people looking at him precisely with a strange gaze. That gaze, it wasn't looking at a strong person who had broken the copy record. Instead, it's like watching a clown in a self-absorbed state. Chucho's heart fluttered. A sense of foreboding crept over me. The very next moment he had this one bad premonition. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the replica light screen behind him rippled for a moment. A figure stepped out from it. Lingyi walked out of the copy in a good mood. At the same time, the moment Lingyi appeared, the entire replica sanctuary, once again, resounded with an announcement. Announcement of God's heavenly copy sanctuary area. Congratulations to Profession, Lingyi, for clearing the Tier 1 copy, Sky Temple. Time to clear, 2 minutes, 31 seconds, 68 seconds. The previous record for the best solo clearance of this copy has been set, and 250 credits are hereby awarded. Please keep up the good work. Wow! The entire crowd of onlookers and eaters erupted into a gasp of surprise. Holy crap! Another 10 seconds faster. How did he do that? It's a extremely unfriendly copy for mages, am I remembering correctly? 2.5 minutes to pass the Sky Temple, this is too heaven defying. Brother E. Our team is still missing a mage, can you come to our team and lead the fly? Big brother. You'll be my big brother from now on. Bro, I'm a member of the Divine Heavenly School's copy raider team, can you come on our forum and share your tips on speeding through copies? Chucho was dumbfounded. He fantasizes about being marveled at by countless people. Someone who was cheered and pursued by countless people. There was a deviation. Not him, but Lingyi. You. Chucho pointed at Lingyi and slurred. Apparently it was no longer possible to organize language properly. Lingyi glanced at Chucho, and a smile appeared on his face. Sorry, you were a bit slow in clearing the level, so I swiped it again. Put. Chucho felt that Lingyi's words were like a sharp knife that directly stabbed him through the heart. It's not like he's a little cutie. Finally, he understood why Lingyi had to walk out of the copy one step after him, yet his clearance record was nearly double that of his. Because of the time it takes to brush the Sky Temple once by yourself. Enough for him to brush twice. No. No way. You must have cheated. Chucho blushed. He pointed at Lingyi and held his tongue for half a day before stifling these two words. There was no need for Lingyi to speak. A hush instantly erupted from the crowd of onlookers present. No, man, you're being a bit of a clown. Unconvinced, and still tough talking, I thought you were a character, but I didn't expect this? You're the one who started the parley, and now you're denying it after losing, pure clown. Tell a joke, we can cheat inside the Divine Sky copy. Laugh it up, tell me what cheating means so I can learn it too, and I'll go set a copy record right away. The entire replica sanctuary was filled with fastidiousness as countless people giggled and laughed. Chucho had been completely red warm and was about to explode. Saying that he was the Kong Eg of the new era was a bit of an exaggeration, and now he just wanted to hurry and find a crack in the ground to save himself the embarrassment. Chapter 104, Violent Brush Score. This operation was too showy. Where are you going? Give me the student card, you're not going to forget your bet, are you? Nangongling looked at Chucho, who wanted to escape, his face chilled, and he said in a cold voice. As a third year and rated in the top 100 of the Divine Heavens, Nangongling's fame had actually already been made. Only where she usually appeared was the upper echelons of the replica sanctuary. There was no longer a need for her to brush the first floor copy. It was only at this moment that her sudden outburst drew the attention of what had been, all along, a crowd of onlookers. It was only then that they realized that this courtyard flower of the Manhwa Academy had come with Lin Yi. Chucho felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. The warmth and friendliness with which Ling faced Lin Yi was entirely personal to him. For other people, Ling had always been known for her indifference. The strength of the Fifth Revolutions made Chucho completely afraid to act rashly. All that could be done was to reach out with a trembling hand and take out his student card. With a wave of Ling's hand, Chucho's student card was transferred over by her with some sort of skill. Ling then stared at Chucho and said in a cold voice, "I'll find the operations department of the sanctuary to transfer your next 1 month's worth of copy entries to Senior Lin Yi. Your student card will then be sent back to you. Now, get lost." Chucho sweated like a pig. Gray fled. After handling everything, Ling turned back to look at Lin Yi. Only to find that Lin Yi had disappeared again. Only the light curtain of the replica of the Sky God's temple remained, still rippling slightly. In the Sky Temple replica, the blistering wings behind Lin Yi flapped madly as his speed increased to the limit. And Lin Yi was still a bit too slow. A wooden sword was taken out of Lin Yi's carry space. The Wind System 6th Order, Swift Wind 1 Flash, was used by him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi burst forward a large distance. The 6th Order of the Thunder System, Thunderbolt Flash, was then used by Lin Yi as well. Lin Yi's figure transformed into a brilliant ray of thunder, flashing to somewhere on the steps between booms. After confirming that you were able to set your own record and be rewarded with credits as well. At the moment, a thought had surged through Lin Yi's mind. That is, just swipe the score through that route. Once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. After brushing this copy of the Sky Temple twice, along with the strategies that I had previously read, Lin Yi already knew where else to optimize the efficiency of the speed pass. First of all, the monsters on the long stairs and Eric the Gatekeeper are completely unnecessary to kill right in front of the temple gates. With his one-wave tactics, he was perfectly capable of pulling the Gatekeeper along with him into the interior of the temple labyrinth. This idea was applied by Lin Yi during his second brush with the Sky Temple. Even had excellent results. That was when Eric the Gatekeeper had let Lin Yi enter the temple without being killed. The battle mode it activates is then upgraded from removal mode to annihilation mode. Its speed and attack power went up dramatically. And the attack is wide open and rampant. It could even take the inner structure of the temple and smash it to pieces. This should be a special mechanism that comes with this copy. The purpose is to increase the pressure on teams that want to bypass this boss and directly raid the later bosses to speed up the passage. But for Lin Yi, this mechanic, on the contrary, made it so that he didn't have to walk through the temple labyrinth of the second map. A big time saver. He just needs to fly forward as hard as he can. At the same time, release Lin Yi to draw the attention of other small monsters in the temple on the ground. This was because Lin Yi had discovered that the Ken's tentacles wouldn't make an appearance without killing enough small monsters inside the temple. The whole copy gets stuck there. And it won't advance half a point. That was why Lin Yi had released Lin Yi, so that she could help him finish drawing in the monsters with her athletic movements. After the combination of the two, by having Eric the Gatekeeper help him destroy the temple's buildings with various ramming skills, there was no need to decrypt them, and was able to rush straight to the first gimbal in the depths of the temple in a matter of tens of seconds. Subsequently, several 10-square thunder prisons smashed down. Along with the hundreds of gargoyles that followed his ass and Eric the Gatekeeper, all killed in one AoE wave. The monster is halfway through the kill when the Ken's tentacles appear. The subsequent skill damage from the 10-square thunder prison, which had been cast previously, was also enough to kill boss number 2 in seconds. At this point, the two bosses, along with the hundreds of small monsters on the two maps, were killed, taking only a minute or so. After killing the Ken's tentacles, fly to the temple's sacrificial tower again. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at the watch on his wrist. Only just 1 minute and 33 seconds had passed since he had entered the copy. Nearly a minute to spare from the previous record set by himself. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry to kill the priestess, topping off her myriad of skills in a hangover. When the time consumed was close to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, Lin Yi pinched the point, and a few 6th order instantaneous thunder skills sent her up to the sky. Disengage the copy. The duplicate record refresh notice rang out. From last time, just about 1 second ahead. 250 points of credit arrived. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and entered the copy again. Another flurry of maneuvering as it were passed. Passing copy. And so, the next full 10 minutes or so. Every 2 minutes or so. The entire replica sanctuary would then ring out an announcement that the Sky Temple's records had been refreshed. The Guyanese people who had originally finished watching the fun and returned to their own rhythm of brushing copies were all confused again. Because they just need to think back carefully. It becomes clear that each time the record is set, it is broken by just a fraction of a second. It was obvious that Lin Yi was deliberately controlling the progress of the record. And every time you refresh, that's 250 credits coming in. It had already earned him over 1,000 credits over the past 10 minutes or so. It's far faster than they can earn credits. Can it still be played that way? Nangon Ling was also dumbstruck. The operation of this elementary school brother really impressed her. Manhwa Academy. In Daryl Blue's dean's office. A man was sweating profusely and was complaining to Daryl Blue. Dean Lon, let this freshman from your academy collect his divine powers. We've just received reports that are now approaching 1,000. They're saying our copy reward credit mechanism is buggy, and that you freshmen have exploited it. The person who came was none other than one of the ministers of the Divine Heavens Replica Operations Department who was responsible for maintaining and operating the mechanisms related to the Replica Sanctuary on a daily basis. They had just received complaints from countless students throughout the Divine Heavens. It says that someone is using a bug to swipe the score. But when the specifics were known, they realized what a ING bug it was. It was because the record of this copy of the Sky Temple had existed for decades. It breaks once or twice per refresh, at most. And that's pretty much it. They never thought that someone would one day be able to clear this copy in less than 3 minutes. Even the true limit of this passer is likely to be well beyond the record of 3 minutes. That's why they keep utilizing record-setting methods to get credits. Daryl Blue sat in his chair and listened with interest. After hearing this, she spread her hands. I don't get why you're entertaining this kind of complaint. What kind of exploit bug is this? Isn't that a reasonable use of the rules you've laid down? If those complainers are dissatisfied, it's perfectly fine for them to use this method to earn credits as well. Chapter 105 Skill Specialization. The Journeyman's Path to Becoming Stronger. Blue Daryl replied. Directly to this operation department minister whole speechless. And that's just a freshman. Haven't been the cream of the crop in your academy. You're that protective? However, he also realized that if he wanted to deal with this matter, there was no chance of relying on finding Lon Rawashi, the dean of the Manhwa Academy. He could only go back, find their biggest leader, and reformulate and improve the rules related to obtaining credits before he could do so. Eventually, half an hour later. Throughout the replica sanctuary, an announcement once again rang out. Announcement of God's Heavenly Replica Sanctuary Area. We have received feedback from some of our students that people are taking advantage of the rule of constantly setting new copy records to get a lot of credits. The mechanism of the relevant credit reward rules is now changed as follows. When the same person passes the same copy and refreshes the copy record created by him or in that copy, the maximum number of credits that can be obtained is changed to 10. The rule is effective immediately. After hearing this rule, Lin Yi sighed. He knew that sooner or later sanctions would come. Because the efficiency of this way of obtaining credits has far exceeded other ways of obtaining credits. It was too normal to be reported by other Divine Sky students. Fortunately, during this time, Lin Yi had already swiped through his 10 chances to enter, and had even used the 10 chances that Chu Bai had given him. A total of 20 replica clearance record refreshes. Earned him a full 5,000 credits. And Lin Yi was completely famous. Now on God's Skies Forum miscellany board. Almost all of them were eating and talking about Lin Yi. In the past, Lin Yi had broken the record, defeating second graders on entering the school and setting a C grade. Afterward, there was Lin Yi's bet with Chu Chiu and the glorious deed of exploiting a loophole to gain 5,000 credits. Even the higher-ups of the Divine Heavens Academy, that Elder Yang who had named Lin Yi as a special recruit to enroll in the school, had learned of this. Both couldn't help themselves. This kid, just on his first day of school, made such a big deal out of it. In the future, the Divine Heavens are probably going to have no peace. In the replica sanctuary. Nangon Ling looked at her cell phone. At the moment she was surfing the Divine Heavens forum online, a brush of a post about Lin Yi. She couldn't stop smiling. Elementary school brother, you're completely famous today. Lin Yi sighed. Does being famous give credits? Nangon Ling was dumbfounded. Only then did he say, I still remember the first day I first enrolled in school. After a trip to the copy brush, I only ended up earning more than 200 credits. You've directly earned more than 5,000 credits, be content. And while credits can be exchanged for a lot of goodies, it's not all of them. You'll subsequently have to plan how to allocate the copies you'll be painting each day. The first month of entering the Divine Heavens is a rapid growth period where most people's strength skyrockets, simply because there are so many copies in the copy sanctuary that can make you stronger. Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He scanned around the entire first floor of the replica sanctuary. It was found that the number of copies on the entire floor was over 20 plus. And a copy like the Sky Temple, which mainly gives experience value rewards, is not the most sought after and popular. Nangong Senior Sister, what other copies are here? Nangong Ling, let's go. I'll take you back to our Nuwa Academy's accommodation area first. You've used up your copy count for today anyway. On the way, I'll tell you briefly what types of copies there are, and you can subsequently judge how you want to allocate your daily number of copies. Nangong Ling pulled Lin Yi out of the replica sanctuary. At the moment, it was already evening. The sun is setting in the west. Viewing the evening sun from above is beyond stunning. Do you know anything about the 4 major items that affect a professional's strength? Nangong Ling first threw a question at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, level, skill level, equipment, talent. Nangong Ling nodded, that's right, it's these 4. But it's not comprehensive enough. You've also graduated from high school now, and by entering God's sky, it's the equivalent of having been exposed to the world of true professionals. And the composition of a true professional's battle force is actually very complex. Those 4 major items are able to continue to be broken down. And in addition to the 4 major items, there are also 4 minor items: Battle Pet, Martial Soul, Title, and One-Time Enhancement. These are things you can learn in your subsequent theory classes at Divine Heaven, so I won't explain anything more. Let's start by telling you about the copy you probably need to brush up on the most at the moment, skill-related. The enhancement of skills to a professional is terrifying, and sometimes, a professional who has added skills to a high rank possesses the qualifications to cross the line and challenge a professional whose rank is higher than his own. Speaking here, Nangong Ling glanced at Lin Yi. I'm sure you know this better than I do. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. Doesn't that say something about him? It was with his high-level skills that he was able to mess around and kill all the way to this point. But I don't know if you've noticed, but even after raising your skills to a high level, some of them still have great limitations and aren't that useful. Either the consumption is too high or the cooldown is too long. Or some mechanism is not good enough and doesn't quite make sense. Nangong Ling's words spoke directly to Lin Yi's heart. He found out a long time ago. For example, the 6th order skill of the Thunder system, Thunderbolt Flash. This displacement skill is good for everything. The only problem is that the displacement distance is too short. There's also the fact that the cooldown is too long. So, there are 2 ways to strengthen skills besides leveling up, and one of them is called evolution. But this pathway I have only seen in ancient books. Currently our Blue Star's research on skill evolution is still limited. It may be for the truly strong who got the way to open this pathway, but I can't figure out the doorway of skill evolution at the moment. Lin Yi's heart fluttered. Skill evolution. He thought about the alienated version of his skill. Also thought of that arc reactor core module from Noah's ruins. These should all be considered manifestations of skill evolution. So it seems that one has mastered 2 ways of skill enhancement. The last way? What is it? The second avenue of enhancement is called skill specialization. All professions have 9 opportunities to specialize in each level of skill from the 1st to the 9th rank. After skill specialization, not only will the damage of this skill be higher, the consumption and cooldown time will also be reduced. Some of the mechanisms will also be more refined, and even additional mechanisms will appear. For example, certain skills will change from a single skill to a splash skill after specializing at level 6, or an annoying prerequisite will be removed after specializing at level 9. The list goes on and on. Schoolboy, I know that all of your skill ranks are high, but I don't think you've even turned on specialization for a single skill yet, right? It's not your fault. In fact, most professionals, too, have the opportunity to unlock skill specialization only after they step into colleges and universities. We, the Copy Sanctuary, have 2 types of copies related to skill enhancement. One that can drop a large number of skill points. There is also one that drops a large number of specialization points. Subsequently, you'll need to allocate some times to brush up on your specialization points and unlock your skill specialization. Chapter 106 Talent Unlocking New Functions. Lin Yi only felt enlightened. Regarding skill specialization, he had actually been more or less exposed to it before. Lin Yi's hand flashed, and a breakthrough magic crystal was taken out by him. This thing does a total of 3 things. One is to unlock the side skill tree, and the other is to be able to raise the difficulty of the Abyssal Descent copy. Finally, there's the ability to level up skill specializations. That's right, break through the magic crystal. You'll also need to use this along with it to specialize skills after you've gained specialization points. Like skill ascension, all skill specialization enhancements go from easy to hard. And the higher the rank of the skill, the more specialization points and breakthrough magic crystals it consumes. You'll understand all this after you get your specialization points. I'll tell you too much else at once for you to take in and digest, so I'll leave it to you to explore slowly. Here we are. Nangong Ling brought Lin Yi to the Manhwa Academy's exclusive villa complex and let out a long breath. She had accomplished her mission for the day, and had made an excellent impression on the youngster. Thank you, sister, for benefiting me. Lin Yi thanked him from the bottom of his heart. No need to thank you. This was supposed to be the knowledge you would subsequently learn. I just told you a small part of it ahead of time, and it wasn't detailed enough at all. Alright, schoolmate, this is your single apartment. Remember to go to our Dean Daryl in advance before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and ask her to sign you up for the Heart of the Swarm's Abyssal Descent copy. Don't ever forget it. Nangong Ling sent Lin Yi to his own place and admonished him. Lin Yi gave a thank you once again. Swiped his student card. Into the middle of the apartment. I've been rushing around all day today, and after entering the Divine Sky, I've been leveling and brushing up on my copy transfer credits. Mental tension was high, and only now was there a moment of relaxation. Lin Yi turned around in his personal apartment. It was obvious that the apartment had only just been cleaned and tended to, and the entire interior was not luxurious, but definitely cozy and comfortable. Before entering this single-family villa area with Nangong Ling earlier, Lin Yi had also passed by the regular accommodation area of the Manhwa Academy. Most of the students of Divine Heavens were only allowed to live in group dormitories. And the associated amenities and comforts are certainly no better than the one you have now. Most importantly, the privacy of the detached villa was extremely high, and according to Nangong Ling, only students with a B grade rating or higher were qualified to stay. And there is a need to compete with others. The fact that Dean Daryl Blue was willing to directly assign you such accommodations shows that she really does value you extremely highly. Lin Yi took a brief break after turning around all the rooms in the entire apartment. Tomorrow, we'll take care of the registration for the Descending Abyss copy first. Then Lin Yi planned to take another look in the skill specialization copy. Trying to pull one more fight out of myself before entering the heart of the swarm. One night passed. 7:30 the next morning. Manhwa Academy, in Dean Lanruwashi's office. I really wasn't wrong about you. I didn't think you'd actually be able to earn enough credits in one day. Don't worry, I already took an early slot for you last night. This copy of Descending Abyss will open in 3 days, and now that school hasn't officially begun, many professors and instructors from our academy haven't returned to school yet. You can brush up on your replicas over the next few days and pull your specializations and equipment. In addition, I've also unlocked you access to our academy's top copy raters, so now you can go to the archives to retrieve the relevant information. The online cheats need to be reviewed and approved on the tech side, but you should be able to check the cheats on your phone this afternoon. Lanruwashi sat sideways on the dean's chair, her 2 snow-white, plump, large white legs folded together, adding to the flavor. A huge stone fell to the ground in Lin Yi's heart. He had reported early this time for the Descending Abyss copy. Now that everything was taken care of, all he had to do was wait a few more days for the copy to open. Thanks, Dean Blue. Then I won't bother much. Lanruwashi laughed softly. I wish you'd bother me more often. This office is so big and cold, it's lonely. As she spoke, Lanruwashi changed her sitting position. Perhaps in her own office, she was not dressed formally. The original white robe that had somewhat obscured the flavor, she wasn't wearing today. In its place was a brightly colored deep V that showed off the fullness of her chest. What Lin Yi was carrying in his body was a fully grown soul after all. Seeing this scene, the heart goes out to. Please behave yourself, Mr. Dean. If you're really a bloodthirsty, 20-year-old, where can you hold it? Oh, blushing then. Come closer, don't be afraid, I'll show you something better. Lin Yi was getting a little nervous. You're for real, Mr. Dean? A few minutes later. Lin Yi walked out of Lanruwashi's office and let out a long breath. What's with this feeling of having just escaped from the pancake cave after a robbery? Daryl Blue was joking, of course. Nothing had happened between them that crossed the line, and the good thing that Daryl was talking about was naturally her buff skill, Holy Hymns. She was as good as her word. As long as Linny was still at her Manhwa Academy for a day, she could guarantee that she'd keep Linny's upgrade speed and the speed at which she gained skill points a long way ahead of everyone else. Not long after, Linny arrived at the replica sanctuary. With Nandong Ling's introduction yesterday, Linny was now making light work of finding copies that could boost the acquisition of skill points and specialization points. In fact, inside the replica sanctuary, the corresponding replica entrance signs were marked. Skill Enhancement. Tier 1 copy, Volcano Residence skill points. Tier 1 copy, Siege of Doom specialization points. Linny took a step into the light screen of the copy of Siege of Doom. The next moment, a system prompt came to his ears. You have entered the copy, End Time Siege. Due to your rating of C, an additional aura effect appears on this copy, plus 15% of skill specialization points gained from killing monsters. In the sky, the sun burns. The wind howled, blowing through the doors, windows, and alleyways of the abandoned city, making a sound like a ghost's howl. It was a ruined capital that had been partially buried by yellow sand and was completely empty. Although there was no one, Linny saw something other than humans. It was a stoned, stumbling walker. It's exactly like those zombie monsters in the Resident Evil movies, without much difference. The first wave of corpses will hit in 30 seconds, please get ready. The announcement rang out, and Linny understood the clearance mechanism for this copy. The map of this copy, so to speak, is this refugee area that he is in that has not been attacked by zombies, and all he has to do is to fend off the incoming wave of zombies. This copy is a little more comfortable when you swipe the specialization point. Anyway, just wait for the monsters to refresh and just AoE kill them. 30 seconds passed and the first wave of walkers refreshed. There were 30 walkers in all, and they pounced with a wail. The 10-square thunder prison blasted down, and in less than half a second, all of these zombies went into hysterics. At the same time, Linny received a prompt. You have killed LV.60 zombies and gained skill specialization points, 10 points. Due to the copy aura effect, you gain an additional 1.5 skill specialization points. Due to the effect of the Holy Hymn, you gain an additional 1 skill specialization point. Now you can use skill specialization points and break through magic crystals to raise the specialization level for your skills. Ding! You have gained your first skill specialization point, and your talent, Gift of the Gods, has unlocked a new feature. Gift of the Gods, you gain 1 skill point and 1 skill specialization point per second. Chapter 107, Specialization 9th Order, Descending Abyss begins. Linny was not surprised that his talent had once again unlocked a new feature. Skill specialization points, which can now also be gained by hanging on to them. At the same time, specialization points can be purchased through Kryptonite. And for the first purchase, you only need to consume 10,000 Dasha coins. Cool. Sure enough, he wouldn't need to allocate a special number of copies to brush up on skill points and specialization points in the future. Hanging and Kryptonite are both available. I just wonder, how many specialization points and breakthrough magic crystals does it cost to specialize a skill to level 9? With this in mind, Linny opened the skill interface. Chose the one skill he currently wanted to specialize in the most. 6th Order of the Thunder System Thunderbolt 1 Flash. This skill is a superb displacement skill, and if the cooldown can be shortened, there's no doubt that he'll be able to follow it up either by rushing or using it to dodge certain attacks. Raise Thunderbolt Flash specialization level to level 1, consumption, 100 specialization points, 0 breakthrough magic crystals. Is it specialization? Linny raised an eyebrow. To go from specialization 0 to 1 requires a mere 100 specialization points. Linny spent 10,000 Dasha coins. Directly purchased a wave of specialization points. Spending 10,000 Dasha coins, you have gained 97,632 specialization points. Afterwards, Linny chose to specialize in Thunderbolt Flash. Consuming 100 skill specialization points, your Thunderbolt Flash specialization level has increased. The following are skill changes. Skill-based damage increased, skill speed damage bonus increased. Consumption, 15,000 mana 14,000 mana. Cooling time, 10 minutes 8 minutes. Maximum flashing distance, 100 m 150 m. Duration of evasion effect, 0.3 seconds 0.4 seconds. Linny's eyes widened. What a great lift. It seems that he was really blinded before, and thought that the only way for skills to become stronger was to take the path of leveling up. Now it seems that the boost from specializing in a particular skill is no less than ascending the skill in some cases. Linny continued to add points. Gradually he noticed a pattern. That is, the specialization points consumed by skill specialization are not as horrible as the skill points consumed by skill upgrade. Take 6 liters of 7 as an example. Upgrading requires the consumption of a full 100,000 skill points. And Specialization 6 to Specialization 7 simply required the consumption of 50,000 specialization points. It's half the amount of skill points consumed. However, accordingly, after specializing in the 3rd level, starting from the 3rd to 4th level, one would need to consume breakthrough magic crystals. It was good that the breakthrough magic crystals consumed were still within the acceptable range. The breakthrough magic crystals consumed for ranks 4, 6 are 1, 3, and 5 respectively. The breakthrough magic crystals consumed to ascend from 6th to 7th rank had apparently been raised to 10 again. Now Linny's previous stock plus the breakthrough magic crystals he had received through the daily distribution of supplies over the past 2 days had been consumed. Thinking for a moment, Linny first cleared the copy of End Time Siege. He then made a trip to the Divine Heavens Treasury circulation. Taking the credits he earned yesterday, he divided 1,000 points and exchanged them for 50 breakthrough magic crystals. Then he spent more than 100,000 dasha coins in Kryptonite to buy 10 days of specialization point rewards. Linny opened the skill interface and continued adding points. Consuming 50,000 skill specialization points and 10 breakthrough magic crystals, your Thunderbolt Flash specialization level has increased to LV.7. Consuming 250,000 skill specialization points and 25 breakthrough magic crystals, your Thunderbolt Flash specialization level increases to LV.8. By this point, Linny was stuck again. It's not that there aren't enough specialization points. Rather, the breakthrough magic crystals are not enough again. The breakthrough magic crystals needed to ascend to the 9th rank of specialization was 100 now. Linny was all a bit stunned. It's no wonder that this thing has become almost as hard currency as skill point scrolls, and is still firmly in the hands of the state. Just because this stuff is so consumable, it's probably far more than one would think. Linny gritted his teeth. 100 breakthrough magic crystals, or 2,000 credits. Changed. The credits can be earned subsequently anyway. He was bound to dislike this skill to specialize 9 today before saying anything. Consuming 500,000 skill specialization points and 100 breakthrough magic crystals, your Thunderbolt specialization level has increased to LV.9 max. Linny opened his skill interface and checked up on Thunderbolt Flash after Specialization 9. Thunderclap. Type, active skill. Rank, 6th. Specialization level, LV.9 max. Classification, Thunder and Lightning. Consumption, 1000 mana. Chanting time, none. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Effect, transform into lightning, granting yourself an extremely fast acceleration for a spatial blink, causing your next normal attack to increase in power for a short period of time after the blink lands. Maximum flashing distance, 3,000 meters. Blinking speed, depending on the environment, the maximum speed can be increased to the speed of light. Gain a 100% evasion effect for 1.5 seconds when the blink is activated and after the blink hits the ground. Remarks, have you ever been kicked by lightspeed? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Is this skill the same skill as the previous Thunderbolt Flash, or is it the same skill? All the pain points have been solved. Previously high consumption, long cooldown and short distance. And specialization boosts are totally optimizing those 3. It's now 1 flash in 10 seconds, or any point within 3 kilometers, close to the speed of light. This skill was so good that Linny couldn't even imagine it. For certain melee professions with short legs, it's probably enough to make them cry. 3 days later. Early morning. Replica Sanctuary, basement level. In front of a huge stone door made of an unknown material, Linny, as well as the other 99 people who were participating in the Descending Abyss Level 0 replica this time, stood at attention. During these 3 days, Linny had saved all of his copy counts, all of them. There was no need to go through the skill specialization copies again, so naturally, he saved those times and studied them after he cleared level 0 of the Descending Abyss, unlocked his level, and was able to continue upgrading and transferring. Linny was mainly scrutinizing the entire heart of the Swarm copy guide. After all, it was currently one of the most difficult Descending Abyss Tier 0 copies in the entire Blue Planet, and he had to pay attention to it. Crunch! The stone door carved with countless odd patterns and symbols suddenly opened a crack. Next moment, a cold air that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul blew out from behind the door. It made all of the divine heavens above scholars present fight a cold war. Breath of the abyss. And it was the unmistakable scent of the abyss. This abyssal aura was far more biting and chilling than anything Linny had come across in any of the surface copies before. Attention all! The Descending Abyss replica will open soon. Window to enter the copy, only 1 minute. You must move fast. Several high-ranking tutors from the 5 great academies, with serious faces, instructed Linny and the others. And remember, after entering this copy later, if you guys are lucky enough to meet up, try to team up and raid the copy together. You're all from the divine heavens. I don't care if you've had any grudges over competing for ratings in the past, but in the replica, please unite as one. What you're facing is the entire swarm. Chapter 108, Extinction Difficulty 3, Deeper into the Swarm. This teacher finished his speech. The gap in the stone door opened a little wider. In the meantime, at the top of the stone door, the row of reliefs that looked like demonic heads also began to light up. From left to right, there are 10 demon heads. The Descending Abyss Level 0 of Extinction Difficulty 1 is only possessed by the 5 top academies when looking around the world. And we, Divine Sky, are one of them. In Linny's mind, a phrase he had read in a guide before came to mind. The difficulty of the Level 0 copy of Descending Abyss starts out as hard. The next 3 levels up are extremely hard, Nightmare, and Purgatory in that order. Most of the other academies have Descending Abyssal Tier 0 difficulties that are around Nightmare to Purgatory difficulty. And the heart of the swarm possessed by the divine heavens. Break into a new difficulty classification directly on top of Purgatory difficulty. 10 demon heads represent 10 difficulty levels. This is the difficulty rating above Purgatory extinction. As the demon head symbolizing Extinction 1 difficulty fully lit up, the stone door burst open. The most dangerous and mysterious side of the abyssal world was completely revealed to everyone. Behind the stone door was a dead gray mist. Within the mists, it was as if there were countless lines of sight that were also surveying the blue star world. When you gaze into the descending abyss, the descending abyss will also look back at you. It's now, get in there. With a command from the lead mentor, countless figures flew into the stone door. Just as Linny was also planning to take a step inside the stone door, he saw a blur before his eyes, and suddenly saw a scarlet light flash from the demon's head above the beam of the stone door. A second demon head, it seemed, also lit up. Did it become Extinction Difficulty 2? Within the Descending Abyss difficulty system, the difficulty span increase represented by each level of Extinction Difficulty was greater than the difficulty span from a simple copy to a Purgatory copy. Jedi Extinction 2 is already a possible difficulty for copies of Descending Abyss Tier 5+. What Linny didn't know, however, was that this scene was currently only seen by him. Those tutors of the divine heavens, they didn't even see it. Linny didn't think too much about it, and with a flash, he similarly flew into the mists of the stone door. Entered a copy of Descending Abyss. 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye. The huge stone door slowly closed. Just at the moment when the stone door was completely closed, a scarlet light flashed violently on the doorbeam. The second demon head snapped on. This scene left all the divine heavens tutors dumbfounded. What's going on? How did the difficulty escalate? Extinction Level 2 difficulty. Not good. There's a mutation inside this copy. For a moment, all the divine heavens tutors in the entire underground space all had their scalps tingling. Level 0 of Descending Abyss on Absolute Difficulty 1 is scary enough. Now that the difficulty has escalated, it's straight up on pins and needles for them. This is a situation that is not uncommon for Descending Abyssal copies. But by no means no. And every time that happens, it means extremely heavy deaths and injuries. Go inform the dean. There's a mutation in the heart of the swarm, the difficulty has spiked, we need to get ready for the rescue. One of the tutors leading the group had a sullen face and immediately gave instructions. And just as he spoke, suddenly another man pointed to the door beam above the stone door and called out, "The third demon head, it's lit up too." Instantly everyone looked around at the sound. Sure enough, I saw the demon heads that signaled the difficulty of the copy, and once again one lit up. At the same time, an incomparably evil abyssal aura erupted from the cracks of the stone door. Buzz. That was the sound produced by the vibration of countless insect wings. It's over. That was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. At this moment, the descending abyss heart of the swarm, to the world of the blue star, reveals its most hideous side. Isidnur. It was a planet similar to the blue star world. This planet also gave birth to an intelligent civilization called humanity. Unfortunately, the light of civilization in Isdna was not as lucky as the blue star civilization. Several eras ago, Isdna was invaded by the extraterrestrial bugs. A few epochs later, the entire human population of Isdna had been almost completely enslaved by the swarm. All newborn humans are destined to be food and sustenance for the higher bugs from birth. The whole of Isthmus has become a base camp for the bugs to continue their expansion to other planets, the so-called heart of the swarm. A large part of the reason why Isthena fell so quickly was that a portion of the planet's human population had turned traitor to the enemy. They chose to join the bugs and become half-human, half-bug monsters in exchange for a chance to survive. But at the same time, there is also a very small number of surviving Ethganeans who have formed a resistance and are struggling. At this moment, Ismene, the underground of the holy capital. The hive. There are countless bodies the size of calves here. Black flying insects with transparent wings behind them were busily moving in and out. This is the largest surviving insect colony in Isthmus, the Black Hive. Lord Prophet, our plan has worked. Another batch of extraterrestrial visitors have thrown themselves into the net. Several half-bugs with yellowish-green mucus flowing all over their bodies, their limbs and abdomens have been completely transformed into insectoid forms, leaving only their heads with a slight human appearance, walked into the hive. For the owner of this place, good news. The one they call the Prophet is an old, stooped black scythe. As the wise man of the bugs and the centerpiece of the hive's neural network, the Prophet has become somewhat of a human being in terms of image. At this moment, the two tentacles on top of its head kept swinging, and its right arm stretched out a scythe formed by black armor, ruthlessly plunging into the rumbling belly of a woman who had already passed out beside it. As his arms continued to drum, the essence of the blood and flesh in the woman's body and the young child in her belly was absorbed by him. Every day, he had to eat 7 or 8 of these young humans to temporarily renew his life. Its favorite is this human with a child in his belly, that freshness that can make him feel rejuvenated. Bring them here. Soon, 2 black cages, made of insects secreted chitin, were brought up. In a somewhat larger cage lay a fat man. The other cage, on the other hand, contained a youth with a handsome face. The Prophet stretched out his sharp claws, pointed at the handsome young man, and spoke, "Handsome human being. Dedicated to Queen. That ugly human. Chopped up for food." The Prophet's words fell. I heard the fat man in the huge cage who was pretending to be dead immediately climbed up, pointing at the Prophet and cursing, "Who the hell do you think is ugly? Can't stand it anymore. Eat my old son's hammer." A huge hammer suddenly appeared from his hand, then he swung it violently, and the huge cage was directly destroyed by him. Wherever the hammer wind passed, countless black scytheworms were hammered into worm cakes. The handsome young man in the other cage also opened his eyes. Linny was somewhat speechless. "No, Mr. Sun, what about the promise of pretending to be dead for half a day and attacking the dragon straight away? How did you get your defense broken by a bug-ah?" Chapter 109, Heavenly Craftsman, Sun Dachwan. More than 10 minutes ago. Hive Underground. Opening his eyes, Linny only felt that his body was sore and weak, his mind was drowsy, and he couldn't make any effort at all. There was darkness all around, barely able to see. Linny wants to struggle to his feet, only to find that he was in a strange black cage. It was the effects of this odd cage that made him dizzy and weak. Then a voice came to his ears. "Hey! Hello? Little brother. You're awake?" Linny followed the sound, and only then did he realize that in the darkness, besides himself, there was a huge black shadow, locked in a cage. After the eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, Linny realized that the person he was talking to was a fat man. He was also trapped in a cage, but obviously woke up a bit earlier than himself. This is a copy of Heart of the Swarm? It's not right. Why is it different from what the guide says? Shouldn't their birthplace be the camp of the Isthmian resistance? Why are you in this hole? Little brother, Nuwa Academy, right. That's a great place, with beautiful women all over the place. Unlike our Chi academies, it's totally a monk temple. When you get out, introduce me to some girls, shucks, one, just one. I'm a dedicated person, huh? The fat senior was obviously a super self-starter. Even if you are behind bars, when you see the Manhwa Academy uniform you are wearing, all you can think about is life events. Senior, what's going on here? It's not the same as what the guide said. Linny brought the topic back on track. The fat man froze. Raiders? What raiders? Linny was dumbfounded. Just the heart of the swarm copy guide. Ah, didn't you read it? Fatty donned. Oh, I don't recognize words, I can't read. I let a few brothers say it to me. I was so dizzy from listening, I forgot all about it. Huh? Linny. Is this the legend of the great artist? The fat man spat on his own fist and blasted it against the cage with a loud thud. However, the sturdiness of the cage was beyond his imagination, and it was not damaged in the slightest. I woke up about half an hour before you, I think, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I went straight into the bug nest, and after I'd killed 100 or so, you came along. But how come you didn't wake up? I saw that you're also a student of divine heavens, so I saved you. Then came an oversized bug, a ing sneak attack, no martial arts, and after a mouthful of messy, disgusting came out, I passed out. There's something weird about this cage, and now I can't make any strength at all. Linny realized. It seems that this fat senior is quite nice. Though looking at the current situation, if these bugs wanted to kill them, probably did it after this fat senior was unconscious from the sneak attack. If we don't kill it now, surely it's useful to keep it. But seeing the several bloody wounds on that fat senior's body right now, Linny knew that the battle he had encountered earlier to protect himself was probably more horrifying than he had imagined. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. My name is Linny. When we get out, we'll definitely try our best to introduce you to a few girls, but whether or not it will work out, it's up to you, senior. Linny laughed back. The fat man was instantly overjoyed. Enough, brother. I really saved the right person. My name is Sun Dashwan. Don't worry, send Buddha to the west, save people to the end. In this copy, I cover you. Before I die, I want to let those hurt you a bit. Elder brother Lin, you're a mage, right? See if there's a way to get out of this ghost cage. I can kill all those bugs out there as long as I can escape this cage. Linny sniffed and felt it. Restricted to this black cage. He realized that other than the thunder system, all the other skills below all the 4th ranks, all of them could not be used. However, skills of the 5th rank and above are not affected. A blinding flash of electricity. Sun Dachwan's eyes blinked and he saw that Linny had flashed out of the black cage. He couldn't help but stick out his thumb and praise. You mages are just strong, awesome. Linny's heart stirred when he heard the praise. If you really want to say it's strong, this fat senior is no better. This was because under the observation of the Eye of Omniscience, Sun Dachwan's occupation was not that of a warrior. It's not even a main combat profession. Instead, it's a life profession, heavenly craftsmanship. A living profession that could kill indiscriminately in the swarm's lair that had now risen 2 extinction levels. It's enough to see how tough the fight is. Linny stretched out his hand, electricity twining around his fingertips. A ball of thunder was hidden in his palm and he violently pressed it against Sun Dachwan's black cage. Linny corroborated the strategy he had read earlier. As mentioned in the guide, the bugs in this copy are afraid of thunder. This black cage is made of insect secretions. I didn't realize the same fear of thunder. Once the current has passed, the effect disappears instantly. Sun Dachwan exclaimed, it seems like my power is back. Power to you, old man. Let's go stab these lairs. However, in the next moment, Sun Dachwan's face changed. Wait. It is said that capturing a thief is the first step to capture the king. These are so many that it will not take a monkey's time to kill them all. They must be trying to keep us for something when they lock us up. The cage is useless anyway, so let's wait in it, play dead for half a day, and go straight for the jugular. Time to go back to the present. Catch them. After a brief moment of shock, the prophet hissed, ducked behind a couple of half-bugs, and barked orders. Linny had long since seen that within these bugs, the one with the weakest battle power was the weakest chicken. Instead, it's this old Biden. Those half-worms were all stronger than him in battle. And the true elite powerhouses in the black side swarm are the worker worms. Buzz off! The sound of whistling winds came from beside his ears, and in the next moment, several giant black sickle bugs that were several times larger and faster than the normal swarm flew out from inside the hive. Before, I engaged in a sneak attack, but now I'm still afraid of you? The black hammer in Sun Dachwan's hand also seemed to have something special about it. It rose against the wind and instantly turned into a terrifyingly huge hammer that was tens of meters long. And he wielded a huge hammer of this caliber with no effort at all, but instead, he was a tiger. After a slam, the entire hive trembled. Those few black scythe worker insects were even smashed into mud in a matter of moments. Kaha! The prophet, hiding in the swarm, let out a strange cry, and the tentacles on top of its head released an invisible wave. The entire hive shook violently. In the next moment, the dome of the hive bloomed violently as if it were alive. Holy! Sun Dachuan looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. Just above the hive was a giant network constructed of black chitin, a material similar to that of the cage. On the giant net, a terrifying giant insect with a body size of 1,000 meters hibernated in its midst. Whoosh! One of the giant insect's sharp chelicerae plunged down with a speed that was nearly impossible to react to. Dang! After a dull thud, Sun Dachuan's huge hammer blocked this nearly devastating blow. However, the good times don't last long. Almost the next second, Sun Dachuan's fat face turned red as he screamed, "Top! Can't top it! Elder brother Lin, bull! You run first, I'll take the rear!" As the words fell, Sun Dachuan's giant hammer could no longer hold on. Boom! The giant force poured down, instantly nailing Sun Dachuan's entire body into the ground. Chapter 110, Shocking Big Sun for a whole year, this elementary school brother is too raw. Poof! Sun Dachuan sprayed a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Obviously this strike had injured him quite a bit. But he did what he promised. Before he died, he wouldn't let the bugs hurt Linny one bit. Jia jia jia. Above the hive, the prophet hissed eerily. In its opinion, that ugly, obese human must have been dead beyond death. These extraterritorial visitors have a big role to play. Like Sun Dachuan, after killing, finally cut to make bashfulness, until the fat and thin evenly, and then served to the queen on the line. As for the handsome ones like Lin Yi, the queen Sama liked to play with them a bit before eating them fresh. But just when the prophet thought everything was under control, he heard a roar. In the next moment, the giant insect's black insect limbs were hardened by Sun Dachuan, who was inserted below it, and pushed up a few meters. The prophet's face changed dramatically. It had just clearly seen that the obese human's stomach and sternum had been penetrated by the black scythe giant worm's insect foot, and he hadn't even died yet? More than not dead. The huge holes in Sun Dachuan's abdomen and chest were now even healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the complexion of his body surface metamorphosed from a healthy white-red complexion to a dark gray. The scythe feet and mouthpiece attacks of those black sickle worker insects that surrounded him hit his body as if they were touching a steel shield, and were easily bounced off. Elder brother Lin, why are you still here? Hurry up! Leave me alone, my 100 refined body can still withstand their attacks. Linny similarly witnessed Sun Dachuan's desperate comeback. Although he had seen Sun Dachuan's skills and physical attributes before with the help of the Eye of Omniscience, right now Linny still had to sigh in admiration in his heart that this Dason was really meaty. Not only was the recovery amazing, but that kind of penetrating wound would have killed a normal person. Surprisingly, he acted like it was nothing. Now after opening the skill, 100 refined body, it was even harder to the point of being ridiculously hard. Linny even saw the black sides of several worker insects slash through without leaving a single mark on him. Don't bother. Senior son, keep an eye on that old den worm, don't let him die, and for the rest of these worms, leave them to me. Lin Yi's words fell. Then I heard the prophet sneer in a hoarse and unpleasant voice, ignorant. Extraterrestrial visitor. That's arrogant. You know nothing about the swarm. Kill them. So is that handsome? 1. When the prophet finished speaking, the entire dome of the hive opened up completely like the petals of a flower. It had previously been in the hive, although there were also a large number of black scytheworms present in the hive. But Linny and Sun Dachuan hadn't even seen what the isthmus at the moment looked like. And now, after the hive is officially open, Lin Yi's eyes flickered. Even he was deeply shocked by the sight he saw at this moment. Beyond the hive, above the sky, was a giant black net, which stretched to the end of the skyline and could not be seen at all at a glance. And similar to the hive where he and Sun Dachuan were, there were countless others densely connected to the bottom of this giant net. Above the black net, above each hive, there was a black scythe giant insect present that had just attacked Sun Dachuan like that. This is not even the tip of the iceberg of the heart of the swarm that is isthmus. And at this moment, several other hives nearest to this hive where he and Sun Dachuan were located, a black smoke had appeared and were flying this way at a very fast speed. It was a black sickle worker bug with wings flying. In addition to this, those black scythe giant insects, also moving rapidly on the giant mesh of chitin, the direction of the target, was clearly also on their side. A dragnet and a tide of insects filled the sky. In Lin Yi's mind, the words of that tutor from divine heavens before he entered the copy rang out. You're up against the whole swarm. Now, Lin Yi had a deep understanding. It seems that the entire swarm is intercommunicating with each other in some sort of neural network. The hubs of these neural networks are the so-called prophets. How could there be so many? Where is this going? Sun Dachuan's heart was a bit desperate. Originally, he was thinking that by relying on his thick skin, these bugs couldn't kill him anyway, so he'd let Lin Yi run first and he'd run after him. Anyway, in this copy, it's going to be 10 days, and it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When they get their strength, they will come back and clean these up. But now it looks like the sky is filled with bugs, and it's them that's going to get cleaned up. Buddy, we're really going to have a break this time. If I had known that this copy was so difficult, I wouldn't have come. My old Sun family is still without a queen. Sun Dachuan let out a bitter laugh. Instantly deflated. His 100 refined body had a duration, the same as taking Viagra. As soon as the time passed, he shriveled up. However, in the very next moment, he violently heard an explosion of thunder. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning sliced through the miles of clear sky. This blast of thunder directly caused the swarm below to start getting restless. Buzz off. The countless black sickle bugs in the hive changed their winging frequency. It's a fear imprinted in their bones. They fear the light of thunder. Flash of electricity. This can't be right. The tentacles on the prophet's head trembled wildly. Over the course of several epochs, the black scythe swarm had transformed the entire climate of planet Istna into a new one. Wherever they nest, there are never clouds or storms. Not to mention the lightning. It was also a clear sky at the moment, so how could a purple lightning blast suddenly appear? Lord Prophet. It's not good. That extraterrestrial visitor can control thunder. A couple of half-worms shouted at the top of their lungs. Influenced by the fusion of the bugs, even though half of them are considered human, they are equally afraid of lightning. At this moment, when they saw the purple electric light emerging from Lin Yi's body, they avoided and fled. Rumble. Another blast of thunder rang out. When all the bugs looked up at the sky again, they froze. Above the black chitin cast insect giant net, in the blink of an eye, a purple grid was also formed. And this grid is growing and expanding at an extremely fast rate. In a few breaths, the grid had expanded enough to cover thousands of kilometers. The thunder grew more and more terrifying. The purple lightning also grew denser. In the end, countless purple lightning entangled and intersected, and a huge sword of lightning light, which was already taking shape when viewed from the ground, slowly formed. Lin Yi hadn't depleted his instant spell count. Instead, it's chanting. In fact, he only had to pronounce the first word of the magic spell. It would then be natural for the Holy Spirit to follow and help him chant the rest of the spell. Thunder System 8th Order Purple Sky Robber Sword. This was the first time Lin Yi had used this spell since he had mastered it. I didn't realize how loud it was. The Thunder Sword was still only in the molding stage, and it already possessed such a terrifying sense of oppression. In addition to the feeling of oppression, the destruction caused by those violet heavenly thunder escaping from the grid was likewise extremely terrifying. Boom! It was just a purple lightning that struck those black scythe giant insects. In an instant, it could split it into flying dust. That's right. Thousands of meters of huge black scytheworms were annihilated by purple electricity in an instant. The visual effect of that was exceptionally shocking. Sun Dachuan looked at the scene, growing mouths in disbelief. Is this elementary school student so raw? Chapter 111 Mother of Swarms, Tree of the World. Sun Dachuan's mood was a bit complicated. He had thought that since he was one level older than Lin Yi, he must also be much stronger than this elementary school brother. This copy, he should be the one to take flying Lin Yi. He didn't expect that in the end, when he was at his wit's end, Lin Yi would create such a great deal of noise with the snap of his fingers. He's not a mage, he doesn't know magic. It's not even a main combat profession. But you can't deny Sun Dachuan's vision. That purple lightning thunder sword in the sky was definitely some sort of extremely high-ranked magic. No wonder this elementary school brother had been so calm since they entered this copy. It's a good thing that they have nuclear weapons in their hands. You. The prophet is trembling all over. Rolling thunder in the heavens, a great disaster. It was incoherent. Electricity flashed in Lin Yi's eyes without a trace of emotion. The index and middle fingers of his right hand were joined together and knotted into a sword finger. With the 75% acceleration effect of the Holy Spirit chant, S8th rank spell, this 8th rank lightning spell didn't consume too much of his chanting time. As the invisible Holy Spirit recited the last magic incantation, the purple sky robbery sword in the sky was fully formed. It was a terrifyingly huge sword that was also 1,000 meters in size, and the purple lightning that twined and pulsed on it was even comparable to the blazing sun in the sky. Lin Yi slashed his sword fingers and spat out a few words under his breath. Robber sword, break! The huge thunder sword, with an unstoppable and terrifying speed, slashed down violently from the sky. The moment the tip of the sword was inserted into the hive, the entire hive was instantly annihilated in endless lightning. Worker bugs or larvae. They all vaporized and disappeared in an instant. Subsequently, boom! The violent explosion was accompanied by countless thunderbolts dancing wildly. The purple sky robbery sword, detonated by Lin Yi. A shockwave composed of purple lightning and thunder began to spread out in all directions with the hive as the center. Wherever it passed, the black insect net was also instantly melted. The wave of insects that were just about to reinforce, as well as the few black scythe giant insects, were immediately pulverized as soon as they were touched by the shockwave. Sun Dachuan crouched down holding his head. The earth was roaring and electric snakes were dancing wildly. He couldn't see anything. All I know is the buzzing sound of wings that had been ringing in my ears before. All gone. A few minutes later, the smoke clears. Sun Dachuan stood up and looked around before he was shocked to realize. Hundreds of kilometers around the entire hive. No more sightings of any of the bugs. This 8th rank lightning spell blasted down, directly blasting a vacuum inside the heart of the swarm of isthmus. And those black insect webs further away were also trembling violently. The aftermath of the explosion of the robber's sword, even if it didn't completely kill them, caused them to be seriously injured and unable to move. Subsequently, Sun Dachuan even saw that those waves of insects in the extreme distance not only didn't rush towards their side. Instead, they retreated toward the end of the skyline as if they had seen a bogeyman and a natural enemy. Elder brother Lin Yu hanged up. Sun Dachuan was really shocked. This scene will rock him for a whole year at least. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless. I'm fine, I didn't explode. Sun Dachuan took a few steps forward and gave Lin Yi a fat hug before saying excitedly, older brother, with your level of output ability, follow up with me protecting you while you kill the insects. The two of us shall not kill in this copy, ga ga ga. Lin Yi wanted to laugh a little. I've got 30 points with Zhang Dai. We're really strong, aren't we? But Lin Yi couldn't deny that he had a good impression of Sun Dachuan. This fat senior was very righteous and said he would bail him out. Can't kill them all. These bugs are so fertile, big bugs beget small bugs beget even smaller bugs, and we've only wiped out a small percentage of them. Lin Yi looked at the swarm of insects in the distance and shook his head. He's sober. Though he's currently in this copy, a life crisis shouldn't be in the cards. At least there is self-preservation. But wanting to kill all the swarms in the whole of Isna with one person. It's like a fool's errand. What then? Are we just going to spend 10 days in this copy? Sun Dachuan was in trouble. Brother Sun, you were right in your thinking before, catching the thief first. Although the swarm is large in number, then there is always an existence that gives birth to them, right? Killing the bug mother should be able to curb the continued expansion of the tide of bugs. This is mentioned in the rundown. But now the whole copy flips. It's not like the raiders at all. The highest specification and most difficult objective of the raid, which is to kill the bug mother of the black scythe swarm. And right now, Lin Yi didn't even know which nook or cranny of Isidna's resistance was in, let alone searching for the mother of worms. Lin Yi turned his gaze towards the only black scytheworm that was still alive at the moment. The prophet is still shaking. The way it looked at Lin Yi had changed from lofty to panicked and fearful. Where is your bug mother? Is Mother Worm the queen you claim to be? Pressed by Lin Yi, the prophet suddenly stopped trembling. It sneered and said in a hoarse voice, You will never harm the queen. Too late. Even if you kill us, it's too late. The Queen Mother has been adequately provided for. Lord IX is about to return reborn. You are all going to die. At the end of his speech, the withered body of the prophet began to swell. Lin Yi's eyes glazed over. This old den wants to blow himself up. Really letting it just blow itself up instead was a cheap shot, and didn't get half the information lassoed. A figure flashed around Lin Yi. Lin Yu held the soul's elegy, and with a lightning-fast move, he wiped out the prophet's neck with a single stroke of his sword. Whoosh! The hideous, ugly head flew high into the air. Countless disgusting slimes sprayed out from the headless body. And the next moment, a deep purple light flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The body of the prophet, which had been twitching on the ground, actually got up again. Heads that were chopped off were also rejoined and put back together. Eventually, the prophet opened his eyes again. Only this time, it was no longer a wise man in the black scythe swarm, but a slave under Lin Yi. Sun Dachuan looked directly dumbfounded on the side. Lin Yi's decisiveness, coupled with the necromancy department's unique netherworld operations, made him gulp. This elementary school kid. However, the next moment, when he saw Lin Yu's appearance, he was even more shocked. Ahem. Lin, old brother, this is. Sibling? Sun Dachuan said this. Lin Yu's face under the mask instantly flushed red. Lin Yi froze, then explained, no, well. How should I put it? It should be considered a partner. After explaining, Lin Yi didn't continue chatting with Sun Dachuan. He had important things to do. Since it was impossible to extract information related to the mother of worms from the mouth of the living prophet. Then just search your soul. Without the need for Lin Yi to give a verbal order, Lin Yu reached out her veiled hand and pressed it against the prophet's head, the deep purple light in her eyes intensifying. A scene also slowly surfaced in the mind of Lin Yi, who was in full empathy with Lin Yu. It was an immense tree that was incomparably huge, with black, decaying pus flowing from everywhere in its body. The giant tree went up to the sky, straight up to the dome of the sky, and it seemed that the top of the tree could not be seen at all at what height. This was clearly a world tree that had been mentioned many times in countless myths. Chapter 112, I want to make a way for our descendants to live. The viewpoint shifted down. The entire root system of the giant tree, deep into the depths of the planet of Isna, continuously extracted nutrients. And underneath the disjointed tree roots that spread across half of Isna were countless special pipes that had been excavated through the digger insects. Transported in the tubes was a single human being, naked and with his eyes closed. After being touched by the roots of the giant tree, these humans would turn into a puddle of blood and water and be completely absorbed. In the strata below the countless root systems, Lin Yi saw a storage room like a hive. It housed a disgusting worm egg, and what hatched among the eggs was not the black scytheworm race. Instead, it's a human baby, or even a human toddler. Lin Yi only felt his scalp go numb. It was also the first time they realized how humiliating and desperate they really were for the human civilization of Isna. Endlessly enslaved, even their own offspring, those innocent children, had been reduced to established food for the black scythe insects from birth. The swarm was like a tumor that parasitized the human civilization of Isna, not only to grind its teeth and suck its blood, knocking out its bones and marrow, but also to destroy the future of this civilization completely. Just as Lin Yi was still planning to continue to find out where the bug mother was with the help of soul searching, Lin Yu shuddered all over. The next moment, the deep purple color of her eyes disappeared. The images transmitted through the synesthesia were also completely interrupted and disappeared. What's going on? Lin Yui shook her head. I just temporarily accessed the entire swarm's neural network through its permissions, but a higher-level managerial consciousness just discovered my intrusion. So kicked out. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. The collective will of the entire swarm was so strong, in fact, that it wasn't easy to see for a split second. How's it going? Did you find the bug mother? Sun Dachuan asked. Lin Yi shook his head. No, only saw a small portion of the image. What then? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, looking at the insect tied in the distance and recalling the copying strategies he had delved into over the past 3 days. The decision was finally made. Go to the resistance in Isthmus. Perhaps they know the location of the mother of worms. Thousands of kilometers away from where Lin Yi and Sun Dachuan were. A natural canyon. The tattered tents, the pounding of hammers, the groans of the wounded. The whole camp, dead. Someone sat crumpled on the ground, stroking a mech that had long since been broken. Some lay on the ground, covering their eyes with their hands and shedding hot, blood-stained tears. This is the 9th base of the Isthmian resistance. Just a few hours ago, they conducted a rescue operation against the swarm's breadbasket. The operation was a success. But it's no different than failure. In the tent at the 9th base, the man ripped off the black mech that had been shattered beyond recognition from his chest and threw it to the ground. Then swooped down to the bucket and dove in headfirst. Opening his bloodshot eyes, the already not-so-clean water stung the man's eyes. Still, he forced himself to hold back the sting and keep his eyes open. It was as if the blurred reflection in the water could make him forget what he had just seen in the granary. The man's name is Taris, head of the 9th Regiment of the Isthmian Resistance. Half a month ago, the last of their scouts traded their lives for an important piece of intelligence. It was an incubation room that housed thousands of newborn babies. It is also known as the granary. Unlike the tech tree of the Ethganean point of view, which is steam versus mechanical, the tech tree that the black sickle insectoids point to is in the area of genetic modification and life breeding. The swarm had continued to multiply and expand, and had now fully incorporated half of Isdna into the territory of the worm wave. Large populations, nay, insect populations, need food supplies. And the rest of the creatures native to Isdna have long since been devoured by them. In the end, they had no choice but to use the swarm's cultivation technology to keep the large number of humans in Isdna captive. And then force those deprived of their will to become breeding machines without self-will. Batch after batch of newborn human babies were born, and then relied on the swarm's breeding technology. In just 3 months, they were able to go through a developmental cycle that would normally take 18 years to complete, bringing them to full adulthood. Tyrese was going to completely purge the swarm around this granary this time, and then save these thousands of human newborns from the swarm's grasp. However, just half a day ago, they had lost hundreds of their brothers and finally killed the swarm of insects guarding them completely, after entering the granary, breaking the worm egg incubation chamber and releasing thousands of newborns. However, the next scene that happened made Therese feel torn apart. Those thousands of newborns, while still maintaining their human appearance. Inside, however, it had become a monster that was no different from a swarm of insects. They're cannibalizing each other in kind. You eat my fingers, I'll bite your ears off. Blood flowed in a river, a complete hellish scene. No matter what tactics Tyrese and the rest of the resistance used, there was no way to reverse that fact. They killed all the bugs, but can't change the fate of those newborns. Tyrese, snap out of it. Tyrese. There's still hope for us. There must be something that can be done. Have you forgotten the prophecy? On the eternal night when the sun sinks into the western hills and never rises again. At a time when the bug wave is multiplying to its peak. There will be the coming of the horsemen of the apocalypse who control the thunder and enslave all insects. We shall burn the last of our light, become flying fireflies, and fling ourselves into the flames, to clear the fog and show him the way. And then, the horseman of the apocalypse will end it all, and he will bring the dawn of a new life to Isthmus. Another man, also covered in blood, reassured. He's Teresa's second in command, Simon. Tyrese jerked his head out of the bucket and hissed, "There's no more. There is no hope. Our battle armor is all broken. Our engineers are all dead. 5 years ago, we had 9 regiments, now we're down to 3. Of our 100,000 men and women, there are now less than 1,000 left to languish. All I could do was watch as one by one they were overwhelmed by the tide of insects, and all I could do was watch as one by one they told me not to give up, that there was still hope, and then died in my place. I'm not happy. I can die. All of us can die. I just want to make a way for our future generations to live. But today I found I can't do anything. I can't do anything." At the end of his speech, Tyrese, a tough guy, dropped to the floor and lost his voice. Simon sniffed and sobbed just as hard. That night, Camp 9 removed all concealment measures and also destroyed all steam mechs. Them, to give up resistance. However, when the night is over, when Tyrese opened his eyes again, a huge sense of loss appeared in his heart. Why, didn't you die yourself? Why didn't the bugs come and kill them all? Tyrese stepped out of the tent, looked at the still dark sky, and glanced at the time again. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. The sun, on the other hand, has not risen. Tyrese froze. For he realized that the reason the sun had not risen was because that night was actually roiling with a tide of insects. The tide of insects covered the sky but did not prey on them. Afterward, he even saw that among the tide of insects, there were actually people riding on 2 giant insects that were slowly descending towards them. Teresa's mind went blank. The day of prophecy descends at this moment. Chapter 113, Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Controlling the Swarm. One day ago. The Resistance? Sun Dashwan hadn't read the Raiders, so naturally he didn't know that such an organization existed. It's the humans native to this copy who are also fighting the swarm. According to the normal copy process, we should actually be assigned to one of the resistance camps as soon as we appear in the copy. But now the entire timeline of the copy seems to have changed dramatically. Let's hope that the resistance in this world still exists. Sun Dashwan sniffed and continued to ask, finding the mother of worms is also finding the resistance is also finding, this copy is so big, how are we going to find it? Linny, it's the same search, but it's much easier to find the resistance. Just now, through Lin Yu's momentary intrusion into the swarm's thought network, Linny had gained some understanding of the entire swarm's hierarchy and information transfer mechanism. Swarm civilization has something in common with human civilization. That is the same social system that exists. Between bugs, there is a clear division of labor, and there is a social hierarchy as well. The smallest bug individual is the equivalent of the most common company employee. These staff members are responsible for fighting, laying pups, and gathering intelligence. The next level up is the messenger. The main duty of these bugs was to receive information from those swarms responsible for gathering intelligence, then summarize it, release the appropriate pheromones, and finally guide the low-level swarms to make actions. The next level up from the messenger is the leader of each nest, the seer. At the level of a prophet, it is already equivalent to the level of a director of a department in a company. Have access to the company network now. And knowing this, an idea sprang up in Lin Yi's mind. Bugs for bugs. Let's go. If things go well, it shouldn't take us too long to find the resistance camp and avoid fighting these bugs along the way. It's not like we're going to be able to kill all the bugs along the way anyway, it's just going to be a waste of time. Sun Dashwan shrugged, you have a lively brain, I'll listen to you. Half an hour later. Linny and Sun Dashwan once again arrived near a swarm hive. This time, Linny chose to let Sun Dashwan keep the swarm in check, while he and Lin Yu directly decapitated the hive's prophet. After killing the prophet, Lin Yu once again necromorphized him. Turned into her servant. And this time, Linny told Lin Yu to absolutely not invade the swarm's thought network to view the information, but instead to learn in detail exactly how this previous seer had uploaded and downloaded information. Now also how to upload and download information. Lin Yu fumbled quickly. It soon became clear what the prophet's duties were by reading part of his memory. Sure enough, this time, the prophet under Lin Yu's control was not kicked out by the swarm's thought network. Because it has been performing its normal duty of watching over the entire hive colony. Linny breathed a sigh of relief. That would be nice. Soon, under Lin Yu's control, the entire hive's messenger was under the prophet's control. The messenger then releases a large amount of pheromones, marking Linny, Sun Dashwan, and Lin Yu as friends and kindred spirits. Instantly the countless black sickle worker insects that had just been frantically attacking Sun Dashwan stopped attacking. With a thought, Linny had the messenger release the pheromone once more. Marks two worker bugs as enemies to each other. In the next moment, the two worker bugs actually began to attack each other. This scene directly made Sun Dashwan stupid. He gave Linny a thumbs up, older brother. Awesome. A master bug tamer. Linny was also a bit excited. Plan pass. In the afternoon, Linny brought all the hives within a radius of thousands of kilometers under his rule. For Lin Yu, he only needed to control 200 or 300 seers. Compared to commanding those Noah's Ruins Lord monsters before, the pressure wasn't much greater. Lin Yu was a bit overwhelmed, but he still managed to manage. But when the sun sank in the west, after nightfall, the number of bug swarms under Lin Yi's command was already measured in billions. Afterwards, Linny had the bugs responsible for gathering information from the entire swarm spread out to look for any human scent within a range of 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers. It doesn't take half a day. Lin Yu then got a reply from the swarm. Just over 2,000 kilometers away from us, human tracks have appeared in a canyon. Linny let out a long breath. Luckily, there are still humans surviving in this world. And odds are, it must be the Isna native resistance. Tyrese looked at the swarm in the sky. And the silhouette that was getting closer and closer. The mind was incredibly nervous. He has never been a big believer in so-called prophecies. Because if prophecy works, what need do they have to resist to the end? But the picture at this moment is almost exactly the same as what the prophecy said. It made it impossible for him to tell, at all, what to believe anymore. You, the resistance of Isdna? Linny looked at Tyrese, and the group of remnants behind him, and questioned. Tyrese let out a bitter laugh. Our resistance, pointless. Of course it makes sense. If you hadn't resisted until now, how could you have waited for me and elder brother Lin? Ha ha ha. Sun Dachuan rode on the back of an insect and snorted before Linny could say anything. But he guessed he hadn't even thought about it. His words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in Teresa's mind. You shall burn the last of your light, become flying fireflies, and fling yourselves into the blazing fire to clear the clouds and show him the way. He remembered this line from the prophecy. Could it be that the resistance they had been putting up could not save Isna though, or even their descendants? But was it actually for this moment? Lifting the clouds. Guiding the way. Therese was trembling, and he fell to his knees with a thud, hot tears streaming from his eyes. Lord Horseman of the Apocalypse. We're finally waiting for you. Tell us what you want to know. Tyrese took this knee. Directly behind him, the countless resistance forces rekindled the fire called hope in their eyes. Lord Apocalypse. He's come to save us. The prophecy is true. The prophecy has really come true. Countless people embraced each other and raised their arms in cheers at the originally dead Resistance's ninth camp. Lin Yi's heart froze. Prophecy. What prophecy? Originally, Lin Yi had conceived many ways in his mind to prove that he was actually on the side of the Resistance. But now, he realized there was no need. These people, it seems, believe in themselves unconditionally. Because he saw the look in these people's eyes. It was an indescribable look. Lin Yi also finally realized why they were looking at him like that. Because one gives them hope. The last hope. In this age of calamity, in this age of darkness. What a precious thing hope is. Facing the searing gazes of countless people, Lin Yi took a deep breath and asked that question. Tell me, where's Mother Worm? Chapter 114 Flying Fireflies Fighting Fire, Hymn of Courage. Mother Worm? You mean the Queen of the Blackside Swarm, right? Tyrese muttered. Lin Yi nodded. It seems he may have actually made the right bet in coming to the Resistance this time. Being a native of Athena, and having fought the Swarm for so many years, one would certainly know them better than oneself. The Queen of the Swarm will only be in one place, and that is Yagdahir, the Mother Tree. 100 years ago, it was already dependent only on the life force of the Mother Tree for a steady stream of insect heirs, and once it left Yagdahir, it should have died out quickly. Lin Yi sniffed and wasn't too surprised by the answer. He had seen the huge world tree before when he had invaded the Swarm's thought network. I know it's there, now the question is, where is Yagdahir? Lin Yi stated the core question. Just a day or so ago, Lin Yi had not only sent out swarms of insects to look for traces of Isna's resistance. More so, he followed the underground pipes of those swarms that he had seen before, and began to trace the roots of them, intending to find where all the underground pipes met. That's where the world tree is presumably located. However, this method ended in failure. It seems that the swarm is intentionally obscuring the true location of the world tree. A hint of guilt appeared on Tyrese's face. Once, the mother tree Yagdahir was just north of our continent of Athena, where our civilization, everything in the world, originated. But after the swarm invasion, the entirety of Yagdahir has been turned into their nest. 100 years ago, when our resistance army was still at the level of 1,000,000, there was a protracted crusade. We intend to kill the queen of the swarm in one fell swoop. That battle was beyond grueling. We killed the strongest bug emperor born to the queen, 9. But at the same time, we were badly wounded, and the queen was able to escape with IX holding her back. Since then, the swarm has been modifying Yagdahir, and has even been able to manage to move it around this continent. About 30 years ago, I traveled again to where Yagdahir was originally located, and there was indeed still a mother tree there, only it was a complete illusion, a trap. Where the real Yagdahir is now, we don't know. Tyrese lowered his head. At the end of the day, it seemed like they hadn't been able to help the Lord Horseman of the Apocalypse. At that moment, Simon, the adjutant standing behind Tyrese, then took a few steps forward and saluted Lin Yi before speaking. Lord Apocalypse, may I ask how you managed to enslave such a large number of bug swarms? As far as I know, the swarms are connected to each other by some kind of special neural thought network of communication. Could you use this to explore the true location of the queen? Lin Yi shook his head. I do have some sort of method to be able to take some of the middle management in the swarm, and incorporate them as my servants, and connect them to the swarm's thought network. But trying to explore information about the queen with the help of the internet will result in expulsion. Tyrese and Simon sniffed and looked at each other. This Lord Knight of the Apocalypse's methods were truly mind-boggling to them. The next moment, though, Tyrese shuddered. That one prophecy, in his mind, kept echoing. At the same time, the deputy officer standing behind him, Simon, was even more bright, his body trembling from excitement. I think I've found a way. Tyrese, Lord Apocalypse, please follow me. Linny didn't know exactly what method they had come up with, but followed behind Tyrese and Simon to the tent. Simon was seen rummaging through a case from the armory and placing him in front of Tyrese. Simon, what is this? Simon took a hammer and plugged the wire attached to the hammer into the charging port, charging the whole thing. Then slammed hard towards the big black lock on that box. The sturdy chitinous locks were instantly brittle and snapped apart under the current. Simon opened the box obediently. A pungent stench assaulted his nose. The box contained what was clearly a black, still slightly trembling worm egg. This is the egg of the fallen worm. Simon, how did you get this? Simon forced himself to hold back the stench and began to reach into the crate, picking up one of the black eggs and examining it with a frenzy in his eyes. Remember that big battle at Nickelodeon 5 years ago, when we found a whole 100 crates of this stuff? You ordered them destroyed, but Will came to me and begged, saying he wanted to study the eggs and was planning to experiment with them, so I let him stay without your knowledge. A flash of remembrance appeared in Tyrese's eyes. Will. He was the smartest man in the 9th Regiment, and the steam mechs most of them wore now came from him. Unfortunately, he's dead. These eggs of the fallen worms can turn a person into that ghostly appearance of a man or a worm in a short period of time, and only a traitor would choose to swallow them. But Will's research and modification of these eggs has never stopped. The half-bugs are much more powerful in battle than we were when we wore our mechs. At that time, his idea was that if he could erase the swarm Will's hold on the half-bug people, and if he gave some of our regiment's injured and disabled people the ability to voluntarily take the modified bug eggs, they would not be able to become a special combat unit. Unfortunately, there has been no human experimentation as his research has only scratched the surface. Until 2 years ago, there was a wounded man in our regiment who was dying and about to die. He was a close friend of Will's, and before he died, he was going to help Will test his research. So he took the egg of the fallen worm, which had been transformed by Will. He recovered from his injuries in a very short period of time and was even able to connect to the swarm's thought network and obtain a large amount of information about the swarm. Unfortunately, just when Will thinks he's succeeded, 2 minutes later, his best friend goes completely berserk and turns into a monster no different than those half-bugs. Will ended up shooting his gun 7 or 8 times toward his best friend's head, and ended up on his back, on his knees, crying. Since then, all of these research results of his, all of them were sealed up by him. After his death in battle, these things I have not been destroyed, stayed until now. After listening to Simon, Tyrese was in shock. Simon, what the hell do you want? Simon took the eggs and said firmly, I think the last thing we exist for in the prophecy is to buy time, for Lord Apocalypse. Linny had been watching from the side, and a hint of speculation appeared in his heart at the moment. Simon continued, I haven't been afraid of death for a long time, Tyrese, and you should be too. Or rather, the brothers who have fought with us until now have not been afraid of death for a long time. I'm going to swallow these fallen worm eggs, and in the 2 minutes that I can still preserve myself I'm going to self-destructively bombard the entire swarm thinking network, interfering with the will of those who manage it. And then let the Lord of the Apocalypse find out where the real Yagdahir is. Simon laid out his plan in full. Lin Yi's heart was shaken. Isn't it true that they have resisted so far because they don't want to linger on and trade humiliation for survival? They just want to leave a flame, a path to life, for their civilization. And at this moment, they were even willing to swallow the eggs that would turn them into monsters, in order to just burn 2 minutes of their lives to show themselves the way forward. Linny couldn't speak of the complex emotions in his heart. Knowing that it's just a copy though. And know that you will eventually return to the Blue Star. But the courage and fearlessness that blossomed from the last surviving humans in this world moved him. Chapter 115, 3,000 Heroic Spirits. Against the will of the swarm. Will this work? Tyrese looked at the bug egg in Simon's hand. The eyes also grew firm. We don't have a choice, do we? Simon spilled a smile. Not at all like someone who was ready to die with emotion. A few minutes later. The Isthmian resistance, in front of the 9th Regiment's tent. The entire corps of just over 300 men left were gathered by Tyrese and Simon. Tyrese held the black eggs in his hands and swept his gaze over each of his minions. These men have followed him everywhere, born and bred. This is the egg of the fallen worm that our great scientist, Will, has transformed. After eating it, it won't take long for our bodies to be transformed into those half-human, half-insect ghosts. The process can be extremely painful and there is no way to recover from the reversal. But in the space of 2 minutes, we were able to get inside those bugs' thought networks. In the meantime, our mission, at all costs, is to go to our deaths. To blow ourselves up. Go interfere with the bugs' judgment and confuse them. Simon and I have decided to swallow the egg of the fallen worm in a last-ditch effort. Though you are my men, for once, this is not an order, this is just a choice. You may choose to swallow it, or refuse it. I respect each and every one of your choices, especially those of you who still have wives and children, and I strongly discourage you from choosing to swallow the eggs. Live, and then witness the final fate of Isna. Now, those who have decided to swallow the eggs with me, raise your hands. Tyrese's words fell. He then saw countless hands raised. Me. I'll go. And me. Chief, with one less person, isn't it true that our chances of winning are 1 point less? If that's the case, then Lana and I have both decided to swallow the eggs. Chief. My father was a hero, my mother chose to go to her death with him, and I will never live alone, I'm going too. 300 men, 300 hands. All raised. Among them were tender women and half-grown teenagers, their eyes determined and fierce. Tyrese's eyes reddened. Without waiting for him to say anything, he suddenly heard an even rougher voice ring out, Tyrese, what kind of hero are you pretending to be, this kind of thing, and you didn't even inform me? Looking around, he saw a convoy of vehicles driving in at great speed at the gate of the camp. Yorick, what are you doing here? Tyrese exclaimed. The man named Yorick was, quite literally, the head of the 7th Regiment of the Isthmian Resistance. Tyrese snapped his head around to look at his lieutenant, Simon. He hadn't informed the rest of the corps because he wanted to leave a few more alive for the humans of Isna. Simon smiled bitterly, Tyrese, I know what you're thinking. But 300 men, not enough. Yorick jumped down from the chariot and scolded as well, Simon is right, you're the head of the group, but instead you're a pussy before such a big event. I called everyone I could, all of them. We're going to save the world too. Tyrese's pupils shook. For he saw a long caravan emerge from the canyon outside the camp. Those were all from other regiments of the Isthmian resistance. Not long after, the entire 3,000 people gathered in the canyon. The flags of the Resistance Corps, representing the 9 corps, hunted in the gusty wind. The number of people who raised their hands went from over 300 to over 3,000. This scene directly caused Fatty Sundashwan, who hadn't said anything all along, to burst into tears. Grass, getting too old to see this kind of picture. Do you believe me, old man? Linny was in fact also thrilled at the moment, but was only holding back his tears. Hearing Sun Dachwan's words, he inquired, Senior, what do you want? I'd like to swallow that too, I'm not too sure about them alone, I'd like to add another layer of insurance. And I'm so alive, I feel like I'll never die, and I'll be able to provide them with protection and cover, and maybe the duration will be extended even longer from 2 minutes. What's more, as long as you kill that what's-her-name queen, this copy will be cleared, and as long as the copy is cleared, all negative statuses and injuries are manageable. Linny looked deeply at Sun Dachwan before saying, I believe you. Sun Dachwan smiled sparingly and walked into the queue of more than 3,000 people, similarly raising his hand. I want to go too. I can lead the way. In Lin Yi's mind, Lin Yu's voice rang out. Previously, Lin Yu had entered the swarm's thought network, and she did know the way. Linny closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Make up your mind. Released Lin Yu from the necromancy space. Clad in black battle armor, Lin Yu similarly walked into the queue and stood next to Fatty Sundashwan. The personnel took their places, and as the crates of bug eggs were taken out, eventually over 3,000 people were holding a foul-smelling black bug egg in their hands. Sun Dachwan turned around and gave Linny a thumbs up. Lin Yu nodded to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also gave Sun Dachwan a thumbs up and nodded to Lin Yu. Kill! Tyrese roared. The sound shook the clouds. More than 3,000 people, at the same time, raised their heads and swallowed the eggs in their hands. In the next moment, their bodies all began to undergo violent mutations. Linny saw that they were trembling in pain, which showed just how painful this change was. He knew that from this moment on, an invisible war against the swarm had begun. And all he had to do was to completely invade the core of the swarm network under the cover of these 3,000 heroes. Linny gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Lin Yu handed over the management authority of those prophets of the swarm to him, and Lin Yi borrowed the identity of one of the prophets to enter the swarm's thought network. It was a void of space filled with thick fog. In the space, a giant net with no end in sight was flickering with a faint red light. Lin Yi saw more than 3,000 streams of light that emanated a golden color converge around him. There were 2 other light clusters among them, much larger than the others. That would be Sun Dachuan and Lin Yu. The large light mass representing Lin Yu flew to the front of the countless tiny light masses and began to lead the way. The thought network is, after all, a very abstract space in which to move at a speed that is completely unquantifiable. All Lin Yi knew was that Lin Yu had led the way, correctly. They take shortcuts. Because it didn't take long for a huge red wall to cross in front of everyone. The giant wall was magnificent, as if it was burning with a blazing fire. This would be a block on behalf of the swarm's will against them, the invaders. Boom! 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 Lin Yi saw a small ball of light, brazenly crashing into the giant wall as if it were a flying firefly fighting fire, causing a violent explosion. Every explosion meant that one person perished. However, as violent as the violent explosions of these individuals were, the giant red wall remained still. 3,000 human wills, against the collective will of the entire swarm, is it still too small? Chapter 116, Guide to the Land of the End, I'll end this. Just then, Lin Yi saw that the huge ball of light representing Sun Dachuan tremble. He seemed to be communicating something to the other small clusters of light. 2 short seconds passed. Lin Yi realized that the small, intrepid masses of light no longer chose to send themselves to their deaths and self-destruct. Instead, it was surrounding Sun Dachuan's light mass. Every light mass that passed by Sun Dachuan's body seemed to have been strengthened and grew in size. Then, another huge ball of light, Lin Yu, flew over as well. The small orb of light that made its way to her side was also exclusively reinforced. The golden light emanating from his body blazed even more fiercely, as if he had been set on fire. The charge against the giant red wall was launched once again. And this time, it was no longer just the individual clusters of light rushing against the giant wall. Instead, 2 huge balls of light, with more than 3,000 smaller balls of light, charged together. With this collision, Lin Yi felt the entire giant web of insect swarm wills tremble violently. Boom! The red giant wall instantly showed countless cracks. Boom! On the second hit, the crack instantly widened and spread throughout the giant wall. Boom! On the third collision, Lin Yi saw countless small clusters of light, like bubbles, dissipate in these 3 violent impacts. This would be one of the weaker willed among them that couldn't hold out. However, with this collision, a large hole appeared in the center of the red giant wall. Lin Yi felt more than 3,000 gazes on his body. As if to say, "It's now." Without hesitation, Lin Yi maneuvered this prophetic will and drilled into the large hole in the giant wall. In the next moment, a diagram of the true tree roots of Yagdahir appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. All he had to do was follow this chakra map and find the source, and he would be able to find the location of the real Yagdahir. Buzz! The entire red giant web of thought began to shake. Lin Yi realized that this giant net had actually split into countless threads that chased after him. Lin Yi is like a bacteria, a virus. And this big web of thinking is the swarm's immune system. Now the entire first line of defense of the immune system is breached. Naturally, there are countless immune cell-like things that will chase him and kill him. Lin Yi didn't know what would happen after he was entangled in these threads and captured. He only knew that there were more than 3,000 people putting their lives on the line right now to fight for him. He had to move forward. Forward at all costs. Boom! Boom! Numerous explosions came from behind them. This should be Sun Dachuan and Lin Yui, who were leading the resistance army of Isidna, obstructing the pursuit of those silk threads. Lin Yi didn't turn around. All he can do is keep moving forward and forward. In this realm of thought, time, and space blur. Lin Yi himself didn't even know how long had passed. All he knew was that he was seeing roots that were getting thicker and thicker, and already the huge shadow of Yagdahir's tree had appeared ahead of him. However, the moment Lin Yi was about to confirm Yagdahir's true location, he suddenly realized that there had been no booming explosions coming from behind him for a long time. Looking back, the 2 huge balls of light, as well as the 3,000 or so small balls of light, had all disappeared. They, all of them, dissipated. And the giant net that followed behind him had merged into a giant wave. Falling hard. Lin Yi's eyes instantly went black. Open your eyes. A feeling of powerlessness rose from Lin Yi's heart. Did they fail in the end? One step. Just one last step. However, Lin Yi was instantly deeply shocked when he next saw the scene before him. At some point, it started pouring rain from the sky. Black clouds hang low. Heavy rainfall. In the middle of the canyon, the regimental flags of the 9 regiments of the Isthmian resistance had fallen to the ground, buried by mud and water. And the 3,000 or so people who were just standing. At the moment, they also collapsed on the ground, maintaining their miserable half-human, half-insect appearance, as the rain mixed with the mud and washed away the blood that flowed out of them. The head of each man, hanging deep, was almost lifeless. All of their hands, however, remained raised high. Showing an index finger, he pointed straight at a certain spot in the sky. Lin Yi's scalp exploded. He didn't end up seeing where Jagdahir was. But they finally saw it. And with every last ounce of his breath, he showed himself the way. Is the real Yagdahir not above the earth, but high in the sky? No wonder, the resistance of Ismusna, or himself, was completely unable to find its true location. As Lin Yi looked at the group, he couldn't hold back any longer, and rainwater mixed with tears flowed down his cheeks together. Thank you for your dedication and sacrifice. Now, you can rest for a while. I, for one, will put an end to this. Lin Yi raised his hand, and instantly, endless cold chi converged. Condensed the massive amounts of rainwater sent by the storm. Ice System 7th Order, Soul Freeze. With the help of the rain, Lin Yi sealed all 3,000 people present into the solid ice. He could sense that they were fully in the dying moments of their lives and not completely dead. And if he wanted to renew their lives, Lin Yi currently had no means to do so. They can only be sealed into solid ice. Lin Yi believed that as long as Isthmus still had the spark of civilization, in the distant future, someone will surely free them from the cold. Lin Yi wouldn't allow them to die like that. Lin Yi also wouldn't allow those newborn humans in the future of Isidna to forget that there had once been a group of people who had given everything for the survival of civilization. He wants history to remember this. If only the descendants of Isna could still live healthy and happy lives in the sunlight for thousands and thousands of years thereafter, without having to live in the shadow of the swarm. Posterity, then, will praise their names. As for Sun Dachuan, as he said himself, he has a big life. Lin Yi realized that he had fallen into a coma, and that those features on his body that resembled a half-bugman were disappearing at a rapid pace. It seemed that his physique was vastly different from normal. The transformation of the body by the egg of the fallen worm was, in his case, completely reversible. But for the time being, Sun Dachuan was definitely incapacitated, and Lin Yi moved him into the Resistance's tent. Settle down and at least keep him out of the rain. And Lin Yu is dead once. For the necromongers, death seemed to be as commonplace as a family meal. In necrospace, at the cost of the demise of several of her men, she was reborn. Only the consumption of soul power was too great in a short period of time, and she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Yi took her back into dead space. Then looked to the vault of heaven, where everyone's fingers were pointing. Passing through the rain clouds, Lin Yi flew through the sky at high speed. Every 10 seconds, Lin Yi's figure would transform into electric lightning and thunder, flickering and appearing 3 kilometers away. He was glad that it was this displacement skill that he finally chose to specialize in. If it wasn't for this skill, Lin Yi was worried that the swarm would start shifting as soon as they learned that their bug mother's location had been exposed. He'll never make it. And right now, Lin Yi's flying speed was definitely faster than the swarm's migration speed. Chapter 117 Fire and Thunder Double Explosion. Killing the bug mother in seconds. Several hours later, Lin Yi had already seen a huge shadowy presence somewhere in the sky. Looking upward from the surface of the earth, it is absolutely impossible to detect an anomaly. The only way to see this anomalous area is to be at a high altitude. Accelerating his speed, Lin Yi made another flash. The boundary of that anomalous area appeared directly in front of itself. Fly over this border. Lin Yi suddenly felt nothing but clarity before his eyes. High in the sky, above the wall of clouds, there was a giant tree flowing with pitch-black corrupted blood. Top of the canopy of the giant tree, a squirming scarlet flesh tumor that seemed to be breathing and pulsating. A roiling swarm of insects surrounded the top of the giant tree, arching over their queen. Lin Yi knew he had found the real Jagdahir. I didn't realize that the black side swarm would actually be able to manage to relocate the entire world tree above the sky, and that they would also be able to build hidden delivery pipelines underground through some kind of special connection to deliver food and nutrition to the mother of swarms. The swarm seemed to have sensed Lin Yi's arrival. The roiling swarm of insects surrounding the top of Yagdahir's canopy all stirred. The next moment, Lin Yi saw the swarm of insects flying towards him from all directions like a black sandstorm. Lin Yi's eyes were bitterly cold. After what he had experienced earlier, he was now able to fully empathize with the humans of Isna as well. Seeing these swarms of insects again, Lin Yi also rose with an urge to slaughter them without leaving a single one behind. Facing the incoming swarm, Lin Yi was on fire. 6th and 7th order lightning spells were thrown out in a desperate manner. Thunder rolled in the sky and lightning roared. Countless black scytheworms were reduced to flying ash in the wild flash of thunder. The swarm's numbers, however, were near endless. Lin Yi realized that continuing to stay where he was would only delay his precious time by the countless swarms of insects. Whoosh! A lightning flash. Lin Yi's figure instantly disappeared. A flash of lightning. This time, however, the thunderbolt flashed at a distance that was greatly reduced. The original distance he had selected was 3 kilometers away. However, it seems that there is a hard requirement for this skill to land, and it requires the entire electric field to have been completely opened up and covered the target area in order to be able to accurately flash to the selected area in the electric field. And a large number of black scythe swarms have surprisingly appeared to have evolved special electromagnetic organs. Even special bugs capable of interfering with electric field generation too. No wonder the entire universe is never clean of pests. This race is horrible. Strong reproduction ability is not to mention the various adaptive evolution, which is even faster. They themselves know that the weakness is lightning, and so it's a matter of specializing and evolving these special new species that can solve the corresponding problems. Lin Yi didn't continue to use his lightning magic, instead switching his elemental specialization. Since I'm not allowed to teleport, I'll tackle your queen directly. Then we'll burn you all. Blue flames rose from his body, and in the blink of an eye Lin Yi completed his flame elementalization. 8th order of fire, supreme ascension. In an instant, the countless swarms of insects that had just surrounded them were burned to a crisp by the blazing blue flames burning on Lin Yi's body. After opening the sublimated state. Around him, he came with a circle of extremely terrifying high-temperature field. In the final battle at the Noah's ruins, Lin Yi had forced Xia Yuyan's multiple domains to shatter by virtue of the high-temperature domains that came with the 8th stage sublimation. The same goes for the swarm at the moment. A few seconds later, the thousands of meters around Lin Yi became a sea of fire and death. Any bug that dares to rush in, it would have been burned right into flying ash. Even if they were burned to ashes, they would still be considered corpses. With the density of the swarm at the moment, Lin Yi couldn't think of a better scenario to play than the corpse explosion technique. Preparations for detonation are in place. Lin Yi pressed the detonation button. Bang! Bang! The sound of bodies bursting in quick succession. The corpse of one bug blew itself up, inducing the spontaneous explosions of a large number of other swarm corpses. The damage from these bugs blowing themselves up kills more of the swarm. Their corpses, in turn, joined the sequence of corpse explosions. The next moment, Lin Yi saw the entire tide of insects, centered on himself, begin an incomparably spectacular chain explosion show. A few breaths later, the tide of insects surrounding Lin Yi had been completely netted out. Lin Yi's speed as he burst into the heart of the swarm was once again fast. A dozen flashes later, Lin Yi had completely broken through the outer swarm. Came near the canopy of Yagdahir. After getting closer, Lin Yi's face changed instantly. Only a sack-like object shaped like an insect egg was hanging from various places throughout the canopy. In each sack, a person is entangled and bound. Most of the people trapped in them were dressed in the attire of humans not native to Astina. Rather, the uniforms and school uniforms of the divine heavenly houses. As Lin Yi glanced over, there were tens of thousands of these vesicles throughout Yagdahir's dense canopy. Some of them are so old that the people sealed in them have completely dried up. Lin Yi was able to see that they had been wiped of all their will by the swarm, with only their breathing and faint heartbeats remaining. With every beat of the vesicle, a surge of power and essence belonging to the professionals was drawn out of their bodies and then transported down the tubes within the branches of Yagdahir to within the giant red sarcoma at the top of the tree. They're not dead, but they're no different than the living dead. Lin Yi only felt his brain roar. He understood it all. The editor mentioned this before when looking at the Heart of the Swarm guide. More than 100 years had passed since the Divine Heavens had obtained the Heart of the Swarm, a Tier 0 copy of the special Descending Abyss. During this period, every generation of divine heavenly scholars who entered this copy There are always people who never come back. The special occupation of corpse collector in the academy tries to enter the copy to search for the corpses, so that they can die a good death and return to the blue planet. Because it's like they've evaporated. They've completely disappeared. The body can't be found either. I didn't realize they were all hanging here, and some of them even turned into bacon. And Linny understood why he was in the hive before. Why did the prophet say that they were extraterrestrial visitors as part of their plan to revitalize the bugs? The humans native to Asthena were still too weak in power. How does it compare to a blue star professional? If Linny had been filled with respectful empathy for a resistance force like Tyrese before, then now Linny was meeting his true fellow blue stars. In this copy, too, after enduring endless torture. And he was completely outraged. Rumble. Thunder exploded. Linny, who had completely exploded in anger, raised his right hand and raised it high into the sky. Subsequently, 3 huge swords that flashed with piercing purple thunder light slowly took shape in the sky. In the meantime, just as the 3 thunder swords were about to blast down, a huge nuclear explosion of blue fire was the first to blast into the huge red sarcoma at the top of the canopy. Divine fire heavenly signs. Thunder and fire double blast. A whole 3 normal thunder type 8th order spells plus an evolved fire type 8th order descent. If anyone is watching from the sidelines at the moment, it would be realized that the entire canopy of the giant tree of the sky, Yagdahir, was ablaze. The black slime running down the branches was vaporized in an instant. And the red sarcoma at the center of the nuclear blast and thunderstorm. Even more so, it broke apart in a matter of moments. Ayawa! From it came a scream so shrill and incomparable that it made one's eardrums feel tingling after hearing it. Chapter 118, 6 Wings and 1,000 Eyes, Birth of the Insect Emperor. Have you ever heard of a forbidden spell? The flesh tumor broke apart. What came from the ear-piercing screams was a white meatworm with a body size of several kilometers wrapped in a sarcoma. Fleshworms like maggots with huge abdomens. Between each wriggle, millions of newborn swarms were born. And at the upper end of the white fleshworm's massive abdomen was a somewhat humanized image of a banshee. The insect mother's upper body was covered in black armor as hard as steel, and her face was hideous as she felt the scorching heat sizzling from Linny. She was furious. Humans! Damn it! How dare you! Destroy my hotbed! Protect me! Leona, Octo! Break this human into pieces! Buzz! 2 slight wing beats sounded. 2 figures about the size of a human with 4 transparent feathered wings on their backs flashed into existence. Yes, Mother Superior. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Under the perspective of the eyes of omniscience, the bits of these 2 bug monsters were in full view. Same as Mother Worm. The 4-winged bug monster bits known as Leona and Octo are both Quasi-Emperor rank. For most of the Divine Heaven school students who entered this copy and participated in the Descending Abyss trial, this bit is, indeed, beyond their ability to solve. Abyssal monsters bit leveling up for battle power. Far more important than rank. Especially after the King rank. Every time you raised half a rank of the bitmap, the battle power was sky high. The difference between the Quasi-Emperor rank and the top-ranked King rank was likely dozens of times. Whoosh! Lin Yi's eyes flashed. Again, all he heard was a buzzing sound of insect wings lifting, and then he saw 2 terrifying flashes of black light, and a small portion of Yagdahir's canopy was severed raw by these 2 black light beheadings. Unfortunately, they are strong though. But it was Linny who ran into him. Instead, it was Linny who had turned on his sublimated state. Die! Linny pressed down with an empty palm. The 3 thunder swords that had been thoroughly formed in the sky came down with a bang. The burning Yagdahir, once again, was entangled in countless explosions of thunder. Between the flashes of fire and lightning, violet explosions obscured the miserable screams of the bug mother as well as the 2 quasi-emperor rank bosses. Boom! As the thunder sword completely erupted, Linny saw the 3 highest combatants of the black scythe swarm that contained the bug mother. It dissipated in white light. With the demise of the bug mother, Linny saw the countless hanging sacks above the canopy of the tree, burned through by the fire and lightning, and the bound and wrapped people in them were able to break free. At the same time, the swarm of insects roaming around Yagdahir let out a wailing sound. They then began to fall from the sky. The entire swarm of Isidnus seemed to have received some sort of strange message at this moment. Wailing and hissing. the body turned into a puddle of black water. However, it turned into a red stream of light and flew towards Yagdahir in the sky. It's over. Linny knew that his 3-day replica journey was over. The Isthmian Centennial Resistance is over. The long nightmare ordeal of countless students in the divine heavens had also come to an end. However, in the next second, Linny suddenly felt a wave of strangeness. Soon this dissimilarity turned into inexplicable palpitations that surged through his heart. Not true. It's not over yet. Not only did the alert for the copy pass not come through, Linny even realized that even with the demise of the bug mother, there was a faint heartbeat coming from within the entire trunk of Yagdahir. That's right. It's the heartbeat. Previously, because of the presence of the hotbed, a huge red sarcoma. Linny hadn't noticed that within Yagdahir, there were also signs of life activity. Now that we've lost control of the bug mother. Or suppression. The signs of life in the trunk of the tree, on the contrary, became more and more obvious. Linny's eyes sank. After a short chant, another robbing sword fell from the sky. Mending is a good habit. Luckily, Linny had such a good habit. He wasn't going to show mercy just because the enemy was in some sort of critical phase of transforming and opening his moves. Obviously, it's only right to give the hardest attack to interrupt the enemy while they're in the read phase of holding their moves. The robber's sword fell, and lightning erupted. However, Lin Yi's eyes once again stared. A giant red net surfaced in the blink of an eye. As he had seen before in the swarm's thought network. This is a manifestation of the collective thinking will of the swarm. I didn't expect this moment to be materialized into reality. Lin Yi was alarmed. The mother of all bugs is dead. It stands to reason that the swarm's network of minds should be dying out as well. And now, not only did it not die out, but it materialized into reality, cutting the power of one of his 8th order spells by half. This means that the mother of worms is dead though. But someone has taken over supreme authority over the entire swarm. The thunder swords might completely exploded. Even though it was weakened, the destructive power was still amazing. The entire massive tree of Yagdahir was chopped open. Poof. 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 The sound of an increasingly thick heartbeat came from Lin Yi's ears. Like war drums. And sliced through the giant tree. Lin Yi saw the source of the heartbeat. It was a teenager who was about the same size as him and had an incomparably handsome appearance. The teenager's entire body was naked and fruitless, encased in a golden yellow amber-like sap, with countless nutrient tubes connecting to the back of his heart. At first glance, the teenager looked almost indistinguishable from a human. Yet a closer look reveals. Behind him, the 6 transparent insect wings that grew like glass, and all over his body, there were countless fine red spots. Another huge sword of lightning light fell. Lin Yi didn't stop attacking. This time, however, the giant red net did not surface again. Because, no more. The teenager's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The amber-colored sap that encased him was also slowly absorbed into his body. A charming smile appeared on his handsome face. The teenager inclined his head to look at Lin Yi. Laughing, he said, "Lin Yi, is it? You killed my consort, and you killed those 2 fools who thought they were my brother and sister." Afterward, he stretched out his finger and pointed it at the thunder sword falling down from the sky. A black ripple resurfaced at his fingertips. The thunder sword was disintegrated by this black ripple in an instant, and then shattered apart. Boom! In a violent explosion. Lin Yi saw that the teenager was unharmed and was still looking at him with a smile on his face. Like examining a work of art that interests you. Take it easy. Lin Yi. You can call me 9. I'd also like to thank you for killing them and allowing me to complete my metamorphosis earlier. Especially my crown princess, who, for once, wants to completely replace my will and rule the swarm, and has gone to great lengths to do so, from your... Well, it's called the Blue Star World, right? From your Divine Sky Academy in the Blue Star World, a large number of your seniors and predecessors were absorbed to transform her body. It's a shame she didn't realize until she died that this was supposed to be what I told her to do. For, all that she is, was originally given to her by me. How sad. To celebrate my rebirth and the fact that I have been given such a perfect body, I would like to invite you to join me in witnessing a revolution. Isthmus is too small, and I'm getting a little tired of staying. How about, let me replace you and return to the Blue Star World? Lin Yi suddenly laughed. 9. What a great name. As the final boss of this copy, I recognize your strength. The difference between a true Emperor rank and a quasi-Emperor rank is surprisingly so great. You seem to know me, and the Blue Star world, very well. 9 shrugged, simple memory reading. Lin Yi's smile widened. But notice my adjectives. It's as if it knows me well. If you really knew me at all, you would have run away by now, hid in a place I couldn't find if I searched the whole of Isthmus, developed in peace, and rebuilt your swarm. That way maybe, you have a chance to live. Have you ever heard of forbidden spells? Chapter 119 Heaven and Earth changes color. Forbidden spell Thunder God's Wrath. Forbidden spell? Ayak scoured his mind for memories of the word. He had received a great deal of information from the Blue Star world and the memories of those divine heavenly scholars over the past 100 years in the core of Yagdahir's tree. But about the forbidden spell, he understood only a few words. Even in the memories of most of the divine heaven sky scholars, they had only heard of these 2 words in the corners of the fragments of certain books. Because even for the scholars of the divine heavens, the rank of the forbidden spell is still too high. Far beyond their reach. Even if one wasn't a mage professional themselves, one might not necessarily know that the 9th rank skill of the mage profession, alias the forbidden spell. Well, it seems to be some particularly powerful skill? 9's words fell, but he jerked his head up, and in the sky, there was no vision. But he had sensed that something was wrong. As a matter of fact, when Lin Yi opened his mouth to utter his first words just now, 9 had already detected a hint of something oddly different. The first words spoken by the human in front of me. Is it praise for having a good name? Worthy of being a bug that has evolved to a higher level of life, there's still a difference between them and those foolish and slow-witted goods. What a keen intuition. But it's still a little late. I'm a cautious person. Normally when faced with a boss of your level, one would choose to just take seconds instead of talking so much nonsense to him. Lin Yi said. The face was cold. The Holy Spirit, who had long since appeared behind him, silently chanting forbidden spells for him, after more than a minute of chanting. Finally the last spell was spat out. And from Lin Yi's mouth, he spat out 6 incomparably cold words. Forbidden spell Thor's Wrath. In the sky, the storm clouds changed. An opening, violently cracked open in the vault of heaven. Then, a huge hand emitting terrifying divine might violently poked out from the huge rift in the sky. Lin Yi instantly felt cold all over when he saw this one giant hand. Can't move. He didn't know who the owner of the back of this giant hand was, but a term that surfaced in his mind. Gods and goddesses. It's a hand of God. Divine might descended, making even the master of using this forbidden spell, Lin Yi himself, feel completely suppressed. The target of this forbidden spell, 9 was even more unable to move at all, as if he was hard controlled by some kind of skill. Obviously with his speed, with his strength, he could have completely torn Lin Yi apart in seconds before this hand of God had even descended. But he had always felt that the situation was in his hands. 9 regretted it. He understood where his earlier feeling that Lin Yi was odd originated from. Ix is his own name. Meanwhile, the word I, or the pronunciation. It should also be the first spell reading of this forbidden spell he had used so far. He must have some kind of skill, a way to release a forbidden spell in an extremely stealthy manner after merely reciting only the first spell. One really doesn't know enough about him. No wonder, he would say it's a good name. Despicable human beings. Ix let out a roar. The 6 insect wings behind them vibrated crazily. Yet he still couldn't move. But at the same time, the countless red dots that he had spread all over his body unexpectedly blossomed all over at this moment. It was clearly an eye that flashed with a bloodthirsty and ferocious light. Ix showed his true form. Thousands of eyes sprayed out countless channels of pitch-black deathlight. The light of death penetrated everything, and wherever it passed, everything was annihilated. A single black deathlight bursting from his fingertips was enough to shatter the 8th-stage Thunder Sword, and at the moment, 7 or 8 of them were shooting straight towards all the vitals of Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Even if he had been cautious enough. But it didn't seem difficult for a true Emperor-rank powerhouse from the abyss to kill himself at such a close distance. Lest we die passive, it looks like we're going to hand it over here today after all. However, in a flash of lightning, a ghostly shadow suddenly flashed in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yu hugged Lin Yi and used her body as a meat shield for him, blocking several deadly black deathlights. Put deadly light pierced through her body, and a large amount of blood sprayed out of Lin Yu's mouth. It caused her, who had just awakened after sensing that Lin Yi was in danger, to once again fall into a state of serious injury and slumber. At the same time, a large number of necromantic creatures in the necromantic space were slaughtered under this burst of attacks from IX. Now, if Lin Yu was attacked once more, that's really dead. Lin Yi's heart was shaken with anger while being moved, forcibly transferring Lin Yu back to the necromancy space. Lin Yi topped the divine might and raised his right hand high into the sky. Then, the right fist tightened. This grip seemed to have grabbed something. The first time he unleashed a forbidden spell like Thunder God's Wrath, Lin Yi was inexperienced. But now he understood. This skill isn't something you can just leave alone when you're done chanting. He, for one, had to bear the divine might and receive the approval of the gods and goddesses to be able to control this spell. At this moment, because of extreme anger, Lin Yi fortunately experienced. What is the wrath of Thor? Lin Yi's body was wrapped in countless thunderbolts. Both eyes blossomed with an astonishing aura. The divine might of the hand of God had been perfectly inherited by Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi had temporarily gained a portion of the authority of a god or goddess, and his divine might was vast. The countless eyes that bloomed with deathly light on IX, surprisingly, reclosed under the suppression of Lin Yi's divine might. With Lin Yi's right fist fully clenched. Rumble! Terrifying thunder blasted down from the rift in the sky. An exterminating thunder spear, which was several times larger than even Yagdahir, was gripped by the hand of the god in the sky and ripped out. Lin Yi's eyes were glowing morosely, his chest harboring endless anger. At 9, swinging down hard with a right. At the same time, the world-destroying thunder lance held in the god's hand also stabbed down violently from above the firmament. The tip of the thunder lance instantly pierced through Nina's torso, and then, with a heaven-shaking momentum, it ran through the entirety of Yagdahir, the mother tree of Isna. The exterminating thunder lance, from the 9 heavens above, fell like a heavenly star, viciously nailing into the earth of Isidna. Lin Yi saw that the earth below him had been smashed into countless chasms by this strike, and in the central area, there was even scorching magma gushing out. Followed by magma. There was also a huge red giant net. Lin Yi's eyes glazed over. This giant net, he had seen it before. It was the embodiment of the swarm's will. Now 9 is using the skill again. Moreover, the giant net that appeared this time was countless times larger than the giant net that blocked the violet skyrobber's sword just now. Damn it! Damn you! Despicable human! How dare you leave me in such a mess? I am 9. I am the emperor of the swarm for all time. You think you can kill me? Beneath the earth, Lin Yi heard the roar of Ixis as he descended into madness and utter hysteria. In the next moment, the red giant net expanded. 9 also revealed his true form. Chapter 120 Forbidden Spell Slaughter Emperor. The exterminating thunder lance, striking through the heart of the swarm. It was a gigantic black sickle worm the size of half of Imperial capital Base City. Run through the abdomen by a thunder gun. Is struggling violently on the ground. Wherever the huge black scythe swept through, the ground was plowed with huge gullies up to 1,000 meters deep. Forest collapse. The mountains collapsed. River evaporation. The geography of the mountains and rivers, under the bombardment of the thunderguns in 9. It's all starting to change dramatically. This is the pinnacle of the Ismian world. Lin Yi, slaughtering a true demon emperor level powerhouse from the abyss with a forbidden spell. Nina's huge insect body was covered with thousands of hideous, maniacal red eyes. The penetrating strike of the world-destroying thunder lance caused the thousands of giant eyes on Ixis' body to self-destruct, most of them. These eyes, which have been closed forever, can never be opened again. And the rest of the remaining red bug eyes, which were shedding tears of blood, were giving 9 a steady stream of energy to help him break free from the thunder gun. What Lin Yi didn't know was, for every eye that closed on 9, the swarms of Ismas, hundreds of millions, perished. He was not a bug fighting at the moment. Instead, they had given up the entire swarm of Isidna to fight Lin Yi. At the same time, the red giant net formed by the will of the insect swarm was doing its best to wrap around the gigantic exterminating thunder gun, trying to pull out this thunder lance that had bestowed endless pain on their emperor. Lin Yi was still suspended high in the sky. Cold eyes looked at 9, who was still struggling. The tightly clenched right hand had no intention of letting go. Thunder gun, explode. Lin Yi spat out a few syllables under his breath once more. In the next moment, a terrifying thunderstorm centered on the tip of the thunder gun. It's starting to spread out. This was the follow-up attack of the Thunder Lance summoned by Wrath of the Thunder God. The damage and attacks of this skill are segmented. The first damage was the huge amount of lightning damage caused by the Thunder Lance running through and down. The Thunder Gun would then last a full 10 minutes. Every once in a while, the thunder condensed on the Thunder Gun spread out. Form a thrilling thunderstorm. Thunderstorm doesn't do as much damage as Thunder Lance's penetrating damage, but it's better at lasting. And at the moment, the body of the Thunder Lance was completely penetrating Nina's insect body, and the first shocking thunderstorm had left him in pain. Hiss ow ow ow. An unmistakable wail escaped from Nina's mouthpiece. At the same time, several giant red eyes on his body violently burst open. This meant that another part of the swarm, for their bug emperor, had perished. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I also wonder if the pain has burned out his brain. 9, like all classic villains, suddenly lets out a laugh at a desperate situation. Lin E. You can't kill me. My swarm, endless. My life is more than unending. You, as a human, have only spent as many years as a mayfly, while I have experienced countless reincarnations. Each reincarnation is a new birth, and I grow stronger and stronger. When I'm reborn next time, I'll definitely break you into pieces and turn you into my puppet, making you a slave for eternity in order to make up for my pain. Aha! Another shocking thunderstorm erupted. It was agonizing for IX. But what he said, although Linny remained indifferent on the surface. But the heart was overwhelmed. He believed the claim that 9 should have gone through many reincarnations. Because that's what Tyrese had told him earlier. Hundreds of years ago, during a time when the resistance was still as strong as ever and the Wormwave had yet to completely dominate Isthmus. And they had a crusade. In that battle, 9 chose to fight the resistance to the bitter end in order to protect the Bug Mother. Let the resistance be directly demoralized. And after all these years, 9 has returned reborn once again. This time, he went straight to the true Imperial rank digit. So the next time, would 9 evolve to the top rank Royal rank if he returned from another rebirth? Linny closed his eyes. He suddenly remembered a phrase. Bugs that have never really been eradicated. Even if he had killed the Bug Mother. So is there some other way that 9 is able to come back to life that he doesn't know about? Linny didn't know. Even if there really wasn't a way for 9 to be completely annihilated, then Linny was confident that when IX returned, maybe he became a god a long time ago. Countless times, the thrilling thunderstorm had stacked seal effects on 9. After 10 minutes of torture, the exterminating thunder gun exploded with a loud bang. A true thunderbolt nuclear explosion detonated somewhere on the continent of Athena. Nina's torso dissipated in the light of the thunder. That huge red insect net also annihilated and broke. It's over. Or maybe it's over for now. Ding. An unmistakable sound rang out. Linny saw a transparent sheet appear where Nina's broken body had originally been. The flake emits a 7-colored light, the light flows, seems to have certain power, contains it. A flowery, thriving garden in the middle. 9 opened his eyes. He froze. All he could think was that this place, it looked very, very familiar. But couldn't remember where this place was, or when, ever, he had visited it. Strolling through the gardens, 9 just felt at peace. Time is running out. In a flash, several epochs passed. IX remained in the middle of this garden. The flowers here are always blooming at their best. There is no day of wilting and decay. The trees here, forever, grow in the most luxuriant manner. In the garden, there is not a single fallen leaf in sight. The creatures here, after countless epochs, still didn't look half as aged. Always at its peak, alive and well. Time seems to be infinitely stretched in this garden. 9 doesn't know how long he's been stationed here. Until one day. Buzz. He heard a slight buzzing sound from the insect wings vibrating the air. A larva, black in color and without a hint of mixed colors, stumbled into this garden and flopped down on a leaf, resting quietly. Inside Nina's head, a huge wave rose. It was a moment when everything seemed to come back to him. Wasn't this weak, ignorant, black larva the man he once was? Mom! Mom! Look, there's a black thing flying in. IX saw a bouncing little girl in a short emerald green dress, surveying the black larvae on the leaves with immense curiosity. I'm sorry, Ms. Alina, I'll clean it up right away. A middle-aged man dressed as a butler bowed and apologized. He took a few steps forward, pulled out his tools, and was about to end the life of this unintentional garden bug. Mom, it's so small and pathetic. Can I feed it something? The little girl, Alina, stopped the gardener. Looked aside. IX looked up and saw the person standing next to Alina, completely shrouded in turquoise divine light, unable to see his face or know his true form. Go on, Alina. The voice of the person whose face could not be seen was soft, as if it contained endless compassion and love. The little girl, Alina, jumped up and grabbed a piece of bread from the table. Tear off a small portion of breadcrumbs and throw them in front of the black larva. IX watched as he swallowed this piece that changed the fate of his life. The same breadcrumbs that changed the fate of the entire isthmus.